Huff, huff, huff. Chen Dong collapsed onto the floor of an abandoned supermarket, panting heavily. While his heart was still racing with fright, he scrambled back to his feet and rushed toward the office on the second floor, the one secured with an anti-theft door. He dashed inside and locked himself in from within. Only then did he feel a faint sense of safety. Through the office window on the second floor, he gazed outside at the zombies that had once been living people and were now shambling corpses, his face filled with helpless confusion. Not long ago, Chen Dong had still been sitting at home when a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in this unfamiliar area. Before he could figure out what was happening, the zombies that appeared close behind forced Chen Dong to turn and sprint into the abandoned supermarket nearby. At that moment, a cold, mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Welcome, chosen challengers, to the apocalyptic world. Here you must gather supplies to sustain your lives while also resisting the zombies and mutated monsters that may claim your life at any moment. Do whatever it takes to survive, you fortunate challengers. At that moment, a mechanical female voice suddenly rang out in Chen Dong's mind. At the same time, a view like augmented reality appeared before Chen Dong's eyes. In the center of his vision, various interfaces materialized: backpack, trading window, chat channel, mail, and more. He opened the backpack only to find it completely empty. Chen Dong's expression darkened. He had already gone a full day without replenishing his energy. If things were truly as the earlier prompt had said, then, without supplies, the only thing awaiting him was death. Ding! You have a new mail, please check it. The instant Chen Dong instinctively tapped open the mail, a voice resounded in his mind. The infinite resource system has now been bound to the host. Very quickly, Chen Dong understood what this so-called system was for, because in his backpack a new icon suddenly appeared in the first slot, a bottle of mineral water. In the lower right corner of the icon, there was an infinity symbol, a system, the standard equipment of a protagonist. Chen Dong hurriedly took the mineral water out. Sure enough, the mineral water icon in the backpack did not disappear. Chen Dong began to pull out bottle after bottle of water in a frenzy. When 500 milliliter bottles of mineral water had filled the entire office, Chen Dong finally ecstatically confirmed that he had obtained the legendary system. This system would provide him with one type of resource in unlimited quantities each day, and today that resource was mineral water. Chen Dong opened the chat channel and noticed there was also a local city tag below. At this moment, many people were already speaking in the channel. Number 89757. Damn it, what is this thing? We suddenly get teleported here and told to fight zombies. I want to go back. Number 777889. I'm done for. I don't have any supplies on me, and there are zombies everywhere outside. I'm probably just going to die for nothing. Number 589345. I just watched with my own eyes as some unlucky guy got bitten by a zombie and immediately turned into one too. Luckily, I ran fast enough. Number 450321. Instead of wasting time chatting nonsense, you'd better hurry up and gather supplies. Chen Dong silently scrolled through all the messages until the end, finally confirming that all of this was real. Those who met certain conditions had been chosen and transported here, forced to participate in this survival game. Judging from the ID numbers in the local chat channel, at least several 100,000 people had been brought into this apocalyptic world and were now in the same city as he was. If so, were there not countless more people and countless more cities out there? And the moment that prompt sound had officially rung out, the game had already begun. Some would gather enough supplies and continue living on, while others would soon starve, die of thirst, or be torn apart and devoured by zombies. Chen Dong opened the trading platform and saw that a small number of people were already selling supplies. Most of it was food and water, along with a few miscellaneous items such as flashlights and lighters. Trades were carried out through bartering. Sellers would state their desired conditions, and as long as a buyer possessed the corresponding supplies, the trade could be completed. Looking over the limited number of trade requests, almost all of them were for water and food. And the one thing he had in greatest abundance was mineral water. Chen Dong swept through the trading platform, instantly buying up every item offered in exchange for water. Notification chimes rang incessantly from his mailbox. In an instant, Chen Dong had secured enough food to sustain himself for a long time. Number 10,086 purchased 5 loaves of bread. Number 10,086 purchased 2 packs of snail rice noodles. Number 10,086 purchased 3 portions of spaghetti. Number 10086 purchased 1 lighter. At the same time, many people in the chat channel started to discuss who this number 10086 was. Number 38383. Damn. The 5 loaves of bread I just put up were instantly bought by number 10086. Does that guy have that many supplies? Number 9527. That's nothing. Every single thing I put up was bought out by number 10086. Number 979698. Could this number 10086 be some kind of game plant here to cut down our supplies and make survival harder for us? Number 56666. Very possible. Otherwise, how could someone suddenly have so many supplies to trade with? He could very well be the mastermind behind this. Chen Dong glanced at the chat, then looked at his own ID, finally realizing that the trading process displayed both parties' numbers. This setting had directly exposed him before everyone. Fortunately, the IDs were only displayed when a trade was initiated. After exchanging mineral water for other supplies, Chen Dong then used those newly acquired items to trade again for whatever resources were still in demand. By now, he could practically open a general store of his own. Chen Dong took out a steaming portion of spaghetti and a glass of orange juice from his backpack. As he ate, he continued to refresh the trading platform, yet he still did not see anything that he truly wanted. Weapons. What he lacked most now were tools for self-defense. Never mind guns and ammunition. He could not even find a simple baseball bat or a fruit knife. Thinking it through, it was likely that those who had found such items were simply not putting them up for trade. In a city swarming with zombies, a decent weapon for self-defense could greatly increase one's chances of survival. However, this was only the first day, and the pressure to survive had not yet reached its peak. Many people were still simply hiding in safe spots, not daring to go out and gather supplies. After a few days, when they were truly driven to desperation, Chen Dong believed that the flow of resources would gradually become more abundant. For now, he only needed to hold this abandoned supermarket and bide his time until he had accumulated enough strength to protect himself. Chen Dong went down to the first floor of the supermarket to see if there were any supplies to be found. However, after searching through the entire store, he still discovered nothing. At last, when he walked into the restroom to relieve himself, he noticed a wooden box in front of the sink. Is this a supply crate? Chen Dong muttered to himself as he walked toward the box. Successfully opened bronze-grade supply crate. Obtained wood 10. Obtained rope 1. It was better than nothing. Chen Dong promptly stored all of the supplies into his backpack. After checking the restroom for any usable water resources and finding that the faucet was nothing more than a decoration, he left. Just as Chen Dong was about to head back up to the second floor, he heard knocking and shouting from outside the supermarket. Bang bang bang. Is anyone there? Please open the door, there are zombies chasing me. Chen Dong walked to the supermarket door and peered through a narrow gap, discovering a woman standing outside. He found her remarkably attractive, though he lacked the eloquence to lavish her with poetic praises. Rating this woman a perfect score said it all. Chen Dong had seen many women, but she managed to captivate his attention like no other. Her beauty alone ranked her above all the women he had encountered. Who are you? Chen Dong shouted from inside without immediately opening the door. Xiaoyanshi's face was etched with anxiety and pleading as she cried out. Young sir, I have been stranded outside for a day without any supplies. Please let me in. I would gladly serve you in every way, she pleaded. Chen Dong furrowed his brows. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a wooden plank from his backpack and opened the supermarket door. Thank you, young sir. The woman murmured as she hurried inside, grateful. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had often been pursued by zombies, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. Seeing a kindred spirit had given her a spark of safety, yet at that very moment Chen Dong struck suddenly. Before the woman could react, Chen Dong delivered a fierce backhand to her neck, knocking her unconscious. Then he swiftly closed the supermarket door and carried her upstairs after binding her with rope. The human heart remains inscrutable. In a post-apocalyptic world, caution towards strangers is never excessive, for misplacing one's trust may cost a life. The woman gradually regained consciousness, her neck still throbbing with pain. As she reached to soothe the ache, she realized she was securely bound by ropes. You're awake. Chen Dong, munching on a piece of bread, approached her. Panic flashed in her eyes as she struggled desperately. What do you intend to do? Don't you realize this is a crime? She protested. Chen Dong responded with a derisive laugh, for in this chaotic world the notion of legality meant little. It seemed almost laughable. Crouching down, Chen Dong placed his right hand on her and smiled. There's no other way. I cannot be sure of your virtue, so I must bind you first, and then see how honest your heart is. Startled by the sudden grip, the woman's eyes twitched slightly as she retorted angrily, you bastard. If you have the nerve to release me, I'll make sure you feel every bit of your own conscience. Chen Dong suppressed his expression, stood up, and stated coldly, you a mere captive dare to bargain with me. Are you overestimating your own charm? Frankly speaking, once I bind you, a forceful encounter is inevitable. What can you do about it? The woman bit her lip in silence, fully aware that Chen Dong's words were grim reality. Seated on a sofa, Chen Dong lit a cigarette before continuing, tell me your name and background, and perhaps I may spare your life. After a few minutes of silence, the woman finally broke it. My name is Xiaoyanshi. I am a doctor pursued by zombies, and I wandered here by chance. A doctor? Chen Dong mused with interest. In this apocalyptic world, having a doctor was a guarantee of survival. Moreover, under mutual consent, a formal contract could allay any doubts about loyalty. Chen Dong smiled faintly and said, follow me. You'll be well fed, and from now on you are mine. Furthermore, to ensure security, a master-servant contract was proposed. Aware of the advantage her profession afforded her, Xiaoyanshi shook her head in refusal. Chen Dong simply shrugged. There was no rush. Although there was no overt enmity between them, he was not inclined to inflict needless harm. Yet for the time being, she could not be released. Caution was paramount. Soon he retrieved a sausage from his backpack and devoured it voraciously before Xiaoyanshi. Watching the subtle movement of Xiaoyanshi's throat, Chen Dong continued eating as he remarked, I almost forgot to mention, your conscience is remarkably intact. Xiaoyanshi blushed deeply, biting her lip as anger simmered within her, wondering when any man had ever treated her so contemptuously. May ill fortune befall you in your later years, and may you sprout red hair all over. Chen Dong was determined to recruit the doctor, not through brute force, but by a blend of coercion and enticement. After finishing the sausage, Chen Dong took out a tissue from his backpack, wiped his mouth, and contentedly burped. Are you hungry? He asked. Xiaoyanshi glowered at Chen Dong, and with a trace of anger, said there's no need for you to tease me so. Chen Dong produced a bottle of water from his backpack, uncapped it, and fed it to Xiaoyanshi with sincerity, as he declared, Dr. Xia, I truly wish for you to join me. I guarantee 3 meals a day, and with me by your side your safety is assured. Thirsted from long deprivation, Xia Anqi swallowed the water hastily. The sudden coolness inside her revived her spirit. After finishing the water, she let out a gentle laugh and asked, "Young sir, is this your gesture of sincerity?" Chen Dong, looking bewildered, smiled and replied, "How so? Isn't giving you water the utmost expression of my sincerity?" Chen Dong retorted. Xia Anqi's voice trembled as she asked, "So by offering me lemon water, are you trying to make me even hungrier?" Chen Dong replied with genuine candor, "Dr. Xia, lemon water happens to be my favorite drink, and though my stock is low, I brought it for you. Your words truly chill my heart. Moreover, if you feel hungry, just nod and agree to my terms, and I will immediately treat you to a hearty meal," he continued. Xia Anqi stared at Chen Dong's smiling face, her body trembling with anger. She knew that this man was merely toying with her, coercing her into submission. "Forget it. Even if I starve or leap to my death to be devoured by zombies, I wouldn't take any of yours." Xia Anqi roared in defiance. Undeterred, Chen Dong laughed and asked, "Won't you reconsider?" With a burst of rage, Xia Anqi roared, "Get lost. It seems that Xia Anqi will not yield easily for the time being. I can only let her go hungry for a few days to see how it goes. If it doesn't work, I'll just throw her to feed the zombies." In this apocalyptic world where today is uncertain, Chen Dong has no intention of keeping a burdensome person with no value. Usually he might fantasize about her keeping him warm. But now Chen Dong only thinks about how to survive. No more thinking. Chen Dong shook his head to dispel the distractions, took off his clothes and pants, hung them on a hanger, leaving only a pair of shorts on. Xia Anqi nervously pressed her legs together and questioned, "What do you want to do?" This question seemed to be an interrogation, but her trembling voice combined with her beautiful face seemed to ignite the possessive instincts of the male species even more. Chen Dong squinted his eyes and said, "I wouldn't waste a lot of energy on combined exercises during a time of scarcity." Xia Anqi, caught off guard, blushed slightly and wanted to retort. "You?" Chen Dong lay on the sofa and pulled a blanket over himself, interrupting her words. "Save your energy. Instead of cursing, you might as well rest early." After saying this, Chen Dong closed his eyes and began to rest. Soon he fell asleep. Xia Anqi had no choice but to lie on the ground and rest. But hunger made her toss and turn, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The lemonade from earlier even made her stomach churn. The next morning, Chen Dong was awakened by the sunlight shining on his face. He stretched lazily, sat up, and turned to look at Xia Anqi, smiling lightly. "Oh, how did a giant panda end up here? Could it be that a national treasure was dragged here to participate in the apocalypse survival?" He saw Xia Anqi sitting on the ground, her face pale, eyes filled with red veins and dark circles surrounding her eyes. It was obvious that she hadn't slept a wink all night. Not having gotten any rest, Xia Anqi did not refute Chen Dong's teasing. Her mental state was very poor, making her somewhat dazed. Everything was within Chen Dong's expectations. A woman who had been hungry all day, finally replenishing her water resources only to find it was lemonade. The intense hunger would only keep her awake at night. "Are you hungry? Want some breakfast?" Chen Dong took out a sandwich and held it to Xia Anqi's mouth. The aroma of the sandwich made her stomach react with a grumble. But she still resisted her instincts, turning her head away and not looking. Chen Dong grinned and gave a thumbs up. "You've got guts." Then Chen Dong put the sandwich into his mouth. During the process, he exaggeratedly praised, "Delicious." After successfully breaking down Xia Anqi's psychological defenses for breakfast, Chen Dong opened his email. The system had timely distributed today's supplies in the email. Unlimited 9mm bullets. It turned out to be crucial ammunition, and it's unlimited. Chen Dong's heart couldn't help but race. But he quickly calmed down. After all, finding a suitable gun for the bullets is not that easy. Even though as time goes on, the trading platform will surely have suitable weapons appearing one after another. But time waits for no one. The abandoned supermarket where Chen Dong was located could be invaded by zombies at any moment. If those zombies charge into the supermarket, wouldn't that mean trouble for him? Chen Dong immediately opened the trading platform and began shopping. After a morning, although Chen Dong gained a lot, he still did not see the items he hoped for. At lunchtime, Chen Dong was eating a plate of fried rice when he suddenly stopped and sighed. "So hard." Next to him, Xia Anqi weakly said in a dry voice, "Can you eat without sighing next to me?" Chen Dong shook the plate of fried rice and said, "Sure, but it's unnecessary." Xia Anqi chose not to argue, but instead lay down obediently, closing her eyes and playing the ostrich. Chen Dong continued to talk to himself. "This fried rice is too greasy, ooh, I can't eat anymore." Suddenly, Xia Anqi heard the sound of something being thrown into the trash can and instinctively opened her eyes. Chen Dong actually dumped the fried rice into the trash can. "What are you doing?" Xia Anqi questioned angrily. After dumping the fried rice, Chen Dong turned to look at Xia Anqi and smiled. "As you can see, I've thrown away what I can't eat." Xia Anqi couldn't believe it. "You're wasting food. Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to eat? Why are you so agitated? If you want to eat, I can give you a portion, or I still have plenty." Chen Dong maintained an indifferent expression. Xia Anqi said nothing, just glared at him fiercely and continued to lie down, resting her eyes. Chen Dong looked at Xia Anqi, who was constantly swallowing saliva just from smelling the remnants of the food in the air, and secretly laughed. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Chen Dong opened the chat channel and began to browse today's chat content. After the first day's baptism, many people had adapted to the rhythm of survival in the apocalypse, with many going out to gather supplies and some even killing zombies. Of course, more people had become lunch meat in the mouths of zombies. While browsing through the history records, Chen Dong suddenly focused, staring intently at a message. ID 72727. I have a P92 pistol for trade. Is anyone interested? Private message with offers. This message sparked a flurry of discussions. ID 23452. Damn, it's crazy. While others are pulling out pistols on the second day, I only have a razor in my hand. ID 23345. So envious. Chen Dong immediately private messaged this player. Bro, is the item still available? What are your demands? Soon that player replied. The item is still here. Are you interested? I want 100 bottles of water and 100 portions of food. Any type will do. Chen Dong suppressed his excitement and calmly negotiated. Too expensive. Collecting supplies is tough right now. Oh, just ensuring I don't starve is already impressive. That pistol of yours might be out of bullets, and I would still need to specifically buy bullets. That player continued typing. How much can you offer? Chen Dong, at most 10 bottles of water and 10 pieces of bread. This time the other side waited a long time without replying. Chen Dong's heart began to race. Just as he was hesitating whether to raise the offer, he finally received a response. All right, consider it a friendship. Without a doubt, the value of this pistol was far beyond that. But given the current circumstances, survival was the most important thing. There aren't many who can offer extra food and water. He had no other choice. The other side listed that P92 on the trading interface. Once both parties confirmed the transaction was completed and supplies began to be sent from the mailbox, the seller who received water and food was quite pleased with himself. Trading a depleted handgun for such a large amount of urgently needed supplies was a bloodless profit. However, when he saw the ID of the trading partner, he was taken aback. Isn't this the rumored con artist? The seller announced this information in the chat channel, causing an uproar. Yet Chen Dong was completely unaware of this. Naturally, he did not care about any of it. Upon hearing the ding notification of an email, his hand trembled slightly as he clicked it open. Inside lay a P92 handgun quietly waiting. Upon selecting accept, a dark weapon appeared in Chen Dong's backpack. Gripping the heavy P92 handgun, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He opened the window and began firing at the zombies on the street. His accuracy was touching. However, with the support of unlimited bullets, a few zombies screamed and collapsed. The sudden gunfire startled Xia Anqi awake. She then looked at Chen Dong in shock. Seeing the fallen zombies and those surrounding them screaming, Chen Dong satisfiedly closed the window, only to realize Xia Anqi was staring at him dumbfounded. Chen Dong merely smiled, then caressed the handgun in his arms, whispering softly, finally, I don't have to be afraid anymore. At that moment, he heard that familiar voice in his mind. Experience gain 1. Experience gain 1. Experience gain 1. Experience gain 1. 96 points of experience needed to level up. Chen Dong looked at his personal panel in astonishment. He could actually level up. He just didn't know what benefits came with it. After gaining experience, Chen Dong noticed a personal information window had appeared on his interface. Clicking into it, he could clearly see his physical attributes. Level 1, 4100. Strength 10. Agility 3. Stamina abundant. Chen Dong wasn't clear on the reference standard for these stats, but for now his strength seemed to be relatively high. It might also be due to his abundant stamina. Beside the personal data, there was a note: whenever a player levels up, there will be a random distribution of value increases. The acquisition of experience depends on the number and level of zombies killed. Chen Dong retracted the personal panel, resting his chin in thought. It seems that merely hiding in this abandoned supermarket was indeed just a stopgap measure. This note mentioned zombie levels, so it's very likely that later on there would be zombies capable of invading the supermarket. This place is not safe. A strong sense of crisis dulled Chen Dong's joy from just obtaining a weapon. For self-preservation, he must take the initiative to attack, quickly level up, and enhance his physical abilities. Chen Dong opened his backpack to check his equipment. He had a P92 handgun as his main weapon, along with a military dagger, a few Molotov cocktails, smoke grenades, and some iron rods. Chen Dong was not satisfied with the quality of the gear he had. Frankly speaking, facing zombies, only the P92 handgun and Molotov cocktails would be of any use. As for the military dagger, being just an ordinary person, Chen Dong lacked the confidence to engage in close combat. One careless bite would mean certain death. After all, he had seen zombies outside the second-floor window withstand several shots before collapsing. Such physical resilience was indeed intimidating. Chen Dong climbed to the roof of the abandoned supermarket and took out his binoculars to observe the distant zombies. The view here was excellent. He wanted to snipe zombies from a safe distance to gain experience. After roughly estimating the distance, Chen Dong chose a relatively safe position and began shooting with his P92 handgun. Many zombies collapsed before they even realized what was happening, while the others, belatedly aware, turned toward Chen Dong, letting out roars. Chen Dong instinctively jumped, but then realized that these zombies seemed to only move closer to him without making any other threatening actions. These must be the lowest-level zombies, completely mindless. Chen Dong breathed a sigh of relief and continued shooting. The experience bar kept rising. Experience gained 1. 83 points of experience needed to level up. Experience gained 1. 66 points of experience needed to level up. Experience gained 1. 49 points of experience needed to level up. After a long time, Chen Dong suddenly felt a rumble in his body, as if a shackle within him had been released, making him feel light all over. Then the system voice appeared. Congratulations, player, you have leveled up. Please keep it up. Chen Dong was overjoyed and immediately opened his personal information to check the changes after leveling up. Level 20200. Strength 12. Agility 5. Stamina normal. He had gained a total of 4 points, which seems to be similar to online games. Looking at his personal panel, Chen Dong felt quite satisfied. After leveling up, he clearly felt that his speed and reaction time had improved significantly. Moreover, the handgun in his hand seemed to have become lighter. As he advanced to higher levels, engaging in close combat with zombies would not be too difficult. Even tearing a zombie apart with his bare hands was not impossible. However, at this stage, Chen Dong did not want to overthink these matters. He decided to take it one step at a time. He climbed down from the rooftop and returned to his residence on the second floor. As soon as he walked into the office, he saw Xia Anqi squirming on the floor like a caterpillar. 2 days of hunger had begun to drive her into hallucinations. Cough, cough. Chen Dong coughed. Xia Anqi jumped in surprise. At that moment, she was like a bowstring pulled tight. Even the slightest external disturbance was a strong stimulus for her. As Chen Dong took out a fragrant plate of fried rice, Xia Anqi's green eyes locked onto it. Chen Dong couldn't help but click his tongue in secret. He had only seen such a gaze in the animal kingdom among the hungry wolves desperate for food. Would you like to eat? Chen Dong helped Xia Anqi up, sitting in front of her with the fried rice. Listening to Chen Dong's tempting words, Xia Anqi did not respond, her eyes dimming slightly, even though her stomach was already growling. Just then, Chen Dong suddenly pinched Xia Anqi's cheek with his left hand, prying her mouth open. The delicate touch felt charming and stirred something within him. He stared at the spiritually exhausted, yet strikingly beautiful Xia Anqi, momentarily lost in thought. Xia Anqi, confused, said with dissatisfaction, "Are you sick?" Without replying, Chen Dong directly scooped a spoonful of fried rice and stuffed it into Xia Anqi's mouth. Reflexively, Xia Anqi chewed the fried rice, twice the aroma, almost bringing her to tears. But she quickly reacted. "You think you can make me submit?" Chen Dong continued to scoop a second spoonful of fried rice and brought it to Xia Anqi's lips. Another bite. Xia Anqi was so hungry that even though she had just been strong-willed, her mouth opened involuntarily. But the next moment, Chen Dong turned the spoon, putting the fried rice into his own mouth. Then he closed his eyes in ecstasy and said contentedly, "Oh my, it's so delicious. So fragrant." Xia Anqi was furious. "You? Are you messing with me?" Chen Dong swallowed a mouthful of fried rice and smiled, saying, "Once you've come to terms with it and followed me, won't you be able to eat whenever you want?" "Not right now." After saying this, Chen Dong ignored the trembling with anger Xia Anqi and sat back on the sofa, finishing the fried rice. The reason he let Xia Anqi have a bite of fried rice was not out of kindness. He was simply afraid that if she went too long without food, she would forget the taste. After enduring several days of hunger, tasting a mouthful of fragrant fried rice would not only fail to satisfy, but would instead cause the gastric juices to react even more quickly. It was akin to an addict. After tasting the first bite, without a second or third, it would only make them feel worse. Chen Dong hoped Xia Anqi would be in such a state. Looking at Chen Dong, who was enjoying a hearty meal on the sofa, Xia Anqi suddenly felt like crying. This man showed no mercy, only repeatedly bullying her. Chen Dong sensed Xia Anqi's gaze and looked over. Their eyes met for a moment, and Chen Dong felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't because he was shy at the sight of a beautiful woman, but recalling how he had treated Xia Anqi these past few days, he still felt a twinge of guilt despite not fully shedding his modern mindset. But he quickly reminded himself not to be soft-hearted. After all, Chen Dong knew very well that in this world, only by discarding useless kindness could one survive longer. In a chaotic world, compassion and leniency were signs of weakness. Chen Dong took out a bottle of mineral water, added some sugar, and fed it to Xia Anqi. Then, sitting beside her, the weak Xia Anqi fell directly into his arms. Chen Dong said with some emotion, "Dr. Xia, I must say you're really stubborn. I've given you such good conditions just to be my teammate, and you still refuse." Xia Anqi simply looked at him silently without saying a word. Chen Dong was at a loss for words. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a question. "Dr. Xia, if I let you go, what will you do?" Xia Anqi still didn't speak, and Chen Dong didn't bother to talk either. Thus, they sat silently on the floor with Xia Anqi bound tightly in his embrace. Suddenly, Xia Anqi said, "What's your name?" Chen Dong smiled faintly. "Chen Dong. East Chen, the east of Dongfang Hong." Xia Anqi nodded, and then said seriously, "If you let me go, the first thing you'll do is kill you, you scumbag." Chen Dong was taken aback and teased, "Dr. Xia, you can't call me a scumbag. That's for those who deceive for money and sex. I can't bear that title, especially since nothing inappropriate has happened between us. However, if you have that intention, I wouldn't mind." Xia Anqi gritted her teeth. "You scum." He'll tentatively accept that phrasing. "But if your first act is to kill me, then I definitely can't let you go now." Chen Dong moved away from Xia Anqi, responding with a hint of a smile. With his clothes off, Chen Dong lay on the sofa. "Dr. Xia, let's sleep. I don't want you to starve to death only to end up having a heart attack. I still want someone to chat with." Xia Anqi also lay down on the ground to rest. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, she immediately opened her eyes and cursed, "Shut up." The next morning, Chen Dong woke up and found that Xia Anqi had been unusually quiet. He couldn't tell if she was in deep sleep or had fainted from hunger. Chen Dong walked over and gently pinched Xia Anqi's cheek. "Dr. Xia, it's time to get up." After calling her several times, Xia Anqi still did not respond. Chen Dong muttered to himself, "She can't really be dead, right?" Then he checked her breathing by placing his hand near her nose. She was still breathing. Only then did Chen Dong feel relieved. He then leaned close to Xia Anqi's ear and said, "Dr. Xia, if you don't get up soon, I might have to give you a full body checkup." Xia Anqi, who was pretending to sleep, had no choice but to open her eyes. "Get lost." Chen Dong chuckled and took out the glucose water, saying, "Dr. Xia, while I'm not around, you need to behave yourself." Otherwise, if the zombies come and crunch you, you can't blame anyone. After finishing the water, Xianqi scoffed. Hey, I wouldn't let you off even as a ghost. Chen Dong shrugged. It doesn't matter. I am the reincarnation of Ning Saichen, specifically here to subdue female ghosts. After feeding Xianqi the water, Chen Dong began eating breakfast while as usual checking his emails to see what supplies the system had sent him today. The moment he opened the email, Chen Dong thought he had misread it. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. The supplies for the third day were actually unlimited small umbrellas. Chen Dong was both amused and exasperated. What good was this supply? Was it meant to collect water to hit zombies? After all, this thing seemed only useful for achieving a harmonious life without wanting to breed. As for using it to make balloons, that was a new play he invented as a child while sneaking around with friends in the yard using free small umbrellas from the community. Chen Dong took out a small umbrella and turned to ask Xianqi, Dr. Xia, do you know what this thing is useful for? Xianqi glanced at the small umbrella in Chen Dong's hand and her face reddened. Boring. Chen Dong remained unfazed. What I mean is, does this thing have any other uses? I will still use it for its normal purpose. Xianqi explained, the material of the small umbrella is rubber, which can serve as a bandage or an airbag. After filling it with water, it can also act as a simple aerial bomb, but it probably won't be much use against zombies. After Xianqi's suggestion, Chen Dong began to realize the strategic value of the small umbrella. Bandages were already scarce medical supplies, and if there were alternatives, it would clearly provide an additional layer of security for survival. As for the airbag, Chen Dong couldn't be sure if there would be any adverse weather or terrain later on. If it came to crossing a river, judging by the lack of any records of transport trading on the current trading platform, it wouldn't happen in the short term. Thus, using a small umbrella to make a makeshift raft would be an excellent tool for pioneering. With this in mind, Chen Dong began to feel satisfied with today's supplies. He casually placed several hundred small umbrellas on the trading platform and returned to the supermarket rooftop, leisurely killing zombies. Gained experience 1, gained experience 1, gained experience 1, gained experience 1. In his free time, Chen Dong opened the trading platform. To his surprise, the small umbrellas were surprisingly selling well. It's worth noting that his exchange conditions were all essential supplies. While eating bread, Chen Dong muttered, these people would skip meals just to indulge their impulses. Opening the chat channel, he finally understood. ID 38343. Brothers, there's a flight attendant in Dongyuan community who is trading for supplies, and she knows how to have fun. It's exciting. Oh, I almost got drained dry. What the hell? Wow. Where is it? Good brother, send a location. ID 3838. Same request. I'm just curious, no other intentions. ID 38343. Location sent 235452. Brothers who are nearby, charge in. ID 10101. Is there anyone with one? I can too, just give me food and water. Interested parties can private message me moi. The chat channel was buzzing with lively discussions. Clearly, Chen Dong's quick response with the small umbrella was thanks to their efforts. Chen Dong remained silent. He understood that in such an apocalyptic world, some people would be unable to survive and would resort to selling their bodies for resources. It was an inevitable occurrence. After all, in this environment, how much is innocence worth? Yet Chen Dong still felt a pang of discomfort. He suddenly thought of Xianqi. If Xianqi cannot survive, would she also have to rely on selling her body for resources? Chen Dong abruptly halted his unfounded associations and chuckled to himself, damn it, I can't even ensure my own survival. Why should I care so much about others? After speaking, he refocused on the zombies on the street. Gained experience 1, gained experience 1, gained experience 1. Congratulations, player leveled up, keep up the good work. Level 30, 300 strength, 15 agility, 7 stamina, hungry huh. Finally leveled up. Chen Dong shook his slightly sore arms. After battling for more than 10 hours, he had finally reached level 3, with strength increased by 3 points and agility by 2 points. He accomplished a small goal. Now feeling ravenous, it was time to eat. Chen Dong took out a pack of crispy noodles and a bottle of mineral water, replenishing his energy while browsing the trading platform. Believe it or not, he actually found something useful. A pistol silencer. This was a great item. With this, he wouldn't create too much noise when firing, greatly enhancing his safety. Upon looking at the other party's conditions, it was only 10 bottles of water. But the financially generous Chen Dong had no intention of bargaining. For him, that was a complete waste of time. Soon a pistol silencer appeared in his hand. It was installed on the muzzle, inexplicably adding a hint of murderous aura. At that moment, Chen Dong suddenly felt a sense of alertness. In his line of sight, a sneaky yellow-haired man was stealthily entering the supermarket beneath him. Due to the fact that the zombies on this street had been cleared, the man encountered no danger. Trouble. Chen Dong's gaze sharpened as he quietly descended from the rooftop, holding his pistol. Just as he reached the stairs, he heard Xianqi's cries for help from the office on the second floor. Help! Someone please save me! Xianqi shouted hoarsely. Hee, I didn't expect to come out to scavenge for supplies and run into such a beautiful woman. I've been so pent up these past few days. You're just the right release. A stranger's voice echoed from the office. Then came the sounds of rustling as pants were being removed and clothes torn. Chen Dong rushed down to the second floor, aiming his gun. Damn it, what are you doing? Behave yourself. Just as the yellow-haired man was about to force himself, a gunshot rang out behind him. Then a sharp pain shot through his left shoulder. Ow, it hurts like hell. The yellow-haired man clutched his left arm, screaming in agony. Chen Dong stood at the office door, expression icy, gripping his pistol with the barrel slightly emitting heat. You dare touch my people? Ugh. Chen Dong's voice was low as he fired another shot into the yellow-haired man's left thigh. The man wept in pain, unsure of which wound to hold, collapsing on the ground to beg for mercy. Big bro, I was wrong. I was wrong. I haven't even touched her yet, let me go. They'll be your servant. Chen Dong remained expressionless. It won't help even if you call me dad. The yellow-haired man was terrified, trembling all over. Yes, you are my grandpa. You are my ancestor. It's only natural for ancestors to discipline their descendants. Please have mercy, let me off. Hearing the yellow-haired man's frantic words, Chen Dong felt a surge of irritation. He also remembered how the yellow-haired man almost violated Xianqi. For some reason his emotions became uncontrollable. You're saying too much. Chen Dong raised his pistol and turned the yellow-haired man into a beehive. Watching the man fall to the ground in terror and disbelief, silent for a long time, Chen Dong finally snapped back to reality. Then he walked over to the panicking Xianqi and rolled his eyes. Are you okay? Xianqi burst into tears. In her life, she had never encountered such a situation. Remembering how close she had come to being assaulted, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Chen Dong remained silent until Xianqi's voice became hoarse from crying. He untied her ropes, took out a set of clean clothes, placed them beside her, and walked out of the office. Your clothes were ruined, change into the new ones. Chen Dong walked downstairs from the abandoned supermarket and collected everything from the yellow-haired man's backpack. There wasn't much of value, far worse than his own. Dressed in new clothes, Xianqi walked out of the abandoned supermarket and approached Chen Dong. He took out 10 portions of water and food from the backpack. Xianqi frowned. What do you mean by this? Chen Dong shrugged and said, I'm letting you go. But whether you live or die after this depends on your luck. Without waiting for Xianqi to respond, Chen Dong walked straight out of the abandoned supermarket. Having encountered 2 people within 3 days indicated that this place was no longer safe and more players might arrive soon. He had no choice but to leave. As for Xianqi, he couldn't concern himself too much. Leaving behind some supplies would at least allow her to survive for a few more days. That was the extent of his kindness. Chen Dong walked farther away without looking back. The next moment, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. After multiple upgrades, Chen Dong's physical abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. He could now capture even the faintest sounds that he previously couldn't hear. Looking back, Chen Dong saw a figure about 30 to 40 meters away. It was Xianqi. He put down his gun and walked back. Upon seeing Chen Dong notice her, Xianqi also began to walk back. Chen Dong couldn't quite figure out what she was up to, so he let her follow. The two maintained this pace for half a day. When they stopped for lunch at noon, Chen Dong suddenly heard Xianqi scream from behind. He hurriedly rushed back. After following for half a day, Xianqi's legs felt a bit sore. But stopping meant she would quickly be left behind, so she had no choice but to tough it out and keep up. Finally, when Chen Dong sat down to rest, Xianqi also sat down as she wished. Just as she settled down, a zombie staggered over. Xianqi had to run forward, colliding directly with Chen Dong. Chen Dong quickly shot it in the head. A few more zombies appeared, and he suppressed them with gunfire. After dealing with the zombies, Xianqi wanted to leave, but Chen Dong held her back, looking somewhat helpless. You've been following me all this way. How long do you plan to continue? Come over and have lunch together. Thus the two sat on a pile of grass, quietly eating their lunch. Chen Dong watched as Xianqi, who had previously devoured her food ravenously, now chewed slowly, and asked, Dr. Xie, you followed me for so long, what is it that you want? Today you were lucky to encounter fewer zombies. Next time if a horde shows up, I won't be able to protect you. Xianqi didn't answer directly, but asked, do the words you said before still count? What words, eh? Xianqi said, you promised that if I joined you, you would protect me and provide me with 3 meals a day. You won't go back on your word, right? Hearing this, Chen Dong chuckled. Weren't you unwilling to submit before? Now you're following me just for this. Xianqi raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit embarrassed. So does it still count? Chen Dong shrugged and issued a team-up and contract signing request to Xianqi. Of course it counts. Team-up successful. Master-servant contract signed successfully. The moment the team-up was completed, their personal information was laid bare. In the team-up system, players could view each other's location, use in-team voice chat, and teammates could selectively share some experience, and they could not harm each other. The master-servant contract added a powerful constraint on top of this. If the master dies, the servant dies. If the master lives, the servant lives. Only the master has the right to dissolve the contract. Chen Dong looked at Xianqi and said with a smile, Dr. Xie, can I hear you call me master? Xianqi shot him an annoyed glance. She couldn't bring herself to say those 2 words. After finishing their meal, the two continued on their way. They proceeded cautiously and encountered no significant danger along the way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 3 gunshots, Chen Dong had taken down 3 zombies and signaled with his hand to the back. Xianqi saw this and quickly jogged to Chen Dong's side. Chen Dong, how much further? Following Chen Dong all this way had her on edge. She even thought it would be safer to stay back at the small supermarket. But Chen Dong thought otherwise and whispered, be quiet, there are more than just these 3 zombies in this building. Keep your voice down. Even with a silencer, there was still a slight noise from the gunfire. In this eerily silent corridor, the sound was particularly noticeable. In fact, this silencer wasn't the best. Chen Dong considered it to be of subpar quality, as firing it still produced a faint sound like an air gun. Chen Dong was quite aware of his own power and equipment. The only piece of equipment he had that was worth mentioning was AP-92. With a magazine holding 15 rounds, sometimes he wouldn't even hit the target. Even though he had just taken down 3 zombies with 3 shots, the truth was that was only in a specific situation where they were not moving and were close together. It seems I need to practice my shooting more in the future. After all, bullets are unlimited. Chen Dong made a silent determination that once they arrived at the villa area and settled down, he would clear out the zombies nearby and scavenge. The reason he was guiding Xianqi through various hallways instead of taking the main road was that he had already surveyed the area with binoculars before setting out. There were too many zombies on the street, so many that just a glance would cause one's heart to race. Not to mention with the 15 rounds in his P92, even if he used them all, he might not be able to kill 2 zombies. With his current shooting skills, hitting a moving target was already a success if he could take one down. When the apocalypse first started, everyone had been teleported here and was basically in a state of confusion. Some were fearless, some were skeptical, and some panicked, running out into the streets and attracting the zombies from the buildings outside. Therefore, Chen Dong estimated that the number of zombies in the building should not be high. Moreover, given the narrowness of the corridors, even if there were large-scale hordes of zombies, they would not be able to swarm all at once. Although zombies moved at the same speed as normal people and never tired, which was quite troublesome, the narrowness of the corridor actually provided Chen Dong a certain degree of escape convenience. Chen Dong led Xianqi along the wall, inching forward, carefully listening to the sounds in the corridor. These foolish zombies would stand still when they lost their target. However, they would occasionally wander around searching for fresh flesh to consume. Chen Dong heightened his alertness, gripping his gun tightly, and signaled to Xianqi with his eyes. "Go open the door." Xianqi turned pale and trembled as she said, "I think we should just leave." Chen Dong frowned. What is wrong with this foolish woman? Why is she faltering at this moment? "Open the door, it's fine." Xianqi gritted her teeth, still looking hesitant. I can't. I'm scared. Damn it." Chen Dong was getting a bit angry. "If you don't open the door, I'll abandon you." Hearing this, Xianqi's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and rushed forward, pushing the door open. Chen Dong was startled. Has this foolish woman gone mad? Is she trying to rush in and feed the zombies? Chen Dong quickly pulled the foolish Xianqi back, and then darted out, pointing his handgun inside the room, and immediately pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Dong fired a series of bullets, turning the 2 zombies inside the room into Swiss cheese. Fortunately, at least he managed to kill the 2 zombies in the room. Chen Dong grabbed Xianqi and quickly entered the room, shutting the door behind them. He then removed the magazine and took out 9mm bullets from his backpack, loading them one by one. This was the worst part. After finishing this magazine, he had to load the bullets one by one again. Chen Dong said seriously to Xianqi, "Dr. Xia, there's something I need to clarify with you. First, we are teammates, not me carrying a dead weight. Moreover, I am the captain. Next time I tell you to do something, you just do it. Do not say things like 'I'm scared, let's go' anymore. This is not the peaceful era of the past. Your high education doctor identity is useless here. If this were not a zombie clearing operation, but us being chased by zombies, your hesitance would only lead to both of our deaths." Xianqi's face looked somewhat pale, but she knew that Chen Dong was speaking the truth. "I'm sorry, I understand now. I will listen well from now on." Chen Dong nodded, satisfied, and said, "Don't worry, I said I would protect your safety, and I won't go back on my word. I asked you to open the door because I was sure that the zombies wouldn't bite you." Xianqi nodded somewhat bashfully. Chen Dong was pleased with her obedient attitude and took out a can of luncheon meat, 2 packets of self-heating rice, and 2 pieces of fruit. Such food in today's apocalyptic world can be considered very luxurious. Xianqi couldn't help but swallow her saliva upon seeing the meal for today. "Let's eat something, or we will stay here for the night and see if we can leave this neighborhood tomorrow." Chen Dong had no intention of leaving. At night, these zombies would be very active and their senses would be sharper compared to during the day. At this time, appearing in the zombies' line of sight would attract hordes of them. Even if you weren't discovered, even a small wound would draw them like a bleeding finger in the deep sea, attracting swarms of sharks. Chen Dong opened the rice to let it heat up by itself. "Chen Dong, where exactly are we headed? I've been on edge all day, I'm terrified. If you ask me, we might as well have stayed in that small supermarket." Chen Dong smiled slightly. "What do you know?" "I don't know, won't you tell me?" Xianqi pouted and murmured. "What's so good about that small supermarket? It has nothing useful, and there are too many people, plus it's in the city. The population density in this old part of the big city is especially high. Staying there for a day or 2 is fine." Chen Dong shook his head and smiled wryly. "But think about it, what about later? If we stayed there, what if a massive zombie wave broke out one day? Then we 2 living people would probably end up as nothing but scraps." After hearing this, Xianqi's mind immediately conjured up images of a horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies that seemed endless. In an instant, her delicate little face turned pale. Even though it was an imagined image, she felt a wave of fear wash over her. She couldn't help but think that Chen Dong was very farsighted. She was not a foolish woman. Although she might be a bit timid compared to Chen Dong, she was still very sensible. Thinking of this, Xianqi suddenly felt that following Chen Dong was a very correct decision. After enjoying a hearty meal, Chen Dong took the opportunity to rest. This is the apocalypse, especially while on the move. He couldn't afford to waste even a minute of rest time. Stamina is the most crucial element for survival. Seeing this, Xianqi lay down beside Chen Dong and closed her eyes to rest. But with such a masculine man lying next to her, she just couldn't fall asleep. She even thought to herself, with such a beauty lying next to him, how could Chen Dong remain indifferent? Is my charm insufficient? Xianqi felt somewhat defeated. Before the apocalypse, she was the undisputed campus flower at the top medical school in the country, and even at the hospital where she worked she was known as a talented chief physician. How could it come to the point where even Chen Dong couldn't be attracted? Xianqi was distressed, but Chen Dong was not thinking too much. He was very clear about the difference between rationality and instinct in times like this. Thinking about such things now was tantamount to courting death. Chen Dong adapted to the apocalypse very quickly, maintaining a very regular sleep pattern and developing a good habit of light sleep. This not only ensured enough vigilance allowing him to awaken quickly in case of danger, but also ensured that his body got sufficient rest and replenishment. The next morning the vibration of his phone woke Chen Dong from his sleep. He turned over and sat up first, looking around to confirm there was no danger. Then he opened today's emails to receive the unlimited materials for the day. Cold medicine. This was very practical medical supplies. After all, in such harsh conditions many people were exposed to the elements, and catching colds and fevers was very normal. If timely treatment wasn't received it could be quite dangerous. He nudged Xianqi beside him. Chen Dong went to the balcony, took out a telescope, and looked at the situation on the street. The street was very calm, and at a glance there were hardly any zombies to be seen. However, Chen Dong was not an ordinary person and would not be deceived by the facade before him. Although there were not many zombies visible now, he had painful lessons from the past on this matter. At first Chen Dong and Xianqi walked on the street. Those cunning zombies, while not fond of the blazing sun, were not afraid of it either. Once living targets appeared on the street, they would still rush towards them madly. In the end, Chen Dong and Xianqi had to hide in a nearby residential building to escape a disaster. Xianqi rubbed her sleepy eyes looking at Chen Dong's back with a face full of resentment, muttering, "What a blockhead. Doesn't understand how to cherish a delicate flower at all." Chen Dong heard Xianqi's murmur and smiled. "All right, once we reach our destination, I'll let you sleep as much as you want." Xianqi's cheeks flushed. "Let me sleep as much as I want." Chen Dong was unaware of the ambiguity in his words and continued, "To be honest, I plan to head to the suburbs this time. Compared to the city, the population density in the suburbs is much lower. I know there is a villa area there where the population density is very low, so there won't be many zombies. Therefore, finding a villa there as a long-term safe haven will greatly improve our living standards, at least much better than a small supermarket." Xianqi pouted and murmured, "The current living standards aren't that great either." Chen Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. "Isn't this a step toward a better life? All right, stop complaining. We'll set off after breakfast." They moved cautiously, looking for a safe place to rest once evening fell. The next morning upon waking, Chen Dong checked his emails as usual. The next moment his expression darkened considerably. "Damn it, system, are you playing tricks on me?" Chen Dong looked at the new infinite resource cotton in his backpack, his face filled with confusion. "What use is cotton? This is ridiculous. I can't eat or drink it. Do you expect me to wrap a corpse with it when I die?" Chen Dong thought to himself. What's wrong? Xianqi had just woken up and seeing the change in Chen Dong's expression couldn't help but ask curiously. Chen Dong shook his head. The system gave him cotton. Oh, although it was an infinite resource, to be honest, it was more useless than chicken ribs. Chen Dong truly suspected that this was the system's twisted sense of humor designed to prank him. It was disgusting and was placed at the top of his backpack. However, Chen Dong didn't pay it much mind and decided to leave it as it was. It's nothing. He shook his head and didn't dwell on the matter. Yet he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He had hoped for some medical supplies, especially since he was with a doctor. If he could get some precious resources like medical alcohol, it would greatly ensure their survival in the apocalypse. The sky was overcast with dark clouds and distant thunder rumbled, while the winds that occasionally blew seemed to herald the arrival of severe weather. The oppressive feeling brought by the dark clouds made Chen Dong more vigilant than ever. After all, he and Xianqi were heading to the villa area, and no one knew how many zombies or malicious people awaited them there. Xianqi followed behind Chen Dong, glancing at the dark clouds in the sky, worriedly saying, "Chen Dong, it looks like it's going to rain. Do we have an umbrella? In such an environment, if we catch a cold, the consequences would be dire." Chen Dong held his gun, leading the way. Hearing Xianqi's words, he stopped in his tracks and turned to say, "We don't have an umbrella, but if you're afraid of catching a cold, I happen to have plenty of cold medicine, more than enough." Xianqi replied with a slight huff, "I'm healthy and not afraid of catching a cold. I'm just worried that if you get sick, you'll be the only one left as the nurse, anxiously waiting to be overwhelmed by a horde of zombies." Hearing Xianqi's caring words warmed Chen Dong's heart a bit. Yet he also found her contradictory nature amusing. He teased, "It's fine. Xia, doctor, you're the nurse. Just a few sips of milk from you will restore me." After Chen Dong finished speaking, he continued to walk forward. Xianqi, hearing his teasing, blushed instantly. Seeing Chen Dong walk away, she didn't dare linger too long, only stamping her foot to vent her little emotions, quickly catching up. "Hey Chen Dong, wait for me." Finally nearing the villa area, Chen Dong and Xianqi took cover in a nearby lookout tower where Chen Dong was observing the situation in the villa area through binoculars. After a long while, Chen Dong slowly lowered the binoculars and fell silent. Seeing the frown on Chen Dong's face, Xianqi initially hesitated to interrupt, but after a while, seeing he still hadn't spoken, she couldn't help but ask, "Chen Dong, is the situation in the villa area very bad?" Chen Dong finally snapped back to reality from his thoughts. He noticed Xianqi sitting beside him, her gaze filled with concern. Chen Dong patted her hand reassuringly, saying, "It's fine, but it's just that the situation differs from the previous intel. There are quite a few zombies here, even a bit more than expected, but it's not too troublesome, it just requires some arrangements. I'm thinking about how to set it up. Xianqi said seriously, Chen Dong, if the villa area is indeed too dangerous, we can choose not to go in. We can find another safe haven and return once we are better equipped. Chen Dong smiled and said, when have you seen me recklessly charge into a horde of zombies? If I said I would take you to stay in a villa, I wouldn't lie to you. But you don't let me down. Quickly adapt to survival in the apocalypse. Even if one day I'm not around, you should be able to survive well on your own. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Xianqi quickly said, don't say such ominous things. But then she mumbled, I know I'm a weak link, but I'm really scared when I see zombies. Chen Dong looked at Xianqi's guilty expression and felt a bit soft-hearted. I understand, oh, any girl would scream in fear upon encountering zombies. But Xianqi, this isn't a game. If you die, it's truly over. As your teammate, I hope you live well, and that you can become someone I can rely on. This is the last time I'll say this. From now on, it's up to you. Chen Dong gently patted Xianqi's head, saying no more. Xianqi disliked having her head touched, but Chen Dong's words stirred countless thoughts in her heart, allowing him to stroke her hair like a docile kitten. Chen Dong set his sights on the most luxurious villa in the area. He wasn't after anything else, he just liked its orientation facing south from the north. Plus it was located by the lake. It was a beautiful view. Although they were in an apocalyptic world, no one wanted their living environment to be too poor, given the conditions. Chen Dong traded some Molotov cocktails and 2 grenades on the trading platform, preparing to use them against the zombies. Additionally, he bought a crossbow for Xianqi for self-defense. Dr. Xia, we are about to enter the villa area, so you must stick close to me and follow my orders. This crossbow is for your self-defense, but don't shoot zombies carelessly and attract attention. Now you can practice with it for a bit. Xianqi took the crossbow, her gaze firm as she said, Chen Dong, don't worry, I will never hold you back. Yes, I believe you. Let me teach you how to use the crossbow. Then Chen Dong patiently guided Xianqi on how to use the crossbow. After ensuring that Xianqi had some self-defense capability, he finally felt at ease. Chen Dong said to Xianqi, alright, let's head inside now. Given the weather, it's likely to rain. Let's make this quick and settle in the big villa for the night. Xianqi smiled and said, great. I hope there's a big bed inside so we can have a good sleep. The two said little else, quickly gathered their supplies and set off towards their destination. Entering the villa area, Chen Dong led Xianqi along a small grassy path behind the villas. This path was typically used by the property management for inspections, and usually not many people walked here. However, with the zombie hordes now, Chen Dong was unsure if this path would be swarming with zombies. He approached it with a gamble in mind. After all, a frontal assault would be akin to laying out a feast for the zombies. Fortunately, this grassy path did not encounter any zombies. Just as Chen Dong and Xianqi were about to exit the grassy path, a zombie suddenly appeared at the end of the trail. Chen Dong was the closest, having been the vanguard the entire time. He was nearly face-to-face with the zombie. At that moment, Chen Dong had no time to draw his gun as the zombie lunged at him with its arms flailing. Whoosh! 2 arrows shot past Chen Dong's ears, striking directly into the zombie's mouth. The zombie burst forth with a foul liquid, collapsing onto Chen Dong. He shoved the zombie aside and gave a thumbs up to Xianqi, who was still in shock holding the crossbow. I didn't expect you, Dr. Xia, to have such impressive shooting skills. Xianqi snapped back to reality and hurriedly asked, are you alright? You scared me to death just now shooting the zombie with the crossbow, and I realized how close you were to it. I was so afraid of hitting you. But luckily you killed the zombie. Hearing Xianqi's confession, Chen Dong, who had faced the zombie heat-in, felt a chill of sweat running down his back. Thinking about the arrows that had just whizzed by his ears, he muttered to himself, that was close, just a bit too close. Almost met my end before achieving success, only to be backstabbed by a teammate. Alright, I'm fine. Let's keep going. The shelter we chose is almost here. At that moment, sounds erupted from the perimeter of the villa area. Damn it. Charge in and take over a villa. Once we're inside, the threat from the zombies will be significantly reduced. Fire arrows. Suppress the zombies' attacks, set them on fire. Chen Dong frowned, realizing that other players had also entered the villa area. But this was advantageous. They could draw the attention of the majority of the zombies. It seemed they were part of a sizable group. Chen Dong pulled Xianqi and, taking advantage of the chaos, dashed out of the grassy path towards the villa they had chosen. Along the way, a few zombies caught wind of their presence and charged at them. But before they could get close, Chen Dong used a Molotov cocktail to block them from a distance. Finally, he threw a grenade into the zombie horde. With a loud bang, the zombie horde sustained heavy casualties, and the two successfully ran into the lakefront villa. The commotion they caused also attracted the attention of the group outside the villa area. What the hell? There are players in here too. He even has a grenade. What's so surprising about that? Don't we have a grenade too? He can't have many, you, I estimate only one. Damn it, and I wanted to keep that grenade. Looks like that's out of the question. Soon the sound of another grenade exploding echoed. As Chen Dong and Xianqi entered the villa and closed the door, they saw several zombies on the first floor. Without waiting for the zombies to react, Chen Dong pulled out his P92 and started shooting. With Xianqi also firing wildly beside him, they quickly cleared out the few zombies in the villa. The reason Chen Dong had been so reckless in using his limited Molotov cocktails and even a grenade outside, without wanting to pull out his P92, was the fear of alerting the other group. After all, while Molotov cocktails and grenades were precious, they could still be purchased on the trading platform, while firearms were still regarded as treasures and no one was willing to sell them. After clearing out the zombies, Chen Dong and Xianqi confirmed their long-term shelter. Meanwhile, a window popped up on Chen Dong's interface. Dear player, it has been detected that this shelter is unclaimed. Would you like to take over? Yes, no. Chen Dong clicked on the yes option. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Dong felt that the villa had now become the property of their team. Villa area shelter, a place for players to rest which can be upgraded with blueprints later used to evade zombie waves and challenges between players. Chen Dong turned to Xianqi and smiled, saying, Dr. Xia, we can stay in this villa for quite a while now. You can think of it as our home in this apocalyptic world. Seeing Xianqi's relieved and joyful laugh, Chen Dong also eased out of the battle mode. Indeed, having a shelter in a world filled with zombies was a luxurious thing. After wandering around the villa, Chen Dong walked to the balcony on the second floor. The group that had charged in from the front, though they successfully entered the villa area, suffered heavy losses. It was clear they had depleted a lot of resources. After all, almost half of the zombies in the villa area had run over to their side. In another villa, a young man reported to a middle-aged man sitting on a luxurious leather sofa. Brother Jiang, we suffered heavy losses this time. Half of our brothers are dead. More importantly, our combat supplies are gone, leaving only some melee weapons. Jiang Kai listened to the report, his face darkening as he slammed his hand on the marble coffee table. Damn it. It's all because the intel was wrong, saying there were few zombies in the villa area. We foolishly launched a frontal attack, and now most of the zombies in the villa area have come at us. Now it's true that there are fewer zombies in the villa area. Damn it. Just as he was fuming and cursing loudly, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, followed by a thunderous crash. Bang. The black clouds finally could not bear the burden, and a torrential rain poured down, making the air damp and cold with a sudden drop in temperature. The chat channel exploded. User 382334. Damn it. I thought the rain would provide water, but instead I got a bucket of water that turned out to be acid rain. Not only that, but touching the acid rain burns me. It hurts like hell. User 345345. I was just about to collect some water, but whatever, I'll collect it anyway. If there ever comes a day when there's no water, boiled acid rain is sweeter than spring water. Number 35233. I feel a bit cold now. How long will this rain last? If tomorrow I freeze to death in the wild. Number 233333. My little broken house is drafty on all sides. I can't stand it anymore. I feel like I'm already catching a cold. Chen Dong looked at the sky through the glass, and there was no sign of the heavy rain stopping. Earlier, someone in the chat channel complained that it might rain tomorrow, and Chen Dong thought this was not impossible. Yawn. Sitting on the sofa in the villa's living room, Xianqi sneezed. She rubbed her goosebumps on her arms to warm herself. Chen Dong sat down next to her and asked, Are you feeling cold? Xianqi nodded honestly. It is a bit cold. The temperature dropped too quickly, and I'm a bit unprepared for it. Indeed, even the upgraded Chen Dong could feel a hint of chill, let alone Xianqi, who had not yet upgraded and was still a delicate woman. I need to find something to keep warm. Chen Dong thought about whether to start a fire for warmth. Suddenly, he remembered today's unlimited supplies. How convenient. Cotton can be used to make quilts. Though it can't make a very warm and sturdy quilt, stuffing fabric with cotton is not difficult for Chen Dong at all. Moreover, there is plenty of cotton if one quilt is not warm enough, two will do. While browsing the trading platform for fabric and needles, Chen Dong said to Xianqi, Wait a moment, he'll perform a little magic for you. Soon he took out the materials he had gathered to make the quilt. Xianqi looked at the cotton and fabric scattered on the ground, her face filled with astonishment. Chen Dong, how do you have cotton? Chen Dong smiled and said, Of course I exchanged it on the trading platform. Dr. Xia, if you want to make the quilt faster, help me sew the fabric together. I'm not used to using the embroidery needle. Xianqi nodded quickly. I am good at this. With the needle, thread, and fabric, Xianqi made several quilt covers in no time. This level of work was nothing for her, who came from a medical background. Soon Chen Dong and Xianqi were able to cover themselves with the quilt as they wished. Chen Dong took out steaming food and warm coffee from his backpack, curled up in the quilt with something to eat and drink, feeling as if he were on a weekend vacation. Regardless of the wind and rain outside the villa, many players were shivering from the cold, but all of this was irrelevant to them. After eating and drinking enough, Xianqi snuggled in the quilt, blissfully murmuring, So comfortable. Chen Dong leaned in and asked, Where is it comfortable? Suddenly feeling the strong breath of a man nearby, Xianqi's ears turned slightly red. She tucked her head deeper into the quilt and pouted, You stink, Chen Dong, stop teasing me. Chen Dong laughed heartily, ruffling Xianqi's hair. Unlike the caution and ruthlessness sought during battles, Chen Dong hoped to relax during non-combat times, to joke around with Xianqi freely and to have someone to chat with. He felt that if he kept his battle nerves taut, he wouldn't last long. Xianqi also realized that after just a few days of life and death escape, she had become somewhat dependent on Chen Dong. Sometimes when she found that Chen Dong was not around, she felt uneasy. Thinking back to her initial intention to assassinate Chen Dong, but now following him shamelessly, she couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. But she knew that her choice was the right one. By Chen Dong's side, she found the sense of security that was lacking in this apocalyptic world. At that moment, Xianqi suddenly had a thought. Biting her lip, her expression conflicted and hesitant for a long time, she suddenly looked up and asked, Chen Dong, how about you come to my room tonight? Chen Dong was startled. Having been single since birth, a beautiful woman actually took the initiative to approach him. Chen Dong's mind went blank for a moment, and he blurted out, No way. Women will only slow my gun-drawing speed. Don't even think about touching me, not even in thought. Xianqi was stunned. She didn't expect that after being so proactive as a girl, Chen Dong would refuse her without mercy. And she stood up, angrily huffed, wrapped herself in the quilt, and stomped upstairs, slamming the door with a bang. At that moment, Chen Dong's mind resumed functioning, and he regretted it immensely. Damn it. Was my brain kicked by a donkey? He could only comfort himself with the thought that they had just arrived at the villa area, and the crisis was not yet over. Thinking about matters between men and women was not appropriate. Looking at the players in the chat channel still complaining about the weather and the cold, Chen Dong gritted his teeth and murmured, "If I'm not happy, you all shouldn't be either." Then Chen Dong used the system screenshot function to take a picture of himself lying on a luxurious sofa wrapped in a quilt. Number 10086. Huh. Why don't you all have quilts? I thought everyone had one. Attached image. Number 878732. Number 45432. Ah. Damn. How could there be such a thing as quilts? Number 99923. 10086. If you have the guts, send me your coordinates. I guarantee I won't kill you. Number 10086. Hehe. I just happen to have a few extra quilts. Do you want them? I've put them up on the trading platform. While talking in the chat channel, Chen Dong also listed the quilts on the trading platform. However, the trading conditions were harsh, only accepting combat supplies. This was akin to a sky-high price. Because combat supplies required large amounts of food and water for trade, and exchanging for quilts also required a lot of combat supplies, not many could afford it. After the quilts were listed, the chat channel was full of condemnation towards Chen Dong. Number 93849. What a person. You might as well go rob someone trading so many supplies for a broken quilt. Number 10086. You don't have to trade. Ew, I won't freeze anyway. But just a warm reminder, it looks like this rain won't stop anytime soon. Number 77777. Let's boycott. Let's make sure he can't sell it, and save it for New Year. Number 85842. Right. Even if I freeze to death outside, I will never buy that broken quilt. Number 34341. How come a quilt was sold? Number 552. I'm really sorry, but the quilt is genuinely warm. Brothers continue to boycott. Oh, I'm leaving now. Seeing the shift in the crowd's attack on number 552, Chen Dong nearly laughed out loud. Although he attracted a lot of envy in the chat channel, he still successfully traded out several quilts in exchange for a large amount of combat supplies. Immediately after, Chen Dong listed some cold medicine and shouted in the chat channel, "Brothers, I just listed some cold medicine at affordable prices. If you need it, hurry up and grab it. You don't want to drag your sick body into a fight with zombies, do you?" This time the chat channel did not vigorously condemn Chen Dong like last time. The players were not foolish, they understood the importance of cold medicine very well. Many players who were already somewhat sick looked at the cold medicine that still required combat supplies for exchange. Although they secretly complained, they still had to grit their teeth and trade. Chen Dong's saying holds true: no one wishes to battle zombies while burdened by illness. Cold medicine may be expensive, but if one has no life left, then those supplies are merely left for future players to scavenge. Soon the cold medicine was swept away. Chen Dong's backpack was filled with a plethora of combat supplies, including crossbow bolts, bows, daggers, and hand axes. There were even people trading with grenades, which Chen Dong hadn't expected. In the chat channel, some individuals were still throwing harsh words at him. ID 10,000. 10086. The mountain doesn't turn, but the water does. Ew, just wait. ID 10010. Once I recover from this cold, I will surely scatter your ashes. 10,086. As Chen Dong was focused on organizing his combat supplies, he chuckled softly upon seeing the harsh words in the chat channel. ID 10086. I'll be waiting, smile emoji. After sending the message, Chen Dong closed the chat channel, no longer paying it any mind. I have enough Molotov cocktails, 10 grenades, iron animal traps, and quite a few crossbow bolts. Should I apply some rust for a tetanus enchantment? Chen Dong finished tallying his combat supplies. At that moment, he realized that he had the strength of an entire team. At least compared to another team in the villa area, given enough time to prepare, taking out the opposing team wouldn't be an issue. Just as Chen Dong was about to close the system and rest, an advertisement popped up on the trading platform. Extra. The trading platform showcased a golden level blueprint barrier wall. This blueprint is the first golden level blueprint on this trading platform. Chen Dong's heart instantly surged with excitement. It was as if someone had presented a pillow right when he was yawning. While he was still worried about how to evade the zombies' invasion in the villa area, this was a solution. With this barrier wall, he wouldn't have to worry about that issue. Chen Dong immediately clicked on the trading platform, found that golden level blueprint, and murmured to himself, "This time I must have it." The appearance of this golden level blueprint shocked the entire chat channel of the apocalyptic world. They hadn't expected that just a week after arriving in this apocalyptic world, someone had already begun to find golden level supplies. Not to mention gold, even silver is rare. Usually it's bronze level. In the chat channel, many were extremely envious. ID 546262. How is this possible? This must be a scam. I've never seen anyone with luck this overwhelming. How could it be? How could it be? I feel so envious. ID 15424. Yeah, how could anyone have such a good item? A barrier wall. If a shelter is found, activating the wall would be wonderful. What are zombies? I can simply block them outside. ID 345345. Damn. He set up the auction procedure. Is he really going to sell it? But the price is exorbitant, starting with a bidding requirement of 1,000 essential supplies with increments of 50 supplies each time. I can't afford it. Amidst the cries of despair, many groups were still eyeing this barrier wall blueprint. They had already searched for a refuge, and the appearance of this blueprint was quite timely. In another villa area, a brawny man with his upper body bare was eagerly eyeing this blueprint on the trading platform, revealing an excited expression. Barrier wall, I'm going for it. Whoever dares to compete with me, I'll take them down. Saying this, the muscular man put on his clothes, went downstairs to gather his companions, and began collecting supplies in preparation for the auction. In a signal station, many people surrounded a handsome man quietly waiting for his orders. Young Master Zhou, as long as you give the command, we will immediately go gather resources and participate in the auction. Or find that player. A man dressed entirely in black whispered simultaneously, making a throat-cutting gesture. The handsome man waved his hand and took a sip of red wine. No need, this golden blueprint is definitely not just our faction that covets it. It's impossible to target the seller, as the system's protection in this regard is quite thorough. Moreover, I Zhou Shujian am not someone who resorts to unscrupulous means to achieve my goals. Old Ma, prepare the supplies and participate in the bidding. The man in black beside Zhou Shujian bowed respectfully and said, understood, young Master Zhou. I will gather the brothers and start preparing supplies for the auction, fully supporting you in obtaining the golden blueprint. Zhou Shujian chuckled coldly, his expression filled with confidence. He possessed a wealth of life supplies. He didn't believe anyone could surpass him. Those commoners in the chaos outside are probably still worrying about their next meal. Who could compete with him? Jiang Kai, who was in the same villa area as Chen Dong, was also eyeing this golden level blueprint. Although the number of zombies in their villa area was now quite low, he had already noticed Chen Dong's trail. If other players came, he was not confident he could stop them. But if they had the barrier wall blueprint, then all problems would cease to exist. Their team could withstand the possible zombie tide that might appear later, and also fend off the covetous eyes of many players. However, having just experienced a fierce battle, they simply did not have enough supplies to participate in the bidding. Jiang Kai angrily pounded the marble coffee table. Under a large tree in the wild, Qian Boudoir, wearing glasses, was sorrowfully staring at the now empty supplies in his backpack. All that remained was a golden-level blueprint barrier wall. He felt a bit helpless. It was not that he wanted to sell this golden-level blueprint, but rather that he had no choice. I hope more people participate in the auction to drive up the price, so I can survive a few more days. Qian Boudoir pushed up his glasses, waiting for the auction to begin. Soon the auction house of the trading platform opened. This was a special auction held for this golden-level blueprint. According to the trading platform's rules, only those with golden-level supplies could participate in the auction. And now only the barrier wall was unique. The few factions eligible to participate in the auction had already gathered their resources with all their might, determined to acquire the golden-level blueprint. After all, for them this item is of great importance. In the chat channel, the golden-level wall blueprint also attracted many lone wolf survivors. ID 46543. Who do you think will end up buying this golden-level blueprint? ID 254318. I don't know about others, but we have a team in the East District led by someone called Niu Ziqiang, claiming to be the largest group in the East District. They just occupied the villa area, and I believe they will definitely participate in the auction with a high probability of success. Number 45538. Speaking of large factions, we must mention Zhou Shujian from our southern district. Young Master Zhou is noble-hearted and compassionate, never harming fellow survivors, and has gathered numerous destitute players who lack supplies. Within mere days, through his brilliant strategy, he seized a signal station shelter in our district, a feat of extraordinary prowess. I believe young Master Zhou can truly rise to greatness. In number 451,846, could it be possible? That number 10086 seems remarkably capable. Do you think he'll join the auction? In number 10,010, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even with vast reserves, number 10086 could never afford such an exorbitant bid. After all, others command entire factions, whereas, as far as anyone knows, he stands utterly alone, wealth rivaling an empire. Don't be absurd. If he wins the auction, I'll eat zombie flesh on the spot. In number 10,000 exactly. What insignificant wretch is number 10086? At best, he's profited from trading blankets, yet he dares dream of bidding for a gold-tier blueprint. Ha ha ha, don't make us laugh. He'd be hard-pressed to gather even 100 units of essential survival supplies just to qualify. NAS murmurs swirled among the crowd. The auction commenced. Niu Ziqiang, Zhou Shujian, and others submitted their auction deposits, alongside several shadowy unnamed powers, including Chen Dong. When Chen Dong entered the auction interface, he was startled to find over a dozen bidders. And clearly the scarcity implied in the chat channel was false. Many possessed sufficient resources to participate. The apocalypse had lasted less than a week, yet survivors were already banding together for mutual survival. It was also plausible that others too held staggering stockpiles. Yet Chen Dong swiftly dismissed this second possibility. Ni's abundance stemmed solely from his infinite system, a boon unlikely to be replicated by anyone else. Esteemed bidders, welcome to the Apocalypse Trading Auction House. May you secure your most desired items. To raise your bid, simply click the bid increment panel on your interface. At the highest bid, the auctioneer will count down 3 seconds. If no further bids are placed, the gavel falls, sealing the sale. All survival supplies owned by participating bidders shall be converted into standardized survival units. 1 500 milliliter bottle of drinking water or 1 250-gram portion of food equals 1 unit. Insufficient food may be compensated with double the volume of water. Conversely, insufficient water may be offset with double the weight of food. Chen Dong waited in silent anticipation, as did all others. Every soul sharpened their focus to its utmost edge. Lot 1 Gold Tier Blueprint. Fortified Perimeter Wall. In starting bid 100 survival units. Minimum increment 10 units. In auction house commission 2 of final sale price. Bidder 1 raised their paddle. In the virtual auctioneer's mechanical voice intoned Bidder 1, 100 survival units. And shortly thereafter Bidder 3 raised their paddle. And the auctioneer continued Bidder 3, 110 survival units. In Chen Dong Bidder 8, he remained silent, observing as the price for this gold tier blueprint surged relentlessly, swiftly breaching the 200-unit threshold. And judging by its momentum, it appeared poised to soar toward 300 units. In Bidder 9 raised their paddle, the first to bid exactly 300 survival units. The auctioneer announced Bidder 9, 300 survival units. And instantly lone survivors across the public channel erupted in astonishment. Whoa, 300 survival units. That's 300 bottles of water and 300 food rations, 150 kilograms of grain. How long could that sustain a person? My heavens, 300 bottles of water and 150 kilograms of food. This is no ordinary survivor. This is a tycoon. And I recognize Bidder 9, he's Niu Ziqiang. Good grief, what an awe-inspiring magnate. Where on earth did he amass such staggering reserves? In Bidder 9, send a message in the Bidder-only chat, this gold tier blueprint belongs to me, Niu Ziqiang. Let any dare challenge me. And if you walk away with it today, I'll raise your home to dust and tear you limb from limb. In Bidder 5 raised their paddle, ignoring Niu Ziqiang's threat outright. In 310 survival units. In the auctioneer's voice chimed Bidder 5, 310 survival units. In Bidder 5 added in the Bidder chat, who is Niu Ziqiang? I hold no interest in knowing. As for this gold tier blueprint, I Zhou Shujian am equally determined. Regrettably, I cannot yield. And upon revealing his identity, Bidder 5 ignited another wave of astonishment across the public channel. In no way, it's young Master Zhou. And young Master Zhou is the most renowned scion of wealth in our region. No wonder he commands over 300 survival units. Truly astonishing. And young Master Zhou, I wish to serve as your underling. Even a scrap of food would suffice. And you to hell. Do you imagine anyone can simply declare themselves young Master Zhou's underling? Look at yourself. Young Master Zhou, I'm strong. I'll work for you without rest. In Zhou Shujian, fully aware of the public channel's adulation, reveled in the admiration, savoring the envy of countless eyes. He was born to claim the finest, and no rival could stand against him, nor did he believe any could ever surpass him, especially not in wealth. Niu Ziqiang fired back in the Bidder chat, your bold Zhou Shujian, consider this grudge sealed. Zhou Shujian replied instantly, Mr. Niu insists on directing this grievance toward me. I have no defense. Yet I am no pliant target. Come forth if you dare. NAS for the gold tier blueprint. The highest bidder shall prevail. Two men now openly named clashed fiercely within the Bidder chat. Chen Dong glanced at these two familiar names. They were the very figures recently lauded in the public channel, rising stars commanding widespread attention. And like the other bidders, he felt no urge to join the fray, merely watched impassive as the required survival units climbed ever higher. Perhaps the price had grown too steep, or perhaps some bidders awaited a final decisive move, but the bidding for the fortified perimeter wall plateaued at 350 survival units. The final bid came from Zhou Shujian, and though expected, it still evoked awe. The sheer abundance of resources commanded by his faction left no doubt. The virtual auctioneer's voice resonated, Bidder 5, 350 survival units. Are there any further bids? Inside his villain, Niu Ziqiang roared in fury. Ni's faction could no longer sustain additional expenditures. Further bidding risked jeopardizing their very survival. The auctioneer intoned once more, no further bids received. 350, first. Zhou Shujian revealed a hint of a disdainful smile. He was the renowned young Master Zhou. Was there anything he desired that he could not obtain? What was this Niziqiang? What garbage? It was not worth mentioning at all. Zhou Shujian even felt like laughing out loud. He reveled in the feeling of looking down upon all beings. He was the supreme overlord. However, at that moment, the voice of the virtual auctioneer rang out. Buyer no. 8 bids, 400 units of living supplies. It was Chen Dong who made his move at the last moment. What? Zhou Shujian was taken aback. He did not expect someone to wait until the final moment to scoop up the deal. Moreover, he bid for 50 units of living supplies right off the bat. At this time, almost all survivors were extremely protective of their own supplies. These were essential for their survival. Not only Zhou Shujian, but even the people in the public channel were in an uproar. Who is this buyer? No. 8. He actually bids 400 units of living supplies. Damn, that's so extravagant. 400 units of living supplies, and how long can this last me? This is an invisible tycoon. Who knows who this tycoon is? I want to be his woman. Hell, little flirt, what makes you think you can compete with my looks? You? Want to be a tycoon's woman? That's just a dream. I am the tycoon's woman. Buyer no. 8. If you can see this, please private message me. Ooh, I am quite good looking. You up there, just get lost. How dare you say you are pretty? Buyer no. 8. Look at me. I used to have 500,000 followers as an internet celebrity. I can be your lover. I can do any position. More like 500,000 zombie followers. Zhou Shujian clenched his fists tightly and stared at the screen, his face contorted with fury. Damn it, who is this person daring to snatch what Zhou Shujian has his eyes on? Is he crazy? Well, I don't believe you really have that many supplies. Competing in wealth, Zhou Shujian has never feared anyone. Zhou Shujian directly bid 450 units of living supplies. He refused to believe that this mysterious buyer it could still raise the price. This move once again blew up the entire public channel. Wow, Zhou Shujian actually added another 50 units. This is too extravagant. The owner of this blueprint must be overjoyed. Player 5 bids 450 units of living supplies. Chen Dong looked at the price increase above entirely unfazed. He had nothing else, but he had plenty of mineral water. While others were miserly about every unit of supplies, he didn't care at all. Playing against him was like ignoring a father-in-law, unaware of the greatness before him. Increase the bid. 500 units of living supplies. Buyer 8 bids 500 units of living supplies. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the numbers on the screen, their breathing becoming heavy and labored. Though it was just a simple 3-digit number, the food it represented was enough to drive anyone mad. What? He is still increasing the bid. Who is this tycoon? How come I have never heard of this character in our midst? This is simply incredible. Does he own a production factory? He can't possibly be the owner of a factory, can he? This is too amazing. I bet when he was teleported here he was in a food factory or a drinking water factory. Impossible. In this world, items were mostly unusable, and gathering supplies could only be done by opening supply boxes. Moreover, everyone knew that the higher the level of the supply box, the more zombies there would be. The more supplies there were, the harder they were to obtain. Zhou Shujian also stared wide-eyed at the numbers on the screen in disbelief. How is this possible? 500 units of supplies, and so effortlessly. Who on earth are you? Zhou Shujian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, no matter who you are, you cannot snatch things from Zhou Shujian. This is what Zhou Shujian has set his sights on, and no one can take it from me." Zhou Shujian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Raise the bid. 550 units." At these words, a man in black beside him suddenly panicked. "Young Master Zhou, our living supplies are not enough. If we continue to raise the bid, our most basic living will be at stake." "Yes, young Master Zhou, we cannot continue. Otherwise, we will have to go out and fight those terrifying zombies for supplies, and we will have to go to places swarming with zombies. It's not worth the risk. Who knows when we will gather enough materials for the golden blueprint." "Young Master Zhou, think it over. We can go hungry, but you with your precious life must not go hungry. If we can't find enough supplies, we are all doomed." Zhou Shujian roared, "Get lost. I don't believe he has that many supplies. No one can snatch things from me, Zhou Shujian." Player 5 bids 550 units of essential living supplies. Chen Dong frowned. This Zhou Shujian had quite a fortune being able to gather so many supplies. It seemed he was not to be underestimated. However, it would be like this. Chen Dong casually raised his bid again. Buyer 8 bids 600 units of living supplies. What? 600 units of living supplies? This is just 2. This time the entire channel fell silent. They were all deeply shocked. It was only a few days in, and someone actually managed to gather so many supplies. Who on earth was this person? Moreover, he raised the bid without any hesitation. Even Zhou Shujian had to hesitate for a while before raising his bid. In contrast, this buyer 8 almost followed Zhou Shujian's bid immediately. Whatever Zhou Shujian raised, he raised as well, not caring at all about the minimum bid of 10 units. It was as if in his eyes these supplies were merely trifles. Zhou Shujian's eyes were bloodshot, filled with unwillingness. He did not want to give up like this. However, when he raised the bid again, he was actually notified that his supplies were insufficient. Zhou Shujian stared intensely at the screen before him. "I want to see who you are." This time Zhou Shujian did not raise his bid alongside Chen Dong. His living supplies were insufficient. He was truly powerless. The virtual auctioneer began to prompt, "Buyer 8 bids 600 units of living supplies. Do other buyers wish to bid?" After a while the auctioneer spoke again. "If there are no other buyers raising their bids, may I proceed to the countdown phase?" 600 units of living supplies, first time. 600 units of living supplies, second time. 600 units of living supplies, third time. With a slap of the auction gavel, the transaction was complete. Chen Dong became the recipient of the golden level blueprint barricade wall. Since there was only one item for auction at this auction house, once the first auction item was concluded, the auction came to an end and the buyers began to exit the auction room one after another. The auction concluded smoothly, and congratulations to player number 10086 for successfully bidding and obtaining the golden level blueprint barrier wall. The chat channel fell silent, and then someone began to speak. Number 132423, by the way, someone just said that 10,086 wasn't participating in the auction. I just killed a zombie, and it's still steaming. If you want to eat, I can send you the coordinates. Number 51542, incredible, I didn't expect 10086 to have so many supplies. 600 portions. I can't even afford the tip, that's terrifying. Number 456755, who knows where 10,086 lives. I would risk my life to find him. Ooh, I want to be his little brother. In the chat channel, most discussions revolved around Chen Dong's terrifying strength. To be able to produce so many essential supplies for the auction, he must have even more in stock. Qian didn't have much, but looking at the enormous amount of supplies in his backpack, he suddenly burst into mad laughter. With so many supplies, he could live for a very long time. He needed to find a place to hide and slowly enjoy so many supplies alone. In the apocalypse, humanity is the most terrifying. Innocent people can suffer because of their riches. He had seen people snatch food and water from other survivors, even to the point of harming them. Thus, he dared not flaunt so many supplies in front of others. At this moment, Chen Dong was opening his email, receiving the golden level blueprint for the barrier wall. He glanced at the materials required. Barrier wall. Barrier wall blueprint 11. Wood 20,300. Steel 66,300. Cement 3,300. Water unlimited 300. These materials can be easily purchased on the trading platform. Chen Dong immediately began to shop on the trading platform. Soon he gathered all the materials and opened the barrier wall blueprint. Dear player, would you like to create the barrier wall? Yes, no. Clicking yes, the barrier wall blueprint before Chen Dong vanished into thin air. A loud noise followed, startling Xianxi on the second floor of the villa. Outside the villa where Chen Dong and the others were located, a tall wall rose up, reaching the second floor of the villa. Its thickness was such that even if Chen Dong stretched out his arms, he might not be able to touch its edge. Golden item barrier wall constructed. Chen Dong looked at the newly constructed barrier wall with great satisfaction. Xianxi, astonished, came downstairs and said, "Is this the golden level blueprint?" As Chen Dong's teammate, Xianxi naturally knew his number. She had also been paying attention to the chat channel, understanding the strategic significance of this golden level blueprint. This meant that their long-term refuge would become an unassailable fortress in a short time. After constructing the refuge, Chen Dong decided to head to the zombie gathering area outside to search for supplies, leaving Xianxi to guard the safe villa. The reason for taking such risks was that he felt immense pressure. Everyone's strength was rapidly increasing and more advanced supplies would gradually appear. Only by quickly staying ahead of others could he survive longer in this apocalypse. Of course, there was another reason: his marksmanship was too poor. He had to quickly improve his shooting skills. Fortunately, he had the P92 pistol now along with a silencer, so he didn't need to fear being surrounded by too many zombies. Leaving Xianxi in the villa ensured her safety. After returning, he would reward her with some experience. Although she played the role of a doctor in the team, her strength could not be too weak. Chen Dong immediately shared his plan with Xianxi. Xianxi nodded obediently. "Be careful, come back immediately if anything seems off. I'll wait for you at home, and I will practice with the crossbow." With the heavy rain pouring down, Chen Dong put on the raincoat he had just scavenged. After bidding farewell to Xianxi, he rushed towards the zombie gathering area outside. Earlier, while quietly observing the chat channel, he had learned some information. In his villa area, there was a natural barrier of zombies with the adjacent street blocking traffic between the areas, making it difficult to break through in a short time. Of course, once supplies became more abundant later on, the barriers between areas would not pose a significant obstacle. Chen Dong was heading toward that isolated area. He didn't know how long he walked, but when the rain stopped, he saw the street. Chen Dong quietly climbed up a residential building and used his handgun to deal with two zombies taking over a residential room. The residential room was not tall. From the second floor, he could overlook the scattered zombies on the street. The stench of rotting flesh downstairs made Chen Dong feel nauseous. Putting on a mask, he felt somewhat better. Yet the eerie cries of zombies were incessant. Chen Dong raised his handgun, intending to resolve matters quickly. Below, the flames engulfed the zombies, and Chen Dong continued to shoot from atop the small building. This was a harvest. Although at first his marksmanship was not great, he benefited from the sheer number of zombies below. Even if he missed the aimed target, he could still hit another one if luck was on his side. This was a good opportunity to practice his shooting skills. Chen Dong's experience bar was rising rapidly. Gained experience 1, gained experience 1, gained experience 1. Congratulations player, you leveled up, keep it up. As the flames subsided, the muzzle of the gun emitted a faint smoke. Chen Dong opened his personal information. Level 40400. Strength 20. Agility 9. Stamina normal. Looking at the charred ground below, Chen Dong exhaled a breath of stale air. Then he took out a ladder, climbed down from the small building, and headed towards the next group of zombies. Chen Dong had already noticed that the area around the abandoned supermarket and villa was relatively safe. In places where supplies were scarce, there were also fewer zombies. However, after passing through one street, there should be a gathering point for zombies. Continuing along the opposite hillside from the villa area, Chen Dong killed many lone zombies in small groups. During this time, he also found several supply boxes. However, they were all of bronze level. At this point, his experience bar was already more than half full. Finding a safe small house, Chen Dong climbed onto the roof, took out his lunch, and began to replenish. After finishing his lunch, he continued heading towards the hillside. It wasn't until sunset that Chen Dong returned to the villa area. After leveling up twice in a row, he found that his stamina and endurance were vastly improved compared to before. Maintaining a steady pace while running, he realized he was already at the edge of the villa area, feeling no fatigue or breathlessness at all. When he reached the entrance of the villa area, several zombies noticed him and began to run towards him. Chen Dong shook his legs and smiled, just in time to warm up. Let me test my physical prowess against you guys and see how much I've improved. After saying that, Chen Dong charged straight at the zombies. To be safe, he still chose to deal with them one by one rather than recklessly charging into the zombie horde. Mighty Golden Leg. Chen Dong shouted the classic move from the movie, delivering a flying kick straight at the oncoming zombie. The zombie that was solidly kicked flew off, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Chen Dong was equally astonished by his own explosive power. He never expected that his strength would reach such a level. After all, the physical quality of zombies is much stronger than that of humans. This kick could keep a zombie down for quite a while before it could get back up, or if it had hit a person. Chen Dong could already envision that scene. Zombies, unlike humans, do not know fear when they see their companions being kicked away. They only continue to roar and launch attacks at Chen Dong. Come at me. Chen Dong pulled out a silver-level tang knife he had previously collected. With no technique, relying solely on his brute strength, he chopped down the zombies as easily as cutting through vegetables. For a moment, no more zombies came. Chen Dong shook off the zombie blood from the tang knife and thought, it seems that the team that entered the villa area with us has really wiped out most of the zombies. After some time, if other players catch wind of this, they will surely come to the villa area one after another. Interesting. However, Chen Dong was not too worried about whether new players would arrive at the villa area. After all, he already had the barrier wall, and by the time other new players arrived, he should be well prepared. Currently, the biggest concern was still the group living nearby. After all, they were a collective, and Chen Dong was unsure if the barrier wall could hold them back. What if they climbed over with a ladder? The barrier wouldn't stop them, would it? Chen Dong couldn't guarantee that. He thought to himself that he had to deal with the nearest threat. As long as he dealt with the immediate threat, Chen Dong was confident that by the time new players arrived at this villa area, his villa would become an impregnable stronghold. I have to find an opportunity. Chen Dong returned to his villa, confirming his identity through the barrier wall's facial recognition. Before entering, he glanced back at the villa, silently contemplating. Upon entering, Xianqi was already waiting by the door, checking around Chen Dong carefully. Chen Dong, you're finally back. Are you hurt? Chen Dong grabbed Xianqi's hand and smiled, saying, how could I get hurt so easily? I'm blessed, and I even found a magical artifact on my way out. Next, Chen Dong shared some experience points, and Xianqi directly leveled up to level 3. ID 9527, level 3, 2300 strength, 7 agility, 13 stamina, abundant. Leveled up to level 3, not bad. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. However, the most important thing right now was to ensure his own development. In a short time, she would probably fall behind him by 1 level. Perhaps when the experience requirements increased later, the two of them would have a chance to level up together. Also, it seemed that Xianqi's physical stats were not as outstanding as Chen Dong's. He wondered if it was due to the differences in physical quality between genders or some other reason. Xianqi let Chen Dong check her information panel while complaining. You have no idea how worried I was back home watching the experience bar shoot up. My heart was in my throat. Chen Dong ruffled Xianqi's hair and laughed, saying, there were indeed some twists and turns, but it was all good in the end. This wave of experience points directly led to a qualitative leap in our physical abilities, especially for you. You now have some ability to protect yourself. Xianqi realized that Chen Dong particularly liked to ruffle her hair. However, she didn't mind, she was just a bit curious. Chen Dong, why do you like messing with my hair so much? Xianqi twirled her hair shyly. Hearing this question, Chen Dong realized that he indeed had a fondness for ruffling Xianqi's hair. It felt uncontrollable, like the urge to pet a cat. Chen Dong's hand, which he had originally pulled away, continued to rest on Xianqi's head as he ruffled it, and said, what? If I don't mess with your hair, do you expect me to mess with your big conscience? Xianqi's face flushed at his words. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't take advantage of it. Chen Dong felt somewhat tempted. Before him, Xianqi's fitted clothes accentuated curves that drove a man's hormones wild. The tempting expression of wanting to welcome, yet resisting, was accompanied by her nervous fidgeting. Indeed, beautiful women are the greatest stumbling block for men. Chen Dong swallowed hard. But I want to challenge my weakness. Chen Dong suddenly embraced Xianqi, their lips meeting as the repressed hormones exploded in that instant. Anqi, do you want to take a shower? Xianqi wrapped her arms around Chen Dong's neck and sweetly said, I've washed my hair and wiped my body. At that moment, an untimely system notification popped up. Dear players, several unidentified players are approaching the barrier wall you have built. Chen Dong froze as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly waking him up. Xianqi noticed the change in Chen Dong's emotions and released her legs wrapped around his waist, standing on the floor asking with concern, what's wrong? If it weren't for the emergency, Chen Dong would never have reacted so suddenly. He exhaled deeply, his expression serious, and said, there are unidentified survivors approaching outside the wall. Oh, I need to check it out. Xianqi tidied her clothes. I'll go with you to take a look. Chen Dong took out a handgun and checked the bullets inside. He shook his head and said, you stay inside, go to the 2nd floor, and take the crossbow. If something goes wrong, support me. Xianqi also entered combat mode. She took out the crossbow, nodded at Chen Dong, and ran straight up to the 2nd floor balcony, finding a suitable spot to ambush. Chen Dong reloaded the handgun while opening the door, muttering fiercely, it's all because of you bastards, you've let the cooked duck fly away. If you don't open your eyes, don't blame me for treating you as live targets. Chen Dong shouted across the barrier wall, people outside, stop. No matter what your intentions are, if you come any closer to my shelter, don't blame me for being rude. Outside, a woman spoke in a coy tone, good brother, please open the door. I am Xiao Qian from the neighboring team, sent by the captain to discuss matters with you. Chen Dong frowned slightly. He did not expect that before he could make a move, the neighboring team would come knocking on his door. He directly declined without opening the gate, saying, if it's about teaming up, I'm not interested. Please go back. To others, teaming up would make it easier to gather supplies and deal with zombies, thus increasing their chances of survival. But to him, others were the greatest threat. Good brother, don't be so quick to refuse. Let me in first. Look at me, my backpack is empty, I have nothing. Xiao Qian voluntarily opened her backpack, as she claimed there was indeed nothing that could threaten Chen Dong's safety, which reflected the other party's sincerity. Chen Dong pondered for a moment, opened a crack in the door ready to shoot at any moment, and cautiously let Xiao Qian slip in sideways. She was a woman with a hot figure, but an ordinary appearance. Her clothes were tattered and her body was partially visible. It was unclear whether it was due to poor conditions or a deliberate attempt to seduce. Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In the past, he might have looked at someone like her a bit longer. However, after spending so many days with Xianxi, his standards had risen sharply in just a few days. Wow, is this the golden level blueprint? It seems you are 10,086. Xiao Qian said with admiration on her face. Chen Dong remained expressionless. This was exactly what he was most worried about. With the construction of the barrier wall, Jiang Kai's team would know his identity immediately. Although Chen Dong did not expect his identity to remain hidden forever, it was not the right time. If Jiang Kai and the others announced his identity in the chat channel, he who was still unprepared would be at a disadvantage. After all, everyone knew he had a lot of resources, and it was likely someone would harbor ulterior motives. Chen Dong's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled coldly. What's this? Is your team only interested in my identity? Oh brother, don't be so distant. Perhaps we still have a chance to become teammates. Aren't you going to invite me inside to sit for a while? Xiao Qian giggled, covering her mouth. Chen Dong squinted at Xiao Qian, unsure of her intentions for the moment. However, he still smiled and said, guests are welcomed. Since your team has shown sincerity, I won't be stingy. Come in. In another village, Jiang Kai and the others received a message from Xiao Qian in the team channel. They had successfully entered the 10086 shelter and began to scout the situation. Xiao Qian successfully entered Chen Dong's villa. Just as she reported, she came with a mission to probe into Chen Dong's true capabilities. They could not possibly be unaware of 10,080 SIX's extravagant expenditure of 600 essentials to purchase the golden level blueprint. It was known that they had also considered the barrier wall. Unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. When they saw Chen Dong establish the barrier wall, they already knew his identity. He was the elusive player numbered 10,086. Jiang Kai's subordinates had once advised him to treat Chen Dong's information as intelligence and sell it to those factions or players interested in him and the golden level blueprint. But this idea was directly vetoed by him. He even scolded that fool and then revealed his own plan. Jiang Kai planned to send someone to probe into Chen Dong's true capabilities. Then he would devour this big fat sheep himself. He clearly saw that only Chen Dong and Xianxi had entered the villa. This indicated that there were only 2 people with Chen Dong. Meanwhile, his side had as many as 8 people. Although Chen Dong had abundant resources, 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. As long as they understood the layout inside Chen Dong's villa, when the opportunity arose, they could quietly climb over the barrier wall and easily capture the 2. By that time, they would no longer have to worry about resources. Such a plan was simply flawless. Thus, the night before, Jiang Kai called Xiao Qian. First, he exchanged pleasantries. Xiao Qian, how has Brother Jiang treated you? Xiao Qian replied seductively, Brother Jiang treats me the best. It was Brother Jiang who rescued me from the zombies, and it was Brother Jiang who provided me with food and drink. Xiao Qian will follow Brother Jiang for life. Brother Jiang laughed heartily. Then he said slowly, Xiao Qian, tomorrow you will probe the details about 10,086, and do not carry any weapons. Once inside, you must gain the other party's trust, and if necessary, you can fulfill all his requests. Xiao Qian looked at Jiang Kai in shock. She naturally understood Jiang Kai's intention, and her expression was momentarily hesitant. Brother Jiang. Jiang Kai interrupted her directly, coldly saying, what? Do you want me to say it a second time? Xiao Qian, helpless, could only nod bitterly. Yes, Brother Jiang. Jiang Kai then turned his anger into joy, chuckling, that's my good sister. Thus the scene of Xiao Qian taking the initiative to come knocking after Chen Dong returned the next day was set. After leading Xiao Qian inside, Chen Dong first ordered Xianxi to remain still on the second-floor balcony, occupying the high ground to observe if Xiao Qian's teammates made any moves. Then he had Xiao Qian sit down in the living room. Xiao Qian, right. Let's talk while sitting. I haven't eaten yet. Do you want some fried rice and orange juice? Sure, since you're inviting me to dinner, I certainly can't refuse. Xiao Qian nodded, and Chen Dong took items out of his backpack and placed them on the dining table. As the aroma of fried rice wafted through the air, Xiao Qian couldn't help but swallow. In this apocalyptic world, she had struggled just to fill her stomach. Fried rice and orange juice were things she could only dream of. It was as if the experiences of these past few days were all illusions, and she was still the goddess held in the palm of a suitor. After eating a few bites of rice and having a glass of orange juice to moisten her throat, Chen Dong returned to the main topic. Xiao Qian, you mentioned wanting me to join your team. I'm curious, now that you know my identity, what confidence do you have to recruit me? Xiao Qian wiped her mouth, still reluctant to leave the topic, and smiled. Good brother, we have a big team of 8 people. You must have seen us eliminate the zombie horde in the villa area before. This is not something just any team can accomplish. Chen Dong nodded. I admit that your team's strength is impressive. I've seen it myself, and indeed you are strong. If it had been before, he wouldn't have had such a profound understanding of Brother Jiang's team. After listening to Xiao Qian, Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you done speaking? Xiao Qian was taken aback, unable to comprehend his expression. I'm done. At that moment, Chen Dong flashed a smile. If this is your confidence in recruiting me, then let's forget about it. You should know that since I can produce thousands of essential supplies to purchase barrier walls, and even offer precious food and drinks to entertain you, do you think I need to join your team? So don't waste your time on me. Since we are neighbors, please accept this small token of goodwill. If there's nothing else, please leave. Chen Dong took out 20 portions of essential supplies from his backpack and handed them to her. Xiao Qian stared in disbelief at the additional 20 portions in the backpack. She never expected Chen Dong to be so generous. 100 portions of supplies casually given to a stranger she had just met. Xiao Qian's eyes darted around as she moved closer to Chen Dong, intentionally rubbing against his arm with a shy expression. You're so generous it makes me feel embarrassed. How about I keep you company? Xiao Qian extended her hand, tentatively drifting downward. However, Chen Dong swiftly grabbed her hand, smiling as he said, to be honest, I'm not very interested in you, so please don't force me to lose my temper, alright? Xiao Qian looked at the smiling Chen Dong, feeling no murderous intent. Yet she had a strong feeling that if she continued to provoke him, she might truly lose her life. Embarrassed, Xiao Qian retracted her hand and sat up straight. Please don't be angry, I was just joking with you. Chen Dong moved her hand away and chuckled. It's nothing, please leave. I hope we can be harmonious neighbors. After sending Xiao Qian outside the wall, Chen Dong called for Xianqi to come downstairs. Xianqi looked puzzled and asked, Chen Dong, why did you give them supplies? Even if we have plenty of supplies, we shouldn't waste them like this. Chen Dong chuckled lightly. You don't understand. Do you believe that by tomorrow at the latest, or even tonight, their team will definitely not be able to restrain themselves and will come after us? Xianqi exclaimed, then mumbled. If you give them supplies, doesn't that further expose our supply reserves and make them want to plunder us even more? Or do you want them to be well fed before they attack us? I want to give them supplies. Chen Dong anticipated Xianqi's doubts and patiently explained, previously when they saw that only the two of us managed to acquire a gold-level blueprint, they must have had some ulterior motives, but since they weren't sure of our specific situation, they didn't dare to act rashly. Today sending this woman over was a pretense to recruit us, but the real purpose was to probe our situation. By giving them supplies and letting them know we have plenty, which will tempt them, and we can set a trap to catch them unawares. Moreover, I can be certain that they have not exposed my information, they see us as their prey, and will not let others interfere. Xianqi understood everything and asked, what do you plan to do? Chen Dong took out combat supplies from his backpack. Molotov cocktails, iron animal traps, a large number of crossbow bolts, daggers, an AP-92 pistol. After organizing everything, Chen Dong said, I plan to set various traps inside the wall and wait for them to come, leaving them no escape. Daring to covet us, they truly must be tired of living. Xianqi smiled as she observed Chen Dong, who seemed to have everything under control. So is there anything you need my help with? Chen Dong handed her a few animal traps and instructed, since Dr. Xie has volunteered, take these traps and place them in the corners, covering them with something. This will be an appetizer for them. Xianqi accepted them obediently, saying, alright, I'll go set them up now. After speaking, she went to the villa yard and carefully arranged them in the corners. On the other side, Xiao Qian had returned to her shelter, handed in the supplies, and informed Jiang Kai of the intelligence she gathered. Jiang Kai sat in the center of the villa's living room on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes shining with fiery excitement. He never expected that this 10,086 would possess so many supplies. It seems he has a solid foundation and has had no survival issues after participating in the auction. Jiang Kai could hardly contain his restless heart, wanting to raid tonight and seize all of Chen Dong's supplies, including that gold-level barrier wall. Sensing his thoughts, one of his henchmen spoke up, Boss, don't hesitate. You heard the intel Xiao Qian just shared. The supplies from this 10,086 are definitely enough for our team to eat well for a long time. And if we wait a few more days, who knows when other teams might show up in our villa area? Other teammates chimed in. Yes, boss. Just the supplies he gave us amount to 20 portions. He must have at least several hundred more. Xiao Qian added, Jiang, good time is of the essence. Oh, let's act tonight while it's dark and windy. Take advantage of the fact that 10086 has let their guard down, and we can catch them off guard. Jiang Kai slammed a crossbow bolt on the table and said fiercely, let's do it. Tonight we'll take down the lair of 10,086. Everyone began to cheer. Boss is mighty. Jiang Kai also started to fantasize about the victory awaiting them that night, laughing uproariously. Chen Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the traps set up both inside and outside the villa yard, hands on his hips, and coldly said, this time, let's be the farmers waiting to catch the rabbit. The night in the apocalyptic world seemed to arrive much faster than in the real world. The survivors reflected on their luck for having lived another day. When night fell, what terrified the survivors the most was not the zombie attacks, but the survivors beside them. No one could guarantee that apart from their own teammates, there wouldn't be other survivors lurking in the shadows. Even among the same team of survivors, it was not uncommon for someone to unhesitatingly abandon their companions in the face of life-threatening danger. The shelter in the villa district where Chen Dong resided was eerily quiet, as if everything were asleep, with only the faint sounds of Chen Dong and Xianqi's breathing echoing in the room. Inside the walled enclosure, there were no candles or firewood lit for illumination. The two of them were quietly lying in ambush in the living room on the first floor, waiting to see if any uninvited guests would arrive tonight. Xianqi, relying on the moonlight, gently tugged at Chen Dong beside her and whispered, Chen Dong, do you really think they will come to ambush us tonight? It has been quite some time. Chen Dong rubbed his ear, which felt a bit itchy from the warm breath exhaled by Xianqi, and similarly lowered his voice, saying, wait, we must stay alert these next few days, they will come sooner or later. However, I am also taking a gamble, wondering if they will be impatient enough to strike tonight and walk right into our trap. Jiang Kai's team was already preparing for battle, just as Chen Dong had anticipated. Jiang Kai loaded his crossbow and distributed the other cold weapons. Make sure you all gear up, take your preferred weapons, and let's take down the enemy tonight. The other teammates laughed and joked, seemingly confident that victory was assured in the upcoming battle. Big brother, we have so many people. Let's charge into 10,080 SIXS house all at once. It's late at night, they must be resting. Ooh, let's catch them off guard. The others nodded in agreement while polishing their weapons. Yes, this time 10086 will definitely fall into our hands. Calling him so brazenly, we can't be blamed for being ruthless. Jiang Kai waved his hand, signaling his teammates to stop discussing these matters. Then he licked his lips. Let's save those talks for after we finish the job. Now let's move out, all of you keep quiet, and don't cause any trouble. Everyone nodded and murmured, yes, big brother, we will not let you down. Jiang Kai nodded in satisfaction. That's the best. Let's go. Under the cover of night, Jiang Kai led a few men silently to the side of Chen Dong's villa, preparing to scale the barrier wall and attack Chen Dong. Inside the villa, Chen Dong received a system alert and said softly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. They were already at the edge of the barrier wall. Due to their lack of intelligence about the barrier wall, Jiang Kai and the others were unaware that after the wall was built, if unfamiliar survivors approached, the system could send alerts to the wall's owner, even though it couldn't stop them. Thus, at the very moment, Chen Dong had already received the information about their actions. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai and the others remained oblivious, thinking their plan was flawless. At this moment, they leaned against the corner of the wall, taking out the prepared long ladder and rope. These were props specially prepared for this operation, exchanged for the limited daily necessities. At the time, Jiang Kai felt a pinch in his heart. But thinking that one must take risks to achieve results, he made the tough decision to purchase them. After setting up 3 long ladders against the barrier wall, Jiang Kai signaled 3 subordinates to climb up first and scout the situation on the other side. The 3 men quickly climbed the ladder, moving carefully to avoid making noise. They reached the top of the barrier wall and surveyed the villa. Due to the height of the wall, the villa was shrouded in darkness. However, it appeared that there were no defenses. The 3 of them signaled an okay gesture to the others outside the wall. Jiang Kai and the others below nodded. Then the 3 of them threw down the rope and carefully descended the wall, sliding into the villa courtyard. As they had anticipated, the villa was eerily quiet, and 10086 had let down their guard with no protective measures in place. They must have thought that having a barrier wall was enough to ensure their safety. Jiang Kai's team consisted of 8 people. After excluding the 3 who went ahead to scout, the remaining 5 climbed up to the top of the barrier wall and retrieved the ladders. Then the 3 teammates who had been transported into the courtyard via the system tossed their backpacks over. Jiang Kai and the others above gently caught them without making a sound. Soon, all 8 members were in Chen Dong's villa courtyard. Jiang Kai couldn't help but chuckle to himself, realizing Chen Dong's vigilance was surprisingly low. The barrier wall could keep out zombies, but for survivors who could use various resources and tools, it was practically useless. How could they possibly stop them without setting traps in the courtyard? How ridiculous. Jiang Kai waved his right hand, making a gesture to move forward. All of them cautiously made their way into the villa. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly came from behind. Jiang Kai instinctively tried to cover the person's mouth, but turned around to find them clutching their right leg. Blood gushed from their right leg, where a glistening iron animal trap was tightly clamped. Meanwhile, another subordinate let out a startled cry. Jiang, go look. It's 10086. Jiang Kai glanced at the direction his teammate was pointing. On the balcony of the 2nd floor of the villa stood Chen Dong. In the moonlight, he could vaguely see Chen Dong's expression. That calm and composed demeanor, as if orchestrating everything, made Jiang Kai's heart race with alarm. Not good. Retreat quickly. Jiang Kai's heart sank. He had thought that Chen Dong was careless and that he could easily manipulate him. Little did he know he had walked into a trap, and Chen Dong had been waiting for him. Just as he finished speaking, a strong smell of gasoline suddenly wafted around. Then came the sounds of explosions. Molotov cocktails shattered surrounding them in the courtyard like a perfect square. The intense flames left them with no room to maneuver, forcing them to huddle together. As the flames rose, Jiang Kai and the others in the courtyard finally saw Chen Dong's face. Chen Dong stood on the balcony of the 2nd floor of the villa, looking like the master of the house, smiling, as he said, "Everyone, since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave." Jiang Kai, furious, took the initiative and drew his crossbow to start shooting. Chen Dong retreated from the balcony, no longer giving him a chance to aim. Several teammates in Jiang Kai's team, who had the capability for long-range combat, were closely watching the situation outside, looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, the next scene instantly shattered their psychological defenses. Through the flames, a teammate suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground. The people nearby rushed forward to help him up, but found a bullet-sized hole in his head. Chen Dong had a gun. Crack. Another gunshot. Yet another underling collapsed motionless. The rest trembled in terror, turning to Jiang Kai with frantic urgency. "Brother, what do we do? Brother, say something." But Chen Dong granted them no time. One teammate after another fell, until only Jiang Kai remained. Jiang Kai, despairing, raised his crossbow and shrieked half-mad, 10086, "If you're a man, step out." Hiding his cowardice. In reply, a bullet struck his leg. Excruciating pain nearly wrenched the crossbow from his grip. Perhaps out of perverse courtesy, Chen Dong then shattered the weapon in his hand. Only then did he emerge slowly from the courtyard. Chen Dong regarded Jiang Kai as one might regard a rat trapped in a mousetrap. helpless, exposed entirely at his mercy. Bang! Chen Dong fired again, this time striking Jiang Kai's hand as it crept toward a fallen comrade's crossbow. Then he watched impassive as the man cried out in agony. Jiang Kai, defiant to the end, or perhaps resigned to his fate, spat venom. Damn you. Kill me and be done with it. No more dawdling. Chen Dong smiled. He lowered his gun and said, accusing others before they've acted. That's a clever trick. But let's be clear, you came for me with ill intent. I merely defended myself. Jiang Kai snorted, spat blood, and growled. I misjudged you. I've lost. Grant me a swift end. Chen Dong arched a brow. Really? Won't you try persuading me? Perhaps I'd spare you. Jiang Kai threw back his head and laughed, a hollow, ragged sound. 10,086. If I begged, would you truly let me live? Chen Dong smiled, two revealing teeth gleaming white from disciplined care. No, I wouldn't. To cut the grass, but leave the roots, is to invite spring's return. To release a tiger back into the mountains is folly, not wisdom. Chen Dong raised his P-92, aiming squarely at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, his lips trembled faintly. Though he knew survival was impossible, death still stirred primal fear within him. Crack. After the gunshot, Jiang Kai remained alive. He opened his eyes in bewildered disbelief, staring at Chen Dong, while an irrepressible, feverish hope surged inside him. Could it be he intended to spare him? At that moment, Chen Dong offered a shy, almost apologetic smile, and fired again. This time the bullet struck his forehead. Sorry, my aim slipped just now. Shit. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock as he crumpled to the ground, dead yet unblinking. Under ordinary circumstances, greater caution would have spared them this fate. Yet insatiable greed clouded their judgment, leading them straight into Chen Dong's hastily laid trap. And so they paid with their lives. Chen Dong stripped the corpses of their meager supplies and cast the bodies beyond the outer barrier wall. By dawn, the diligent zombie cleanup crew would erase all traces. With this imminent threat finally eliminated, Chen Dong exhaled deeply, then returned to his room and sank into the soft embrace of his large bed. At last, the thorn in my heart has been pulled. He shut his eyes and slept, deeply securely, for the first time in ages. Waking naturally, he had no intention of venturing out for supplies today. The surrounding villa district could no longer meet their needs. To acquire higher-grade supplies, they'd need to brave zones teeming with far denser hordes of zombies. Fortune favors the bold, and this passive ambush had cost Chen Dong dearly in combat resources. Though he possessed limitless water to barter for food or ammunition, the bottleneck lay elsewhere. The number of trading platforms simply couldn't keep pace with his consumption. Chen Dong scoured trading platforms relentlessly during every spare moment, even delegated part of the task to Xianqi, who remained safely at home scanning listings. Yet results remained disappointing. It was precisely this shortage of combat supplies that forced him to postpone further expeditions. After all, the P-92 lacked sustained firepower. 15 rounds per magazine demanded frequent reloading. Against overwhelming hordes, such limitations spelled vulnerability. A single bite meant certain death. At this thought, Chen Dong felt a flicker of longing. If only the system someday granted him infinite AK-47s or infinite Molotov cocktails, then true ascendancy would begin. The notion of infinite supplies suddenly reminded him today's allocation was due. He hurriedly opened his inbox, where the system's scheduled delivery awaited unlimited provisions. Red wine. Chen Dong withdrew the bottle and stared at the foreign script on its label, bewildered. He was after all linguistically inept in English, able to decipher only a handful of words. What quality might this vintage possess? He retrieved a plain glass tumbler from his pack, and with a swift, precise twist, snapped the bottle open. Its clean, razor-straight fracture bore testament to his uncanny speed. He lifted the glass to his nose. Even unaerated, unawakened by air, the wine's deep, resonant aroma filled his senses. Drinking feels incomplete. Cradling the stem, he swirled the crimson liquid, gently murmuring to himself. Then, revelation. From his pack, he produced several portions of braised chicken feet. Exactly, no drink is complete without accompaniments. A pity there's no spicy peanuts, but this will do. Chen Dong snapped a photo of the wine and chicken feet arranged neatly on a low table, and posted it to the chat channel. User 10086, red wine with chicken feet. Still feels off. Beer would perfect it, and spicy peanuts, absolutely. Anyone who's scavenged these items, list them on the platform. Photo attached. The moment those words appeared, the chat channel erupted. In this era, even basic staples were rationed. Many endured hunger between meals. Luxuries like beer or spicy peanuts were near mythical. If anyone did possess them, they'd long since consumed them as vital sustenance. Survival, after all, trumped indulgence. Chen Dong's post wasn't mere sharing, it was provocation. A flaunting of opulence amid universal scarcity. Much like his earlier display of a woolen blanket and gold blueprint schematics, it ignited fury across the network. User 10,10086. You've crossed a line. We're starving, and you parade decadence. What's your motive? User 10010. Exactly. Eat if you wish, but don't broadcast it. You're eroding morale. User 12306. Precisely. I'm starving to death. 10,086. Show mercy. Send me supplies, and I'll sing your praises. User 193844. Yes. Proving you're full means nothing. Dare you share? Feed us, and we'll honor you forever. Chen Dong watched the wave of condemnation and the subtle creeping moral coercion with quiet amusement. User 10086. Fine. Call me Dad, and you'll receive one supply pack. Otherwise stay silent. I post as I please. Dislike it. Don't look, or go gather supplies yourself. Heh. Blame your own inertia, not me. He had no intention of entertaining those attempting moral leverage. His worldview had shifted irrevocably. Moral coercion. Apologies, but as long as I stand atop the moral high ground, your attempts cannot bind me. Number 10010-10086. You are too arrogant. Number 89454. Dad, can you give me some water? Number 453643. Damn, seeing 10086 living so comfortably makes me really envious. Number 894759. Have you guys noticed this wine seems to be Romanicani? Among the many condemning messages about Chen Dong, a survivor suddenly popped up recognizing the red wine in Chen Dong's photo. You should know even Chen Dong couldn't recognize it himself. But that's quite normal, he had little knowledge of red wine. Number 10010. What Romanicani? Can you say something that others can understand? Number 894759. Romanicani is a top French wine, very expensive. Number 345634. Damn, how expensive can one bottle of wine be? Can it be more expensive than Matai? Number 894759. If you're comparing a 30-year or 50-year Matai, then it would naturally be much more expensive than Romanicani, but if you're comparing some 10 or 8-year Matai, Romanicani could buy you several bottles. The chat channel erupted in chaos. They had not expected that the bottle of red wine Chen Dong drank was such a precious top-tier wine. Chen Dong was also quite surprised. He never expected the system would give him such a valuable, unlimited supply of red wine. If he were in the current world, it could be said that his worth would skyrocket overnight, ensuring a lifetime of comfort. Unfortunately, in the apocalyptic world, Romanicani was just an ordinary wine. Here no one would indulge in the laughable wine market. Chen Dong looked at the French text on the wine bottle, feeling both amused and exasperated. So it's not in English. It seems my image as a poor English speaker remains intact. Number 345634. 10086. Are you selling wine? I really miss having a good drink. I haven't had any for so many days. If you're willing, the price is negotiable. Number 345654. Goodness. Wine worth tens of thousands, upper class. At this moment, Zhou Shujian, who had previous interactions with Chen Dong, was also watching the chat channel. He was holding a wine glass filled with slightly inferior red wine, enjoying the upper-class experience of drinking top-tier wine. In the past, Romanicani would have seemed unremarkable to him. But in this apocalyptic world, he could only afford to drink one bottle of inferior wine a day. He had originally comforted himself thinking that at least he could still drink red wine, which was already a rare enjoyment. Countless people had to risk their lives every day just to gather essential supplies. But upon seeing the picture Chen Dong posted, he lost his composure. Zhou Shujian angrily threw his glass away, and the red wine splashed against the wall with a loud smack. Why? Why does this 10086 have so many resources to buy a fortified wall? Why can he still drink Romanicani in the apocalyptic world? Proud as he was, Zhou Shujian couldn't bring himself to ask Chen Dong to sell him wine. The thought of it only made him angrier. Number 10086. Exchange for resources. Anyone wanting wine or chicken feet can come to me. Ooh, I only need combat supplies. Number 10010. Laughing to death. Do you think it's like last time with the blankets? That was due to unavoidable weather conditions, and I had no choice but to be taken advantage of. Wine, chicken feet. These are just trivial living supplies. How can they be exchanged for combat supplies? Number 10086. So you poor folks shouldn't join the fun. I intend to sell to survivors with abundant resources who want to improve their quality of life. I'm sorry, but you don't seem to be in my target market. Number 10010. 10,086. Bye. Number 10086. All those asterisks mean you can't type properly. With your level, you should redo 9 years of compulsory education. Chen Dong fully utilized his proactive nature, using phrases he once employed to argue with keyboard warriors online, continuing to apply them on number 10010. That wasn't the end of it. Chen Dong also filmed a video taking a big circle around his villa. In the end, he even held the red wine facing the camera below his neck. Brothers, I finished this glass of wine, and you can do as you please. After uploading this video, the chat channel exploded again. The legendary 10,086 actually revealed his true identity. Many people still thought that the legendary 10086 was some middle-aged muscular man with a beard who remained silent. This matched their impression of a survivor and a great figure in the apocalyptic world. But unexpectedly, from the voice, 10086 turned out to be a young man. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, 10086 was so sharp-tongued in the chat channel and always played with puns, making it more likely that he was a young person. Chen Dong ignored the other survivors' insignificant threats in the chat channel and felt a headache from the numerous private messages. Just a moment ago, many survivors sent private messages secretly. Some sought to buy red wine from him, while others wanted chicken feet. But all complained about the price, hoping for a discount. More were just some freeloaders. These freeloaders sent messages filled with righteous phrases asking Chen Dong to give them some supplies. This way they would accumulate merits for Chen Dong, and they would also pray for him. Chen Dong mostly ignored these freeloaders. I'm already in an apocalyptic world, and you're still lecturing me about accumulating merits. Thinking about how to survive is the priority. However, one message caught Chen Dong's attention. Are you Chen Dong? I'm Tian Xiaoyu. Chen Dong naturally recognized Tian Xiaoyu, and he was even quite familiar with her. After all, she was the renowned campus belle, with suitors filling the entire cafeteria. Countless boys must have dreamed of her, causing the dormitory's toilet paper to always run out. Chen Dong could at least chat with her a bit and share some jokes. But he was self-aware and didn't entertain unrealistic thoughts. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways and gradually lost contact. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Chen Dong reminisced. After coming to his senses, he sent a message not denying his identity. Xiaoyu, you are amazing to guess me. Yes, I am Chen Dong. This was the first time he encountered someone he knew, and Chen Dong felt a bit dazed. He was also curious about how Tian Xiaoyu, whom he hadn't seen for 2 years, could be so certain that the person in the video, without showing his face, was him. Xiaoyu, how did you recognize me? I didn't show my face. Do you have X-ray vision? I'm scared. You must have seen me so many times during our 4 years in college. The chat box showed that Tian Xiaoyu was typing a message. Soon she sent a string of text. Of course I recognized your voice. Did you forget that I always said your voice was nice in college? This is indeed true. The only merit that Chen Dong possesses is his voice. Back in college, he was one of the top 10 singers. Upon arriving on campus, he won a legion of admirers after participating in the campus singing competition for the first time. Chen Dong sent another message. Tian to Campus Flower, how did you end up in this doomsday game too? How are things on your end? Tian Xiaoyu replied, I'm doing all right for now, barely managing to fill my stomach. But the supplies aren't plentiful either. By the way, guess who I ran into here? Chen Dong pondered as he read the message, wondering if he had encountered an old acquaintance. Moreover, if they were playing riddles, it must be a classmate or teacher from his university days. Who is it? With so many classmates in our class, I can't guess. If I go one by one, I might be guessing until dark. Tian Xiaoyu sent a laughing emoji, and then said, I'm not teasing you anymore, I'll just say it. Zhang Ziheo from our class, do you remember him? I'm currently teaming up with him. Upon seeing these words, Chen Dong's expression darkened. He naturally remembered this wealthy, second-generation student from their class. Zhang Ziheo was a local from Chen Dong's university and was notorious for being a rich young master. Additionally, he lived in the same dormitory as Chen Dong, giving Chen Dong his first glimpse into the lifestyle of the affluent. Luxury items were casually discarded and female companions came one after another without repetition. Chen Dong's parents had passed away early, and he was raised solely by his grandfather. After entering university, his grandfather passed away, and his living expenses and tuition were primarily maintained through part-time work and student loans. Fortunately, Chen Dong was sharp-witted and resourceful. The money he earned from working allowed him to lead a relatively decent university life. However, the conflict between the two stemmed from money. Chen Dong clearly remembered it was a hot evening in the second semester of his sophomore year. As usual, the dormitory was quiet with only Chen Dong left studying while the others had gone to the largest bar in the area with Zhang Ziheo. When Zhang Ziheo and the others returned, Chen Dong greeted everyone with a smile, as usual. Then he continued studying. However, that night was anything but calm. Zhang Ziheo was rummaging through his bed and wardrobe, unable to find his watch. Before going out to party, he had intended to wear his royal oak watch to attract some quality girls. But due to time constraints, he left without searching thoroughly. Therefore, when Zhang Ziheo came back from the party, he wanted to quickly find it for next time. However, he discovered that he couldn't find it at all. Strange, where did my watch go? Zhang Ziheo cursed, and the other roommates crowded around him. One roommate, who was particularly close to Zhang Ziheo, said, what's wrong? Zhang, your watch is missing. That watch must be worth at least several $100,000. The other roommates chimed in. Zhang, why don't you look for it properly? You're sure to find it. It couldn't have been stolen, right? Suddenly the dorm grew eerily quiet at this remark. Zhang Ziheo slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Dong, who was sitting at a nearby desk furrowing his brows. Chen Dong, you were the only one in the dorm earlier. Do you know where my watch went? Upon hearing this, Chen Dong frowned. The implication of his words was that his missing watch was somehow related to him. Chen Dong put down his book and calmly said, I've been in the dorm the whole time and no one else came in. You should look for it properly. If you can't find it in the dorm, could it be that you lost it? Zhang Ziheo scoffed and said slowly, my watch has always been at school. I wore it to class yesterday. You say no one came into the dorm. I think you are the one who stole it. Chen Dong stood up slightly angry. Zhang Ziheo, what do you mean? Zhang Ziheo was unyielding in the face of Chen Dong's questioning. What do I mean? I mean exactly that. Oh, I suspect you stole my watch. On what basis do you accuse me of stealing your watch? Just because I'm alone in the dorm. Zhang Ziheo's facade was torn, cursing loudly. Who in our class doesn't know you're the poorest among us? Seeing my nice watch, you couldn't hold back, could you? Chen Dong was so angry that his lips trembled in disbelief. So after being roommates for 2 years, this is how you all see me? The other roommates fell silent, seemingly confirming Chen Dong's suspicions. Chen Dong felt a bit bitter. Clearly he had treated himself to a special cup of milk tea today to reward himself for a day of hard work, yet his mouth felt bitter. Seeing that Chen Dong was silent, Zhang Ziheo seized the opportunity and continued to press him. Chen Dong, if you want to prove your innocence, fine. Just let us search your luggage. Chen Dong could not tolerate such humiliation and began to curse loudly. Damn you. Their argument attracted other classmates from the dorm who gathered at their door. Zhang Chen Dong isn't that kind of person. Although his family is poor, he maintains his integrity. Other classmates echoed, yeah, after 2 years, don't you all know what kind of person Chen Dong is? However, Chen Dong's other roommates sided with Zhang Ziheo. You don't understand, searching the luggage or checking his person is no big deal. If nothing is found, then it's fine. Chen Dong smiled bitterly. He never expected that those who would speak up for him would be classmates from other dorms while his own roommates were siding with Zhang Zihao. Search his person. Chen Dong believed that as long as he maintained his integrity, he had nothing to fear. The search was an insult to his character. He could not accept it. Zhang Zihao, seeing that Chen Dong was unwilling to yield, took out his phone to threaten him. Chen Dong, I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise I will call my dad and tell him about this. You have no idea how much power he has in our city. Do you believe that I can make you spend 37 days in jail? Chen Dong, furious, smiled ironically. I will say it again, I did not steal your watch. If you want to search my personal belongings, I'm sorry, but I do not agree. If you are that impressive, let the security people come to search me. Good, very good, Chen Dong. I will call my dad right now. Zhang Zihao sneered and dialed the number. Hello dad, my royal oak watch has been stolen, but he refuses to let me search him. Could you tell Uncle Wang from the security department to send some people over? Because it was on speaker, many people heard what Zhang Zihao's father said next. That royal oak watch. I was just about to tell you the nanny found your watch on the sofa in the hall today. You forgot to wear it when you came back yesterday. You are always losing things. Oh, I see. I will come back to get it tomorrow, Zhang Zihao said, his expression flat and nonchalant. Then he hung up the phone and smiled at the other classmates outside the dormitory, saying, it turns out it was just a misunderstanding. Everyone disperse now and go to bed. At that moment, Chen Dong spoke up. Zhang Zihao, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, shouldn't you say something to me? Zhang Zihao's smile suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, he walked up to Chen Dong, patted his arm with his right hand, and smiled, saying, I misunderstood you, Chen Dong. Throughout this encounter, he never uttered the words, I'm sorry, instead adopting the demeanor of a superior addressing a subordinate. It was the day after this incident that Chen Dong completed the procedures to stay off campus and moved out. This was the entanglement between the two of them. Even nearly 2 years after graduating from university, Chen Dong recalled this unpleasant memory and still felt furious. He had no good feelings towards Zhang Zihao at all. He never expected that Zhang Zihao would also enter this apocalyptic world. Moreover, he had teamed up with Tian Xiaoyu. After thinking for a moment, Chen Dong asked, so you and Zhang Zihao, I mean, are you two together now? Tian Xiaoyu quickly replied, not at all, I don't like him. It's just that in this environment, I need to find a helper. Zhang Zihao was a classmate for 4 years in university, so relatively speaking, he could be trusted a bit more. Chen Dong looked at the message from Tian Xiaoyu and inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. During their 4 years in university, Tian Xiaoyu had never had a boyfriend. Now not having given Zhang Zihao an advantage was a good piece of news. By the way, you suddenly came to find me, it's not really to reconnect, is it? We are old classmates, so please don't be distant. Tian Xiaoyu replied, you really can't hide anything from you. Indeed, I have a bit of selfishness. I want to buy some supplies from you, the price is negotiable. I'll send you my supply list, and you can see what materials you want to exchange. Chen Dong had long guessed that Tian Xiaoyu most likely came for supplies. After all, almost everyone knew he never lacked food and water. It was as if someone provided him with an unlimited supply. If Tian Xiaoyu were too demanding and simply asked for supplies, Chen Dong would definitely block her without a second thought. Since it was in exchange for supplies, he had no reason to refuse. No problem, how could I turn down business that comes to my door? Just send me the supplies you want, and he'll consider what materials to exchange. Although they were classmates, Chen Dong had no intention of letting himself suffer a loss by giving things away for free. Tian Xiaoyu quickly sent a message, really? Thank you, Chen Dong. Actually, I don't want anything else, just water and food and one blanket to avoid freezing next time it rains. Chen Dong directly agreed. None of these are problems. Just exchange some building materials like wood, rebar, and concrete with me. Compared to daily necessities, collecting building materials was not that difficult. Because in the ruined city there were materials like wood and stone everywhere. And low-level supply boxes also contained many of these materials. As long as one was willing to collect, they could generally obtain them. Now many people on the trading platform were also collecting these items to exchange for daily necessities. Tian Xiaoyu seemed a bit surprised and her message was filled with confusion. Chen Dong, isn't it too much for you to exchange your daily supplies for these building materials? Chen Dong replied, I happen to have some building blueprints, so there's no question of losing out. Everyone gets what they need. Tian Xiaoyu, thank you, Chen Dong. Chen Dong did not say much more and directly opened the trading window to complete the trade with her. After completing it, Tian Xiaoyu sent another message, received it. Happy cooperation. Chen Dong asked, can you send me your current coordinates? I want to see how far apart we are. He had always harbored deep hatred for that scoundrel Zhang Zihao. There was no opportunity before, but now it was a heaven-sent chance to deal with him sooner or later. For now, he could only let Zhang Zihao live a few more days. However, Chen Dong did not expect that Tian Xiaoyu would reply like this. I actually understand too, but compared to the others around me, Zhang Zihao is somewhat honest. If one day Zhang Zihao becomes unreliable, I will find another way. This was indeed an unexpected joy. Chen Dong thought for a moment and sent over a crossbow and several Molotov cocktails. These weapons are for you. If Zhang Zihao behaves badly, take him out without hesitation. Tian Xiaoyu was somewhat lost for words. However, she did not refuse. If one day Zhang Zihao unleashed his beastly nature, she would rather die than let him benefit. Thank you. We'll talk more later, Zhang Zihao is urging me. The two ended their conversation. Tian Xiaoyu closed the chat window instinctively, wanting to smooth her flowing long hair, which she had cut off on the first day she arrived in this apocalyptic world, only to find nothing. She rolled the ends of her hair, which only reached her earlobes, her face full of delight. Zhang Zihao approached with a not-so-pleasant expression and asked so was 10,086 Chen Dong. Tian Xiaoyu reined in her smile, nodded, and took out a piece of bread to share with him. It really was Chen Dong. I exchanged some essential supplies with him, enough to sustain us for a while. Zhang Zihao took the bread from Tian Xiaoyu's hand and began to munch on it voraciously. They hadn't eaten for a day, and if they hadn't encountered Chen Dong, they could very well have starved. After swallowing the bread, Zhang Zihao said, "Are you saying that Chen Dong still wants us to exchange supplies with him? He, a poor country bumpkin, will always be a country bumpkin, unable to shed the habit of being thrifty, scamming people over small gains. What a miser. If Chen Dong came to ask me for supplies, I wouldn't just refuse payment, I would give them to him for free." Tian Xiaoyu found it hard to tolerate Zhang Zihao's mockery. After all, Zhang Zihao was currently eating Chen Dong's food. It was a classic case of biting the hand that feeds you. Tian Xiaoyu was not interested in continuing to listen to his incessant chatter, so she stood up and said, "You eat first, I'll go see if there are any solitary zombies around." After saying that, Tian Xiaoyu walked out of the stronghold. Zhang Zihao watched her graceful silhouette and couldn't help but lick his lips. However, the thought of Tian Xiaoyu's genuine joy after chatting with Chen Dong made him quite angry. One day, Tian Xiaoyu, "Just wait, I will conquer you and let you taste the experience of being a woman." Zhang Zihao took a big bite of the bread in his hand, secretly making a resolution. As for why he didn't dare to act now, it was entirely because Tian Xiaoyu had gathered a military dagger and he didn't dare to use force. If he were to ruin everything at this point, it would be a loss. What Zhang Zihao didn't know was that Chen Dong had quietly given Tian Xiaoyu a crossbow and several Molotov cocktails. And Tian Xiaoyu was also hiding her abilities well. Naturally, Chen Dong had no idea that after trading with Tian Xiaoyu it would elicit such a strong reaction from Zhang Zihao. On the other side, Chen Dong continued to browse through the chat content in the chat channel, hoping to gather some useful intelligence. Hard work pays off. Chen Dong saw a message from someone claiming to have information about a golden grade supply box, but it required a trade of supplies. ID 353345. I have information on a golden grade supply box. Is there anyone who wants it? Private message me with your offer. The highest bidder wins, and I am honest and do not deceive. ID 343454. Who knows if it's true? Just saying it is true doesn't mean there's evidence to prove it. Anyone can make empty claims. Oh, once they scam you, they block you. This is the same trick used by scammers over a decade ago. ID 563434. Exactly, at least post a picture or take someone to see it. Otherwise, who would dare buy your information? Many people were discussing. Although this message sparked a heated debate, those willing to believe it were still few. Seemingly realizing he couldn't convince the crowd, ID 353345 quickly posted a picture. The photo showed a large warehouse, and through the glass window, golden glowing supply boxes could be seen placed in the center. However, outside were circles upon circles of zombies. ID 353345. How about now, do you believe it? I'm just trading for a coordinate in exchange for some supplies with attached image. ID 32532. It really is a golden grade supply box. I wonder what good things can be found in a golden grade supply box. ID 787754. It won't be anything too bad. Just think of the barrier walls that were auctioned off before. This stage's golden grade supplies are simply divine tools. ID 75234. So what? Do you have supplies to buy information? ID 74567. It seems that the big shots will compete again. For someone like me who only eats occasionally, it's better to just watch from the sidelines. Chen Dong was naturally very interested in such supplies. Moreover, he was one of the few survivors who could offer a high price. Only at this moment did he feel the grandeur of Wang Wanda, the richest man in Huaxia. 1 billion, a small target. Chen Dong directly private messaged ID 353345. Brother, is the information still available? Supplies are not a problem. ID 353345. I need a lot of supplies. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning my strength? Chen Dong sent another message. I said supplies are not a problem. ID 353345. Then I need 100 portions of essential supplies. Water, rice, flour, and biscuits will do. The price of this information was indeed steep. After all, this was just information. Knowing the location of a golden grade supply box did not necessarily mean it would belong to him. Previously, in auction houses, the highest bidder would win, and buying information could end up being a gamble that left one empty-handed, which was not impossible. However, Chen Dong did not hesitate for long. All right, 100 portions of essential supplies. Send me the coordinates, and tomorrow I'll go verify. If it's true, I will send you the supplies. This is 10 portions as a deposit. ID 353345 numbly opened his backpack. Looking at the 10 portions of essential supplies sent by Chen Dong, he fell into deep thought. Did I set the price a bit too low? Perhaps due to this generous offer, Chen Dong did not encounter too many obstacles in obtaining the coordinates for the golden grade supply box. Survivor ID 353345 quickly sent over the coordinates for the golden grade supply box. Chen Dong glanced at the location. It was not very close to his villa, but not too far either. Chen Dong received. Wait for me to verify the coordinates tomorrow. If the information is accurate, I will immediately send you the subsequent compensation. Cooperation is pleasant. Chen Dong needed to rest while preparing himself mentally to face the unknown dangers. Moreover, tomorrow there would be an update on infinite supplies, and he was looking forward to what he would draw, whether it could provide assistance. Chen Dong called over Xianqi and explained the situation to her. After listening, she pondered for a moment. Chen Dong, I think there's a high chance that this coordinate is a trap. There's no need to take risks. If the picture that person sent is fake or at a different location, recklessly heading to the coordinates he provided alone could really lead to trouble. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. In fact, he had also considered this direction. In this dangerous world, one cannot think too highly of others. But he still said, Anchi, what you want to say is similar to what I think. Regardless of whether the coordinate is real or not, it is 99 likely that someone will be watching me. However, the temptation of the golden grade supply box is simply too great. You also know the strategic significance of this supply. Oh, it is worth taking the risk. Xie Anchi furrowed her brow, her voice laced with concern. But it is truly too dangerous. I am so worried about you. Chen Dong smiled, took her hand, and reassured her, do not worry. If anything goes wrong, I will withdraw promptly. Moreover, when it comes to pure combat ability, I fear no one, he added. Xie Anchi sighed. It is a pity I cannot be of much help. If there were ample combat supplies and medical provisions, I would accompany you. Chen Dong smiled, and said, for now stay at home. Set up the traps I gave you around the perimeter, and hone your crossbow accuracy. Once I gather enough combat supplies outside, I will be dragging you out with me, whether you want to go or not. Xie Anchi conceded reluctantly. All right, I will behave and stay at home. After briefly planning tomorrow's actions, Chen Dong and Xie Anchi spent half a day scouring the trading platform for combat gear, Molotovs, crossbow bolts, caltrops, and the like. The next morning, Chen Dong rose early and opened the system mail. He grinned when he saw the message indicating an unlimited supply of gasoline. The supply problem that had worried him most was resolved. With gasoline, he effectively possessed an endless stock of Molotovs. Although gasoline is messier to use than ready-made Molotovs from the market, its advantage was sheer quantity. After his upgrade, Chen Dong's physique allowed him to hurl a fuel canister some 20 to 30 meters, toss it into a horde, and ignite with a shot, an inexhaustible resource. Having received the gasoline, Chen Dong felt more confident about his next moves. If there truly was a gold-tier supply crate, Chen Dong was certain that given enough time, he could wipe out a pack of zombies far more easily than the last time. Without hesitation, Chen Dong set off. After bidding Xie Anchi farewell, he found a bicycle outside and sped toward the destination. With his enhanced physical condition, he could run all day without fatigue as long as he had provisions. On the bicycle he rode even faster. It was a road bike. The coordinates for the gold-tier crate lay along an abandoned highway that could be followed straight ahead. Chen Dong tore along, recklessly matching the prowess of professional cyclists from the old world. Before long, he arrived in the vicinity of the coordinates. He panted slightly, then steadied his breath. Stowing the bicycle into his pack, Chen Dong produced binoculars and scanned the warehouse he had seen in the photos. A faint golden glimmer could indeed be seen inside. Yet the relentless howls of zombies sent a chill through him. It appeared that the coordinates provided by 353,345 were accurate. Chen Dong advanced slowly toward the warehouse, planning to seize the gold-tier crate in one sweep and then return home. For some reason, however, he felt as if someone were following him. He quickened his steps, vaulted over a boulder, and slipped behind a large tree to conceal himself. No sooner had he hidden than he heard the sound of someone landing beyond the rock. Chen Dong produced a small mirror, and through its reflection glimpsed the person tailing him, a woman with delicate features and a slight frame. By appearance, she matched the archetypal cute girl the sort many call a loli. That type might be a favorite for some, but Chen Dong had no interest in that flat-chested aesthetic. He remained partial to Xie Anchi's sultry allure. Retracting his instinctive gaze, Chen Dong regarded the woman with cool composure. He did not know which faction she represented, but it was clear she intended harm. Since you show no mercy, he thought, do not blame me for responding in kind. Seizing a moment of distraction, Chen Dong hurled 2 Molotovs at her feet. They exploded violently. The woman was forced back against the boulder surrounded by flames. She tried to return over the rock, only to discover that Chen Dong had somehow slipped behind it, doused it with gasoline, and set it alight. Trapped once more in the ring of fire, she found herself ensnared. Chen Dong held a crossbow bolt aloft and demanded loudly, "Hey, who are you? Tell me the truth." Surrounded by the flames, the woman's face contorted with displeasure. She had never expected Chen Dong to sense her pursuit and to execute such a silent ambush. Where had she slipped up? Seeing her remain silent, Chen Dong loosed an arrow. Startled, she whimpered, 10086, M353345. I was worried you might misread the coordinates, so I rushed over to clarify. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Dong rolled his eyes impatiently. Don't pretend. A flat-chested lowly like you is of no use to me. Spill everything, and I might spare you. I mean what I say. Number 353,345 ground her teeth in anger. She considered herself a cute beauty, yet Chen Dong dismissed her as a flat-chested lowly. The immediate danger erased such indignation. She quickly capitulated and said plainly, "Then I will confess freely. Promise me you will keep your word and not take my life." Chen Dong said nothing more and urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Number 353345 sighed inwardly. Clearly this 10086 was not one to be trusted by appearances. Her looks could not win his trust, so she had no choice but to tell the truth. My name is Bai Shui, and you already know my number 353,345. I sold you the coordinates hoping you would scout ahead or draw the zombies away so I could quietly reap the rewards. Even without Bai Shui's confession, Chen Dong could have guessed she intended to use him. She was the opportunist waiting to collect the spoils once the danger had passed. Unfortunately for her, she had met Chen Dong. With his abundant supplies, he could easily reverse the situation. What puzzled him was Bai Shue's audacity in daring to tail him alone. Hey Bai Shue, right? Your status shows you're in a team. Where are your teammates? Bai Shue put her hands on her head and annoyed replied, I wanted to take it all for myself, so I didn't tell the others. Chen Dong provisionally accepted the explanation. Keeping his gaze fixed on Bai Shue, he slowly moved in the direction of the warehouse. Seeing Chen Dong attempt to leave while she remained trapped in the ring of fire, Bai Shue cried out, Hey 10086, I've told you everything. Shouldn't you let me out now? Chen Dong did not stop. He called back loudly. I said I would spare you, and I meant it. I have not killed you. As for whether you escape, that will depend on your own luck. It is no longer my concern. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he turned around and ran off, leaving Bai Shue alone in the fire circle. Bai Shue, furious, scratched her head and shouted towards Chen Dong's direction, 10086. Just you wait. Chen Dong naturally heard Bai Shue's voice, but he continued running towards the warehouse containing the golden level supply box, without looking back. Chen Dong had no interest in letting go of a woman who wished to harm him. Leaving her alive to see her fate was already a mercy. Most people would likely worry about Bai Shue retaliating and would have killed her outright. However, Chen Dong chose not to act directly. But he didn't believe Bai Shue could survive in such a fire circle. As the flames spread, it was only a matter of time before she was burned to death. Chen Dong arrived at the warehouse crowded with zombies, observing the situation inside with a furrowed brow. It was a large flat warehouse with limited maneuvering space. Chen Dong glanced at the surrounding woods and made a decision. The zombies wandered aimlessly inside and outside the vast warehouse, instinctively trying to stay close to the golden level supply box. This supply box had already allowed them to feast several times. Bai Shue was not selling information for the first time. Or rather, her information was not exclusively provided to Chen Dong. Before Chen Dong, Bai Shue had interacted with many survivors in groups. However, these individuals ultimately became fodder for the zombies. Bai Shue also seized the opportunity to earn information rewards and collect supplies dropped by deceased survivors. This time she thought Chen Dong would also end up empty-handed. If she lost her life, she could take the chance to loot. Little did she expect that frequent visits to the river would eventually get her shoes wet, falling into Chen Dong's trap. Clang. The zombies outside the warehouse were attracted by the sound, growling as they approached to investigate. Immediately afterward, a loud noise sent the zombies flying. More zombies rushed out of the warehouse. The loud noise was caused by the grenade Chen Dong had thrown to attract the zombies' attention. Following that, he forcefully tossed 2 gasoline cans. When the cans flew into the zombie crowd, the Molotov cocktail tied to the gasoline exploded upon impact, igniting the gasoline cans and quickly creating a sea of flames. It wasn't that Chen Dong didn't want to use a gun to ignite the gasoline cans, but he lacked confidence in his shooting skills at the moment. Thus, tying the Molotov cocktail on was a safer option. Just as the zombies were drawn to the sea of fire, Chen Dong quietly circled around and ran into the warehouse through a window at the back. Although most stayed outside, there were still plenty of zombies around the supply box. Chen Dong was merely creating a diversion outside the warehouse. His true intention was to stealthily steal the supply box. This was undoubtedly a daring act. If it weren't for the gasoline that Chen Dong had drawn today, this plan wouldn't have been feasible. As soon as Chen Dong entered the warehouse, the inside zombies immediately noticed him and charged over. Chen Dong showed no signs of panic as he pulled out a gasoline can and opened the lid. He sprinted while holding the can, allowing the zombies to chase him closely. Chen Dong poured gasoline onto the floor, one can after another. When the entire warehouse floor was soaked with gasoline, the outside zombies finally realized there was a living person inside. The zombies began to rush back. Seeing this, Chen Dong discarded the gasoline can and took out a machete, rushing back towards the supply box, casually slashing down a few zombies. Then he touched the golden level supply box. Without even having time to see what it was, he directly stored the supply box in his backpack. Immediately afterward, he jumped out of the same window he had just entered. It seemed that the zombies became even more frantic, speeding up as they chased after him since the supply box had been taken. Chen Dong looked back at the zombies rushing towards him and pulled out the Molotov cocktail. Goodbye. Chen Dong threw the Molotov cocktail into the warehouse. As the flames erupted, igniting the gasoline on the floor, the entire warehouse quickly transformed into a massive furnace. Now the golden level supply box was firmly in his grasp. Chen Dong hurriedly left the warehouse. Before he could run far, the warehouse suddenly exploded, unleashing a wave of heat. Watching the experience bar rise, Chen Dong knew he had a chance to level up this time. Experience gained 1, experience gained 1, experience gained 1. Congratulations, survivor leveled up, keep it up. Level 5, 0, 500 strength, 20 agility, 12 stamina, normal. The 5 points were surprisingly all allocated to the underperforming agility. This was something Chen Dong had not anticipated. After the increase in stats, he even felt that he could react quickly enough to swat the mosquitoes around him. And it wasn't over, the experience continued to rise. Experience gained 1, experience gained 1, experience gained 1. Not bad, not bad. Chen Dong satisfactorily retracted his personal information panel. He then took out the golden level supply box that he had fought so hard to obtain. He wanted to see what good items he could possibly open. Gazing at the golden level supply box, which was completely distinct from the bronze and silver level boxes, he gently stroked it and murmured, "It better give me something good. Let me trade 3 minutes. No 3 days of life for a lucky draw, please." When his hand touched the lock hole of the supply box, a system interface appeared with an unlock icon. He clicked it. Chen Dong, who had opened many supply boxes, still felt a bit excited and nervous as he opened a golden level supply box for the first time. The moment it opened, he closed his eyes and kept murmuring, "Come on, come on." After about half a minute, Chen Dong slowly opened his eyes and clicked to receive the items from the supply box. Successfully opened golden level supply box, gained gasoline generator 1, gained exquisite bread 50, gained pure water 99, gained an old Jetta 1. Chen Dong was stunned. He never expected that the golden level supply box would contain a gasoline generator. What surprised him even more was that there was a car. Chen Dong took out the car from his backpack, opened the fuel tank cap, and filled it with gasoline. Then he sat in the driver's seat, adjusting his posture with some delight as he touched the steering wheel. He had been a skilled driver, having worked as a taxi driver for a while during college. Now with a car, the barriers between regions in this post-apocalyptic world seemed to matter little. Moreover, the sound produced by the car was not very loud. As long as the road was clear, even if some zombies were attracted by the noise, he could quickly leave. Compared to the convenience it brought, the associated danger could be completely ignored. Just as Chen Dong was immersed in the joy of owning a car, several zombies from the warehouse surprisingly survived and were now running towards him. Chen Dong wanted to test the car's performance and started it up directly. The engine roared to life with a deep sound. Looking at the nearby zombies, Chen Dong slowly raised the car window and snorted coldly. "Consider this your lucky day. I'm in a hurry to get home, so I won't kill you." Chen Dong released the handbrake and shifted gears in one smooth motion. Unexpectedly, the car shook violently and the engine stalled. Chen Dong cursed inside the car. "Damn, it's been so long since I drove a manual. I released the clutch too quickly." The car started again. Just as the zombies approached and began to pound on the vehicle, Chen Dong slammed the accelerator, shifting into second gear and speeding away. The zombies were relentless, continuing their pursuit. Chen Dong retraced his route along the road he had come from, gradually regaining the familiarity of driving a manual transmission. He smoothly shifted into third gear, pressing the accelerator deeper. Just as he tried to shift into fourth gear, he found he couldn't manage it. A twinge of discomfort shot through Chen Dong's jaw. It seemed the car was somewhat old, causing the gearbox gears to wear down, preventing him from shifting properly. Looking at the car's interior, he estimated it to be around 20 years old. However, it was certainly better than having no vehicle at all. He pressed the accelerator deeply, and the car could still reach a speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. Chen Dong drove past the fire circle that had surrounded Bai Shui, only to find that she had vanished. Next to him, he noticed an escape route covered by dirt. To his surprise, Bai Shui had managed to escape in such a short time. This left Chen Dong somewhat astonished. "Consider yourself lucky." After a quick glance back, Chen Dong focused on driving. He got the car onto the highway, and the speed increased once more. He left the pursuing zombies far behind, who remained there howling. Chen Dong was very satisfied with his gains today. With just a few bottles of water and some pieces of bread, he had exchanged them for the coordinates of a high-tier supply crate. Naturally, there was no need to complete the subsequent transaction. After all, Bai Shui had used herself as bait. How could Chen Dong possibly uphold his promise to deliver the remaining supplies to her? In this round, Bai Shui had suffered a huge loss. Furthermore, obtaining the high-tier supply crate meant he had even acquired a gasoline generator, which was the most delightful surprise for Chen Dong. Having just harvested an unlimited supply of gasoline, he now had a gasoline generator. Chen Dong felt somewhat elated, as if he were the reincarnation of a lucky star. In this apocalyptic world, having electricity was incredibly important. Within the barrier walls, he could soon power surveillance cameras, alarms, and water heaters. With his car, Chen Dong quickly returned to the villa area. He had set off today munching on 2 large buns, and after riding for nearly 4 to 5 hours, he had reached the coordinates of the high-tier supply crate. This time he returned in under 2 hours. Arriving at the barrier walls, Chen Dong lightly honked the horn. Xianxi in the villa was startled and hurriedly ran to the second-floor balcony, holding a crossbow, preparing to shoot at any sign of danger. Only when Chen Dong poked his head out of the car window and waved did Xianxi joyfully rush downstairs to open the gate of the barrier walls. After closing the gate, Chen Dong parked the car in the garage, but did not immediately retrieve his backpack. At this moment, Xianxi ran out, staring at the car in astonishment. "Oh my, Chen Dong, how did you manage to get a car after going out? Let me think, you must have obtained the high-tier supply crate and driven it outright." Chen Dong laughed heartily, pulling her over to the side of the car. "So what do you think? Do you like it? With the car, our outings will be much more convenient." Xianxi nodded happily. "Of course I like it. With this car, collecting supplies will be so much easier. And most importantly, I can go out with you to gather supplies. One of us drives while the other hunts." Chen Dong directly granted her 300 experience points. Checking Xianxi's personal panel, he found that she had indeed leveled up. ID 9527, level 40, 400 strength, 10 agility, 15 stamina, abundant. Judging from the panel's stats, Xianxi's physical fitness was quite impressive. Chen Dong felt reassured to take her out to gather supplies. After all, keeping Xianxi confined to the villa area without any real combat experience against zombies wasn't beneficial for her. Chen Dong grabbed Xianxi, covering her eyes. "Anxi, don't look at the car yet. I'll let you drive later for fun. Now I want to show you a big treasure." Xianxi, intrigued by Chen Dong's mysterious demeanor, asked, "What is it that's so mysterious? Why do you have to cover my eyes?" With one hand covering Xianxi's eyes, Chen Dong used the other to pull out the gasoline generator from his backpack. Then he released his hand from her eyes. "Look at this." Chen Dong pointed at the gasoline generator, his face beaming with joy. However, Xianxi looked utterly confused. "What is this? Is it a lawn mower?" Chen Dong clicked his tongue. He had originally intended to surprise Xianqi, but it turned out she didn't recognize a gasoline generator. Chen Dong ruffled Xianqi's hair somewhat exasperated and explained, "Hey you silly girl. This is a gasoline generator. We can have electricity from now on." "A gasoline generator?" Xianqi exclaimed. Forgetting about her tousled hair, her eyes lit up immediately. "Chen Dong, does this mean we can use electric lights now?" Looking at the ecstatic Xianqi, Chen Dong affectionately said, "Can't you aim a bit higher? What else can we do with it?" Xianqi fell into deep thought, biting her finger. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't come up with any other uses. Suddenly a light bulb seemed to go off in her head. "I know. We can install surveillance cameras and set alarms on the barrier walls." Xianqi's suggestion was naturally aligned with what Chen Dong had planned to do afterward. Installing surveillance cameras and alarms on the barrier walls was a necessity. Chen Dong had realized this long ago. This villa was equipped with alarms and surveillance cameras. It was just that due to the lack of electricity, they could not be used properly. However, this was not the answer Chen Dong was looking for. Chen Dong gently flicked Xianqi's forehead with his fingers, shaking his head with a smile. "Miss Xianqi, haven't you realized that you haven't bathed in several days? Don't you find it uncomfortable?" Xianqi, hearing the mention of bathing, mumbled, "Of course I feel uncomfortable. Ooh, I always feel sticky. Didn't you think that with the gasoline generator we could use a water heater to take a proper bath?" Xianqi hadn't considered this angle. After all, water was an incredibly precious survival resource in the apocalyptic world. She was reluctant to drink more, let alone bathe. Originally, she thought that in the future, she would take advantage of opportunities to wash herself by the river or during the rain. However, she didn't expect that in this apocalyptic world, natural water resources were undrinkable and harmful to the body. As for the rain, it was acid rain. This naturally dashed Xianqi's hopes. So upon hearing Chen Dong's words, she felt somewhat helpless. Even if we can generate electricity, we still need water to take a bath. Using precious water resources to bathe would be too wasteful. Chen Dong took out several boxes of mineral water from his backpack and said, "We have enough water supply, so you don't need to worry about that. However, we can't waste it too much. Oh, let's bathe every 3 days from now on." "Really?" Xianqi excitedly hugged Chen Dong and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Chen Dong, you're the best." After that, Xianqi hurriedly ran into the villa, grabbing a change of clothes and rushing into the bathroom. Chen Dong was left somewhat amused. The gasoline generator hasn't even been installed yet. Chen Dong naturally carried the gasoline-powered generator to the villa's electrical room to connect it to the main power supply. He had first entered this room shortly after taking possession of the villa shelter, briefly inspecting the electricity meter during a cursory tour. He never imagined he would actually need it, let alone so soon. Retrieving the generator from his backpack, Chen Dong poured gasoline into its tank with steady, resounding gulps. Such large-capacity generators typically sustain operation for an extended period, especially in this apocalyptic world where electricity demand has dwindled drastically compared to the past. Yet Chen Dong had no intention of conserving power. The generator ran on gasoline, and gasoline was the one resource he lacked least. With fuel replenished, he started the unit and linked it to the villa's main circuit. Almost instantly, a soft electronic chime sounded, and every light in the villa flared to life. Next, Chen Dong ascended to the rooftop and began pouring bottled water steadily into the overhead reservoir. This would serve as their stored water for bathing. And precisely at the moment power surged through the system, Chen Dong received an alert from the integrated management interface. "Respected survivor, your villa shelter has activated surveillance and intrusion alarm services. You may access live feeds or receive real-time alerts via the information panel at any time." Chen Dong tested the feed and found the entire villa enveloped in seamless 360-degree coverage. Intelligent motion sensors automatically identified unauthorized intruders and dispatched instant notifications directly to him. This ensured he would be alerted without delay. Combined with the perimeter wall's built-in detection system, it rendered undetected entry, or even casual approach, utterly impossible. What a blissful shower. After completing all necessary tasks, Chen Dong indulged in a long, soothing bath. He sank deep into the tub, letting the warm water ease tension from every muscle. Yet before he could fully unwind, suddenly, beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning, unauthorized attempt to scale the perimeter wall. Immediate intervention required. Chen Dong snatched the warm compress from his eyes and opened the surveillance interface. The feed revealed several survivors peering curiously into the brightly lit compound and already attempting to climb the fortified wall. He hadn't expected other survivors to arrive in this villa district so quickly. Through the intercom, he issued a stern warning visible across the compound's external speakers: "Do not lurk near my gate. Leave immediately or face consequences." The group outside recoiled in shock. They hadn't anticipated surveillance, nor had they expected to be spotted the moment they approached to scout the interior. Worse still, they were now being openly expelled by the villa's owner. Though they withdrew, Chen Dong continued observing them closely through the cameras, deeply suspicious of their intentions. Just like Jiang Kai's earlier team. Sure enough, once out of earshot, the survivors huddled and whispered. A heavy-set man cursed, "Damn it. Someone's already got power. I want air conditioning too." A gaunt man beside him suggested, "Why not hit it tonight?" The others nodded eagerly in agreement. "That'll work." But then the heavy-set man hesitated, recalling the alarm. "How do we bypass the cameras?" The rest dismissed the concern outright. "No problem. The cameras have blind spots. Those tall trees behind the villa. They're completely out of view. We'll climb in from there, slip inside silently, and eliminate whoever's inside." These survivors had fled from the north, a chance convergence, not deliberate intent. Chased relentlessly by zombies, they'd stumbled upon the villa district purely by accident. Everywhere else teemed with undead, only here did relative safety prevail. Since Jiang Kai's team had cleared the area of zombies, this enclave had effectively become a sanctuary. Upon entering the district, their gaze locked onto Chen Dong's villa, drawn irresistibly by its sudden defiant glow amid the desolation. In this ruined world, such illumination was nothing short of uncanny. Intrigued, they crept closer for observation, only to be swiftly repelled by the owner's warning. Yet that brief encounter had already planted a dangerous idea in their minds. This group had been a burglary ring in the pre-apocalypse world, and when the collapse came, they remained intact, instinctively reassembling as a unit. Their luck, however, had run thin. Supplies remained scarce, some members didn't even possess a single blade. Seeing such a luxurious, fully powered villa shattered their restraint. This opportunity felt almost karmic, a debt owed to their incarcerated former boss. Steal it. Absolutely steal it. And eliminate the occupants. When lights dimmed for the night, and Chen Dong's household settled into silence, the thieves moved stealthily toward the supposed blind spot behind the villa. Yet like Jiang Kai's team before them, they committed a fatal miscalculation, grossly underestimating Chen Dong's command over his domain. Chen Dong detected their presence instantly. The knives strapped to their waists spoke volumes. These were not desperate refugees, but predators with lethal intent. He retrieved his P92 pistol, methodically loading each round, and spoke coldly, "Since your motives are impure, my conscience will bear no burden when I act." Unaware of the fate awaiting them, the intruders advanced. Chen Dong roused Xianqi, and together they sat motionless in the living room, watching in silence as the thieves scaled the fortified wall. The alarm remained silent. Chen Dong had disabled it deliberately. He intended to observe exactly how, and how boldly, they would breach his home. A faint creak echoed from the front door. 1 minute later it swung inward. Remarkably, the thieves possessed genuine skill, managing to pick the lock on Chen Dong's reinforced entrance with surprising ease. As they stepped inside, Chen Dong flicked on the living room lights. The sudden blinding glare startled them violently. But seeing only Chen Dong and Xianqi, their instinctive urge to flee faltered. They exchanged glances, and then advanced deliberately toward the pair. Confident in their numbers, they felt no fear. One thief, emboldened by lust, leered at his comrades. "That woman. We'll have some fun with her later." The heavy-set thief shrugged, knife in hand. "Just don't kill her with your twisted methods." But the slender man beside him noticed Chen Dong's expression darkening, ominously, irrevocably. Then he saw Chen Dong draw the P92. Before he could shout a warning, a single bullet struck him square in the forehead. The heavy-set man jolted, paralyzed by terror at the sight of the pistol. A second shot silenced him forever. Days of relentless practice had honed Chen Dong's marksmanship to razor precision, especially at close range where even moving targets offered little challenge. Within moments, only one remained. The very thief who had first insulted Xianqi. The last thief collapsed to his knees, paralyzed by terror. He had never imagined the tide would turn so swiftly, twice in mere moments. From the instant Chen Dong drew his P92 pistol to this very moment, no more than a minute or two, his accomplices had all fallen lifeless into pools of blood. The thief kowtowed, desperately begging for mercy. Faced with death, surrendering a measure of dignity seemed no great cost. Indeed, he would have gladly struck his forehead until it bled to prove his sincerity. Chen Dong ignored his pleas entirely. Without hesitation, he fired a single shot into the thief's thigh, ensuring he could not flee, then handed the P92 pistol to Xianqi. Xianqi understood his intent. She was to pull the trigger herself, to shed blood with her own hand. In this apocalyptic world, ruthlessness was not cruelty. It was the price of survival. Chen Dong frowned, and said, "Anqi, feel no pity for them. Look at the weapons they carry. They came to rob and kill. Such men deserve no hesitation. Imagine if I hadn't been beside you tonight." Recall their words. What do you suppose the outcome would have been? Xianqi knew the answer all too well. Without him, the night ahead would have held horrors far worse than death itself. She drew a slow, deep breath, and raised the pistol with trembling hands. Understanding was one thing, action another. Her finger faltered on the trigger. After all, this was a human life. Not some abstract concept, but flesh and breath. Few save the truly monstrous could face such a moment without flinching. Chen Dong sighed inwardly. It seemed he would need to guide her across this threshold, to help her shatter the barrier within her mind. Only then would she truly earn her place in this unforgiving world. He stepped behind Xianqi and gently clasped her trembling hands, aligning the pistol's barrel with the kneeling thief. His broad arms enveloped her, a quiet, unshakable fortress of safety. He whispered softly into her ear, "Don't be afraid. I am always here." On the ground, the thief stared into the dark, hollow mouth of the muzzle, and despair flooded his gaze. Driven by raw instinct, he endured the searing pain, dragging his shattered leg as he limped toward the villa's gate, desperate to escape. Chen Dong pressed down gently on Xianqi's finger, resting upon the trigger. A sharp, muffled crack pierced the silence. The bullet struck true, burying itself in the thief's occiput. The impact exploded his skull. Gray matter splattered outward, thick crimson blood gushing forth with a wet guttural pulse. Xianqi dropped the pistol and bolted to the first-floor bathroom, retching violently. Even Chen Dong felt a wave of nausea. Though not his first kill, it was the first time he'd witnessed such visceral, unfiltered carnage. He worried. Would this leave a permanent scar upon her psyche? Moments later, Xianqi emerged from the bathroom, her face pale as ash. Chen Dong moved forward with concern to steady her. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, her eyes fell upon the headless corpse sprawled in the villa, and she turned again, fleeing back to the bathroom. With a quiet sigh, Chen Dong cleaned the villa, then escorted Xia Anshi to her room to rest. Whether she would overcome this inner threshold, only time and her own will would tell. Chen Dong sensed it clearly. Xia Anshi had changed that day. He did not know how she had conquered her inner resistance. But soon after, when he began taking her with him into zombie-infested zones to scavenge supplies, she no longer panicked. Instead, she stood calm, raised her crossbow, and struck down the undead with cold precision. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Zombies crumpled before Xia Anshi, pierced by bolts. Impressive, Anshi. You've grown remarkably accurate these past few days. Chen Dong, having dispatched the remaining zombies nearby, smiled warmly as he praised her. Xia Anshi returned the smile, relieved deeply to no longer be a burden to him. Because I've been practicing diligently, thank you very much. It was their third day venturing out together to gather supplies, steadily accumulating experience, honing reflexes, strengthening bodies. Even Xia Anshi could now sprint over 10 kilometers under heavy load without breaking stride, her endurance rivaling that of elite special forces. After eliminating the band of thieves who invaded the villa, they abandoned their original plan. As survivors' tears and resources rose, the city gradually reconnected. Their villa district, once isolated, began welcoming other survivors, arriving one by one. Some approached warily, settling into neighboring villas. Others, like Jiang Kai and the thieves before them, came with ill intent. All met the same end, executed by Chen Dong's pistol, their bodies strung up in the district's central flower bed, a grim warning to deter further transgressors. Thereafter, every new arrival understood Chen Dong's authority and dared not test it. Yet with ever more survivors converging, stronger factions might soon appear, unpredictable, formidable. If they failed to prepare, to level up the stockpile, they would stand little chance against such forces. Relying solely on a P92 pistol and limitless gasoline could not defend a single villa forever. They couldn't douse the walls in gasoline and seal themselves inside. That would only ensure their own incineration. In this resource-starved apocalypse, their sanctuary lay exposed in the most conspicuous residential enclave, making them anything but hoarding squirrels content to hide and wait. Thus, Chen Dong and Xia Anshi chose to drive deep into distant, densely infested zones, hunting supplies and leveling up deliberately. During this ascent, Chen Dong noticed a marked slowdown in physical stat gains after level 5. Previously, each level had yielded substantial improvements. Still, it made sense. If growth had continued at that pace, by level 15 his body would have rivaled the undead in raw strength, even tearing them apart barehanded. Unnoticed, both had climbed several levels. Chen Dong stood at the cusp of level 10, just one final push away. According to the system, reaching level 10 would trigger profound bodily transformation, rebirth through reinforcement. He awaited it with quiet anticipation. Already his physique matched that of an elite special operator. What would a second metamorphosis bring? The pinnacle of human potential. Today, Chen Dong resolved to ascend to level 10 and discover precisely what power it would bestow. He hoped it would not disappoint. Their current coordinates lay deep within a high-density zombie zone, far from the villa district, providing ample targets to grind experience. Had Chen Dong lacked unlimited gasoline before encountering such a horde, would have sent him fleeing without a backward glance. Now, with vehicle mobility and self-made incendiary bottles, he welcomed the swarm. The more the better. While resting inside the car to replenish stamina, Chen Dong told Xia Anshi of his plan. Anshi, I've reached level 9. Today I'll push straight to level 10 and see what changes unfold within my body. Xia Anshi wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth and nodded repeatedly. Great. This is truly a wonderful thing. Moreover, it hasn't been easy for us to come out here. It takes over 2 hours of driving. It's a good opportunity to gain more experience and level up. Then it's settled. You'll drive, oh, and I'll take care of the zombies, Chen Dong said, while loading bullets into his handgun. Xia Anshi responded with a sound of agreement, and then asked, do you have any battle plans? After a moment of thought, Chen Dong said, I plan to do this. Do you see that patch of grass ahead? We will douse the grass with gasoline first, then drive up to the zombies. They'll shoot to attract their attention and lure them over, then set fire to burn them alive. Roast of the undead. And look, after igniting the grass, we can quickly drive to that slope on the left where the range is sufficient for us to harvest them. Xia Anshi clapped her hands in delight. Great idea. Chen Dong, you're so clever. Chen Dong felt a bit embarrassed and touched his chin. He realized that Xia Anshi was now completely subservient to him, praising everything he did, which made him feel somewhat bashful. This tactic was entirely based on the zombies lacking intelligence and only acting on instinct. If zombies were to gain intelligence, such tactics would be utterly ineffective. Chen Dong suddenly thought, would there be intelligent zombies in the future? Otherwise, as the survivors grew stronger, these mindless zombies would gradually pose little threat. Chen Dong had seen quite a few similar zombie movies before. Typically, as the story progressed, mutated zombies or higher-level zombies would appear. However, these matters were not yet worth Chen Dong's concern. First, he needed to reach level 10 and obtain a physical enhancement from the system. That was the most pressing issue. As for whether mutated or advanced zombies would appear in the future, Chen Dong was confident that by then he would still be able to live well. Chen Dong and Xia Anshi got out of the car and began to pour gasoline onto the grass. Their work efficiency was high, and soon the entire patch of grass reflected a glossy sheen under the sunlight. After pouring the gasoline, Xia Anshi drove straight towards the zombie horde. As they approached, Chen Dong crouched on the roof of the car and began shooting. For any stragglers, he pulled out a crossbow for the finishing blow. Instantly, a large number of zombies began to run over. After attracting their attention, Chen Dong shouted to Xianqi at the driver's seat, "Turn and follow the planned route. Drive slowly, make sure to keep the zombies in pursuit." Xianqi followed his instructions. Chen Dong continued to shoot at the zombies until they were near the gasoline trap, at which point, he put away his handgun and held a torch. As their vehicle passed over the gasoline-soaked grass, the zombies walked into the trap. Chen Dong threw the torch into the grass. Whoosh! A fierce fire erupted instantly, igniting many zombies and encircling them in the grass. At that moment, the two of them arrived at the slope they had mentioned earlier. Seeing the roaring flames on the grass, Chen Dong was still not satisfied. "The fire is too small, we need to add more fuel for our dear zombie brothers." Chen Dong took out a gasoline canister from his backpack and with his strong physical prowess hurled it into the grass. With more fuel to ignite, the entire area began to blaze fiercely. It even spread to the nearby forest. Chen Dong heard numerous zombies roaring from within the forest. The sustained burning of gasoline was very damaging to the zombies. Such a simple and brute method was far quicker than finishing off zombies with handguns and crossbows from the slope. As for warnings about setting fires and being buried under the rubble, such phrases had no effect in a post-apocalyptic world. Chen Dong did not care about environmental protection. Surviving was all that mattered. After watching for a while, he pulled Xianqi back to the car. Standing on the slope, they were drenched in sweat from the heat wave generated by the flames. They turned on the air conditioning and drove further towards the next zombie gathering point. Due to the massive fire in the area nearby, survivors took notice. They began discussing it in the chat channel, but could not figure out what was happening. ID 984594. Damn, I'll send you guys a picture. What happened to that forest over there? Did someone set fire to the mountain? Or did it spontaneously combust? Attached is a photo taken from afar of the burning forest. ID 893743. Haha, setting fire to the mountain buried under the rubble. With this weather, it shouldn't spontaneously combust, right? It rained acid for a whole day a few days ago. How could it possibly catch fire on its own? It must be arson. Isn't anyone putting out the fire? Trees are life too. ID 947254. In this apocalyptic world, are you telling me to put out fires and rescue? Not to mention the lack of water, who would be that reckless? Do you think being a firefighter is easy? ID 234323. God. What a blinding light of Buddha, a living Buddha among us. If you think the trees need to be saved, then why don't you go put out the fire yourself? ID 654554. The living Buddha has indeed appeared. ID 984594. Send your coordinates so this living Buddha can save the masses. Many survivors were left speechless by such absurd comments. In this world, still thinking about putting out fires and rescuing. How did the other party survive until now? Fortunately, Chen Dong was busy driving and had no time to check the chat channel. Otherwise, he would have directly exposed that he was the one who started the fire. He wondered how ID 984594 would respond to him. While driving, Chen Dong listened to the system's notifications. Experience points were rapidly increasing, bringing him closer to level 10. Gained experience 1, gained experience 1, gained experience 1. Only one experience point left to level up. Just as he was about to level up, Chen Dong noticed that the experience bar was not rising. Clearly, that massive fire had burned all the zombies in the forest, no longer providing experience points. Chen Dong felt somewhat speechless. At that moment, a zombie appeared not far in front of the vehicle. Chen Dong was taken aback and pressed the accelerator. With a bang, the zombie flew through the air, tracing a graceful arc. Gained experience 1. Congratulations, survivor, you've leveled up, keep it up. After hitting that zombie, he successfully reached level 10. In an instant, Chen Dong felt his physical abilities surge. It wasn't a leap in strength or agility, but an indescribable sensation. Chen Dong felt that now he could jump directly from the second floor and land unscathed. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xianqi sensed the change in Chen Dong and looked over, exclaiming in surprise, "Chen Dong, you've leveled up." "That's awesome. That's right, I've leveled up. Let's head home now, and once we get back, we can slowly study what changes this upgrade has brought." Chen Dong pressed the accelerator down. The car's RPM increased, and the engine roared with excitement. Since he had leveled up, they decided not to continue to the next zombie gathering point. After all, they had been out for 2 to 3 days searching for supplies and hunting zombies, and it was time for a good rest. Chen Dong and Xianqi drove back to the villa compound. Under the watchful eyes, both overt and covert, the fortified perimeter wall slowly retracted its electric gate. They steered their vehicle inside with calm composure. Even though many had been cowed by Chen Dong's earlier brutality, those still coveting his supplies and the impregnable barriers surrounding his residence remained undeterred. One survivor lowered his curtain, withdrew his gaze from Chen Dong, and sighed, "I just can't fathom where account 10086 procured so much stock, not to mention electricity." "Be grateful," his teammate replied soothingly. "At least we have shelter to rest in." "Damn it. I'll seize his stronghold one day once I've gathered proper combat gear." "You go ahead then. If you're eager to hang from the park's flower bed like dried jerky, be my guest." "Stop daydreaming. Tomorrow we scavenge supplies. Kill a few more zombies, that's what matters." The survivor chuckled, scratching his head. "Hell, of course I know. He's bottomless when it comes to resources. Provoking him would be suicide." Meanwhile, Chen Dong parked the car in the garage and lowered the electric shutter. As Xianxi walked beside him, she counted on her fingers. Chen Dong, this trip netted us quite a haul. Several boxes of bread plus towels, clothes. Chen Dong, where did you go? She turned mid-sentence, still tallying supplies, only to find Chen Dong vanish, the corridor empty around her. Suddenly her buttocks were sharply slapped. She whirled, but no one stood there. Then her cheek was gently pinched. G-Ghost. Startled, Xianxi snatched up her crossbow, clutching it tightly to her chest as she scanned the air frantically. Haha, got you good, didn't I? Chen Dong materialized before her. Only then did she realize it had all been his prank. Yet how had he done it? You scared me again. What if I'd loosed an arrow and killed you? And what was that just now? Did you gain some new ability? You have no idea how terrified I was just now. Xianxi chattered incessantly, her voice trembling with excitement. Chen Dong stroked her hair, feigning pitiful dismay. I only meant to surprise you, and ended up frightening you instead. Ah, how utterly heartbreaking. Xianxi softened at his crestfallen expression. Chen Dong, that's not what I meant. I was genuinely startled, not blaming you. He said nothing, merely tapped his own cheek with a fingertip. Xianxi obediently rose onto her toes and kissed his cheek. Chen Dong nodded, satisfied. Now that's more like it. I forgive you. Xianxi froze. Wait, that made no sense. She had been the one startled. Why was she apologizing? Realizing she'd been playfully outmaneuvered, she flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Fine. Stinky Chen Dong, you've tricked me again. I'm ignoring you. Laughing heartily, Chen Dong swept her into his arms. They settled onto the living room sofa. Grinning at her puffed-up indignation, Chen Dong teased. Who told you to fall for it so easily? Tell me, aren't you just a little bit silly? Xianxi blushed, reaching to pinch his thigh, only to find it unyielding. Huh, she frowned, puzzled. After all, even at peak fitness, Chen Dong's musculature had never felt this densely taut, nor this deeply charged. It wasn't sheer muscle hardness, rather the very surface of his skin possessed an uncanny resilience. Noticed it already? Chen Dong smiled. As a physician, Xianxi recognized the change instantly. His epidermis retained full elasticity, yet seemed enveloped by an invisible, imperceptible shield encasing his entire body. Curiously, she asked, is this the physical enhancement granted upon reaching level 10? Chen Dong shrugged. He himself wasn't certain. The system merely notified him of bodily enhancement at level 10, offering no specifics. So far, I've noticed a dramatic boost in defensive capability. He drew a dagger and dragged its edge across his forearm. Only a faint red line appeared, no break in the skin. Alarmed by his self-inflicted test, Xianxi seized his arm, inspecting it closely. Finding no wound, she exhaled in relief, then marveled anew. A blade had drawn no blood. Chen Dong sheathed the dagger. Ordinary pressure won't pierce my skin, unless applied with extreme force. Of course, enemies won't hold back in battle. They'll strike to kill. Still, this resilience will significantly reduce damage. Not bad at all. Then before Xianxi's eyes, Chen Dong dissolved into thin air, yet her hand remained clasped around his, warm and solid. In the next instant, he reappeared before her. That's the second change I discovered. Xianxi gasped, awestruck. Invisibility. How utterly extraordinary. It defies science. She burst into laughter at her own words. The irony, rich, waking into an apocalyptic world teeming with zombies and interface-like system windows, had long since shattered scientific orthodoxy. To balk at invisibility now was pure absurdity. Chen Dong said, seems like a skill. No visible constraints. I simply activate it when needed. For stealth, it's unparalleled. I just imagine slipping unseen behind zombie lines and detonating something spectacular. Xianxi covered her mouth, giggling. Then she asked, does this invisibility have drawbacks? And, have your base stats changed at all? Chen Dong opened his personal interface. Modest changes, but sufficient. Roughly the human physiological ceiling, I'd say. Account 10,086. Level 10, 01000. Strength 20. Agility 20. Vitality abundant. Skill concealment. Xianxi studied the data, then mused aloud. I suspect the system deliberately caps stats at 20, ensuring no one is eliminated early due to inferior physiology, thereby compelling greater reliance on supplies to confront zombies and other hostile survivors. Naturally, these values may serve new purposes later. For now, the system holds all the answers. Indeed, as Xianxi mentioned, Chen Dong previously thought that leveling up would simply result in an increase in stats until it reached a point of catastrophic destruction. But that was not the case. Upon reaching level 10, he suddenly gained skills. In this apocalyptic world of zombie survivors were now leveling up and learning skills like game players. Chen Dong couldn't comprehend what the system or the mastermind behind their arrival in the zombie world was thinking. He shook his head, dismissing thoughts of such distant matters. After all, even if he knew the dark secrets, he wouldn't be able to resolve them. It was more practical to focus on the present. Chen Dong said to Xianxi, "Anchi, let's experiment with this stealth skill and see its marvelous applications." Naturally, he wanted to master a new skill as soon as possible. Moreover, he couldn't foolishly chat in the public channel, because he didn't know if this skill was unique to him. Without knowing about others, this would serve as a trump card. If he carelessly revealed his information in the chat channel, it could indeed invite more deadly calamities. He certainly didn't believe he could wake up and face the entire world as an enemy. For now, he could only continuously experiment with this skill and thoroughly understand it. Xianxi nodded in agreement. All right, let's figure out this stealth skill together. After an afternoon of experimentation, the two concluded the usage and limitations of this stealth skill. The stealth skill, when activated, would completely conceal oneself, including shadows. However, it could not muffle sounds. Thus, during the experiment, Xianqi was able to discern Chen Dong's approximate location several times through his breathing and footsteps. It's important to note that zombies have a keen sense of smell. This aspect is crucial. Both agreed that this stealth skill was perfectly suited for assassination or as an absolute technique in a noisy environment, especially when infiltrating enemy territory. Survivors do not possess the acute hearing and smelling capabilities of zombies. For Chen Dong, acquiring the stealth skill was comparable to obtaining a golden-level supply crate. He was very pleased. The day after Chen Dong reached level 10 and mastered the stealth skill, the climate of this world underwent a second change following the last heavy rain. Early that morning, Chen Dong and his companions woke up drenched in sweat. By the time of year, it should be a refreshing autumn, and they shouldn't be waking up from heat. Yet when they awoke, their bodies were already soaked with sweat. Even in the early morning, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. The intense ultraviolet rays, even if not directly shining on Chen Dong, caused the sunlit room he occupied to feel like an oven. Chen Dong got out of bed, shielding his eyes with his hand as he looked out the window. He seemed to sense the street distorted by the high temperature. Chen Dong was stunned. This terrible weather was almost comparable to that of the Sahara Desert. Chen Dong touched the iron bars of the window, which were so hot that even after several minutes his hand still felt a burning sensation. It seems there's no way to go out today. In this weather I might get heat stroke or die of thirst, Chen Dong said helplessly. He was also thinking of taking Xianqi out today so she could reach level 10 and verify if the skill was indeed exclusive to him. Now he had no choice but to stay in the villa and rest well. He might as well browse the trading platform for goods. If luck was on his side, he might stumble upon some good items. Even if he couldn't find satisfactory supplies, Chen Dong still intended to sell some items. The infinite supplies obtained in recent days were all daily necessities. Shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, and the like. Surely some people would need them. Even though bathing had become a luxury, there would always be those who couldn't resist. After so many days without a bath, he could easily become a homeless person. If he could trade these unlimited supplies for some scarce materials like steel sheets, lime, alum, and other hardware supplies along with chemical materials, it would definitely be worth it. With the air conditioning set to cool and enjoying homemade cola popsicles, Chen Dong opened the chat channel planning to promote his products in the public chat. However, everyone seemed to be complaining about today's extreme weather. User 435664. Is it too hot today? I slept on a mountain top in the wild, set up a tent, and I was so dazed I thought I was thrown into an incinerator. Now I'm lying on a tree trying to cool off, but I still feel hot. User 834539. Who has it worse than me? I got up early today originally planning to hike across a plain, but I watched the sun rise and now I can't find a place to cool off. Damn it, I've already drunk 3 bottles of water, and it's still not enough. I feel like you'll die of heat on the plane, crying emoji. User 394793. Today's temperature is outrageous, far beyond our usual understanding. Try to avoid going outside. If you must be out, at least wear long sleeves for sun protection, or you might really end up sunburned. User 837291. Exactly, even the Middle Eastern deserts aren't this hot. This temperature could definitely sunburn someone to death. User 324655. There was acid rain before, and now it's a heat wave. The next thing won't be hail, will it? User 38784. Shut your crow's mouth. Bro, it's not impossible. Just hope it doesn't rain knives from the sky, ha. User 10086. It's alright, I set my air conditioning to 20 degrees and still feel a bit cold with a picture showing the temperature on the AC. I'm tempted to cover myself with a blanket. Many survivors typing froze at Chen Dong's message. That annoying 10086 has turned up again. They began their usual complaints about 10,086. User 10,0001086. Are you trying to attract hate again? Hehe, but there's nothing to be jealous of. I'm soaking in a bathtub right now, feeling so cool. User 10010. Are you also here to show off? Big brows and eyes, didn't expect you to be a traitor to the revolution. User 347923. Shouldn't you be focusing on how 10,086 can use air conditioning? Piss. It seems so. How can 10,086 use air conditioning? Did he get electricity? What the hell? No, I can't accept this. I haven't even eaten enough. How come someone is living a comfortable life? Not likely, bro. It's been more than a week. Are you still struggling at the survival line? User 397454. Whoa, I'm no good now. I'm only having 2 meals a day, crying emoji. Cough, I've already used electricity for several days. Keep it up, bread will come, milk will come, everything will come. I never expected to end up in this apocalyptic world living so miserably. Oh, I almost forgot to mention I've stocked some shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, and so on. You can buy them if you want. They're cheap and honest. Chen Dong discovered a new business opportunity in the chat channel. The current survivors were all troubled by the scorching weather. With a refrigerator at his disposal, he could make ice pops and sell them to the survivors. He was completely unconcerned about whether the ice pops would sell. With so many survivors around, there would always be someone who couldn't resist the heat and would buy ice pops to cool down. Chen Dong immediately called for Xianqi, and after sharing this idea, he joyfully prepared to mass-produce simple ice pops. He simply poured cola or other beverages into the molds he made, casually placing wooden sticks inside, and adjusted the refrigerator to the lowest temperature. Before long, a large box of ice pops was ready. Chen Dong opened the chat channel. Number 10086. Brothers, do you want to eat ice pops? Number 348458. No way man shouldn't at least can't. Damn, are you trying to attract hatred again? Number 834674. I love ice pops in the summer, please 10086. Send me one. A good person will have peace all their life. Number 34582. In the fierce competition, boss, Wong gives you a home. No matter the distance, it's always love. Oh, can I have an ice pop? Number 10086. Stop with the useless chatter. I've listed them on the trading platform. You can buy them there. Some survivors even privately messaged Chen Dong. Number 34543. Hey brother, let me show you something nice. Can you send me 2 ice pops? Soon Chen Dong received a photo from that survivor. It was quite revealing. Unfortunately, Chen Dong was utterly unmoved. He even let out a cold laugh. Did he think he was the same Chen Dong from before, joking around in the group to seek a mysterious link? He actually thought he could buy him off with a few photos. With a teasing mindset, Chen Dong replied to the survivor, "What can you see with this?" There's no sincerity here. What he didn't expect was that this female survivor would actually send more photos for just a few ice pops. Clearly she was quite experienced. It wasn't her first time doing this. Otherwise she would have hesitated at least a little. Soon after, she even sent a short video. Looking at that common face, Chen Dong felt no ripples. He even considered closing the chat. However, he still wanted to promote his product. Is this it? If you want ice pops, let's trade with supplies. Given how hard you've worked for it, I can offer you a discount. Number 34543. Damn it. Why didn't you say that earlier? Wasting my time. Chen Dong merely replied with a smiling emoji, not saying much more. He wasn't really angry, he even felt a bit sentimental. It was the first time he encountered such a situation, and it felt a bit strange. However, in this world it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. It was just a different way of living. After the extreme heat, Chen Dong and Xianxi dove back into the intense battle of gathering supplies. As more and more survivors began to arrive at the villa area where Chen Dong and the others were, he felt a significant sense of crisis. Chen Dong knew that once there were more survivors, there would come a day when he would be besieged by them. With abundant supplies, he felt like a boss in a game that players needed to team up to defeat. Defeating him would yield all the supplies: barricades, walls, P92 handguns, gasoline generators, and even Xianxi. All of it would be taken by others. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Chen Dong. Therefore, he displayed an even more anxious and urgent attitude than before, just to gather more higher quality and more useful supplies. This would enable him to protect himself when danger approached. In the wild, several zombies were attracted by Xianxi using a crossbow, but suddenly fell to the ground. Then blood flowed from the back of their heads. Chen Dong revealed himself behind several zombies. Ever since Chen Dong learned the skill of concealment, Xianxi was responsible for attracting the attention of a small number of zombies, while Chen Dong approached to shoot or stab. Due to the close distance, Chen Dong's accuracy skyrocketed. This greatly improved their efficiency in hunting zombies. Xianxi walked over and asked, "Chen Dong, should we continue?" Chen Dong glanced at the time and shook his head. "No, let's head back. It's almost noon, and we need to have lunch. Oh, let's rest well in the villa." On the way back, Xianxi looked at the content in the chat channel and teased, "It seems that 10,086, who has been bothering everyone lately, has fallen out of favor. No one has really mentioned you these days, unlike before when they were all cursing at you. So annoying." Chen Dong, holding the steering wheel, replied nonchalantly, "It's fine to be quiet. It just helps lower our profile, allowing us to gather more supplies in this opportunity. But I'm still quite curious, is that person called the sheriff really that powerful?" Lately, a figure calling himself the sheriff has risen to prominence. Across chat channels, conversations revolve exclusively around this enigmatic man. User 45346, did you hear? A man known as the sheriff is actively recruiting, expanding his forces rapidly. User 34534, what's so extraordinary about that? User 34534, didn't Zhou Shujian and Niu Ziqiang each establish their own factions earlier? User 45346, clearly you're out of the loop. Did your village just get internet access? User 45346, Niu Ziqiang's faction has been utterly eradicated by the sheriff. User 453536, what? His team had over a dozen members. Eradicated? How could that possibly happen? User 646754, I've heard about it too. The sheriff reportedly possesses ample supplies. One midnight, he led 2 or 3 men to Niu Ziqiang's villa and hurled several Molotov cocktails and grenades inside. Niu Ziqiang and his people were burned alive. User 355663, damn. Is he really that terrifying? So now he's expanding his power, aiming to dominate the ruins. User 94785, of course, he's not wasting words. Rumor has it his camp offers generous provisions, no matter whether you carry combat gear or not. Anyone who joins receives food and water. User 346533, is that true? I only have a fruit knife. Would he even accept me? User 234546, absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. A survivor stripped bare of all supplies was welcomed without hesitation. User 12315, greetings everyone. I am the sheriff. I pledge to you, once you join our family, we become one. We stand together, support one another, and endure this apocalyptic world until we find the first light of hope. My coordinates are 250-857. I await you there, with sincerity and resolve. Across the chat channel, survivors exchanged hushed reactions. No one expected the sheriff himself to appear and issue a formal call for recruits. The revelation stunned countless survivors. Meanwhile, Zhou Shujian grew deeply uneasy after learning of Niu Ziqiang's annihilation at the sheriff's hands. After all, the sheriff's territory lay perilously close to his own. Conflict between them was inevitable, and perhaps imminent. Fearing an early confrontation, Zhou Shujian's most trusted aide urged him to strike first. Zhou Shujian sat in a leather armchair swirling wine in his glass, lost in thought. The sheriff's rise had been meteoric. Within mere days his faction was already edging dangerously close to rivaling Zhou Shujian's own. If he delayed decisive action, the sheriff would soon grow too powerful, leaving no path to victory. After rigorously comparing both sides' strength, Zhou Shujian finally resolved to act, endorsing his aide's proposal to launch a night assault against the sheriff. That night, Zhou Shujian's entire force mobilized. They took positions in silent ambush around the sheriff's stronghold. Concealed behind a mask, Zhou Shujian waited, then signaled the moment the sheriff dispatched patrols outward. From the shadows, over a dozen figures surged forward, only to find the sheriff seated calmly in the living room sipping tea and smiling directly at them. He was clearly prepared. The sheriff was a middle-aged man, his hair swept back, sharply thick sideburns framing a face etched by time. Those lines lent his naturally handsome features a commanding, mature gravity. Zhou Shujian's heart lurched at the sight of the sheriff's unruffled composure. He realized too late he'd walked straight into a trap. Then, searing pain erupted from behind. A stifled grunt escaped him as he lunged forward. Whirling around, he saw a masked assassin standing inches away, blade raised, blood dripping steadily from its tip onto the floor. Suddenly, several of Zhou Shujian's own men turned, slashing down their unsuspecting comrades. Before Zhou Shujian could grasp what was unfolding, his ranks collapsed like dominoes. Only those who had defected remained, now standing obediently behind the sheriff. Zhou Shujian whispered hoarsely, "Impossible. Teammates cannot harm each other. How did you do it?" The very aide who had earlier advised Zhou Shujian to launch the night raid now stood among the sheriff's loyalists. Hearing the question, he stepped forward. With a faint smile, he replied, "Young Master Zhou, teammates indeed cannot harm one another. But what if they never were?" One by one, the traitors removed their masks, revealing faces utterly unfamiliar to Zhou Shujian. It dawned on him then his men had been replaced, subtly, systematically, by the sheriff's hidden agents. Bleeding heavily, Zhou Shujian pointed a trembling finger at his treacherous aide and spat a venomous curse, "You fickle, faithless wretch. You'll die a wretched death." With a sickening thud, he collapsed, dying in bitter fury. His aide wasted no time rushing to the corpse. He gathered every last item of Zhou Shujian's supplies and hurried before the sheriff, grinning obsequiously. "Sheriff, mission accomplished. These are all of Zhou Shujian's assets. Please inspect them at your leisure." The sheriff accepted the haul with a slow, solemn nod. Once the sheriff had taken possession, the aide rubbed his palms together nervously. "Sheriff, Zhou Shujian is gone. As promised, may I now claim my share of supplies? And, of course, I wish to join your ranks with absolute loyalty." The sheriff smiled faintly, then in a flash drove his blade deep into the aide's chest. The traitor had imagined soaring to glory beside the sheriff, only to meet this unthinkable end. He stared uncomprehending at the sheriff, mouth opening to speak, but blood gushed forth, choking his final words. The sheriff gazed down coldly at the body at his feet. "I despise traitors. If you betrayed Zhou Shujian today, you'll betray me tomorrow. So your death is the wisest choice. Clear the courtyard. Feed the corpses to the zombies." Having issued the order, he turned away from the dead, stepping silently into the yard. By dawn, word spread Zhou Shujian's faction had fallen, crushed by the sheriff. Survivors were shaken anew. Having eliminated two formidable rivals in swift succession, the sheriff proved far more than ordinary. Even Chen Dong was startled. He'd briefly crossed paths with both Zhou Shujian and Niu Ziqiang, and judged their strength by the sheer volume of daily supplies they'd bid for in auctions. Yet neither lasted long against the sheriff. Chen Dong, unaware of the truth, assumed the sheriff wielded devastating weaponry, perhaps even firearms. Otherwise, how could he have dismantled such well-provisioned factions so swiftly? As Chen Dong pondered this, a private message request appeared. He opened it, recognizing the ID number at once. User 12315-10086. This is the sheriff. Chen Dong frowned. Why had the sheriff approached him? Out of nowhere. At present, the man was a harbinger of ruin. Chen Dong had no desire to be drawn into his orbit. "Is there something you need? Are you looking to buy something?" The sheriff then sent a voice message, 10,086. "Oh, let's not beat around the bush. I sincerely invite you to join my team. As long as you join, you will be the second in command in the team besides me. I know you have plenty of supplies, but in the future zombies will only become more formidable. Only by joining forces can we survive. 10086, come join us." After hearing this voice message, Chen Dong chuckled aloud. This sheriff must have been a lecturer from the Southern Sunshine Project. The grand plan is intricately designed. Chen Dong wondered if he could lead Xie Anqi to survive in the apocalyptic world. Moreover, he possessed an unlimited supply of resources, an absolute game-changing asset. What's the benefit of joining the sheriff's team? Is it because the sheriff is an old man offering some kind of welfare? Therefore, Chen Dong replied without hesitation, "That sounds great, but I must decline." The sheriff, keen on expanding his influence, was very interested in Chen Dong. After all, 10086 was known for its abundance of resources. If he could recruit 10,086, it would be a significant boost for the entire team. Perhaps they wouldn't have to worry about survival supplies for a while. However, he never expected that Chen Dong would refuse his invitation so outright. Faced with this situation, the sheriff was unwilling to give up. He believed that Chen Dong's refusal stemmed from feeling it was unnecessary. So he decided to appeal to reason and emotion. 10086. You must understand that soon the zombie tide will begin and higher-level zombies will gradually appear. Your supplies are indeed abundant, I acknowledge that, but can you guarantee that they will remain sufficient? Can you sustain them to resist the upcoming zombie tide? This could be a long process. Although Chen Dong would not be honest with the sheriff, he still needed to evade the direct question. Sheriff, I appreciate your concern, but you worry too much. I'm not boasting, but I have absolute confidence in my ability to survive in the upcoming apocalyptic world. So let's not waste time on me. The sheriff continued. 10086. I hope you reconsider. I'll make it clear, if we cannot become friends, then sooner or later we will become enemies, and I do not wish for that day to come. Using a gentle approach had no effect on Chen Dong, so the sheriff began to threaten him, hoping he would yield. However, the sheriff was merely trying his luck, not holding out much hope. He felt that Chen Dong was not someone who would easily submit. Sure enough, after reading the message, Chen Dong replied directly, the sheriff's coercion and temptation are quite skilled, offering both soft and hard tactics, but unfortunately, I'm not swayed by such tricks. I will also make it clear, as long as you don't provoke me, I will have no interest in your sheriff or inspector titles. Let's keep our distance. But if you do provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The sheriff frowned at Chen Dong's message. How could this 10,086 be as stubborn as a rock? It seemed there was no way to win him over. Since they couldn't become friends, they would have to become enemies. In the past world, the sheriff would not have been so extreme. Not being able to become friends meant becoming enemies. But in this apocalyptic world, any survivor with abundant resources and close proximity posed a significant threat. Therefore, the moment Chen Dong chose not to join, the sheriff decided to blacklist him. What he couldn't obtain would be eliminated. What if the resources are abundant? As long as I kill you, won't you become my resources? After all, no man is a hero without risk. Beside him, Du Ci noticed the sheriff frowning in silence and guessed that the negotiation with 10086 was not going well. He asked, Sheriff, is there anything you need from me? Du Ci is the captain of the special operations team formed by the sheriff within his group. Everyone in their special ops team uses code names. It seems that before coming to this apocalyptic world, they were already subordinates and trusted aides of the sheriff. Hence, the sheriff could quickly rise to power with this special ops team. The sheriff sighed and rubbed his temples. This 10086 is like a stone in a cesspit. I can't get anywhere with him. To be honest, I don't really want to be his enemy. Du Ci nodded in agreement, a bit apprehensively, saying indeed 10086 was able to produce such resources during the auction of the barricade, so the resources he holds now must be even more abundant and beyond our imagination. However, Sheriff, you need not worry. Our team is strong, and there are continuous survivors wanting to join us. As long as we give ourselves time, the weak 10086 isn't a threat. The sheriff cracked his knuckles. He subconsciously did this gesture when deep in thought. After a long while, the sheriff slowly spoke. 10,086 can be set aside for now. Let's make a decision once our strength is fully established. The most crucial thing right now is to find every possible way to expand our team. You go out and promote. As long as they come, there will be food for them. Du Ci suddenly looked a bit troubled. The supplies of their team actually couldn't support so many survivors. Du Ci cautiously spoke in the most tactful tone. Sheriff, while recruiting more survivors into the team may quickly enhance our strength in the short term, can we bear the supply for such a large number of survivors? This might be a bit strenuous for us right now. The sheriff smiled and gestured for Du Ci to sit on the sofa beside him. After taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, he began. Du Ci, I understand your point. We indeed don't have that much food, but that's not an issue. In fact, they have recently been thriving and have plundered the supplies from the deceased Niu Ziqiang and Zhou Shujin, so food cannot be considered in short supply. It's just that it's challenging to support the rapid expansion of the team. Du Ci was quite puzzled upon hearing this. Sheriff, I don't quite understand. The sheriff laughed heartily and said, Du Ci, do you know how Germany managed to conquer all of Europe during World War II? You mean to sustain war by waging war? If we recruit a large number of survivors, as long as we can maintain short-term food supplies later on, we can systematically gather resources and distribute them uniformly, allowing us to operate like a perpetual motion machine. The sheriff played with the empty teacup and said calmly, indeed, as long as our team operates effectively, the zombies cannot hinder our search for supplies. Moreover, there will always be casualties when killing zombies. Poison Spike stood up excitedly and respectfully said, Sheriff, I understand what to do now. I will spread the word and prepare a second wave of publicity to attract the survivors to us. The sheriff smiled and said, go ahead, I entrust this matter to you. Soon Poison Spike posted the message in the chat channel. ID 125034. Survivors, I am Poison Spike from the sheriff's team, and we sincerely invite all survivors to join us again. Currently, we have overcome a new horde of zombies and obtained a large supply of food. We promise that as long as you join our team, everyone will have enough to eat and drink. The coordinates remain the same, and we await everyone's joining here. ID 343565. Wow, sufficient food and water. Am tempted. ID 566432. Am preparing to join the sheriff. Ooh, I can't hold on alone anymore. It feels like there are more and more zombies. I can't take it anymore. ID 234345. Is there anyone who wants to team up and report to the sheriff together? Let's go. ID 345343. Hee, let's forget it. Everyone goes their own way, and we'll join a team with the sheriff later. Going to report together now might end up being a trap and getting killed right away. ID 233452. Exactly, I can't afford to expose my back to survivors who are not teammates. It would be just too fun if they suddenly shot me. ID 345366. Hee, even if they are teammates, it depends on whether they can be trusted. Before I had a teammate who intentionally lured zombies to kill me at midnight. After I narrowly escaped, I disbanded the team and retaliated against him, damn it. ID 287484. Is there anyone who wants to team up with me? Let's team up and enjoy good food and drink together. ID 387322. Why team up with you? Isn't it better to go with the sheriff? ID 23434. I really don't feel it's that appealing. There will definitely be many people registering with the sheriff. Rather than going there to just get a meal, I might as well form a small team with a few capable survivors. In the end, we can get more supplies for ourselves. ID 423534. That makes sense. Count me in. The sheriff opened a trend allowing survivors without groups to start forming teams. In an environment where zombies were becoming increasingly numerous and fierce, ordinary survivors would quickly be swallowed up by zombies if they did not band together for warmth. Thus, besides many survivors going to the sheriff, many who had certain supplies and considerable strength also chose to gather some survivors and form their own groups. This was an inevitable tide. Chen Dong was also lurking in the chat channel. He had naturally anticipated such a trend. After all, not all survivors were as lucky as he was having an unlimited supply of resources. Chen Dong himself could be considered the greatest force. Xianqi looked at the information with some concern and said, Chen Dong, should we also recruit some other survivors? What if a zombie tide or high-level zombies appear in the future? Can we fend them off with just the two of us? Chen Dong smiled and pinched Xianqi's face, saying, do you not have a little confidence in me? Our supplies are definitely sufficient, and moreover our strength is not lacking, even relatively on the upper hand. Recruiting teammates is a very cautious matter. We must find those whose hearts align with ours, which is not easy, so we can only discuss this later. After hearing this, Xianqi sighed and nestled in Chen Dong's arms, lamenting helplessly, sigh, it's so difficult. In the apocalyptic world, a small umbrella is undoubtedly a hard currency. After all, people today are under immense pressure and need an outlet for their emotions. Moreover, there are many who resort to trading their bodies for resources. Fortunately, Chen Dong acquired an unlimited supply of small umbrellas. Otherwise, they would have sold out long ago, and he wouldn't have had the chance to use one himself. As it turns out, even if theoretical knowledge is thoroughly learned, putting it into practice is an entirely different matter. An hour of pixelation. The two leaned against the headboard, nestled together. At this point, they had truly given themselves to each other. Chen Dong suddenly took out a handgun from his backpack and handed it to Xianqi. This handgun will serve as our token of affection. Now that zombies are becoming increasingly numerous, your crossbow is proving somewhat cumbersome. With a handgun, your survival capabilities will be elevated to a whole new level. Xianqi did not take it. Instead, she pushed it back into Chen Dong's embrace, shaking her head in refusal. If I take the handgun, what will you do? You are the main output of our team. It would be more useful for you to keep this handgun. Chen Dong kissed Xianqi's forehead and once again offered her the handgun affectionately, saying, silly girl, take a good look. This handgun is not my P92. Xianqi took the handgun and examined it closely. Indeed, it was somewhat different from Chen Dong's usual P92. Chen Dong continued, this handgun uses 9mm ammunition, just like my P92. I found this yesterday on the trading platform, intending to give it to you soon, and now seems like the perfect time. The current trading platform has begun to feature firearms and ammunition, as well as combat supplies like grenades and incendiary bombs. Compared to the exorbitant prices at the beginning, they have decreased somewhat. However, prices are still quite high. Ordinary survivors still struggle to obtain much. Even having a few Molotov cocktails is considered wealthy. But for Chen Dong, these issues were non-existent. While others hesitated, he directly purchased the handgun. After all, with so many unlimited resources at his disposal, he had no need to worry about food and water. What he lacked were ample combat supplies. It should be noted that Xianqi was still using a crossbow. While the damage inflicted on survivors was acceptable against zombies, unless one aimed for a close-range headshot, the effectiveness was minimal. Chen Dong had also noticed that as time passed, the survivors' levels increased, and the variety of resources gradually expanded, while the zombies were also becoming stronger. As Xianqi's teammate Chen Dong deemed it necessary to prepare a firearm for her. At least for now, a handgun could still be considered a miraculous weapon. Upon hearing this explanation, Xianqi accepted the handgun and placed it into her backpack, happily embracing Chen Dong sweetly, saying, thank you, Lao Chen. Chen Dong had just sent a few thousand rounds of 9mm ammunition to Xianqi to ensure she wouldn't run out of bullets. Suddenly being embraced by Xianqi, he felt a rush of emotions. Talking without practice won't do, you need to show it through action. After receiving the gun, Xianqi needed to practice her shooting skills. Unlike the crossbow she learned before, handguns have a certain recoil, and she needed to learn how to adjust and control it. Chen Dong drove Xianqi to a small grove. Not far from the villa area, there weren't many zombies, making it a perfect spot for shooting practice. Chen Dong took out a homemade puppet, tied it to a stick, and placed it 10 meters away. After setting up the target, he walked over to Xianqi. Anqi, let's practice shooting at 10 meters first. Once you get familiar, we can extend the distance. Since you have experience using a crossbow, adjusting should not be difficult. Xianxi loaded the ammunition and nodded. No problem, just watch me. Chen Dong guided Xianxi on the correct way to hold the gun, and after she got in position, he let her shoot. As a beginner with firearms, Xianxi initially struggled to hit her desired target. However, as she became more familiar and learned to control the recoil combined with the precision she developed using the crossbow, she adapted quickly. Bang! Bang! 2 shots hit the bullseye. Chen Dong applauded from the side. Xianxi had already become quite accurate with her 30-meter fixed target. The remaining task was to practice moving targets in real combat. Anxi, very impressive. Your talent surpasses mine by a lot. With more practice on moving targets, we'll be able to storm the zombie stronghold together. Xianxi pouted. I don't want to be called the dual deadly duo it sounds like a villain's nickname. Chen Dong laughed. Alright, well, come up with a more appealing nickname later. After that, Chen Dong continued to help Xianxi practice with moving targets. Once she mastered the use of the firearm, moving targets posed little difficulty for her, and she quickly graduated to the next level. Zhang Zihao was quite pleased with himself lately. In this desolate apocalyptic world, he managed to contact his old lackey Ergo. At this moment, he was planning to call Ergo over to assist him. All along, Zhang Zihao had felt uncomfortable with his arrival in this zombie world. After all, he used to come from a wealthy family where food was served to him and clothes were handed to him, surrounded by countless women. But after arriving in this world, he couldn't organize a force like Zhou Shujian and live a comfortable life. Instead, he had to endure hunger and sleep outdoors. Fortunately, he encountered the campus beauty Tian Xiaoyu, whom he had long coveted since college, within just a couple of days. Since they already knew each other, it was natural for them to become teammates. During this process, Zhang Zihao inevitably began to harbor ulterior motives toward Tian Xiaoyu. However, she was a tough nut to crack and wouldn't let him get close. After establishing contact with Chen Dong, the casual chats and resource purchases always brought a bright smile to Tian Xiaoyu's face. It was evident that Tian Xiaoyu was genuinely happy. Zhang Zihao felt quite unbalanced. Why? Why had he never seen her smile so brightly when he was around? When chatting with Chen Dong, she laughed like a woman in love. Why could this poor loser Chen Dong dominate the apocalypse and become a top figure in the survivor community? Why? Each night Zhang Zihao seethed with resentment over these thoughts, tossing and turning in restless insomnia, especially about Chen Dong. In the past, he had never deigned to regard that wretched nobody as worthy of his notice. For they had never belonged to the same social stratum. Sharing a dormitory was the sole point of intersection in their entire lives. Yet this very Chen Dong, after arriving in the apocalyptic world, somehow acquired an exorbitantly priced barrier wall. He even lived in comfort, electricity, a villa, and abundance of food and drink. By contrast, Zhang Zihao himself relied on supplies bartered between Tian Xiaoyu and Chen Dong for mere survival. What had he become? A beggar. Zhang Zihao could not accept such a reality. One day he vowed inwardly, I will train Tian Xiaoyu into my personal plaything. And as for Chen Dong, I will dry him into jerky and feed him to the zombies. These were the dark recesses of Zhang Zihao's mind. Thoughts he had no opportunity to enact. Until one day he stumbled upon a survivor boasting in a chat channel recounting events with startling verisimilitude. The more he read, the more it echoed deeds he himself had once committed. He initiated a private message and discovered the braggart was none other than Ergo, his former lackey. Boss, never imagined you'd end up in this apocalyptic world too. Unbelievable. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. Zhang Zihao was taken aback. In this ruined world, Ergo still remained fiercely loyal, feeding his vanity with profound satisfaction. Ergo, I've got food, water, everything. Hurry over. I'll recruit you into my squad and share our coordinates. Once we expand our ranks, you as a founding member will reap immense rewards. Ergo swiftly accepted the squad invitation. Checking their relative coordinates, the distance was neither near nor far, still requiring some time to traverse. A bit far, but don't worry, boss. I'm setting off immediately. Just wait 2 days. I'll be there before you know it. Zhang Zihao closed the chat window. Already visions of a glorious future shimmered in his mind. Once Ergo arrived, he would begin recruiting, expanding, and consolidating power without pause. Soon he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the sheriff himself. At that point, the sheriff, not to mention Chen Dong, would be beneath his contempt. And Tian Xiaoyu, would she not then be utterly his? Zhang Zihao glanced toward her resting form nearby, heart quickening with heat. He crept closer, gazing upon Tian Xiaoyu's mesmerizing features as she slept. Even clad in tactical combat gear, her graceful figure remained unmistakably alluring. Unbidden, his hand rose to caress her cheek, only for her to jolt awake from slumber at that very instant. Her eyes snapped open, she seized his wrist instantly. Zhang Zihao froze, then flashed what he believed to be a warm, radiant smile. Xiaoyu, you're awake. Why not rest a little longer? She sat up, smiling faintly as she subtly withdrew his hand. I can't sleep. I keep worrying about danger. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. If danger arises, I'll stand before you, shielding you with my own body. Tian Xiaoyu regarded him with quiet, knowing intensity, then smiled gently. Thank you, Zhang Zihao. Her words filled him with elation. Inwardly, he sneered, at last this wretch realizes I'm the only reliable one. Aloud, she continued, our rations are running low. I must go to Chen Dong again for food and water. Zhang Zihao fell silent, head bowed. His breath grew ragged, dizziness swirled behind his temples, until at last he could contain himself no longer. He erupted, Chen Dong. Chen Dong. Always Chen Dong. What is he? Nothing but a stinking nobody. What did he give you for your birthday? Handmade trinkets, cheap knickknacks bought roadside. How could those ever compare to the gifts I bestowed upon you? Now he merely enjoys fleeting ease in this apocalypse. But soon I'll assemble a formidable team, scale my influence, and force him to grovel at my feet. Startled by his sudden outburst, Tian Xiaoyu instinctively retreated several paces, putting safe distance between them. Zhang Zihao, you're becoming dangerously obsessive. Chen Dong is our university classmate, and once your dorm mate. Now that he aids us, we should express gratitude, not repay kindness with betrayal. Zhang Zihao threw back his head and laughed, a harsh, disdainful sound. Dorm mate. I never considered Chen Dong anything of the sort. Living beside him for 2 years felt like defilement. He's nothing but a lowly insect. Why would I call him friend? Fortunately, he quietly packed up and moved out after sophomore year. Otherwise, I'd have petitioned the counselor to expel him myself. Tian Xiaoyu's expression faltered. This was the first time she'd learned of such deep-seated enmity between them. No wonder Chen Dong had warned her repeatedly to beware of Zhang Zihao. She'd assumed it stemmed merely from Zhang Zihao's habitual arrogance, an attitude that unsettled Chen Dong. She'd never imagined how venomously Zhang Zihao privately despised him. No doubt Chen Dong had been isolated and ostracized in the dorm all those years. A sudden surge of anger rose within her. Chen Dong is my closest friend. I forbid you to speak of him like this. One cannot choose one's origins, but Chen Dong carved his path upward through relentless effort, establishing himself in the metropolis. Within 2 years, he secured a down payment on an apartment. To me, he is truly exceptional. Seeing Tian Xiaoyu defend Chen Dong ignited a crimson fury in Zhang Zihao's eyes. He gripped her shoulders, hard voice dripping with menace. A friend. So you fancy him? You rejected everyone for 4 years. Was it because of him? Was it a... No wonder you always showed up at gatherings where Chen Dong appeared, while otherwise remaining aloof as if you were celestial royalty. His voice climbed in feverish intensity, veins throbbed violently across his forehead. Just wait, just wait. One day I will kill Chen Dong. I Zhang Zihao swear it. I will kill him. Pain flared in her shoulder as he tightened his grip. Tian Xiaoyu drew a military-grade combat knife from her pack and held it steadily before her chest. Zhang Zihao, don't push me. The blade's icy gleam jolted him, his body shuddering as reason flooded back. He released her, stammering awkwardly, Xiaoyu. I didn't mean it like that. I just got carried away. Please forgive me. Tian Xiaoyu's face remained cold and impassive. I'll pretend I never heard those words, provided you learn to master your emotions henceforth. Now I'm going out to scavenge supplies. Zhang Zihao hurried. Xiaoyu, let me accompany you. You shouldn't go alone. No need. Rest well, you're not required. I'll only scavenge nearby, there's no danger. Without another glance, she strode resolutely from their dilapidated shelter. At present, Tian Xiaoyu still needs Zhang Zihao as her teammate. On her own, she truly cannot guarantee her survival in the apocalypse. Thus, even though she finds Zhang Zihao very unpleasant, forming a team with him at least ensures that there is someone to look out for her. However, now Zhang Zihao has an unexpected restlessness about him. Tian Xiaoyu feels that sooner or later Zhang Zihao will make a move against her. In the previous few instances, it was because she firmly refused. Otherwise, the lustful Zhang Zihao would have long since taken advantage of her. Today, nearly reaching a breaking point, Tian Xiaoyu felt a bit worried. If only her teammate were Chen Dong. Tian Xiaoyu opened the chat window for Chen Dong and subconsciously typed, Chen Dong, how wonderful it would be to have you by my side. In recent days, Chen Dong had been purchasing information from other survivors. Around the villa area, due to the increasing number of survivors, the production of supplies had drastically decreased. This led him to choose to buy information. The benefit is that the information currently being sold mostly pertains to silver-level supply boxes or small groups of zombies, which is very suitable for Chen Dong. With some daily necessities, he could exchange a bit of bread and water for silver-level intelligence, and even had the chance to trade for gold-level supplies. Chen Dong felt he was not at a loss, but rather profiting significantly. However, gold-level supplies are still too rare. Since the last time he obtained a gasoline generator, he had not seen any information about gold-level supply boxes. Of course, it is also possible that other factions grouped together had learned about them in advance. After all, the numerous survivor teams led by the sheriff are currently overwhelming. Therefore, Chen Dong was drinking a beverage, slowly scrolling through the chat channel, carefully examining every piece of information without missing a single detail. Ding! A private chat notification popped up indicating it was a message from Tian Xiaoyu. During this time, Tian Xiaoyu had been maintaining contact with Chen Dong. Using some of her scarce supplies, Tian Xiaoyu exchanged for daily provisions from Chen Dong. A bundle of firewood for 20 loaves of bread, 2 lighters for 10 bottles of water, and so on. The two also rekindled their camaraderie from their school days, becoming as familiar as before. But when Chen Dong opened Tian Xiaoyu's chat box and saw the message, he nearly spat out his soda. Such ambiguous words caught him completely off guard. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Chen Dong blinked and quietly glanced at Xianxi, who had just gone upstairs. Then, maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied with a message. After sending the message, it showed as read. As a result, the message Tian Xiaoyu sent was immediately recalled. In a strange twist of fate, when sending the message to Chen Dong, Tian Xiaoyu was still lost in thought, reminiscing about the past. It was only when Chen Dong sent a message that the notification sound woke her up. Seeing the message she sent, Tian Xiaoyu quickly clicked to recall it. Fortunately, the time interval, since it was sent, was not long, so she could still recall it. If she couldn't, she would feel too embarrassed to face Chen Dong. Tian Xiaoyu blushed and explained in a message, I'm sorry, I made a typo. Chen Dong found it somewhat amusing. Are you going to exchange supplies with me again today? Tian Xiaoyu pouted her lips. I just want to chat with you. Is that not allowed? Is everything between us only about transactions now? When Chen Dong saw the message, he could almost sense Tian Xiaoyu's resentment. Quite interesting. Chen Dong quickly played it off. Ha ha ha, that's not true. We're classmates, so you can talk to me anytime. Occasionally, I can also be your emotional garbage can. But it will cost extra. Tian Xiaoyu sighed. So it really was just treating me as a friend. But this is also what sets Chen Dong apart from other boys, right? She was quite good looking. Tian Xiaoyu had known this for a long time. Since childhood, the boys in her class would feel shy about talking to her. There were heaps of love letters from the boys in the neighboring class. As a child, she might have felt a bit proud of it. But as she grew older, Tian Xiaoyu only found the boys around her too superficial. She didn't think much of them. Until she met Chen Dong. The first time she encountered a boy who was indifferent to her. There had been others, but they were all just pretending to attract her attention. Initially, Tian Xiaoyu also thought Chen Dong was one of those boys. But as time passed, she discovered that Chen Dong seemed to truly have no other intentions toward her. Unfortunately, this boy seemed not to like her. Coming from a poor family, he had no interest in romantic pursuits, only focusing on making a name for himself. Tian Xiaoyu recalled when she tentatively asked Chen Dong what kind of partner he intended to find in the future, only to receive a playful and self-deprecating animated emoji in response. I don't have time to listen to any nonsense love stories right now, I just want to make money. Tian Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. Shaking off the lingering thoughts with force, she sent another message. Forget it, I still need to rely on Chen Dong for supplies. If I have any negative emotions, I will just swallow my bitterness and bear it alone. I can't afford to spend money. However, my supplies are indeed running low and I wanted to exchange some with you. Chen Dong replied, no problem. I have burned quite a few zombies with the firewood you gave me before. Tian Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment. Chen Dong, could you sell me some weapons? I really need them. Chen Dong frowned upon reading this message. You see, Tian Xiaoyu had never actively asked for such items before. She only requested basic supplies like rice flour, water, and bread. Apart from some crossbows and Molotov cocktails that Chen Dong had initially given her, she had never asked for more. Now she was actively seeking to purchase weapons, which must indicate a change. This made Chen Dong somewhat worried. He listed some crossbows, gasoline, Molotov cocktails, and a few grenades in their trade window. He typed out, what's wrong? Is there danger nearby? Zombies or survivors? Do you need me to come over to help? I now have a car and can reach your place in half a day. Tian Xiaoyu accepted the supplies sent by Chen Dong, and seeing his concerned words, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She then sent a message. Actually, there aren't too many zombies around me. The area I am in is relatively safe. Chen Dong was puzzled. Then what is the situation? Tian Xiaoyu sent another message. It's Zhang Zihao. He has been acting a bit strange lately, and I am not too at ease. She then shared with Chen Dong all the details of Zhang Zihao's outburst, and everything he had said today. Zhang Zihao has become increasingly irritable recently. Today, upon learning that I was going to continue trading supplies with you, he threatened me not to have any further contact with you. He even threatened to kill you. He has already shown tendencies to attack me today, and I have to stay alert. So arrogant, and he wants to kill me. Chen Dong scoffed at this statement. To be honest, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to kill Zhang Zihao standing still, he could do it with just one hand. Considering the situation, Zhang Zihao indeed seems to have ulterior motives. He continued, be careful, and if you need help, feel free to reach out to me. And also, if Zhang Zihao does anything outrageous to you, don't hold back. Tian Xiaoyu greatly appreciated Chen Dong's concern. Even though she knew Chen Dong was only acting from the standpoint of a good friend. Got it. I'm not that soft-hearted. Not wanting to chat any longer, she added. It's getting late, I need to return to the shelter. Chen Dong and Tian Xiaoyu bid each other farewell, ending their chat. However, neither of them knew that another old classmate they were familiar with was rushing towards Zhang Zihao's group, without stopping. At night, the bright moon illuminated the woods brightly. On the roof of a dilapidated house sat a tall, lean man dressed in black. He was evading the zombies of the night, and this place provided him with a safe spot to rest and regain his energy. The lean man looked at the increasingly close location sharing on the system panel, took a bite of bread and muttered, boss, wait a bit longer, I'm almost there. At that moment, Chen Dong received a message. 10086, I have a blueprint for a tang knife here, I'll sell it to you if you ask. Chen Dong found this a bit strange. A tang knife didn't seem to be a high-grade item, it was merely a silver-level cold weapon. He had previously obtained a tang knife which was sharp, but nothing particularly special. Looking at the sender of the message, it was actually Bai Shui, who had almost tricked Chen Dong last time by selling information about a golden-level supply box. Chen Dong felt somewhat puzzled. Bai Shui had recommended this tang knife blueprint to other clients with purchasing power before, but upon hearing the trading conditions, they all shook their heads, immediately deeming them too harsh. But Chen Dong was different. Bai Shui had interacted with Chen Dong and knew he was a big spender. If even Chen Dong didn't want this tang knife blueprint, it would truly rot in her hands. Bai Shui's team was short on supplies and urgently needed to sell some items to exchange for living supplies. This is not an ordinary tang knife blueprint. Do you know that this blueprint can be used 20 times? It's reusable. Moreover, this type of tang knife has a passive attribute critical hit, which will deal an additional 30% damage to zombies. It's a great item. 10086, I'm only reaching out to you because of our old friendship. Who would have friendship with you? You were lucky to not be killed last time. However, Chen Dong began to reassess the value of this tang knife blueprint. If it really worked, as Bai Shui said, being able to deal critical hits against zombies, and being craftable 20 times, he could keep some as backup, and even sell them for a good profit. After all, rarity creates value. Chen Dong continued to ask, since this tang knife is so powerful, why don't you keep it for yourself, and craft it to sell? Bai Shui replied helplessly, the materials for forging a tang knife are too many, and our team can't afford it. Chen Dong felt a bit tempted. He asked Bai Shui to send the blueprint information. After confirming, he replied again, let's talk about your trading conditions. I'm starting to be a bit interested. Bai Shui was overjoyed, and quickly sent her demands to Chen Dong. I want 200 bottles of water, 10 boxes of bread, or 50 jin of rice he. Seeing the listed supplies, Chen Dong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. These items when converted were quite expensive. They were nearly on par with the price of the barrier wall he auctioned off earlier. However, although the price was a bit high, Chen Dong could still afford it. As long as it was for living supplies, he didn't need to worry about not being able to pay. Still, Chen Dong didn't want to be taken advantage of. Although the Tang Dao blueprint was good, it was definitely not worth that price. After all, there were still substantial material costs involved. If the Tang Dao he produced didn't sell for a high price, it would be a losing deal. Thus, Chen Dong wanted to tease Bai Shui a bit and try to lower the price. You go seize it then. There are plenty of supplies in the zombie horde. I can't afford this blueprint, so go find someone else to buy it from. Bai Shui was truly anxious. If Chen Dong didn't buy it, it would really be left to rot in her hands or sold at a low price. 10086, we are familiar now, so we'll give you a discount. Chen Dong felt a bit of a toothache upon reading Bai Shui's message. He replied word by word, familiar. Like roasted familiar people. That is indeed true. We don't have that good of a relationship, you just failed to con me, and now you're trying to get close to me again. Bai Shui felt a bit embarrassed. It was indeed true that she had failed to con Chen Dong last time. If it were anyone else, they would have probably added her to their blacklist, or hunted her down. The fact that Chen Dong could still chat with her for so long showed he was quite easy to talk to. 10086, I admit I was wrong last time, but you almost burned me alive. If it weren't for my luck and digging for survival, you wouldn't even see me now. You see, that cancels out our grievances. As for this business, we are transacting online, so you don't have to worry about me conning you. It seems she was indeed eager to make the deal in exchange for living supplies. Perhaps she was running out of rice to cook. Chen Dong chuckled inwardly at Bai Shui's string of flattering explanations. Naturally, he wanted the Tang Dao. It seemed it was time to bargain. Then how about 50 bottles of water and 20 jin of rice? This price was quite reasonable, and as long as you agree, I will also overlook our previous issues. We can continue to negotiate for other collaborations in the future. Bai Shui immediately disagreed when she saw this price, replying, this price is absolutely impossible, it's too low. Chen Dong didn't waste words. Then you can keep it, I'm not interested and can't afford a higher price. However, Bai Shui suddenly sent a threatening message, 10086, then I want you to offer the same supplies as before to buy a video clip from you. How about that? After that, Bai Shui sent a short video of Chen Dong escaping from zombies in a car. It was unclear how she managed to film it, but Chen Dong's face was clearly visible in the video. Chen Dong's expression darkened. He knew that if his identity was exposed, it would not be a good thing. Too many people coveted the supplies of 10,086. Even though many survivors had moved into the villa area where Chen Dong lived, they only knew that the barrier wall housed 10,086. But they only knew that 10086 was here. They didn't know what 10,086 looked like. Chen Dong had hidden himself very well. Every time he and Xianqi went out to collect supplies, they sat in the car wearing hats or masks. And when they were in the villa, the towering barrier walls perfectly concealed their internal situation. As for survivors who infiltrated the villa, Chen Dong never left any witnesses. So what 10086 looked like was unknown to the vast majority. If Bai Shui released this video, Chen Dong would truly find himself in a state where everyone was an enemy. When hunting zombies outside, he would have to guard against other survivors. That would be extremely inconvenient. He had to find Bai Shui's location quickly and retrieve the video from her. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Dong immediately purchased a non-charged drone camera on the trading platform and started charging it. The current trading platform had many electrical appliances such as rice cookers, washing machines, and drones. However, many people were not lacking these items, but lacked electricity. After charging, Chen Dong deployed the drone to start searching for Bai Shui's whereabouts. Coincidentally, Bai Shui was not far away. Or rather, she had intentionally come near the villa area where Chen Dong was located. It was unclear what her intentions were. But because of the close proximity, the drone Chen Dong deployed quickly discovered her trail. Chen Dong immediately set out for the woods where Bai Shui was located. It must be said that Bai Shui's choice to hide in this forest was a very wise decision. Many survivors were quite wary of the woods, fearing that there were many zombies inside. But in reality, the zombies in the park had mostly already died off. Only a very few solitary ones remained, if any. Zombies are of the horde type. If the number of zombies in a certain area starts to dwindle, they will spontaneously gather together again, forming a new horde. This is also why zombie hordes can never be completely eradicated and why the next wave will soon appear. Chen Dong was very familiar with the environment surrounding the villa area, and he knew that there were no zombies left in this forest. However, many still thought that this forest was very dangerous. It seems Bai Shui indeed had a knack for gathering intelligence. Chen Dong's speed was swift. Running at full speed, he was not inferior to a cheetah. However, like a cheetah, he could not maintain such extreme speed indefinitely. Before long, Chen Dong ran into that forest. The drone in the sky continued to provide him with Bai Shui's location. Bai Shui remained in place. At this moment, she was frowning tightly, looking very puzzled. Why had she sent messages for so long without receiving a reply from 10,086? Little did she know at that very moment someone was slowly approaching her from behind. Bai Shui seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned her head to look back. There was no one there. She thought she was being overly sensitive and muttered to herself, could it be that I haven't rested well lately, so my mental state is too poor, always being suspicious? Suddenly there was a sound of a branch snapping from behind. Bai Shui drew her crossbow, and turned to look back. Behind her was still a dense forest. Bai Shui frowned. She had clearly heard the sound of a branch snapping. It could not have been a natural break, it had to be the sound produced by pressure from a heavy object. But why when she turned her head, could she see nothing? If there was someone, or an animal, how could they hide their presence so quickly? Just as Bai Shui was puzzled, a sharp pain shot through her neck. Before she could react, she instantly lost her ability to resist, and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Chen Dong suddenly appear, Bai Shui's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Then she did not move recklessly, nor did she pay attention to the ropes binding her, but calmly said, 10,086, capturing me is of no use. Although the blueprint is on me, if you kill me you could open my backpack, but I tell you I have a backup of the video at my father's place. If I die he will definitely release the video. You'd better let me go now, and we can sit down and talk nicely, peace is paramount. Hearing this, Chen Dong laughed, revealing his white, even teeth. He lifted Bai Shui's chin nonchalantly, and said, what if I don't want to let you go? I don't believe you have anything to negotiate with me. If you think my identity being exposed would greatly affect me, then I must inform you you're mistaken. Many people in my residential area know my appearance. This video is inconsequential to me. Bai Shui smiled slyly as Chen Dong held her chin, and said, you're lying. Chen Dong, taken aback, maintained his composure, and said, oh, how do you know? How could a blueprint of a tang knife make you go to such lengths to find my location, and yet you didn't kill me immediately? It must be for the video. But worried about the risk of a backup leak you want to interrogate me, right? I wasn't sure before, but seeing your reaction and eyes it's already quite clear. Chen Dong was somewhat speechless. He didn't expect Bai Shui to see through his thoughts. Gently pinching Bai Shui's face, he squinted slightly, a hint of murderous intent flickering. This woman is very dangerous. Since that's the case, there's no other choice, they'll have to kill you. Afterward he'll go home, and take a shower to wash off the bad luck. Whether to kill, or cut, it's all up to you. Bai Shui remained unconcerned about Chen Dong's threat. Then realizing something, she was shocked, and incredulously said, wait, what did you just say? You can actually take a shower. How is that possible? Such a luxurious thing. Bai Shui couldn't believe it, and didn't want to accept it. Since entering this apocalyptic world, she hadn't been able to take a shower. The most extravagant act was to wipe her face with water every few days, then using the precious water resources that were just enough for shampoo to wash her hair. Chen Dong could actually take a shower. It was simply unbelievable. However, upon closer inspection, Chen Dong still carried the scent of shampoo and body wash, seemingly verifying that it was indeed true. Chen Dong smiled and shrugged. There's nothing impossible. Could it be that someone has been in the apocalyptic world for over 10 days without being able to take a shower? No way, you can't be serious. There can't really be someone so unhygienic. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui ground her teeth in anger. Wasn't this just referring to her? Bai Shui was about to speak when Chen Dong suddenly changed his expression and leaned closer. The distance between them was merely a few centimeters, and Bai Shui could clearly feel Chen Dong's breath on her face. Bai Shui leaned against the tree and had nowhere to escape. Her heart raced. She had never been so close to a boy before, and felt a bit nervous. What do you want to do? Chen Dong stared at the strange bite mark on Bai Shui's neck. After hearing the question, he pulled back slightly. You said it yourself, as a big man seeing a beautiful girl, of course I would have certain intentions. Bai Shui felt a bit frustrated. But at that moment Chen Dong grabbed Bai Shui's face, making it impossible for her to speak properly, only able to mumble. Let me ask you something, the bite mark on your neck, it was from a zombie, right? But how come you haven't been infected? Bai Shui's neck bore the marks of a zombie. Under normal circumstances, being bitten by a zombie would surely lead to infection. Yet Bai Shui was unharmed. In fact, she appeared completely unaffected. Could it be that Bai Shui has an antiviral serum in her body? Or has she taken some kind of medication? Chen Dong was eager to find out. Upon hearing his words, Bai Shui instinctively shrank her neck. Then she stubbornly argued, how could it be a zombie? This is just a hickey from my boyfriend. Chen Dong was momentarily taken aback by her words, then burst into laughter. He revealed the genuine hickey on his neck, freshly left by Xia Anqi the previous night, mockingly saying, boyfriend. Hickey. You must have never even watched a movie, right? Can a bite mark be the same as a hickey? This is a real hickey. Bai Shui looked at the hickey on Chen Dong's neck, utterly speechless. She had not expected that what was called a hickey was actually the result of sucking out one bruise after another. She had always naively thought it was just a bite mark. After all, she had never tried. Chen Dong pulled up the collar of his shirt and said, seriously, you need to honestly confess what exactly is the reason that makes you unafraid of zombie infection. However, Bai Shui still refused to speak. At that moment, the drone overhead transmitted a scene showing a group of people walking in their direction. Chen Dong frowned and said, are you the one who called for them? Bai Shui suddenly gained confidence and replied naturally, otherwise what? Unbeknownst to her, Bai Shui had quietly sent out the message through her means. Now her teammates had already rushed over. Chen Dong sighed silently, putting on his mask and baseball cap, patiently waiting. Soon a group of people approached. Leading them was a middle-aged man, elegant and naturally exuding an air of cultured charisma. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Bai Shui. Sure enough, when the leading middle-aged man saw Bai Shui, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Xiao Shui, how are you? Are you hurt?" "Dad, I'm fine." Bai Shui, bound by Chen Dong, could only speak loudly to reassure him. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Dong, his expression turning cold. "Everyone, let's go together and rescue Xiao Shui." Everyone drew their weapons. Some wielded swords, others crossbows, but none bore firearms. Clearly this team's combat strength was relatively weak. No wonder they constantly sold intelligence. The primary reason was that they lacked the capacity to seize and hold valuable assets themselves. Chen Dong unsheathed his tank-style sword, not a firearm, but chose close-quarters combat instead. He wished to test his upgraded physical prowess, to gauge precisely where he stood among survivors. Having had no prior opportunity, he would not let this one slip away. All assumed this would be a rout, and indeed it was. Yet the outcome defied all expectations. In an instant, Chen Dong felled 3 adversaries with his blade, leaving the rest paralyzed with fear, too terrified to advance. Chen Dong himself was astonished. He had expected only a modest edge over other survivors. Never imagined his superiority would be so staggering. His speed surpassed even the reaction time of Bai Shui's teammates. They could not aim their crossbows at him. Blood streamed down the blade, as in a single breath, he cut down 3 armed survivors. "Halt, we surrender," Bai Xianqing shouted urgently. If Chen Dong continued killing, none of them would survive. "Might I ask your honored name?" "Release Xiao Shui, and I, Bai Xianqing, swear to fulfill any condition you name." Chen Dong nodded. "I am surnamed Chen. I seek little, only the Tang sword blueprint. Also, I am deeply intrigued, why did Xiao Shui remain uninfected after being bitten by a zombie? The blueprint poses no issue. It lies inside Xiao Shui's backpack. Mr. Chen, simply allow Xiao Shui to open her pack. You may take it at once." Bai Xianqing agreed readily, yet hesitated. As for why Xiao Shui wasn't infected, Chen Dong narrowed his eyes. He approached Xiao Shui, pressing the Tang sword coldly against her throat. "It seems, Mr. By that you value your daughter's life rather less than you claim. Still concealing the truth at a moment like this." Bai Xianqing grew frantic. Seeing his beloved daughter's life hanging in the balance, he cried out, "No, no, no. I'll speak. I beg you, Mr. Chen, don't act rashly." At that moment, the team's second-in-command stood nearby. Hearing Bai Xianqing's capitulation, he rushed to intervene. "Chief, this is unacceptable. That substance is the very foundation of our team. Revealing it now will invite certain death." But Bai Xianqing, consumed by paternal desperation, heard no counsel. He cared only that his daughter remain unharmed. "Xiao Shui remained uninfected after the zombie bite, because we possess an antiviral serum." Chen Dong's understanding crystallized at last, the root of Xiao Shui's extraordinary resilience. Learning she owed her immunity to the antiviral serum, he felt a sudden fierce yearning. If he and Xianqi could both receive such injections, it would grant them unparalleled security. In this apocalyptic world, zombies remained humanity's gravest threat. To be immune to infection altogether, then even retreating to a concealed sanctuary, would ensure survival until the very end. He must obtain the antiviral serum. For the first time, an overwhelming visceral desire seized him. "I need not kill your daughter, nor harm any of you. You may depart unscathed, but the serum must be exchanged for her life." Bai Xianqing's brow furrowed deeply. Then after a tense pause, he clenched his teeth and agreed. "Very well, I accept." "Chief, this cannot be done." His deputy protested loudly. "Handing over the serum means total ruin. We intended to build our future upon it. Surrendering it now severs our lifeline." Bai Xianqing's expression hardened. "Hey Hu, remember this, I am the leader of this team. My word is law." Tension thickened the air. Teammates on either side tensed, silently dividing into 2 opposing factions. Bai Xianqing locked eyes with Heihu and spoke slowly. "Heihu, if you wish to go your own way, I shall not stop you. But so long as you remain part of this team, I am its master. Do you dispute my authority?" After a strained silence, Heihu pressed his lips together, then nodded. "Fine, fine, you are chief. All of you, follow the chief without question." Chen Dong watched the quarrel between Bai Xianqing and Heihu, faintly frowning. He held no interest in their internal strife, only in the antiviral serum. Impatient, Chen Dong said, "Hand over the serum now, and I'll release her. It's a simple exchange. No need for delay, Mr. Bai." Bai Xianqing smiled apologetically. "Mr. Chen, you see, the serum is exceedingly rare. For safety, none of us carry it. A dedicated guard watches over it. We must retrieve it first before delivering it to you." Chen Dong nodded, accepting the explanation. He then set his terms. "Then meet me here again at noon 3 days hence, with 20 vials of antiviral serum. We exchange hostage for serum hand to hand." At this audacious demand, Bai Xianqing recoiled. "Mr. Chen, we simply cannot produce 20 vials." Chen Dong's face chilled instantly. Gently drawing the blade closer to Xiao Shui's throat, he gave a mirthless laugh. "I offered in good faith, yet you dare play games with me. 20 vials, and you claim impossibility." Bai Xianqing sighed helplessly. "Mr. Chen, it isn't lack of sincerity. I hold nothing back when my daughter's life hangs in your hands. It's simply that we never possessed that many vials to begin with." Chen Dong paused, then relented. Indeed, if such a serum were abundant, the zombie threat would collapse entirely. Thus he revised his demand. "Very well, I'll relent. 10 vials, and not one less." Bai Xianqing still shook his head. 8 vials, Mr. Chen. That is all we have. We obtained 9 vials from supply crates. One was administered to Xiao Shui after her bite. The remaining 8 we preserved intact. They are yours, Mr. Chen. Studying Bai Xianqing's expression closely, Chen Dong judged it sincere. Agreed. 8 it is. From now until then, Miss Xiao Shui will reside at my abode for 3 days. At the appointed hour we meet here. Hostage for serum hand-to-hand. Chen Dong finished speaking and let Bai Xianqing and the others leave. The others had no choice but to comply. However, Bai Xianqing felt quite uneasy before leaving. Mr. Chen, please do not harm Xiao Shui in the coming days, as she is still young. Chen Dong naturally picked up on the underlying meaning of this statement. What does he take me for? Chen Dong said lightly, Mr. Bai, you are overly concerned. You must have seen the video, and I am not that kind of lecherous man. I have my principles, and you can rest assured that your daughter will certainly return home unscathed. Only then did Bai Xianqing remember that the young man in the video was also a youth. Moreover, he had a righteous demeanor, unlike a petty person who would take advantage of others. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Bai Xianqing said, Mr. Chen, please do not mind, I was just worried. Well then I will take my leave first. Bai Xianqing turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he couldn't help but turn back, advising Bai Shui. Xiao Shui, you must be obedient these days and not provoke Mr. Chen's anger. 3 days later your father will bring the antiviral serum to take you home. Bai Shui nodded. That I will be obedient, you can go back first. Bai Xianqing couldn't help but sigh. Then he walked ahead of the team and left first. He who also turned back to glance at Chen Dong and Bai Shui before following suit. Once Bai Xianqing and the others had walked far away and the drones in the sky could no longer see them, Chen Dong finally lowered his guard. Suddenly he bound Bai Shui. What are you doing? Let me go. Chen Dong chuckled. I can let you go, but you must open your backpack to me. Otherwise I can't feel at ease letting you out of my sight. Who knows if you might take some malicious action. Bai Shui's face darkened slightly. Deep down she did indeed have thoughts of wanting to escape. Unexpectedly, Chen Dong's vigilance was so high that he gave her no opportunity. Bai Shui had no choice but to reluctantly open her backpack permissions. She allowed Chen Dong to access the contents within. Chen Dong took a glance. The supplies were pitifully scarce. The only valuable item was a blueprint for a Tang Dao. Chen Dong left behind some basic supplies like bread and bottled water. He thoroughly searched for anything that might pose a threat to him. Once the potential threats were neutralized, he untied the ropes binding Bai Shui. Bai Shui rubbed her wrists and suddenly took off running. However, she had not made it far before being caught by Chen Dong, who had quickly chased after her. Be honest, and do not test my patience. As long as you behave, I won't harm you in the slightest, and might even treat you well. But if you are foolish enough to run out and get eaten by zombies or get captured by other survivors as a toy, I will not be responsible for that. After finishing his words, Chen Dong released his grip and walked towards the villa area. Let's go. Bai Shui grimaced behind him. After much hesitation, she decided to follow. Without any weapons on her, she could not walk very far on her own. Let's go. When Chen Dong left, he specifically took a car from the garage to put in the backpack. Driving back with Bai Shui saved quite a bit of time. Upon returning to the villa area, the barrier wall detected Chen Dong's car and automatically opened the gate. After granting passage, it slowly closed the gate again. Inside the villa, Xia Anqi heard the sounds from outside the barrier and the roar of the car engine. Realizing that Chen Dong had returned, she eagerly ran to the yard to greet Chen Dong, without bothering to change into slippers. However, the scene before her left her somewhat bewildered. Chen Dong had returned, but he was accompanied by a woman. She got out from the passenger seat where she often sat. Bai Shui also noticed Xia Anqi, who matched her appearance. With a hint of jealousy, she remarked, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be keeping a beautiful woman hidden away." Then she walked straight into the villa, brushing past Xia Anqi. Once inside, she directly rummaged through the fridge to find a cold cola to drink, clearly not treating herself as an outsider. Xia Anqi, still outside, approached Chen Dong and hurriedly asked, "Chen Dong, who is she and how did she come to our home?" Chen Dong explained, "Bai Shui is the person who sold me the information about the golden level material box before. Do you remember today when I told you I wanted to buy a special Tang Dao blueprint? That's what Bai Shui wanted to trade for." He continued, "Originally, I just intended to haggle, but unexpectedly, she pulled out a video of me appearing on camera. Of course, I couldn't let that get out, so I devised a plan to find her and captured her, which led to her father. Guess what happened next?" Xia Anqi listened intently, seeing Chen Dong pause and even keep them in suspense, hurriedly prodding him. "I want guess, just tell me." Chen Dong laughed heartily and continued, "Then I found out that Bai Shui actually wasn't afraid of being bitten by zombies. After asking, I learned that she had taken an antiviral serum. So I made an agreement with her father to exchange 8 bottles of antiviral serum for his daughter in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Xia Anqi finally understood. "So that's how it is, I thought." Chen Dong responded with a hum. "Thought what?" Xia Anqi whispered. "I thought Bai Shui was a wildflower you brought back from outside." Chen Dong burst into laughter. "You silly woman, why think about such things? Isn't it enough to have you at home? Why would I go look for wildflowers?" Xia Anqi chuckled lightly. "Oh, what about the one you chat with all the time?" Chen Dong hurriedly explained. "Anqi, don't misunderstand, Tian Xiaoyu and I are just good friends." Xia Anqi raised a finger and gently touched Chen Dong's lips, signaling him to stop. Then she said softly, "Chen Dong, you don't need to explain to me. You just need to know that I love you very much and will always be by your side. I hope you won't let me down, if that's enough for me." Chen Dong held Xia Anqi tightly. "Anqi, I will always love you, so don't worry about that." Xia Anqi closed her eyes, feeling secure in his embrace. "Then you must keep your word." Chen Dong smiled slightly and kissed Xia Anqi's forehead. The next morning, Chen Dong took out the special Tang Dao crafted from the large amount of materials he had just purchased and examined it carefully. Tang Dao Silver Level Weapon Special. Attack Power 15. Special effect critical hit when attacking zombies causes an additional 30% damage and makes the wounds inflicted by the Tang Dao unable to heal. Chen Dong arrived at a zombie gathering point outside the villa area, casually finding a single unfortunate zombie ready to test the power of this critical hit Tang Dao. He picked up a stone from the ground with one hand and extended his thumb with the other, squinting one eye to calibrate the range. Then he swung it forcefully. Bang! The stone hit squarely on a zombie's head. The zombie stared blankly at Chen Dong, who threw the stone, then let out a low growl and ran over. Chen Dong drew the Tang Dao and got into position. As the zombie charged, a flash of silver light appeared. The zombie's left arm was severed at the elbow, and the pain caused the zombie to howl. Chen Dong observed the zombie's wound and found that the injury inflicted by the critical hit Tang Dao indeed showed no signs of healing. It is known that zombies have strong self-healing abilities. Even if limbs are severed, they can stop bleeding quickly. Yet this particular zombie had its left-hand wound still dripping with the foul black blood of a zombie, showing no signs of healing whatsoever. After verifying the power of the critical hit Tang Dao, Chen Dong decapitated the zombie, recording the process on video. Then he began crafting the remaining critical hit Tang Dao. Tang Dao Blueprint. Iron sheets 50 pieces. Whetstone 1 piece. Additional status critical hit. Level silver. Remaining crafting attempts 19 times. Would you like to craft 19 Tang Daos? Yes, no. Chen Dong clicked to craft. Requires 950 iron sheets, 19 whetstones, materials checked, and complete starting crafting. As the system notification chimed with a ding sound, Chen Dong's backpack increased by 19 critical hit Tang Daos. He kept 10 for himself and listed the other 10 on the trading platform. Before long, many people began to take notice. ID 353346. I just saw 10 Tang Daos on the trading platform said to have a critical hit status. They can increase damage by 30% when cutting zombies, and the wounds cannot heal. I really like them, but they are quite expensive. ID 324346. I can afford it, but who knows if this critical hit Tang Dao is really as powerful as described. What if it turns out to be useless after buying? That would be a big letdown, especially since it's not a small amount of money. ID 10010. Don't blame me for not warning you. This is a product listed by 10,086, and I don't think they can sell such good items. Wouldn't they keep the good stuff for themselves? ID 355221. I bought one, and it feels okay. However, I haven't tested it on zombies yet, so I don't know how it performs in actual combat. ID 10,000. You can't say anything if you haven't tested it in combat. 10086 is known for making easy money. How can they have good stuff? ID 10086. Are you two the ones trying to slander me? Come everyone, watch a video I just recorded using the critical hit Tang Dao attached video. Chen Dong uploaded the video of him taking down a zombie with the critical hit Tang Dao. It clearly showed the state of the zombie after being struck down by the critical hit Tang Dao, as well as the weapon's attack power. It could undoubtedly be considered among the best known cold weapons. After all, most cold weapons on the trading platform are still ordinary mass-produced items. Once the video was released, his listed critical hit Tang Daos were instantly sold out. Scarcity increases value. With only 10 critical hit Tang Daos available, even at a relatively high price, there were plenty willing to pay. It was just a matter of willingness. In the next moment, many survivors who hesitated and failed to grab a critical hit Tang Dao began to wail in the chat channel. ID 453543. I didn't get a critical hit Tang Dao, so frustrating. ID 674567 10086. Do you still have critical hit Tang Daos? I'm willing to pay even more than before. ID 563278. Yes, I also want to buy one. I've sent a private message, 10,086. Please check your messages. ID 10010. I'm really amazed at you people, but it's just a broken Tang Dao. What's so special about it? ID 10086. I'm sorry, but I only have 10 critical hit Tang Daos for sale. The blueprint for the Tang Dao has been damaged, and there are no new critical hit Tang Daos being produced for now. It can be said to be temporarily out of print, and one can only wait for the same blueprint to appear in the future. Just as the survivors who failed to secure a critical hit Tang Dao were lamenting, an astonishing announcement suddenly came from the sheriff's team in the chat channel. The entire survivor community was shaken. Higher-level zombies and mutated creatures are emerging, a fact that has nearly become a concluded truth among all survivors. However, they did not expect that this day would come so swiftly, catching them off guard. Just recently, the sheriff's team released an announcement in the public chat channel. Number 12315. Hello survivors, I am the sheriff. I am very excited right now, unable to contain my joy, and I want to share this happiness with you all immediately. Our team has just hunted down a mutated zombie wild boar. This should be the first time survivors have hunted a mutated creature, a moment absolutely worth recording in history, and I feel it necessary to share it with everyone. Number 352525. Mutated creatures. Have they appeared so soon? I can't even handle a small horde of zombies. I am falling behind their development. This is going to get me killed. Number 465435. Damn, I think I have also found a mutated creature. Is that even a dog? It's almost as big as a cow. The mutated creature is simply outrageous. It has noticed me, but fortunately, I am positioned high and it cannot reach me. I almost wet myself. Number 353436. It's hopeless. I can't fight back at all. My supplies are running low and I am preparing to dig a grave for myself and wait to die. Chen Dong looked at the information feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. So far he had not encountered any mutated zombie creatures and was uncertain about their combat capabilities. However, the fact that the sheriff's team was able to hunt the first mutated zombie creature indeed indicated their strength. Chen Dong stroked his chin thinking that the sheriff would probably use this grand momentum to recruit more people. If this continues to develop, there will come a day when a reckoning will occur. He did not believe that the sheriff was the type to coexist peacefully. After all, Chen Dong's strength was unfathomable, posing too great a threat to him. When the sheriff believed his power had expanded to a certain degree, Chen Dong was certain that would be the time the sheriff would come looking for trouble. However, Chen Dong was somewhat looking forward to that day. He also wanted to see what extraordinary qualities the other party possessed. The sheriff soon sent another message to the chat channel. It was a short video showing a gigantic wild boar revealed before all the survivors. This mutated zombie wild boar had a massive wound on its abdomen deep enough to see the bone, and it was riddled with gunshot wounds. Had it not been for the fact that it was infected with the zombie virus, and thus inedible, this enormous wild boar could have provided several days' worth of meat. Number 436745. Damn, this pig is as big as an elephant. Number 78567. Is this really a pig? I thought it was just a slightly larger mutated zombie wild boar, but this is absurd, or it seems to have become a different species altogether. Number 457346. TSK Tis, the sheriff's team is so strong, and they have guns, that's impressive. Then the sheriff sent a message. Survivors, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and join the police station. Our powerful strength is evident for all to see. In this apocalyptic world, only by uniting can we have a chance of survival. I sincerely invite survivors and small groups who have not yet joined the team to join us. Just as Chen Dong had anticipated, the sheriff indeed amplified his promotional efforts at this juncture. Using the shock of hunting the first mutated zombie wild boar, he showcased the strength of his team to attract survivors. However, killing such a large mutated wild boar does provide the capital for promotion. Chen Dong said nothing, quietly lurking in the chat channel looking at the image of the mutated zombie wild boar. That elongated wound on the abdomen Chen Dong recognized at a glance was caused by a critical hit from a Tang Dao. The sheriff possessed a critical hit Tang Dao, which he was not surprised by. After all, with 10 Tang Daos listed on the trading platform, if the sheriff's team wanted to buy them, it would be impossible for them to be unable to afford it. He even suspected that the sheriff's team had bought more than one. What mattered more to Chen Dong were the gunshot wounds on the mutated wild boar. Although he vaguely guessed that the sheriff was very likely to have firearms, being proven right still made him somewhat wary. After all, possessing firearms cannot even be compared with only having cold weapons. Then Chen Dong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the ammunition on the trading platform is scarce, and the sheriff and their team are bound to experience consumption. Unlike Chen Dong, who could unleash unlimited firepower with a P92 pistol, they cannot replicate that. Moreover, Chen Dong had his biggest trump card. That is invisibility. To put it another way, if the sheriff truly possessed powerful firearms that even Chen Dong needed to avoid, he could still resort to assassination tactics. Of course, all these assumptions rely on the premise that the sheriff one day takes strong measures against Chen Dong. Only then would he not hesitate to utilize all his means for self-preservation. At this time, many survivors in the chat channel had already made up their minds to seek out the sheriff's team. The previous promotion was merely about food and drink. But many people actually did not care. They even felt that small teams had their own advantages, being more free. However, after seeing the mutated zombie wild boar, many began to contemplate whether they truly had the ability to survive in the face of the continuously strengthening tide of zombies. Number 356547. Our team has discussed and is preparing to seek the sheriff or another large team, otherwise we simply cannot survive. Seeing the zombies getting stronger and mutated creatures appearing, it is indeed wise to plan ahead. Number 867896. Actually, it's not too bad. A large team provides security, and it won't be a problem to join them. I also plan to take my teammates to join the sheriff's police station. Let me consult my teammates' opinions before we set off. Number 457543. Although small teams can collect resources and distribute more among themselves, if you are not a survivor of the caliber of 10,086, it is best to obediently join a large team. Number 958333. In the apocalypse, don't think about grand ambitions. Surviving is the greatest fortune. Although the sheriff's police station publicly killed the first mutated zombie creature, it did indeed attract quite a few survivors to join. However, more importantly, it cast a shadow over the hearts of the survivors. If more mutated creatures and higher-level zombies appear in the future, can the police station withstand it? Who knows? No one knows. If it all ends in death, what was the purpose of being inexplicably drawn into this zombie world? However, Chen Dong did not think that way. He had Xianqi by his side. Although he did not know how long he could survive, he could meet high-level zombies tomorrow and get killed, or he could live until the end. But he did not want to be pessimistic. He wanted to survive with Xianqi. Under the anxious hearts of the people, even Tian Xiaoyu came to find Chen Dong to buy weapons again. Chen Dong, the chief, has killed the first mutated zombie creature. You should know by now, right? Chen Dong quickly replied, of course I know, the chatting channel is buzzing. How could I possibly be unaware? Tian Xiaoyu then sent a string of messages. Today we encountered a horde of zombies, and Zhang Zihao just abandoned me and ran away. Fortunately, you sold me quite a few combat supplies before, otherwise I might have been done for today. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. It was truly frustrating that the other party had managed to survive until now. However, his selfish nature remained unchanged, which was not surprising. What's the point of keeping such a person alive? Just use the weapon I gave you to take him out. Tian Xiaoyu said somewhat helplessly. Zhang Zihao has always been quite vigilant, and am not good at fighting, so it probably won't be that easy. But lately he has been trying to join some big teams, so it's just right for us to part ways. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. So many days have passed, and his own strength had made significant progress. It was about time to deal with him. When do you think Zhang Zihao will find a new group? Let me know, and I'll send him a big gift. Soon Chen Dong received a reply. It should be in the next few days. He has been urging me to join other teams, especially after seeing the chief's precinct kill that mutated creature today. He can't hide his thoughts any longer. Chen Dong thought for a moment. The most urgent matter now is still to obtain the antiviral serum. Waiting a few days should not bring about any significant changes. By the way, do you need any combat supplies? You just barely escaped from the horde today. You should have used up quite a bit, right? Tian Xiaoyu sent a nodding expression. I actually wanted to buy some from you, just some Molotov cocktails and arrows for the crossbow, as well as a critical strike Tang Dao. Chen Dong opened the trading window, placed the supplies. After the transaction was completed, he ended the conversation with Tian Xiaoyu and returned to the villa area. He went out to test the power of the critical strike Tang Dao, and afterwards posted it on the trading platform, unknowingly staying in the wild until noon. When he returned to the shelter, just as he entered, he saw Xianqi sitting on the living room sofa watching TV. The TV was connected to a hard drive, and it was playing programs like Animal World. Chen Dong was somewhat surprised. After all, the TV could not be turned on before. He didn't expect that Xianqi had actually fixed it. Watching TV in such an environment was truly comfortable. Occasionally, it could evoke some feelings of the past. How did you get the TV to work? I fiddled with it for a long time and couldn't turn it on. Xianqi hugged Chen Dong's arm and smiled. It was just the circuit board that was broken. It wasn't a big problem. I just tried to fix it, and it worked. Impressive. Chen Dong gave a thumbs up. But how did you learn to fix a TV? Fixing electrical appliances is quite a specialized skill, not something just anyone can master. Xianqi nonchalantly said, I've seen others fix it a few times, so I know a bit. This time it was just luck. If the problem were any more complicated, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Next, the two of them cuddled together on the sofa watching TV and eating French fries. In a daze, it felt as if the experiences of these days were just a dream. But at that moment, a series of banging sounds came from upstairs. Hey, is anyone there? I'm hungry, Bai Shui shouted. Almost forgot about this guy. Chen Dong glanced upstairs and asked, is she behaving? Has she caused any trouble? She did try to escape. Xianqi shook her head, not taking it too seriously. But with me watching, she didn't succeed. Goodness, she's really not behaving. Chen Dong curled his lips. Let's just let her stay hungry for a while, she'll learn her lesson. Then the two of them continued to watch TV as if they hadn't heard Bai Shui's loud shouts. It wasn't until she got tired of shouting that they sent a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles upstairs. After finishing his meal, Chen Dong left the villa and headed toward a mining site. According to Bai Shui's intelligence, there was also a golden level supply crate here. At this moment, any golden level supplies were extremely precious to Chen Dong. Therefore, he set off immediately. Driving to the outskirts of the mine, he gazed at the dark entrance, recalling Bai Shui's reminder before his departure. Chen Dong, don't blame me for not warning you. The area outside the mine is not the most dangerous. With your strength, you could probably resolve it in a few moves. The real danger lies inside the mine, where I only know there are many zombies, and according to survivors who barely escaped, there are giant spiders inside. At that time, no one believed it, but now it seems likely they were mutated creatures. Chen Dong nodded seriously after hearing this. After all, mutated creatures are not something that can be dealt with so easily. Chen Dong moved swiftly, drawing his tang knife and darting behind a zombie to decapitate it. In just a few breaths, he had slaughtered all the zombies outside the mine, as if chopping vegetables. Shaking off the black blood that stained his knife, Chen Dong stood at the entrance of the mine. Unable to see what lay inside, he could only vaguely hear the roars of zombies and the chilling winds that howled around him. Chen Dong had already made up his mind. If the situation turned unfavorable after entering, he would not hesitate to retreat immediately. Golden supplies could still be collected later, but he only had one life. Chen Dong took a deep breath and walked into the mine. It was very dark inside, and he could only rely on the flashlight on his head to see the path ahead. Every 5 or 6 meters he delved in. Chen Dong would chisel a hole in the stone wall and place a torch burning with gasoline. Because of this, he was not moving quickly. As he cautiously approached deeper, he saw zombies, and some human remained scattered about. It seemed that these dead people must have been the survivors who came to explore before. If he could not escape after going deeper, there would only be one way to go, death. Several zombies, attracted by the light of Chen Dong's flashlight, began to charge toward him. Chen Dong took a few steps back, creating space, and hurled several Molotov cocktails. Instantly, fierce flames blocked the zombies. However, these zombies seemed not to fear flames as much as before. Many charged forward, engulfed in fire, fearlessly rushing at him. Chen Dong did not use his pistol. The mine was too dark, and he was not confident he could aim at the zombies' heads. Thus, he chose to draw his tang knife. Holding a tang knife in each hand, he swung them forward. Chen Dong did not know how to use the tang knife, let alone wield two at once. However, his physical prowess overwhelmed the zombies. With wild swings of the two tang knives, he struck the zombies with incredible speed, tearing them apart. When the last zombie fell, Chen Dong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Strength conquers skill. This saying from our ancestors is not to be taken lightly. Chen Dong, wielding both tang knives, pressed deeper into the mine with unstoppable momentum. It must be said that the tang knives with critical strike status were perfectly suited for the confined space of the mine, making them practically divine weapons. Roar! Chen Dong withdrew his knife from the skull of the last zombie, and the entire mine returned to silence. However, he did not find the golden level supply crate that Bai Shui had mentioned. Something felt off. Chen Dong furrowed his brows. Could it be that Bai Shui's information was incorrect? Or had someone already gotten there first? But considering the zombies he had just fought, such assumptions seemed implausible. At that moment, a strand of webbing suddenly ensnared Chen Dong, pulling him inward. The force was so strong that even he nearly lost his balance and fell. In the depths of darkness, a long strand of webbing was tightly wrapped around Chen Dong's left hand. Earlier, when he was dispatching the zombies, he had not noticed that there was a spider lurking in the shadows. It only struck when he let his guard down. How devious! Chen Dong cursed inwardly and quickly attempted to save himself. Without hesitation, he took out a torch and burned the webbing. Using the torch on the ground and the flashlight on his head, Chen Dong finally saw the giant spider that had been rumored. The enormous spider was perched atop the mine, sealing its body shimmering with a purple glow, and its beautiful compound eyes, resembling precious gems, were observing Chen Dong. Its 8 legs, thick and longer than ordinary spiders, gradually unfurled, taking up the entire ceiling of the mine. Looking at this creature that resembled a boss character from a video game, Chen Dong had 1,000 words to express, but in the end they condensed into one. Damn it! Facing such a massive mutated zombie spider, Chen Dong felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart. After all, the first mutated creature that the sheriff and his team hunted down required the effort of the entire group. Only they knew how difficult that process had been. Now Chen Dong was alone against this mutated spider. It was clearly a perilous challenge. Chen Dong wanted to quietly back away and retreat from the mine. Since he had not found the desired golden level supply crate here, there was no need to take the risk of imminent danger by going head-to-head with such a giant spider. Giant spider, you take your time playing. I need to go home and accompany my wife. However, a single spider like you probably wouldn't understand. As Chen Dong cautiously backed away, he teased the mutated spider. Hiss! Hiss! The mutated zombie spider let out a series of piercing shrieks, then shot out a massive amount of webbing. Chen Dong instinctively rolled to the side, dodging the webbing while cursing. Come on, brother, I was just joking a bit. If I offended you, I apologize, okay? At that moment, Chen Dong realized that the webs were not aimed at him, but rather at the escape route behind him. By the time he understood the situation, the entrance had already been sealed off. Chen Dong frowned. He had not expected that such mutated zombie creatures could possess such high intelligence. He had thought that they were no different from the usual mindless zombies that acted purely on instinct. Now he had to admit that mutated zombie creatures exhibited a certain level of intelligence. With his escape route cut off, Chen Dong stood up, drew his pistol, and aimed at the mutated spider's head. Bang! He fired a shot. The spider's beautiful compound eyes, which emitted a faint glow like gemstones, were shattered by Chen Dong's bullet, bursting forth with a foul dark blood. The mutated spider let out a shriek, then used its own legs to shield its eyes. Chen Dong, seeing the first shot had been effective, naturally seized the opportunity and fired shot after shot. But each shot was blocked by the spider's legs. The shell of the mutated spider was very hard. Although the bullets fired by Chen Dong struck its legs and abdomen, they barely lodged in the outer layer, failing to penetrate completely, merely leaving bullet holes. Chen Dong had no time to be surprised. His handgun ran out of bullets and needed reloading when the spider seized the opportunity, leaping directly down from the top of the cave, diving towards him. Chen Dong retracted his handgun and drew out his critical strike, Tang Dao. The mutated spider swung its 8 legs to stab at him. Chen Dong quickly prepared to block. If it weren't for his temporary peak in physical enhancement, he truly would not have been able to block it. Although the mutated spider was massive, its 8 legs were extraordinarily agile. Moreover, their destructive power was extremely strong. Chen Dong dodged a spider leg that lunged at him, while the stone wall behind him was swiftly sliced open, as if it were tofu. Chen Dong threw a Molotov cocktail, igniting the spider web that sealed the cave's entrance. However, due to the immense size of the web, the Molotov cocktail exploded, only managing to burn slowly. Previously, when Chen Dong's left hand was ensnared by the spider silk, he had already realized that the silk of this mutated spider had also mutated, showing a surprising resistance to fire. At that time, he had to rub a torch desperately to finally break free from the spider silk at the last moment. It seemed that it would take a while to burn a path to escape. During this time, he could only exert all his efforts to find a way to stall the mutated spider. Throughout this process, Chen Dong continuously utilized his agile figure to dodge, occasionally stabbing the Tang Dao into the relatively softer abdomen of the mutated spider. The pain made the mutated spider even more frenzied. Unlike ordinary creatures that weaken progressively under increasing attacks, this mutated spider seemed stimulated, launching a more ferocious assault. Chen Dong bit his lip, thinking, isn't this just like those rampaging boss characters in games? Just when he thought success was near, the boss calmly transitioned to the second phase, directly knocking the player back to their respawn point. However, if I fall here, there won't be a respawn point. Chen Dong gave a wry smile, focusing even more intently on dodging the mutated spider's attacks. Hiss! The mutated spider shot out silk attempting to restrict Chen Dong's movements. Chen Dong immediately responded by throwing out 2 Molotov cocktails. Then taking advantage of the momentum, he slid beneath the mutated spider and made a cut in its abdomen with his critical strike Tang Dao. Chen Dong grinned, saying, "Good thing you're not a mutated tiger, otherwise my slide would have been pointless." He wasn't genuinely fond of making quips, he was just unconsciously relieving his stress through conversation in such a high-tension situation. Even if it was just talking to himself. The mutated spider's eyes gradually turned red. This was a true reedied transformation. The originally green compound eyes began to shift to a crimson hue. Chen Dong could clearly sense a significant change in the mutated spider's aura. At this moment, the mutated spider emitted an indescribable aura, making Chen Dong feel somewhat suffocated. Perhaps this was the innate ferocity that mutated creatures possessed. At that moment, Chen Dong had a sudden idea. Since it was a spider, could insecticide be effective against it? During this time one day, the unlimited supplies issued included an unlimited supply of insecticide. He threw out 2 bottles of insecticide. The mutated spider lightly brushed its legs against the insecticide bottles, easily tearing through the fragile tin packaging. Bang! In an instant, the liquid contained in the 2 bottles exploded. Upon smelling the insecticide, the mutated spider surprisingly shifted to the side. It actually works. Although Chen Dong found the absurdity amusing, he did not miss the opportunity. He quickly pulled out another insecticide bottle and sprayed it within the enclosed cave. The mutated spider continuously waved its legs in place before charging forward. Chen Dong naturally would not give the mutated spider the chance to approach, utilizing his agile figure to perform a scene reminiscent of an eagle catching a chick. The mutated spider chased behind tirelessly while Chen Dong donned a mask and continuously pressed the insecticide spray. He finished 1 bottle and reached for the next, endlessly circling within the cave. Chen Dong began to doubt whether the insecticide was effective. Perhaps the mutated spider's avoidance was merely an instinctual reaction from its past survival experience. But soon the insecticide proved effective. The mutated spider suddenly halted its pursuit of Chen Dong, swaying on the spot. It was as if a drunken man was struggling to stand, shouting him not drunk. Long-term exposure to the insecticide spray, even the mutated zombie spider could not escape unscathed. The ferocity on the mutated spider gradually faded, and its red compound eyes began to revert to green, its aura suddenly becoming weak and feeble. However, Chen Dong still did not dare to let his guard down. After all, this was insecticide. Just a moment ago, he had nearly drenched the entire cave in it. Even with a mask on, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yet the already vulnerable mutated spider was merely feeling a little dizzy. This made Chen Dong wary. Take advantage of his illness to seize his life. Chen Dong immediately drew his critical strike, Tang Dao, and charged forward. Just as he approached, the mutated spider suddenly lifted a leg to attack him. Sure enough, Chen Dong had been on guard against the enemy's counterattack and was not startled by the sudden assault. He seized the opportunity to strike the joint of the spider leg that the mutated spider extended. The spider leg was neatly severed. The mutated spider let out a cry of anguish, extending its other legs and flailing wildly. Unfortunately, due to the dizziness caused by the insecticide and its already injured body, its mobility was severely compromised. What would have required all of Chen Dong's effort to barely dodge was now easily evaded. With 1 strike, Chen Dong once again severed a spider leg. With another strike, Chen Dong sliced through the mutated spider's compound eyes. Strike after strike, Chen Dong beheaded the mutated spider and eviscerated it. In this battle, Chen Dong unexpectedly emerged victorious. Initially thinking that he only needed to stall until the spider web blocking the cave was burned open, then he could escape. To survive was already a stroke of incredible luck. He had never imagined that he all alone could hunt down this mutated zombie spider. Chen Dong felt a bit uneasy and continued to stab a few more times. After chopping off all the spider legs, he finally sat down to rest. This battle was more perilous than any he had experienced before. Although he ultimately succeeded in killing the mutated spider after witnessing the true power of mutated creatures, Chen Dong felt a weight in his heart. It seemed that just as many survivors had said, surviving in this apocalypse would become increasingly difficult. One could imagine that soon a large number of survivors would likely be wiped out. The spider silk sealing the cave's exit had just burned open a hole large enough to escape. Chen Dong stood up, but was captivated by the glow emanating from the mutated spider's abdomen. Using his critical strike Tang Dao to pry open the mutated spider's abdomen, he discovered a golden-grade supply box radiating golden light. Bai Shui's intel had not been wrong, there indeed was a golden-grade supply box here. However, it was uncertain when it had been swallowed by the mutated spider. Chen Dong directly stowed the supply box into his backpack without checking it, immediately impatiently rushing out of the cave. Feeling the warmth of the sunlight, savoring the joy of having survived a disaster. Home. Chen Dong smiled. Then driving his battered Jetta, he sang loudly as he left the mine. On the way back to the shelter, Chen Dong sent the photos he took after killing a mutated spider to the chat channel. It wasn't to attract survivors like the sheriff or to kindly advise anyone to flee from mutated creatures. It was purely to show off. ID 10086. I almost died just now. Fortunately, I am fortunate and successfully took it down with a photo of the mutated spider's corpse. After sending this picture, the chat channel fell silent for a moment. Then a group of survivors began to flood the chat with question marks. ID 567-4435. ID 578-9323. ID 120-9919, ID 2346-2343. Maintain formation, ID 10010, maintain formation. This is clearly fake, it must be photoshopped. As everyone knows 10086 is a lone wolf, how could he single-handedly deal with such a large mutated spider? It's fake, it must be fake. ID 10,000. That's right, I really don't want to admit it, but 10,086 does have ample supplies, yet it's absolutely impossible for him to solo a mutated spider. He must have found help. ID 567-8567. You two are just hating on 10,086. In this apocalypse, how could there be photoshopped images? Images uploaded through the system cannot be fake. ID 10,000. Then he must have found help, there's no way he could have. ID 10086. Being invincible is so lonely. ID 10,000, 10086U. ID 10086. Believe it or not, I've already brought the supply box home. I just wanted to share this shy expression. After sending the message, Chen Dong chuckled and closed the chat channel. His goal had been achieved. Attracting the hatred of IDs 10010 and 10,000 every day was also a form of amusement. Chen Dong pressed the accelerator, speeding past 100 kilometers per hour. The old Jetta raced back to the shelter. Ever since Chen Dong gathered the materials to repair the Jetta's transmission, this old car had been rejuvenated, allowing him to shift into higher gears effortlessly, greatly enhancing his efficiency in gathering supplies. Meanwhile, the sheriff frowned as he reviewed the message Chen Dong had sent, letting out a heavy sigh. This 10086 seems to have exceeded our expectations. His supplies far surpass our imagination. They suffered significant losses in their hunt for that mutated zombie wild boar. A large amount of resources were consumed, and some expendables were sent in with cold weapons at any cost, which finally earned them the title of having killed the first mutated creature. If they had been a moment later, they might have been outdone by 10,086. Standing beside the sheriff, Poison Spike thought for a moment and said, "Sheriff, is it possible that as other survivors speculated 10,086 found help?" Obviously, Poison Spike also found it hard to believe that 10,086 could hunt down such a large mutated spider all on his own. After all, he was a main force in the hunt against the mutated wild boar and knew very well how troublesome mutated zombie creatures could be. The sheriff, however, shook his head. Not likely. He is a lone wolf, and if he needed external help, he wouldn't have rejected our invitation so decisively in the first place. Clearly, he does not trust other survivors. Poison Spike looked incredulously confused and said, "Then that's impossible. To kill a mutated creature by oneself is simply unthinkable." The sheriff enlarged the picture Chen Dong had sent, pointing at the gunshot wounds and knife cuts, saying, "Look, these obvious gunshot wounds clearly didn't inflict much damage on the mutated spider. The focus should be on 10,080 SIXS critical hit tang knife. You also have a critical hit tang knife in your hand. You should know how sharp this weapon is against zombies. If I'm not mistaken, he must still have a stockpile and didn't sell out as he claimed." Poison Spike nodded. The sheriff is right. The critical hit tang knife is indeed exceptionally sharp against zombies. However, he couldn't possibly rely solely on a critical hit tang knife to take down the mutated spider. After all, we used a large amount of resources just to consume that mutated wild boar, and I was the one who finally went in for the harvest. The sheriff waved his hand and said, "Thus this is why I say that 10,080 SIXS resources exceed our imagination. Just like with the mutated spider, it must have been consumed before he used the critical hit tang knife to harvest it." Poison Spike frowned and asked, "So are we going to befriend him?" The sheriff scoffed. "Befriend him? That's absolutely impossible. Even if his strength does make me a bit wary, as long as we are willing to invest, resolving this concern will be worth it." "Sheriff, so are we going to start dealing with him?" The sheriff nodded. "That day is coming soon. Let him enjoy himself a bit longer." At this moment, Chen Dong had no idea that just because of a picture, the sheriff had completely resolved to eliminate him. Chen Dong drove back to the villa area, and the barrier wall slowly opened. "Welcome back, my master." Xianqi and Bai Shui had also come out early to greet Chen Dong, who had been out for a day. Bai Shui was very reluctant. "Why do I have to come out to greet you? I'm a hostage, for goodness sake. When do hostages get such a warm welcome from their captors?" Xianqi laughed and said, "That's not quite right. Since you are a hostage, shouldn't you be trying to please your captor? Aren't you afraid that Chen Dong will tear up the agreement?" "That's right, if you annoy me, he'll throw you out to feed the zombies." Chen Dong parked the car in the garage and walked over, hearing the conversation between the two. Xianqi naturally took Chen Dong's hand and gently asked, "Are you hurt? What could possibly happen to me?" "Don't worry." Bai Shui looked a bit strange. "I didn't expect you actually killed a mutated spider all by yourself. Ooh, I really underestimated you." Chen Dong rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Do you really wish for my death?" Bai Shui snorted coldly. "Of course, if you die, I can just fly away without a care. Who would care about your life?" "Haha, I truly thank you. However, I am strong and have returned with a golden level supply box. Are you angry?" Chen Dong was in a good mood. On the way back, he opened the golden level supply box, revealing an automatic defense system. Although it was just this one item for Chen Dong, it was like a timely help. Currently, both zombies and survivors were beginning to grow in strength. What Chen Dong was most worried about was the safety and defense of the shelter. Although there was a golden level barrier wall, there had always been a lack of active defensive weapons. Once they went out, it was very likely that the shelter would be taken over by other survivors. Now that worry was no longer present. Chen Dong opened the blueprint preparing to craft it. Without hesitation, he clicked the button for yes when asked if he needed to create an automatic defense system. Subsequently, the system displayed the materials required to craft the automatic defense system. Automatic defense system blueprint: 11 steel, 385-41000 cement, 485-31000 water, unlimited individual crossbow arrows, 5,020 9mm bullets, unlimited 100. With sufficient materials, Chen Dong began crafting the automatic defense system. The blueprint shattered, revealing numerous protective devices emerging from the foundation of the barrier wall. At the top of the wall, barbed wire was spread out with sharp blades inserted at intervals. The lower part of the wall was covered with shards of iron, deterring any thoughts of climbing from the survivors. With such protection, if a person pushed against it with even a little force, they risked having a piece of flesh torn away. Next, mini-gun barrels appeared around the cameras. They could shoot directly upon detecting enemies. In the yard, a row of stone statues facing the gate appeared out of thin air. These statues concealed crossbow arrows capable of continuous fire to suppress incoming invaders. Most importantly, Chen Dong discovered that this automatic defense system could be upgraded as equipment improved. If there were automatic machine guns or similar weapons in the future, they could be replaced and upgraded. Chen Dong thought to himself that in the future there would be a machine gun next to every camera, unleashing a relentless 360-degree spray of bullets at the invaders. That scene was simply too beautiful. Completing the automatic defense system meant that his shelter would be an exceptionally safe haven from then on. At least for the short term, there would be no need to worry about the shelter being invaded by zombies or other survivors. If invaders somehow managed to break through the automatic defense system, they would still face Chen Dong's overwhelming firepower. Combined with Xianqi's other handgun, it would be double the joy. Bai Shui stared in astonishment at the automatic defense system Chen Dong had constructed, her expression changing. Is this the golden grade resource you brought back? Chen Dong nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Bai Shui said seriously, this doesn't seem like something that could come from a golden grade resource box. It must have the rarity of a platinum grade resource box. Chen Dong shrugged, indicating he didn't care. Who cares? I've already used it. I don't care what grade it is. If it's as amazing as you say, then consider it a lucky find for me. Chen Dong linked arms with Xianqi and walked into the villa. Bai Shui followed behind them, unable to calm down for a long time, muttering to herself. What a loss. Xianqi couldn't understand and felt somewhat puzzled. What loss? Chen Dong rolled his eyes and explained impatiently. This girl is upset. When she says loss, it means she thinks my automatic defense system is too rare and feels she sold it to me at the price of ordinary golden grade resources, which is too much of a loss. Right? Miss Bai. After Chen Dong exposed her thoughts, Bai Shui became even more displeased. After putting Bai Shui back in her room, Chen Dong and Xianqi began to enjoy their dinner. After satisfying their hunger, they lingered on the sofa for a while. Then Chen Dong went to deliver food. Without knocking, he directly opened the door. Then Chen Dong was taken aback. In front of him was a dazzling sight. "Aunt!" Bai Shui shouted in panic. But it was too late. As Chen Dong walked into the room, he instantly saw Bai Shui just coming out of the bathroom. Though he quickly averted his gaze, what should and shouldn't have been seen had already fallen into his eyes. Bai Shui's mind went blank as she threw the towel she was holding. Then she covered herself with her hands and squatted down. Get out. Really white. Chen Dong came back to his senses, grabbed the towel, and pretended to leave. Just as he was about to step out, he was suddenly called back by Bai Shui. Wait a minute. Chen Dong decisively stopped in his tracks, turned around, and stared at her with unabashed admiration. What's wrong? Bai Shui was so tense that her teeth were nearly bleeding. Leave the towel. Chen Dong looked at the towel in his hand, shrugged, and tossed it heavily. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked straight out. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should be embarrassed. At the appointed time, Chen Dong arrived early at the designated meeting spot, accompanied by Bai Shui. It was the same forest, and the same familiar large wooden stump. Before departing, Xianqi had also wished to join them, but Chen Dong refused. Though all assumptions pointed toward a favorable outcome, unforeseen contingencies could not be ruled out. This arrangement ensured that should disaster strike, he could withdraw unencumbered, without hesitation or regret. Chen Dong and Bai Shui sat side by side on the wooden stump, exchanging idle banter to pass the time. Half an hour passed, with no sign of their arrival. It's been this long. Why haven't they shown up yet? The time has already come. Bai Shui sat atop the stump, her expression clouded with bewilderment. Indeed, we've waited half the day. Bai Shui opened her chat interface and muttered, let me ask right now. A sharp ding echoed softly. Chen Dong suddenly received a message. Hello 10086. I'm Heihu. We met that day. Do you remember me? I presume you've already reached the rendezvous point. However, there's something I must tell you first. You've been deceived by Bai Xinqing. Upon reading those words, Chen Dong froze. Deceived? He vaguely recalled Heihu, the man who had quarreled with Bai Xinqing, apparently the deputy leader of their group. Chen Dong glanced sideways at Bai Shui, who was still chatting with her father. Silently, he typed a reply. What do you mean? Exactly what it says on the surface. Old fox, Bai Xinqing has played you for a fool. There aren't just 8 vials of serum. There are 16 in total. 8 belong to him, and 8 to me. After you left yesterday, he claimed he'd cover the cost of these 8 vials himself. But once back at camp, he pressed a blade to my throat and demanded I contribute 4 more. All in the name of preserving strength. To hell with that. Your daughter is none of my concern. His tone brimmed with indignation, coarse and unfiltered. His resentment toward Bai Xinqing ran deep. Now in the name of rescuing Bai Xianxing dared even covet the serum under He Hu's control, pushing him past his breaking point. Oh, Chen Dong narrowed his eyes, sensing hidden intent beneath He Hu's words. So what exactly are you proposing? At that He Hu's voice brightened instantly. Huh, simple, I propose a deal. I know you're capable. Help me eliminate Bai Xianxing and not only will his 8 vials be yours, but I'll throw in 2 more as a bonus. How does that sound? A fair bargain, wouldn't you agree? He Hu laughed boisterously, a crude bandit-like swagger unmistakable in his tone. Hearing this, Chen Dong's pulse quickened. 10 vials of antiviral serum, total. In this brutal post-apocalyptic world, each vial was an incalculably precious treasure. Now 10 vials would fall into his hands, overnight like windfall fortune from the heavens. Fortunately, Chen Dong retained his composure, swiftly regaining his calm. Could this truly be so simple? Fine, I accept. Excellent. See you shortly. The next moment, Bai Xue turned her head. Chen Dong, I've just spoken with Dad. He sent He Hu to pick us up. What's wrong? Your face is flushed. She noticed his expression and asked curiously. Nothing, just fine. Chen Dong offered a faint smile, then abruptly seized her wrist. Bai Xue winced in pain. Let's go. Surely you know where He Hu is. Yes, Dad's already sent me the coordinates. Bai Xue nodded. Yet as she stepped behind Chen Dong, a glint of cold steel flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, at the far edge of the forest, He Hu and several men had long been lying in wait. Brother Hu, we're ready. Just waiting for that fool to walk straight into our trap. Huh. He'll never suspect how clever our leader really is, still thinking he'll walk away with 10 vials for free. His subordinates fawned and flattered without restraint. He Hu scoffed dismissively. Humph. That boy, greedy beyond measure, biting off more than he can chew. Doesn't even pause to consider whether he possesses the strength to back it up. Enough. Bring over the canister and prepare the gas masks. With a sweeping gesture, He Hu commanded. His men sprang into action immediately. Soon a canister marked with a skull insignia appeared. The moment He Hu and his men laid eyes upon it, they donned gas masks and retreated far away. Inside lay the chemical nerve agent they had collected, potent enough to kill an elephant instantly. This was the death trap prepared especially for Chen Dong. He Hu, has the trap been set? Make sure it's undetectable. A message arrived, sent by Bai Xianxing. Rest easy, Chief. I handle things flawlessly. First we'll rescue Xiao Xue. Then, let him reap what he's sown. This entire scheme was Bai Xianxing's machination. He had instructed He Hu to contact Chen Dong, fabricating an internal rift within the team, luring Chen Dong into believing he could emerge victorious as the opportunistic third party. In truth, the trap had been meticulously laid long before, awaiting only Chen Dong's willing descent into its jaws. Well done. Once we rescue Xiao Xue, she'll take us to the villa. The villa. At the mere mention of those 2 words, everyone's mouths watered. They had gone to such great lengths because Bai Xue had told them that Chen Dong lived in a luxurious villa, fully equipped with electricity and running water, and that a beautiful woman resided there as well. Brother Hu, they're here. Hearing footsteps approaching, He Hu hastily retreated from the toxic gas pit. He took a few steps forward, and sure enough spotted Chen Dong and Bai Xue. This way. He Hu waved urgently. Chen Dong nodded and strode directly toward him. He Hu, I've brought the person you asked for. Where's what we agreed upon? What thing? What are you talking about? Bai Xue's delicate brows knitted together. Something felt deeply amiss. In the next instant, He Hu produced 2 vials of serum. His expression twisted with reluctant pain. He Hu, what do you think you're doing? Where's my father? Why isn't he here? Miss Bai. He Hu winked playfully and smiled. No need to shout. Can't you see the situation already? I've already allied with 10,086. In just a moment you'll reunite with your father, though this time you'll descend into hell, together. At those words, Bai Xue's face drained of all color. How is that possible? Traitor. You wretched traitor. Before she could utter another curse, several underlings slapped adhesive tape over her mouth, silencing her completely. Then they dragged Bai Xue back without resistance. Only 2 vials. Chen Dong weighed the serum in his palm, frowning. Ahem, brother, no need to rush. The remaining 8 vials are still in Bai Xianxing's possession. These 2 are my advance payment. Once Bai Xianxing is dead, all his serum will be yours. He Hu patted his chest confidently. The next moment, he slung an arm around Chen Dong's shoulders. Let's go. This place is too crowded, too many eyes. We'll talk somewhere more private. Bai Xianxing isn't easy to handle. He's cunning, full of tricks. Chen Dong gave a slight nod. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Fine, we'll have a proper chat. Elsewhere, watching Chen Dong and He Hu vanish into the forest's depths, several underlings quickly peeled the tape from Bai Xue's mouth and untied her wrists. Sister Xue, are you all right? I'm fine. She offered a disdainful smile, her sharp, calculating demeanor fully restored. That 10086. I'd assumed he was cleverer. Turns out the mere promise of 10 vials sent him rushing headlong into our trap. A complete fool. The underlings nodded in agreement. Enough. We're returning to camp now. Gather everyone. Let's seize 10,080 SIXS villa. Haha. On the other side of the woods, He Hu led Chen Dong to a secluded spot, then suddenly whistled sharply. Instantly 3 or 4 figures emerged from the undergrowth. Chen Dong's brow furrowed. He Hu, what does this mean? In seconds the men encircled him. He Hu stood at the center wearing a bizarre, unsettling grin. You still don't understand my meaning. I'm going to kill you. At those words, Chen Dong merely smiled faintly. Is that all you've got? Of course not. As He Hu spoke, he gestured for an underling to bring forward a canister of toxic gas. I know you're formidable, but surely even you aren't immune to every poison. Seeing Chen Dong momentarily flustered, the underlings burst into raucous laughter. One by one they donned gas masks. Yet just as He Hu reached for his own, his eyes widened in shock. Damn it, my mask. In that split second, Chen Dong had snatched it clean off his face. You. A thunderclap rang inside He Hu's skull. He frantically signaled his men. Shut off the gas now. Too late. Chen Dong smashed the canister open. The toxin erupted and spread like wildfire. He Hu collapsed instantly. A single breath sent foam spilling from his lips, limbs convulsing violently. Within seconds his eyes rolled back lifelessly. The remaining underlings panicked. All masked, they couldn't tell friend from foe. Yet, Chen Dong knew exactly who stood before him. Every face but his own belonged to an enemy. This is all you've got. You dared come here to die. Minutes later, Chen Dong emerged from the woods and tossed the gas mask aside. He noticed discarded ropes on the ground, proof Bai Shui and her party hadn't gone far. He followed their trail without hesitation, and soon a wooden cabin materialized through the trees. Inside, voices echoed, Bai Shui and Bai Xianxing. Father, I'm home. Xiao Shui, were you hurt? No. I owe it all to brother He Hu. That 10,086. Utterly gullible. Bai Xianxing smiled faintly, his gaze upon Bai Shui brimming with quiet admiration. Then immediately he attempted to contact He Hu, only to discover with stunned disbelief that the account had been permanently deleted. There was only one explanation: He Hu was dead. What happened? He Hu's account. Sorry, he's already dead. At the sound of that familiar voice, Bai Xianxing froze, then lifted his head, his entire body seized by icy dread, as if staring into the face of a specter. Why you still alive? So He Hu failed. The figure standing before them was none other than Chen Dong, his expression laced with contemptuous amusement. Unflinching, he strode into the cabin, before all their eyes. The others braced themselves, weapons drawn, but they were no match for him. Within minutes they lay defeated. Only Bai Xianxing and Bai Shui remained standing. 10,086. I didn't mean to deceive you. It was all He Hu's doing. My father and I had nothing to do with it. Even now Bai Shui sought to shift blame, though it was she and He Hu who had conspired to lure Chen Dong into a trap and betrayed the location of his villa. And anyone who knew of that villa could only meet one fate: death. It's too late for excuses. Ignoring their desperate pleas, Chen Dong struck twice. Clean final. He searched the cabin thoroughly, finally uncovering 6 more vials of serum. Damn, it's still only 8. No matter. It'll suffice. With the serum secured, Chen Dong returned directly to the villa. From this moment on, their safety would increase dramatically. If bitten by a zombie, a single injection would save them. Just as Chen Dong successfully obtained the antiviral serum, Zhang Zihao finally awaited the arrival of his subordinate Ergo. He had waited far too long this day. Ergo had rushed for several days without rest, and one night, he sent a message. Zhang Xiao, I have arrived resting in a small shop, 500 meters away from you. When shall we meet? Zhang Zihao was just about to fall asleep when he received the text, nearly jumping up in excitement. However, he managed to suppress his exhilaration. Stay where you are, don't move. He'll be right there. Zhang Zihao was alone on the sofa. When it was time to rest at night, Tian Xiaoyu usually locked the door. Thus Zhang Zihao left their small dwelling quietly, without disturbing anyone. After walking a short distance, he began to run, quickly arriving at the small shop Ergo mentioned. Ergo. Hearing the familiar voice outside, Ergo excitedly ran out of the house. Big brother. Zhang Zihao patted Ergo's shoulder and laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. With your help, this bitch Tian Xiaoyu won't stand a chance against me this time. Ergo forced a smile in agreement, saying, as long as Big Brother is happy, that's all that matters. Zhang Xiao, your coming here is a huge help to me. I, Zhang Zihao, consider you a good brother. Ergo looked at the happy Zhang Zihao and smiled, saying, Zhang Xiao, as long as you need me, I'm willing to risk my life for you. Zhang Zihao decisively said, good. Since that's the case, Ergo, tomorrow we will go find that bitch Tian Xiaoyu. For now you should rest while here tonight. After we subdue Tian Xiaoyu tomorrow, we can't forget to relieve some stress. Ergo hurriedly declined. Zhang Xiao, I don't need it, just enjoy it yourself. Zhang Zihao gave him a thumbs up. Understanding. Haha, then I'll head back first, and come to find you tomorrow. Ergo nodded. Alright Zhang Xiao, you should go back and rest early. Zhang Zihao returned to the safe house, glancing at Tian Xiaoyu's tightly shut room, secretly sneering. The next morning, Tian Xiaoyu was sitting in the living room eating bread when Zhang Zihao and Ergo walked in. Tian Xiaoyu noticed immediately that Zhang Zihao was missing. Seeing him come in with a stranger, her alertness shot up to the highest level, her mind tense. Zhang Zihao, who is he? I remember we agreed on 3 rules, and bringing in random strangers is not allowed, right? Zhang Zihao shook his head and smiled. Xiaoyu, he is not a stranger, but my good brother Ergo. We are merely reuniting after a long time. So what? What do you mean? Zhang Zihao sat down heavily on the sofa opposite Tian Xiaoyu, picked up a slice of bread from the table, and chewed slowly. What do I mean? Don't you understand yet? I've wanted you for a long time. Tian Xiaoyu sensed something ominous. I truly don't understand what you mean. Zhang Zihao clicked his tongue and said, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? I've wanted to be with you for a long time. Oh, you must be pretending. After all, you were practically dripping with joy while chatting with Chen Dong, right? Ha ha. Tian Xiaoyu raised her voice, coldly commanding, Zhang Zihao, show me some respect. Is this what they call the upbringing of a wealthy young master? Zhang Zihao spread his hands and laughed recklessly. Wealthy. Who the hell cares? In this apocalyptic world, maybe all my family has been eaten by zombies. Right now I just want to strip you Tian Xiaoyu and send a video to Chen Dong to see how embarrassed you look when you scream. Ergo, make your move. Ergo, standing behind Zhang Zihao, sprang into action. Tian Xiaoyu did not expect this unremarkable guy to move so quickly. However, she had remained vigilant. She quickly pulled out a pistol from her backpack. Zhang Zihao, sitting directly opposite Tian Xiaoyu, was startled. A gun. In her panic, Tian Xiaoyu missed her aim and fired a shot directly at Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao cried out in pain as he was hit in the shoulder. In that brief moment, Ergo had already rushed in front of Tian Xiaoyu. Caught off guard, Tian Xiaoyu's handgun was knocked to the ground. But she did not hesitate and immediately rolled off the sofa to take out a crossbow. Ergo, rushing towards her, had no thoughts of dodging and quickly took out a shield to block the arrow. With her back against the wall, Tian Xiaoyu found no place to hide. Suddenly remembering a set of battle armor she had collected some time ago, she hurriedly retrieved it from her backpack. As soon as the battle armor was put on, Ergo's shield followed suit, hitting the armor hard. Zhang Zihao, covering his shoulder, looked at Tian Xiaoyu in disbelief as she wore the battle armor. Is this Iron Man? Tian Xiaoyu was wearing the battle armor but felt uncomfortable. She was struck hard by the shield, feeling dizzy and nauseous. Ergo continued to strike the perfectly fitted, indestructible battle armor. By the time he slowly retreated, Tian Xiaoyu was already feeling dizzy inside the armor, barely standing against the wall. Zhang Zihao rushed over, kicking Tian Xiaoyu down with all his might. Then using his other hand, he repeatedly struck her with a wooden stick until she was knocked unconscious. Tian Xiaoyu's eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. Zhang Zihao was still not satisfied, kicking her a couple more times and muttering angrily, "Damn this bitch, how did she manage to get a gun? It hurts like hell, it must have been that poor Chen Dong who gave it to her, damn." Ergo walked over, looking at the gunshot wound on Zhang Zihao's shoulder. "Zhang Xiao, let me treat your wound first." Zhang Zihao shook his head. Looking at the unconscious Tian Xiaoyu, he instructed, "Not in a hurry, you first tie up this bitch Tian Xiaoyu, don't let her escape." Ergo nodded, taking out chains to securely bind Tian Xiaoyu, hanging her hands from the beam. Tian Xiaoyu was completely suspended. Then Ergo took out alcohol and bandages from his backpack. "Zhang Xiao, this might hurt a lot, bear with it." Zhang Zihao gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, hurry up, better short pain than long pain." Ergo nodded, cleaned a dagger with alcohol, and inserted it into Zhang Zihao's wound to extract the bullet. Zhang Zihao had underestimated himself, letting out a painful howl before fainting. Tian Xiaoyu awoke. Outside the window, midnight had long fallen. She appeared to have been unconscious for an entire day. Soon she realized she was tightly bound in heavy chains, her hands suspended overhead, rendering her unable to retrieve any supplies from her pack to confront this predicament. Zhang Zihao had awakened early. Together with Ergo, he had been tirelessly attempting to unlock the combat suit encasing Tian Xiaoyu, but every effort proved futile. There was no way in. Zhang Zihao ground his teeth in frustration. After all that trouble securing Tian Xiaoyu, he now stood helplessly before a mere suit of armor, within reach, yet utterly untouchable. "Boss, shall we try another method?" Ergo asked. Tian Xiaoyu let out a cold snort. "I advise you to spare yourselves the effort. This combat suit is impervious to blades and bullets. You cannot overcome it." Zhang Zihao chuckled darkly as he stepped before her and spoke in icy tones. "Tian Xiaoyu, you are extraordinary. But I've changed my mind. I'll present you to Yilang, leader of the Wild Wolf Brigade, as a token of allegiance, to earn their acceptance." The Wild Wolf Brigade was a newly risen force in the region, and the very faction Zhang Zihao had long sought to join. Tian Xiaoyu scoffed disdainfully. "So what if it's the Wild Wolf Brigade? Without opening this suit, what can you possibly do to me?" Zhang Zihao burst into raucous laughter. "Tian Xiaoyu, the Wild Wolf Brigade's resources surpass your imagination. Sooner or later, they'll find a way to extract you." A flicker of panic stirred within Tian Xiaoyu. She demanded, "Zhang Zihao, you claim to love me. Is this how you show it?" Zhang Zihao erupted in fury. "You have no right to speak of attitude. You wretched woman. Your mind is filled only with Chen Dong." He paused, voice hardening. "I've realized something. I no longer care whether I possess you or not. What I want is for Chen Dong to suffer, to watch helplessly as you're defiled, powerless, and raging. Ha ha ha. Just imagining it lifts my spirits." "Mad, you're utterly mad." Zhang Zihao ordered Ergo to fetch a wooden club. He intended to strike Tian Xiaoyu unconscious and deliver her to Yilang, the Wild Wolf Brigade's leader. Powerless to resist, Tian Xiaoyu sent Chen Dong a final voice message before losing consciousness. "Chen Dong, save me." When she awoke again, she was no longer in the dilapidated shack, but inside a vast, echoing warehouse. One thing remained unchanged: she was still bound by iron chains. Well, look who's awake, little beauty." A bald, one-eyed man approached, grinning broadly to reveal a gleaming gold front tooth. This man was Yilang, the Wild Wolf Brigade's leader. While Tian Xiaoyu lay unconscious, Zhang Zihao and Ergo had delivered her to the brigade as their pledge of loyalty, a blood oath sealed in flesh. Zhang Zihao now stood behind him, smiling obsequiously. "Boss, you've already seen the photos I took of her. Only such an exquisite specimen is worthy of you." Yilang's smile vanished. "Those photos you showed me. Could you even see her face clearly? Taken from half a mile away like some furtive peeping Tom. What exactly did I see?" "Still, her figure is impressively striking. Zhang Zihao pointed emphatically at Tian Xiaoyu's armored form and thumped his chest in solemn vow, "Boss, I swear on my life. This woman will not disappoint you." Yi Lang snorted contemptuously. "Humph. I'll trust you for now. Cross me, and your head rolls off before you blink." Zhang Zihao bowed profusely. "Of course not, boss. I serve you with absolute loyalty. Only the finest offerings grace your presence." Yi Lang rapped his knuckles against Tian Xiaoyu's helmeted visor, visibly impatient. "But what the hell is this hunk of iron you dragged in? Are you deliberately testing my patience?" Zhang Zihao hadn't anticipated just how impenetrable her combat suit truly was. Even among the Wild Wolf Brigade's ranks, no one could breach it. Facing Yi Lang's wrath, Zhang Zihao bowed, repeatedly stammering frantic explanations. "Boss, I had no idea. This scheming woman had hidden such a suit all along. Impervious to steel and fire. I simply didn't expect her to don it before I could act." Yi Lang cast a sidelong skeptical glance. "Then tell me, how do you propose to get her out of it?" Zhang Zihao's eyes darted shrewdly. "Boss, if brute force fails, why not starve her for several days? Hunger will compel her to open it herself." Yi Lang slapped Zhang Zihao across the forehead. "Are you stupid? If she chooses starvation over surrender, what use is she? What use are you?" Stunned stars dancing before his eyes, Zhang Zihao dared not retaliate. "Boss, let us place food and water before her daily. We'll awaken her primal instinct to survive. I refuse to believe she'll hold out more than a few days." Yi Lang paused in thought. With no better alternative at hand, he conceded, "Fine. Proceed as you suggest. Fail me, and your life answers for it." Zhang Zihao nodded frantically. Yes, rest assured, boss." Their loud conspiratorial planning reached Tian Xiaoyu's ears with chilling clarity. "You'll never break me this way. I'd rather die than yield." Yi Lang studied her, head to toe, with calculating appraisal. "Little filly, why not submit to me now? I swear upon my word as my woman you'll never hunger, never suffer abuse. Why endure starvation and suffering?" Tian Xiaoyu spat contemptuously. "Your words sound sweeter than song, but you and Zhang Zihao are cut from the same rotten cloth." Yi Lang cursed under his breath and strode out of the warehouse with Zhang Zihao. Before departing, he uttered a single sentence, low, cruel, and nauseating, within earshot of Tian Xiaoyu. "If all else fails, let her starve. A warm corpse isn't useless." Tian Xiaoyu felt tears well up, but none would fall. Regret gnawed at her heart. How foolish I was. She feared abandoning Zhang Zihao would leave him wandering vulnerable to the undead. She never imagined that very mercy would become his opening, nor that she'd end up imprisoned, her dignity hanging by a thread. Ding, ding, ding. Only then did she notice, after her collapse, Chen Dong had sent her a barrage of messages. The moment he received her distress call, he'd urgently demanded details. Yet each reply vanished into silence. Had her account not remained active, he might have assumed she was already dead. With no response, and no clue to her location, he kept sending messages, relentless and raw. Her arms remained suspended, preventing access to supplies in her pack. Fortunately, the chat interface activated with mere mental intent. Scrolling through Chen Dong's messages, Tian Xiaoyu steadied her breathing, at last finding an anchor in his unwavering presence. "What happened? Was it Zhang Zihao? Where are you? Reply if you receive this." Tian Xiaoyu couldn't type at the moment, and could only send a voice message. "Chen Dong, I fainted earlier. I'm safe for now, at least temporarily." Chen Dong exhaled in relief upon receiving the message. Then he asked what exactly happened. Tian Xiaoyu told him the truth. Zhang Zihao somehow tracked down an old acquaintance, someone called Ergo. This morning at the shelter, Zhang Zihao confronted me outright and tried to grope me. I shot him in the shoulder when he wasn't looking, but Ergo was formidable. I was subdued almost instantly. Afterwards, the two of them dragged me to the wolf pack's base to present me to their leader. Now I'm locked inside a warehouse. I don't know exactly where. Hearing the voice message, Chen Dong furrowed his brow deeply. He knew Ergo well. His real name was Go Dongxi, a man who had clung tightly to Zhang Zihao back in the day, the very epitome of bearing hardship alone while letting the young master reap all rewards. "And you? How are things with you?" Tian Xiaoyu quickly sent another voice message. "I'm fine. I'm wearing a combat suit I scavenged. It's impervious to blades and bullets, so they can't strip it off me for now. But Zhang Zihao suggested to the wolf pack that they starve me for several days until I remove it myself." Chen Dong sneered coldly. Such a treacherous, self-serving wretch didn't deserve to draw breath in this world. Tian Xiaoyu continued. "Chen Dong, I have an unreasonable request. I need you to come rescue me. As compensation, I'll give you this combat suit. Of course, if it's too dangerous, don't come. I don't want to drag you into peril." Coincidentally, Chen Dong had already secured the antiviral serum, and had planned to make this trip anyway to eliminate Zhang Zihao once and for all. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go save you. Send me the coordinates. But let's be clear, if things turn too perilous, I'll leave immediately." "Understood." Tian Xiaoyu hurriedly replied, "Just hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I'll send the coordinates right away." Upon receiving them, Chen Dong frowned faintly. He hadn't expected the wolf pack's stronghold to lie so far from his villa district, nearly 100 kilometers away. Xiaoyu, our distance is roughly 100 kilometers, quite a stretch. Even driving at full speed, it'll take half a day. Until then, you'll have to rely on your wits and hold on tight. I'll be there. Tian Xiaoyu sent another voice message. "Understood. I'll wait for you. For now, I'm confined in the warehouse and remain unharmed. Stay vigilant, Chen Dong." Chen Dong closed the chat window and began assembling his combat gear, checking tire pressure. Xianqi noticed and asked what's wrong. "Is something urgent?" Chen Dong sighed helplessly. An old university rival. I'm going to settle things with him. And rescue a classmate as well. Is it the girl you've been supplying with supplies? Chen Dong nodded, refilling the car's fuel tank. Xianxi retrieved her handgun. I'll accompany you. More hands mean greater odds. Chen Dong refused, explaining Tian Xiaoyu has been taken to the wolf pack. Their reputation is rising fast lately. I can't guarantee your safety. But if I go alone, even with stealth active, I can still escape if needed. Stay here, and wait for my word. Xianxi pressed her lips together softly. Fine, but if anything goes awry you must contact me. Chen Dong gently stroked her hair, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. In peacetime, a 100-kilometer journey would take little more than an hour, but in this apocalyptic wasteland teeming with zombies, every mile demanded caution and evasion. When Chen Dong finally reached the wolf pack stronghold, it was deep into the night. He killed the engine several kilometers out, then advanced on foot, stealthily, silently. The stronghold bristled with guards as sentries stood watch every 10 paces. Clearly its scale already dwarfed by Shui's faction by a wide margin. Chen Dong had never seen the wolf himself, so seizing the leader first was impossible. Instead, he chose the most direct approach: arson. It was Lao Li's turn to guard the main gate, alongside his dormmate A Chun. Both were exhausted. But duty left no choice. They'd drawn the midnight shift in a lottery. Lao Lian scratched his backside and muttered to A Chun, "Hey, there are way too many mosquitoes tonight." But A Chun didn't answer. Turning around, Lao Li saw A Chun clutching his throat, utterly silent, blood spurting violently from his neck before he collapsed lifeless. Lao Li's eyes widened in sheer terror. He lunged toward the bronze bell beside him, but suddenly felt invisible hands clamp over his mouth and nose, cutting off his breath. Then, searing pain flared across his throat. His consciousness blurred. Chen Dong released the two dead gatekeepers without dropping his invisibility, pulled out 2 cans of gasoline, and poured them carefully along the ground, laying a trail inward from perimeter to heart. Inside the wolf pack's communal dormitory, many had already fallen asleep, but restless youths crept out of bed, flashlight beams trembling as they flipped through a tattered illicit adult manga. They devoured it rapturously, stifling excited gasps. Just as they lost themselves in the manga's pulse-racing illustrations, one whispered, "Do you smell gasoline? It's overwhelming." The others sniffed the air. "Yeah, smells like gasoline. So what? Maybe a leak somewhere. You gonna keep reading, or go to sleep?" The first speaker snapped, "Damn it, it's my manga. You trying to kick me out? Make room now." The group dove back in, until someone shouted, "Wait, what the hell? Where the hell did we get this much gasoline?" "Something's wrong, move." They scrambled to their feet, only to be met with a deafening explosion. A grenade. Flames erupted, roaring, devouring, spreading like wildfire across the entire compound. "Put it out," they screamed, jolting their sleeping comrades awake. Seeing their own stronghold ablaze, they fled without hesitation. In this era of dire scarcity, survival instinct trumped all. No one would waste precious water on fire. Meanwhile, Chen Dong, the architect of chaos, remained cloaked in invisibility, weaving deftly through the pandemonium, searching room by room. Then, he spotted him, a bald man with a blind right eye, standing on the balcony of the 2-story Western-style villa at the compound's center, bellowing down at the fleeing members. "You spineless curs, why run? Extinguish the flames. Water's nothing. Lose it, find more. Lose the base, and you'll camp in the open, waiting for zombies to feast on you. Fuck your grandmothers. Get to work." At his furious roar, many fleeing members actually turned back, grabbing buckets and water containers to fight the blaze. The wolf. Chen Dong was certain the bald man was the wolf pack's leader. He broke into a sprint toward the villa. By now, Yelong had returned to the house and was hastily gathering every portable supply within. Though he had ordered his Yelong squad members to risk their lives extinguishing the fire downstairs, he himself was already packing his most valuable belongings, ready to abandon these expendable pawns the moment the flames grew uncontrollable. Suddenly, he sensed a dark silhouette creeping up behind him. Without hesitation, he drew his crossbow and whirled around, but froze instantly upon seeing Chen Dong standing there, pistol raised and aimed squarely at his head. Yelong dropped to his knees, flinging aside the crossbow and forcing a trembling smile. "Brave sir, let us speak calmly. No need for weapons. Whatever supplies you desire, take them freely. I have nothing to hide." Chen Dong wasted no words. "Tell me, where is Tian Xiaoyu?" Yelong blinked in confusion. "Who is Tian Xiaoyu? I've never heard of her." A gunshot cracked. The blast shattered his kneecap, and he screamed in agony. Gasping, Yelong pleaded desperately, "Brave sir, truly I don't know who Tian Xiaoyu is. Spare my life." Chen Dong frowned deeply. "Then surely you know Zhang Zihao. Where is the woman he brought with him?" Yelong's face twisted in despair as he cursed Zhang Zihao's ancestors to the 18th generation. "Damn it, the woman's name is Tian Xiaoyu, a calamity incarnate, a true harbinger of ruin." Yet aloud he remained obsequious, "Brave sir, if I reveal her location, will you spare me?" Chen Dong's voice turned icy. "Speak truthfully, and perhaps I'll grant you mercy." Yelong bowed his head, repeatedly shouting thanks, then disclosed Tian Xiaoyu's whereabouts. "She's in the large warehouse to the right, barely 100 meters from here." The instant the words left his lips, Chen Dong fired. A single shot struck Yelong's temple. Yelong's mouth hung open in silent shock, his gaze locked onto Chen Dong before he collapsed lifelessly. "I reconsidered," Chen Dong remarked coolly, "and decided to kill you." He strode swiftly toward the warehouse where Tian Xiaoyu was held. Inside the derelict structure, Zhang Zihao ordered Go Dongxi to lift Tian Xiaoyu into his arms. Zhang Zihao had seized the chaos. When the Yelong squad's base erupted inexplicably into flames, he fled with Go Dongxi at once. He'd imagined that delivering Tian Xiaoyu would secure him comfort and privilege. Instead, thwarted in his lust by Yelong's inability to possess her, he'd been relegated to a communal dormitory and forced to eat stale wretched bread. Such squalor was unbearable, especially knowing that those supplies had been scarce before Tian Xiaoyu had bartered with Chen Dong for delicacies. Watching Tian Xiaoyu struggle, Zhang Zihao sneered coldly, "Xiaoyu, cease your resistance. Handing you over to Yelong felt like a betrayal, not just of you, but of myself. I intend to be your first man, then auction you live on the chat channel for supplies." Ha ha ha. Tian Xiaoyu spat furiously. "Zhang Zihao, you're a monster. A raving lunatic." "Mad. No, I'm perfectly lucid. If I cannot win your heart, then I shall utterly destroy you. You love Chen Dong. Then tell me, how long do you think he'll cherish a woman defiled by thousands?" "Zhang Zihao." A voice, strange yet familiar, rang out behind him. He turned sharply. Chen Dong stood at the warehouse entrance, having overheard every word. His fury burned white-hot as he advanced. Zhang Zihao saw the pistol in Chen Dong's hand and felt his very soul shatter. "Chen Dong." Chen Dong raised the pistol, striding forward. "You despicable worm." 2 gunshots echoed. Go Dongxi stared down at the twin bullet holes blooming across his chest, then slowly turned his head, summoning his last breath to roar run. At the precise moment Chen Dong fired, Go Dongxi hurled himself forward, taking both lethal rounds meant for Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao froze, staring at Go Dongxi's crumpling form, then fled without looking back. Go Dongxi lay drowning in crimson, his vision blurring as he watched his friend vanish. Zihao, what a pity. I couldn't stay with you." His trembling hand stretched feebly after Zhang Zihao, then fell limp. "He died." Chen Dong rushed forward, lifting Tian Xiaoyu gently. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" She nodded. "I'm fine." Then seizing the P-92 from Chen Dong's hand, she fired a shot straight at Zhang Zihao, who panicked had bolted blindly backward. He failed to notice the warehouse possessed only one exit, the very door through which Chen Dong had entered. Struck by the bullet, Zhang Zihao collapsed, writhing in pain. Tian Xiaoyu approached, slowly, pistol raised. Zhang Zihao's face drained of color. He wept uncontrollably. Xiaoyu, I was delirious. I spoke nonsense. We were classmates, 4 years at university." Chen Dong, please intervene. I don't want to die. Please, have mercy." Tian Xiaoyu roared and pulled the trigger. "Ow." Zhang Zihao shrieked, urinating in sheer terror. Yet he felt no wound. "I'm alive." Glancing back hastily, he ignored everything else, dragging his injured leg, limping desperately toward the gate. Tian Xiaoyu lowered her weapon, frustration flickering across her face. Her aim had been poor. The shot had missed Zhang Zihao entirely, striking only a nearby sandpile. Almost there, just a little farther. Hope blazed fiercely in his eyes as he neared the warehouse entrance. Freedom means survival. Another gunshot shattered his illusion. Agony tore through Zhang Zihao's chest. He collapsed inches from the threshold, his fading gaze filled with raw, unrelenting regret. Just one step. Tian Xiaoyu lowered the pistol and turned away, her heart heavy. Firing upon a former classmate was no simple act. Yet she knew what he had done to her warranted death. And in this merciless world, mercy was a luxury the living could not afford. Chen Dong sighed softly beside her. "Let's go." They departed, leaving 2 bodies behind. All of it, the blood, the silence, the fallen, would soon be consumed by the spreading inferno. Yi Lang, the leader of the Wild Wolf gang, was shot dead in his bedroom by Chen Dong, unwitnessed and unknown to all. It was only when the fire rapidly escalated beyond control that the gang's chief strategist rushed in, desperate to rouse his leader and flee, only to discover Yi Lang had been executed with a single gunshot to the head, his body lying lifeless on the floor. The news startled him, but far more potent was his indifference. After all, he himself was barely clinging to survival. Had he not feared future retribution, he would have long since abandoned the compound like the others, certainly not risked his life searching for his fallen boss. With no trace of reverence, the strategist approached Yi Lang's corpse, crouched down, and began rummaging through his belongings, only to find them already stripped clean by Chen Dong. Immediately after killing Yi Lang, Chen Dong had secured the supplies before heading to the warehouse to rescue Tian Xiaoyu. The strategist searched high and low, finding nothing of value, and grew increasingly irked. Glancing at Yi Lang's motionless form, he kicked the corpse several times with venomous contempt. "You wretched failure. You lorded over the Wild Wolf gang like some untouchable tyrant, yet died with a bullet through your skull, unable even to safeguard your own riches. Bah, not even a stray dog would stoop so low. What rotten luck." Having spat upon his palm, he shook his hands briskly, warding off the ill omen of rifling through a dead man's possessions. Satisfied the curse was dispelled, he wasted no further time, turned on his heel, and fled the scene without hesitation. Following Yi Lang's death, similar scenes unfolded across the Wild Wolf gang's encampments. In moments of peril, every member scattered, each pursuing their own survival. Who truly cared whether the Wild Wolf gang endured or collapsed? It existed merely as a means to scrape together a meager livelihood. Most ironically, moments after the strategist departed Yi Lang's room, others crept back in, hoping to scavenge overlooked spoils. Each search yielded nothing. In frustration, they kicked Yi Lang's corpse repeatedly, leaving the once feared leader grotesquely swollen in death, his dignity utterly erased. Yet this grim spectacle did not last long. Before long, the flames surged upward, engulfing the two-story villa where Yi Lang resided. Soon the inferno consumed Yi Lang entirely. From a nearby vantage point, Chen Dong and Tian Xiaoyu watched in silence as the Wild Wolf Gang's stronghold burned to ashes. Tian Xiaoyu had already shed her combat uniform, a token of gratitude for Chen Dong's daring rescue, and the transaction between them was complete. Gazing at the roaring conflagration, she suddenly recalled the ancient tale of fire spreading across camps, and realized the Wild Wolf Gang's compound was its modern harrowing echo. At that moment a thought struck her. She gasped, pivoting sharply toward Chen Dong. Chen Dong, if the Wild Wolf Gang supplies are incinerated in this blaze, won't that be a terrible waste? Chen Dong, who had been intently tracking the fire's advance, shifted his gaze and chuckled softly. No waste at all. The gang's rank and file were destitute. All true wealth rested solely in Yi Lang's hands. I killed him and seized his hoard. It is now in my possession. In essence, eliminating him was tantamount to looting the entire Wild Wolf Gang. Tian Xiaoyu's expression turned wry and knowing. Oh, so you didn't dash straight here to save me. You first hunted down Yi Lang and plundered his stash. How utterly disappointing. Chen Dong knew she was teasing, but still feigned wounded pride, his face twisting into an exaggerated pout. I needed to locate you first. Finding Yi Lang was merely the fastest path to your whereabouts. Tian Xiaoyu snorted dismissively. Well, I didn't know you could play the helpless puppy so convincingly. All right, I surrender. My skin's crawling just thinking about it. Laughing heartily, Chen Dong clapped Tian Xiaoyu lightly on the shoulder. Who asked you to mock me earlier? This is what we call winning without fighting. Now do you grasp my true prowess? Startled by the sudden contact, Tian Xiaoyu instinctively flinched, drawing her shoulders inward. Chen Dong immediately stiffened, then remembered with mild embarrassment that Tian Xiaoyu was a woman. By the way, you mentioned seizing Yi Lang supplies. Were any rare items among them? As the leader of a faction of no small stature, surely he possessed valuable assets. Chen Dong shook his head, sighing faintly. The Wild Wolf Gang epitomizes gilded decay, flashy on the surface, hollow within. Yi Lang, for all his title, wielded no firearms. His pack held only mundane provisions, scant few items worthy of note. Tian Xiaoyu fell silent, nonplussed, stunned by Chen Dong's casual, almost arrogant dismissal of resources that in this apocalyptic world signified immense power. After all, in this desolate era, mere access to clean water, bread, or milk marked one as formidable. Many still starved daily. Yet in Chen Dong's eyes, such a figure was little more than a beggar's sack. Tian Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, then asked carefully, you said scant few. So there are some rare items then? Chen Dong nodded, retrieving two objects from his pack: a telescope and a blueprint titled Basic Underground Fortress Construction. Privately, he considered both largely useless. A telescope? Who has the leisure, or the knowledge, to stargaze in this ruined world? Certainly not I. As for the underground fortress blueprint, he found it even more superfluous, given he already possessed fortified walls and a secure villa. Who would willingly retreat into subterranean darkness, cut off from sun and sky? Still, these two items qualify as rare finds. This telescope is my first encounter with such an instrument. And the blueprint? It's upgradable. Its latent potential, much like my automated defense system, is considerable. For now, however, I see no immediate utility, merely a precautionary reserve should necessity arise. A telescope, eh? Tian Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. Chen Dong suddenly recalled during university, she'd founded an astronomy club, and even extended him an invitation to join. But he, raised in poverty, had never grasped celestial mechanics, nor imagined astronomy as anything but the pastime of the privileged. Watching her radiant delight, he smiled warmly. I'd nearly forgotten. You were president of the astronomy club. If this telescope pleases you, consider it yours. Tian Xiaoyu had loved watching the stars since childhood. When she turned 6, her family gifted her an astronomical telescope for her birthday. From that moment, she began to study the mysterious heavens, learning to read the patterns of the sky. Tian Xiaoyu heard Chen Dong's words, and alongside her delight, felt a touch of embarrassment. After all, an astronomical telescope did not come cheap. It is far too precious, I cannot accept it. Chen Dong laughed unconcernedly. Why be polite? It's only a telescope. Tian Xiaoyu looked at Chen Dong's casual manner and explained, Chen Dong, this is an enthusiast-grade astronomical telescope. At the very least, it is worth 100,000. I am speaking conservatively. Chen Dong froze. Poverty had narrowed his imagination. He had assumed a telescope, however costly, would be only a few thousand yuan. He had not expected that even 100,000 was an understatement. Yet he did not care. Laughing, he said, Xiaoyu, I do not mind its price. Left in my hands, it would be little more than scrap. In yours, it will truly shine. Besides, in this doomsday world, you cannot cling to past valuations. I reckon you could hardly trade this telescope, even for 10 jin of rice now. Don't feel obliged, just accept it. All right, I'll take it. Thanks. Tian Xiaoyu put the telescope away and said no more. At that point, further discussion would only make things awkward. As for the blueprints for the underground bunker, Chen Dong put them back into his backpack. He and Tian Xiaoyu agreed the bunker would likely be unnecessary for the time being. They would keep them for now. The flames at the Yi Lang Tuan stronghold had been fed with gasoline. Without extinguishers, the blaze was hard to quench. Chen Dong watched the base blacken into charred ruins, lingered no longer, and fetched the car. After starting the engine, he ushered Tian Xiaoyu into the car. Xiaoyu, the villa district where our refuge is located, is still quite far from here. If you're tired you can lie down in the car and rest, they'll wake you when we arrive. Tian Xiaoyu shook her head. Don't let me sleep. I've been dizzy all day, I could not fall asleep even if I tried. You drive, and it'll keep you company. Tell me what you've been doing these past 2 years. Chen Dong laughed. All right, old classmates who haven't met in 2 years should catch up properly. Then fasten your seatbelt and talk as you drive. Chen Dong brought Tian Xiaoyu back without incident. They chatted and laughed as they headed toward the villa district. It was Tian Xiaoyu's first time at Chen Dong's refuge. The towering defensive walls did not astonish her, neither did the automated defense systems inspire fear. Only when she entered the villa did she see a woman with her hair pinned up whose bearing and looks matched her own. Dressed casually like a hostess, she stepped out to greet Tian Xiaoyu and Chen Dong. Chen Dong stepped forward, embraced Xiaoyanqi, and kissed her forehead. Then he asked softly, "Did you miss me?" Xiaoyanqi smiled and replied, "When have I ever not missed you?" Chen Dong laughed heartily. Tian Xiaoyu followed a little awkward and came forward. "Xiaoyu, let me introduce you. This is Xiaoyanqi, our group's medic, and my girlfriend. Anqi, this is Tian." Just as Chen Dong began to introduce Tian Xiaoyu to Xiaoyanqi, Tian interrupted him. She smiled and extended her hand to Xiaoyanqi. "Hello, I'm Tian Xiaoyu, Chen Dong's classmate. It's a pleasure to meet you." They shook hands. Xiaoyanqi smiled in return. "Chen Dong used to mention you often. Indeed, you are very pretty. When you have time, tell me more of his university scandals so I can put him in his place later. Sure, I know a few of Chen Dong's embarrassing stories." While they chatted and laughed, the two women linked arms and walked into the villa together. They left Chen Dong standing alone in the courtyard. He felt as if in a dream. When Tian Xiaoyu and Xiaoyanqi first met, he had even sensed a taut, almost adversarial tension. Yet in the blink of an eye they were arm in arm, leaving him to cool his heels outside the villa. Chen Dong's expression was odd, but above all he was pleased. That they became fast friends so quickly spared a great deal of trouble. In the following days after Tian Xiaoyu moved in, Xiaoyanqi bundled Chen Dong, him and his bedding, and sent him to another room. Chen Dong was puzzled and received only one remark from Xiaoyanqi. "There are many rooms, let's live separately." He felt aggrieved. Previously Xiaoyanqi had been clingy, sometimes even waking him from sleep. Yet with Tian Xiaoyu's arrival, he was promptly shown the door. Still Chen Dong complied. He tidied a new room and settled in. For the next few days he did not go scavenging for supplies. Instead, he stayed home, keeping company with the two women. Mornings were pleasant breakfast prepared by Xiaoyanqi and conversations with Tian Xiaoyu about old times. That tranquility, however, was soon shattered. "Xiaoyu, can you guarantee that what you just said is absolutely true?" Chen Dong asked, his face grave, unbelieving of the terrifying claim she had made moments before. Tian Xiaoyu nodded and spoke deliberately, "Absolutely. This will be a catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions." On a cloudless night dotted with stars, Tian Xiaoyu took out the astronomical telescope gifted to her by Chen Dong, savoring the rare moment of stargazing. Unfortunately, she could neither see the blue planet nor the familiar constellations. Today was perfect for stargazing, and as Tian Xiaoyu observed, she suddenly spotted an unusual trajectory. She found it hard to believe. Rubbing her eyes and leaning closer to the telescope, she was horrified to discover that it was no illusion. A swarm of meteors trailing behind them like sweeping tails was plummeting toward a world of apocalypse. If nothing unexpected happens, they are likely to arrive next month. Thus Tian Xiaoyu, without a moment's hesitation, woke the already sleeping Chen Dong and Xiaoyanqi, informing them of this despairing truth. Chen Dong rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "Xiaoyu, is the number of meteors significant? What level of destruction would they cause if they hit the ground?" "Destruction? It's nothing but destruction. It would devastate the ecological environment, with trees wilting and the ground becoming pockmarked. Most importantly for the survivors, it would be a catastrophe." Chen Dong's fingers drummed against the armrest of the sofa as he murmured, "The blueprints for the underground fortress we obtained earlier might finally come in handy. However, acquiring the construction materials is quite a challenge. In the face of such a cataclysm as the meteor shower, the underground fortress could provide them with safety. Yet this underground fortress required a special material that had never been seen before, S-alloy. Despite collecting so many resources, this was the first time Chen Dong had heard of it. But to construct the underground fortress, S-alloy was indispensable. Chen Dong felt both joy and worry. Tian Xiaoyu was unaware of the construction materials required for the underground fortress, so she remained quite excited. "Chen Dong, the blueprint for the underground fortress we obtained from the Wild Wolf Core is finally useful. As long as we build the underground fortress and prepare ample supplies for living, we can surely ride out this meteor shower safely." Xiaoyanqi looked at Chen Dong with great anticipation. Chen Dong shook his head, smiling wryly as he explained, "If constructing this underground fortress were so easy, I wouldn't be having a headache over it. Let me show you the blueprints so you can see what materials are needed." As he spoke, Chen Dong took out the blueprints for the underground fortress from his backpack and handed them to Xiaoyanqi and Tian Xiaoyu. The two of them frowned in unison upon receiving the blueprints. "What exactly is this S-alloy? I've never heard of it." Chen Dong shrugged helplessly. "Right, this special S-alloy is completely unknown to us. We don't even know what it looks like. Looks like we need to go out and desperately gather resources, especially that S-alloy, to have a glimmer of hope," murmured Xiaoyanqi. "Why don't we check the trading platform? Perhaps someone has listed it there," Tian Xiaoyu suddenly suggested. Chen Dong could only adopt a try-and-see attitude and check the trading platform. To his surprise, there was indeed S-alloy available. The prices varied, some were cheap, while others were expensive. The inconsistency in prices was solely due to the absence of merchants taking over. The scattered S alloy was collected by individual survivors by chance. With no reference prices, the prices were rather random. As for many merchants, they had naturally noticed the appearance of S alloy. Some wanted to acquire it to corner the market and raise prices later. However, S alloy lacked a clear description of its uses. If they hastily bought up large quantities, and if S alloy were to be produced in large amounts in the future, or if its uses were not widespread, whether they could recoup their costs was still a question. Thus everyone was watching and waiting. Chen Dong opened the chat channel to find that people were already discussing the uses of S alloy. Clearly, many survivors had obtained this item. Chen Dong felt a bit irritated. He had never even seen a trace of S alloy. User 453493. Brothers, I just found 2 pieces of S alloy in the materials I searched. Oh, what is this thing for? User 454756. I found some too, but I really don't know what it's useful for. User 967969. Ha, did you think you were that muscular guy in tight clothes? You can't even process it into a shield. User 223954. I don't think S alloy is meant for us to craft equipment. Could it be for making battle armor? User 223954. You all are getting more absurd. You can't even make crude items like shields, yet you think of battle armor. I believe something needs to be crafted with S alloy. Seeing this person's comment, Chen Dong couldn't help but admire. In fact, it was true. If a meteor shower were to occur later, the underground fortress would be essential for the survivors. Thus, the S alloy essential for constructing the underground fortress would become a coveted item. When that time comes, prices would skyrocket in an instant. User 957565. So is there anything that needs S alloy for crafting? I have no clue. User 754534. Exactly, this S alloy is of no use at all right now. I was planning to stockpile some on the trading platform and make a profit later, but now I dare not take the risk. I'm afraid that if I get caught, I'll lose my entire investment. User 948292. I listed S alloy for a pound of rice. Come and buy it, ha. User 752534. Get lost. Many people are listing it for a bottle of water or a loaf of bread, and no one is interested. You set this price, just waiting for a fool to buy it. In the chat channel, many survivors were chiming in. Although some were very close to the truth and guessed the uses of S alloy, most survivors still believe that S alloy had no use. At that moment, Chen Dong smiled, openly beginning to take action. He quickly bulk purchased S alloy on the trading platform, sorting it from high to low prices. Moreover, fearing that these survivors might react and temporarily raise prices, Chen Dong specifically took out ample resources to give to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, allowing them both to join the buying spree. The 3 of them gleefully began their purchase. For the S alloy priced exorbitantly at auction, Chen Dong did not touch it. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He simply did not want to cause the price of S alloy to rise too quickly and spiral out of control. Although his actions were already bound to trigger a chain reaction, inflating the price of S alloy. But he was very restrained. He did not wipe out the trading platform. Instead, he controlled it at a price he deemed reasonable, acquiring all the S alloy below that price. Soon the chat channel was in an uproar. User 578443. Wow, my S alloy has been sold. Let's see who bought it. It was bought by 10,086. User 678345. Mine too. Bought by 10,086. He must know the use of S alloy, otherwise he wouldn't buy it. He's not just some fool with too much money. User 10010. Hehe 10086 is quite scheming. Look at the remaining S alloys on the trading platform. 10086 has kept the prices incredibly low. Do you know what that means? User 293853. What does it mean? User 10,000. It means that after learning about the use of S alloy, 10086 hoarded a large amount of it. Once there is a significant demand for S alloy, he can sell it at a huge profit. After all, his purchasing price is very low. User 567454. I get the reasoning, but isn't this just being a middleman? However, isn't this behavior risky? What if the production increases later, or it becomes useless? Then it will be 10,086 suffering the loss. User 10010. But what if he doesn't lose? You all want to see 10086 profit while we suffer. In my opinion, we should unite and drive down the price of S alloy. Let 10086 suffer huge losses. User 734645. User 324623. User 234346. I feel something's off. I don't know what to say, but it seems like you have a screw loose. User 322356. Agreed. Let other survivors with S alloy unite to lower the price and prevent it from rising. This is just like playing a game. If 10086 has the capital to buy it all at once, then he will dominate the market. User 10,000. Oh no. I told you all to wake up, but you still don't believe me. Imagine a survivor. I won't even mention a large team like the police station. If you let them buy that much S alloy all at once, how much resources will be left? Right now, 10086 definitely has the intention, but lacks the strength, merely watching us unite to sanction him. In the end, he will either have to sell at a loss or be left with a pile of it. User 645234. Okay, that seems somewhat reasonable. User 987239. Let's just listen to him and give it a try. After all, I can't sell it at this price anyway. Even if I sell it at a discount, I wouldn't mind. Chen Dong watched the chat records in his villa and began to admire 10,000 and 10010 a bit. These two seemed to have a vendetta against him, always stirring up trouble. This time, if he really intended to hoard goods and was unable to follow through, he could indeed be tricked. Unfortunately, Chen Dong only aimed to build an underground fortress. In fact, there wasn't even enough alloy material, and he needed to acquire more. Watching many survivors start to lower their prices, Chen Dong resisted the urge and did not act immediately. Not enough. More people might still be hesitating. After a long while, there was no large-scale purchasing situation. User 10,000 and user 10010 were very excited, basking in their success in the chat channel. User 10,000. So how is it? What did I just say? The price is even lower than before, yet there were no large purchases. This clearly shows that 10,086 can't hold strong. He must be watching the price of alloy plummet, gnashing his teeth in frustration. It seemed that just as user 10,000 said, Chen Dong had indeed taken a big tumble. At the police station, the chief and others were also watching this sanctioned war against user 10086. As everyone expected, Chen Dong was truly unable to follow through and had to grit his teeth and swallow the bitter fruit. Poison Spike looked at the currently low-priced alloy and couldn't help but say, "Chief, shouldn't we buy some alloy too?" After all, 10086 suddenly spent lavishly to acquire a large amount of alloy, which must mean he got wind of some news in advance. Now that the price of alloy is just right, we could. The chief shook his head halfway through his words. Poison Spike, first you need to understand that we are a team. Resources must be meticulously calculated and used wisely. Recklessly purchasing an alloy with an unknown purpose is not worth it. But Chief, if alloy has a special use later, we won't be able to buy it at this price. What's there to be afraid of? The chief laughed heartily, not taking it to heart at all. With so many people at the police station, we don't need to purchase. Just from our own production, the future demand for alloy will be sufficient. From the current situation, the production of alloy won't be too little. Meanwhile, Chen Dong was in his villa watching TV with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He directly closed the chat channel, completely brushing off the so-called sanctions. In fact, when he saw them aggressively talking about sanctioning him, he couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for the special circumstances surrounding alloy and his lack of time to gather it, Chen Dong wouldn't have made such a big deal about purchasing in bulk. After all, it was too conspicuous. However, Chen Dong was still quite grateful to 10,000 and 10,010. Now more and more survivors holding alloy were setting their prices within a standard range. Those slightly cheaper were immediately bought by some speculative traders and resold at standard prices. The more expensive ones were simply left at the end of the trading page. The prices actually started to stabilize. After finishing an episode of the drama, Chen Dong coughed to get the attention of the two girls who were still discussing whether the male lead should choose the first or second female lead. So what's there to discuss? As a man, of course, I want them all. Xianqi's eyes carried a meaningful glance. Tian Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red as she softly retorted, "When we were studying, how come I didn't notice that you, Chen Dong, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, had such tricks up your sleeve?" Chen Dong exclaimed innocently, "Ladies, my comments are solely about the drama's plot. Please do not take it personally." Seeing Chen Dong at a loss, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu laughed even more heartily. Chen Dong then reached out and kept tickling the sensitive waists of the two girls, making them laugh uncontrollably for a while. Only when he heard them submit did he withdraw his hand with the demeanor of a victor. Enough of the fuss, it's time to get back to business and prepare to acquire alloy again. Hearing this, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu quickly got into the zone, opening the trading platform and standing by. Chen Dong was waiting for everyone to relax, thinking he lacked the ability to acquire alloy, while they clumsily tried to maintain a monopoly on pricing before launching a full-scale attack. The three of them acted together to buy out all the cheap alloy. In an instant, there were only a few pieces of alloy left on the entire trading platform. All that remained were excessively priced items belonging to the realm of leisure. For instance, the previous exchange of 10 pounds of rice for one piece of alloy. Some survivors were just looking to list the alloy they had just gathered on the trading platform. Seeing the listed reference prices, they couldn't help but freeze. They thought, when did the price of alloy rise so absurdly? Clearly, the recently listed items were at a much lower price. When they opened the trading platform, they discovered that alloy was almost sold out. A large number of survivors began to denounce it in the chat channel. R&M refund. 10,000 and 10,010. Step forward now. Didn't you claim 10086 had exhausted its supply of alloy? Yet now nearly all available alloy has been snapped up by 10,086. What is this nonsense? Exactly. We set such low prices based on your assurances. I had no idea 10,086 still held such vast reserves. I'd never seen him act so decisively before. This man's depth of calculation is staggering. We've all been outmaneuvered. Truly, who could have foreseen it? This time 10,080 SIXS acquisition scale dwarfs even its first round. How impossibly wealthy is this entity? Don't spout nonsense. Never mind how abundant 10,080 SIXS resources may be. Let's settle accounts first. You two swore we'd unify pricing, yet look where that led us. Whose responsibility is this debacle? Damn it. I never wanted to sell so cheaply. But when I priced higher, my listings were instantly buried on later pages. Had I not urgently needed supplies, I'd never have accepted such a pittance. What rotten luck. 10086, 10,000, thank you. As agreed, I've already dispatched the promised supplies to you. Let's collaborate again soon. Huh, what does that mean? 10,000 care to clarify for us. Brilliant. 10,000 staging a duet with 10086 to buy up Saloy at fire sale prices. Let me explain. Chen Dong gazed upon the abundant Saloy in his backpack, elated beyond measure. All acquired at bargain rates. He wondered what expressions those sellers would wear upon learning of the imminent meteor shower and realizing just how vital Saloy would become. By now Chen Dong had gathered more than enough Saloy to construct an underground bunker. No delay was warranted. Though Tian Xiaoyu had estimated the meteor shower would arrive in roughly 1 month. The earlier the bunker was completed the better. Chen Dong planned to build it beneath his villa for convenience of access. And because the villa already featured fortified perimeter walls and an automated defense system, making this location inherently safer for subterranean construction. Thirdly, the villa already possessed a basement, so the bunker could seamlessly expand upon its existing structure. Chen Dong retrieved the bunker's architectural schematics, and together with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu descended into the villa's basement to oversee the construction process. Underground bunker. Basic underground bunker construction blueprint 11. S-alloy 25,920. Construct underground bunker. Yes, no. Chen Dong confirmed construction. The Saloy in his inventory began to melt, flowing like liquid silver to coat the basement's original walls, fusing, extending, reshaping. It remained the same basement, yet was unmistakably transformed. Chen Dong surveyed the walls, now part of the bunker, gleaming with the smooth, silvery luster of Saloy, rendering the space into a pristine sci-fi corridor of white light. The bunker's completion drew gasps of awe from Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Yet Chen Dong stroked his chin, struck by a strange sense of familiarity. After deep contemplation, he suddenly snapped his fingers. That understated silvery metallic sheen covering every surface. It was nothing short of an upgraded version of the tearful iron bars motif. Once an image takes root in the mind, subconscious impressions become indelible. Now the more Chen Dong gazed upon the bunker, the more unsettling it felt. Fortunately, the bunker retained the basement's original spaciousness, featuring a sunken living area, 2 maids' quarters, a bar counter, a study, and numerous other functional zones. This pleased Chen Dong immensely. His initial vision had been far less generous, a cramped cinematic shelter crammed with supplies and survivors. He was thoroughly satisfied, seeing that only the walls had been clad in Saloy while everything else remained unchanged. Such an environment would be comfortable to inhabit even without the threat of meteor showers. Chen Dong turned to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He intended to renovate the bunker. After all, its layout still followed the villa's original outdated design, which he found uninspiring. Naturally, any renovation would require their full participation. Smiling warmly, Chen Dong said, "Anqi Xiaoyu, I'd like to renovate the bunker. What are your thoughts on how best to approach it?" "Renovate? In what way? Armament upgrades or interior design?" Xianqi blinked in surprise. "Silly. You know it's interior design, of course. Armament modifications I'll handle myself." Chen Dong gently ruffled her hair. At the mention of interior design, Tian Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She adored it. "Chen Dong, the Saloy walls need urgent redesigning. They're too stark, too chilling. They unsettle the spirit." "Yes, that cold metallic hue is almost blinding. Let's choose a warmer tone instead." Xianqi nodded emphatically. Chen Dong studied the alloy's color. Indeed, prolonged exposure was uncomfortable. A warmer palette would suit far better. He nodded in agreement. "Then, what shade or wallpaper do you propose?" "Blue." Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu answered in unison, then paused, exchanged glances, and smiled, delighted to discover shared taste. "Very well, 2 votes to 1. Majority rules will repaint the walls blue. But fair warning, no shirking. Everyone lifts a hand." Xianqi playfully looped her arm through his. "Of course not. We'd never let you shoulder the burden alone." Tian Xiaoyu glanced aside, then murmured softly, "I'll contribute equally." As for the living room, no major changes needed. A genuine leather sofa, a coffee table, and a television will suffice. We have no other furniture anyway. This arrangement works perfectly. Xianqi stepped into the living room and pointed to the wall behind the sofa. "Chen Dong, could we hang a painting here? I love the one in our upstairs bedroom. It would look splendid down here too." Chen Dong nodded. "Absolutely, no issue at all. We'll retrieve it and mount it right away." Tian Xiaoyu examined the existing bar counter and surveyed the surrounding layout. "Chen Dong, our bunker lacks a kitchen. Why not convert this compact bar into a simple open-plan kitchen? Many of the daily necessities are raw foods that require processing before consumption. Usually in the villa, it is Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu who handle this, while Chen Dong is responsible for waiting to eat." At this moment, upon hearing Tian Xiaoyu's words, he realized that the underground bunker lacked a kitchen. No wonder he always felt a slight absence of warmth. Xianqi also realized this after hearing Tian Xiaoyu's words. "That's right, Xiaoyu, you are so meticulous. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed that the underground bunker doesn't have a kitchen. Xiaoyu, how do you and Anqi plan to design the kitchen?" Tian Xiaoyu looked at Xianqi, waiting for her to speak. Xianqi pondered for a moment and said, "We definitely need to replace this bar. We should find a table to serve as the stove, and then gather a set of new kitchen utensils plus place a dining table next to the kitchen. It doesn't need to be too complicated, as simple is good." Tian Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. After all, the underground bunker is meant to be an emergency refuge, so there's really no need to fuss too much. However, Chen Dong disagreed. "That won't do. The kitchen must be set up properly. Leave it to me. I will find suitable kitchen utensils and a stove." Food is of utmost importance. How can we be careless with the kitchen? Moreover, if you two don't have a proper place to cook one day, you might take out your frustrations on the food, and if the food turns out poorly, you'll suffer too. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu laughed and said, "You said it, you're responsible for the kitchen renovation and no backing out." Chen Dong smiled confidently. "No backing out, whoever backs out is a little dog, okay?" Then they began selecting bedrooms. Since there were only 2 rooms, Chen Dong ended up with one for himself. "Is it really necessary? You two share a room, and I have one to myself." Chen Dong initially thought that later in the underground bunker, he could stay with Xianqi again. However, he didn't expect to be driven to another room by Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu working together. Tian Xiaoyu laughed and said, "We're being considerate knowing you're a guy and need to sleep comfortably. We specifically let you have your own space and the 2 of us girls can squeeze together, just be satisfied with that." Chen Dong had no choice but to accept. The 3 of them had no particular thoughts about the other areas of the underground bunker. There was no need to fuss too much, it was fine to leave it as it was. Then the 3 began to cover the furniture with cloth and prepare to paint the walls. Chen Dong took out paint and brushes from his backpack, slowly mixing the shade of blue that Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu liked, which was between green and blue. He recalled that in the previous world this shade of blue seemed to be called Tiffany blue. Mixing the paint was not difficult. Chen Dong took out a large bucket of blue paint and mixed it with white paint. Once the blue lightened, he gradually added yellow paint, slowly blending it. Soon he achieved the color of Tiffany blue. After mixing 3 buckets of paint, Chen Dong handed 1 bucket and 1 brush to both Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, and they began painting the walls in designated areas. The area of the underground bunker was quite large. If not for working together, it would probably take Chen Dong a whole day to finish it alone. Before long, they looked at the freshly painted walls, and a sense of satisfaction rose within them. For the kitchen, Chen Dong also purchased items like a range hood refrigerator and gas stove from the trading platform. In the end, he personally built a stove from marble and polished it himself. Chen Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the somewhat rough marble stove, nodding. It was usable. After completing the previously discussed renovations, he began some technological modifications to the underground bunker. The current trading platform already had many technological products. However, due to the lack of electricity and internet, they were rendered useless. Chen Dong also took the opportunity to acquire many technological materials in advance, such as cameras and drones from earlier. Chen Dong took out a smart lock from his backpack and replaced all the doors in the underground bunker. Lastly, he activated an integrated IoT smart assistant and connected it to the cameras outside the villa. This would ensure that even in the underground bunker, they could be informed about the situation above ground at any moment. Additionally, Chen Dong also installed a computer in the living room. Although it couldn't connect to the internet, it was connected to the villa's cameras, effectively serving as a monitoring display. Chen Dong wasn't expecting to do much with this somewhat outdated Pentium processor. Being able to act as a monitor was already satisfying enough. As the underground bunker added, the overall electricity consumption of the villa increased, and the fuel consumption of the gasoline generator rose rapidly. Chen Dong could only run back and forth to refuel. Although it was a bit troublesome, he still needed to ensure the underground bunker had power and could operate normally for a while. After completing all of this, the underground bunker could be considered renovated. After building an underground bunker that could withstand the impending meteor shower, Chen Dong, Xianqi, and Tian Xiaoyu did not relax, but instead left early and returned late every day, driving an old Jetta to collect supplies and continuously hunt zombies for experience points. Only by continuously improving their strength could they find the true path. There are probably about 100 zombies gathering. There might be high-level supply crates among them. Prepare to act. Chen Dong put down the binoculars, returned to the car, and called Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, who were chatting. The 3 were currently in a flat park with the Jetta parked by the roadside. In the distance, dust was rising, making it hard to see what was inside. It was still Chen Dong who used the binoculars to see the group of zombies clearly. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu stopped their idle chatter and loaded their firearms. Each of them had 2 handguns. With sufficient ammunition, their combined firepower could achieve a certain level of suppression. In the past few days, Chen Dong's outings had taken them deeper into the zombie nests. Along with the great risks, the rewards were also enticing. Chen Dong had long since upgraded his weaponry. He handed his original P92 handgun to Xianqi and switched to a UMP-9 submachine gun, which also used 9mm bullets. He had also collected several handguns afterward. He selected 2 handguns that fit 9mm bullets to give to Tian Xiaoyu, while the other handguns were listed on the trading platform selling for a satisfactory price. Chen Dong also discovered that as the team's power gradually expanded, supplies were relatively less scarce than at the beginning. In fact, many firearms were already seen listed on the trading platform. Although most of them were handguns, it also indicated that many other teams had started to acquire quite a few high-grade weapons. Chen Dong drove the Jetta and began charging toward the group of zombies. Without reducing speed, he drove the car straight through, sending the zombies flying. Then he had Xianqi take the wheel while he put on his combat suit and charged into the pile of zombies with his submachine gun. Xianqi took the wheel, unbuckled her seatbelt, and skillfully climbed from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, replacing Chen Dong at the wheel. Unlike Chen Dong, she was mainly responsible for maneuvering around the battlefield where Chen Dong was located. Inside the car, Tian Xiaoyu was responsible for throwing Molotov cocktails and explosives, alleviating Chen Dong's pressure. At this moment, Chen Dong was already wielding the critical strike Tang knife, engaging in close combat with the zombies. The magazine of the UMP-9 submachine gun was not small, but it was utterly insufficient when faced with the overwhelming numbers of zombies. Chen Dong had no time to reload the magazine. A roar. A heavy punch struck him from behind. Although he was in combat gear, he still felt his organs surge violently. He slashed down the zombie in front of him and turned to chop at the zombie that had ambushed him. This particular zombie seemed to be mutated different from the usual ones and exceptionally robust. However, Chen Dong had long since grown accustomed to this. Ever since the emergence of mutated beings, mutated zombies had begun to appear as well. These types of zombies had improved physique and strength, elevating them to a new level. Chen Dong suspected that in the future there might even be zombies with intelligence and various special abilities, just like the bosses in the Resident Evil games. Even with the critical strike Tang knife, he could not inflict fatal wounds on such mutated zombies. He had to keep chopping at them. It was just like the mutated giant spider that Chen Dong battled. Any creature associated with mutation was incredibly difficult to deal with. Fortunately, this mutated zombie had not yet gained intelligence. Although it knew that the critical strike Tang knife in Chen Dong's hand posed a danger, it recklessly continued to attack, with its body never attempting to evade. Chen Dong was not having an easy time either. Although he wore combat gear, the powerful blows from the mutated zombie continuously caused backlash. Blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. Xianqi and the others saw Chen Dong in trouble and wanted to help, but they were blocked by zombies. They had no choice but to keep circling around the perimeter of the zombies, trying to attract them and using ranged attacks to eliminate them. After all, the two of them were not like Chen Dong, who could recklessly charge through the horde of zombies in combat gear. Even if ordinary people took the antiviral serum, they would not be afraid of zombie infection. But zombies could devour humans alive, which was far more terrifying than infection. Chen Dong was held back by the mutated zombie, and soon other zombies surrounded him. He had to escape immediately. Otherwise, if this dragged on, he would become exhausted and perish. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and threw several grenades onto the ground nearby, which was also where the zombies would inevitably pass. Boom. The grenade exploded, leaving the zombies mangled and battered. The mutated zombie was also stunned, its movements slowed down significantly. However, Chen Dong was also within the blast radius. The armor's defensive sturdiness did not suffer any damage in such a tremendous explosion. However, Chen Dong's internal injuries worsened, leaving him dazed and disoriented. He thought to himself that he would never stand in the blast radius of a grenade again. The reality of grenade explosions was life-threatening. The recoil from the energy was enough to rupture internal organs. It should be noted that Chen Dong had undergone physical enhancement. Even he struggled to withstand the internal injuries, let alone ordinary people. Chen Dong tore open a path and ceased to tangle excessively with the mutated zombie, turning and fleeing. While retreating, he frantically threw Molotov cocktails and grenades behind him. The Molotov cocktails and grenades impeded the ordinary zombies, but the mutated one would not be affected by such minor damage. It did not stop its pursuit, but sprinted after Chen Dong. Chen Dong cursed his luck. However, there were still plenty of zombies trailing behind the mutated one. He could only choose to maneuver, allowing Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu to eliminate as many zombies as possible to relieve the pressure on his side. Of course, he would also seize the opportunity to take down some ordinary zombies. Only by completely eliminating the ordinary zombies could the three of them confidently deal with the mutated one. If Chen Dong faced the mutated zombie alone, it would truly be an unknown outcome. The last time he single-handedly killed a mutated creature was due to coincidence. These mutated zombies needed overwhelming firepower to suppress. However, Chen Dong had no time to reload. They chased each other. Chen Dong was in front, the critical strike Tang knife in hand, continuously slashing, maintaining his speed. The mutated zombie was just behind, always one step away from catching up, yet each time it allowed Chen Dong to narrowly escape. Chen Dong kept dragging this out. Even though his stamina had diminished significantly, he was still waiting. Because he believed in Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, he was buying them time to clear out the zombies. I must say the focus of this mutated zombie was astonishing. It did not care at all as its kind fell one after another, seemingly seeing only Chen Dong. He did not know how much time had passed. Chen Dong seemed to be exhausted. He stopped running and halted in place. A roar. The mutated zombie charged towards Chen Dong, throwing a punch. But it could not get close and was instead hit by bullets. While not fatal, it blocked its advance. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu had completed their cleanup and could finally lend a hand to Chen Dong. Taking this opportunity, Chen Dong quickly reloaded the magazine of his UMP-9 submachine gun. Then he raised the submachine gun and began to spray bullets at the mutated zombie. At the same time, Chen Dong reminded them, now, hurry and reload your magazines, toss grenades and explosives at the mutated zombie. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu obediently followed his instructions. The UMP-9 submachine gun quickly ran dry, but soon after Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu's firepower resumed. By the time Chen Dong reloaded, it was another cycle. The mutated zombie was relentlessly suppressed by this cycle of firepower until it finally fell. Roar. The mutated zombie let out a furious roar, seemingly venting its unwillingness. Yet in the end, it helplessly collapsed. The firepower cycle from the three of them was simply overwhelming, with bullets pouring out as if they were free. Chen Dong walked up to the mutated zombie, swung the critical strike Tang knife, and severed its head, only then feeling relieved enough to remove his combat gear and kneel on the ground. This action startled Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. The two rushed forward to support him. Chen Dong's face flushed, and then he coughed unexpectedly, spitting out blood. Clearly, the internal injuries from the earlier battle had erupted. His condition was extremely poor. Just as Chen Dong was about to faint, Tian Xiaoyu was very anxious. What should we do? After all, it was internal injuries, and there was no way to treat them. At that moment, Xianqi slowly placed her hand on Chen Dong's chest, emitting a faint white light. Chen Dong's complexion began to improve. In a daze, he felt as if he were soaking in a hot bath. This familiar, yet ominous feeling jolted him awake. Chen Dong was astonished to discover that his stamina had recovered. Moreover, the internal injuries had completely vanished, and his physical functions had returned to peak condition. And the culprit was the mysterious white light emanating from Xianqi's hand. Facing Chen Dong and Tian Xiaoyu's confusion, Xianqi wiped the sweat from her forehead and explained with a smile, I leveled up to level 10 and obtained a skill called healing, which allows me to instantly heal injured patients and restore their stamina. Chen Dong was overjoyed. It seemed that Xianqi had truly become the dedicated doctor of the team. Even the skill obtained from leveling up to level 10 was a healing type. Moreover, this healing skill was incredibly powerful, almost godlike. Those on the brink of death could be revived by Xianqi rejoining the battlefield as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. This was truly terrifying. Such a skill is exceedingly extraordinary, and it must have certain limitations. Chen Dong asked, and she, how many times can this skill be used in a day? Xianqi held up 3 fingers. 3 times. Even if it could only be used 3 times a day, Chen Dong was still captivated by this skill. Having reached the 10th level, Xianqi acquired the skill healing, which was undoubtedly a timely boon for their team. The current situation in the apocalyptic world was not particularly favorable. Even though Chen Dong had ample supplies, there was still a pressing need for professional medical resources when it came to injuries and illnesses. However, with this skill, the urgency for medical supplies was significantly alleviated. Nevertheless, the premise was that Xianqi's healing skill could reach a certain limit to treat the injured. This point was still unclear to Xianqi. Thus, Chen Dong could only give up for now. The scope of healing would have to be explored through continual practice in the future. More importantly, they had slain a mutated zombie, and a golden level supply crate radiating golden light was now before them. Chen Dong opened the golden level supply crate. Inside were 2 rare supplies along with some miscellaneous ordinary items. Laser defense device, automated Gatling gun, 100 bottles of mineral water, 2 gene of pork ribs. This golden level supply crate could be considered quite generous. It was important to note that the villa was Chen Dong's stronghold, complete with an underground bunker built to shelter against meteor showers. Having a powerful automated defense system was quite necessary. Chen Dong collected all the supplies, feeling refreshed. Gathering 2 items usable for the automated defense system makes this trip worthwhile. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu were equally delighted. The automated defense system of the villa was already somewhat outdated. It still relied on simple crossbows and flintlock firearms, which could hardly withstand incursions from other survivors. Xianqi cheered joyfully, great. Our automated defense system should have been upgraded long ago. We were just helplessly waiting and anxious before this. Tian Xiaoyu also sighed in relief. Yes, during this time the other survivors in the villa area have been eyeing us suspiciously. I estimate they won't be able to hold back for much longer. After all, the current times were different. It was no longer surprising for survivors to possess firearms. Crossbows and most cold weapons, even Molotov cocktails, were gradually being phased out. In their place were powerful firearms along with more lethal long-range grenades or explosives. Chen Dong smiled and said, now we can rest easy. If anyone dares to be unruly, we simply won't let them return. Let's go home. The 3 of them got into the Jetta and set off on their way back. Shortly after returning to the villa area shelter, the system issued an announcement. Survivors, a meteor shower will occur in half a month, resulting in massive radiation and energy shocks on the ground. The only way to avoid the meteor shower is to build an underground bunker. The system will gradually send construction blueprints for the underground bunker to survivors' inboxes today, so please check your mail. We hope all survivors can build their underground bunkers in time before the meteor shower arrives to seek a chance of survival. The system announced the impending meteor shower. It had been a week since Tian Xiaoyu observed the meteor shower. Chen Dong and the others had already built their underground bunker beforehand. However, the exact time announced by the system was even earlier than Tian Xiaoyu's prediction. This was not good news. Other survivors had not been informed in advance. Therefore, after receiving the system announcement, they were left in a daze for quite some time. In the chat channel, many people were already anxious and uneasy. They had been tormented by zombies and were now facing yet another natural disaster. Moreover, it was the most terrifying meteor shower. It should be noted that prehistoric dinosaurs went extinct in this way. How could this not cause worry and fear? Number 948524, meteor shower. Finally a release. I'm done playing. Whoever wants to play can continue. Hell, let's enjoy the last moments of life. Number 435324. Remember not long ago when a brother speculated about whether there would be natural disasters in the future? I really want to say you're a genius. Damn, this time it's a meteor shower. Next time it must be an earthquake or tsunami. Hey, it's really tragic to fight for survival. Oh, every day is a struggle to stay alive and no one looks good. Number 352534. Is the meteor shower small scale or large scale? How long do we have to hide in the underground bunker? We don't have enough supplies. Number 575673. This is truly despairing. Number 756543. Let's not talk about that. Did you receive the construction blueprints for the underground bunker? Number 548560. Not yet. What's up? Number 967864. The construction conditions for the underground bunker require S alloy. Survivors were discussing how to survive the calamity of the meteor shower in the chat channel, and some had begun to receive the construction blueprints for the underground bunker, realizing the sudden appearance of S-alloy during this time and its significance. Number 564533. What? Can you say that again? What is the underground bunker made of? Number 345235. I also received the construction blueprints for the underground bunker. It really is S-alloy. It requires 20 pieces of S-alloy, and it can be upgraded later. Damn it, I sold all of mine before. Number 764322. Damn it, it's all because of the nonsense from 10,000 and 10010 earlier. Now S-alloy has basically been acquired by 10,086. Number 645452. Damn. The price of S-alloy is about to skyrocket. It seems 10086 is going to make a fortune. Chen Dong was also very efficient and quickly listed a large number of S-alloys. He had stockpiled a considerable amount earlier. The small fractions on the trading platform could not shake the prices he had set. If anyone listed a price lower than his, they were directly snatched up by Chen Dong and his companions who were monitoring the trading platform. Then they would adjust the price and list it again. Of course, some people found bargains. But gradually, only a large batch of S-alloy from Chen Dong remained at the top of the first page of products. And the selling price was a full double of the average price at which he had acquired them. Number 867431. 10086. Please act like a human. 10 grenades, a pistol, 2 bulletproof vests, or a silver-level manufacturing blueprint in exchange for 1 piece of S-alloy. You might as well go rob someone. Number 346335. Damn it, I hoarded more than a dozen pieces of S-alloy before, but I couldn't resist selling them all. Now my entire fortune can barely buy me 8 pieces. I'm losing my mind. Number 989234. Hey, what's the use of saying all this now? We need to find a way to gather resources to exchange for S-alloy. In half a month, the meteor shower will arrive. If we don't hurry to build underground bunkers, we will really be in trouble. Number 7564234. What good will it do to spend everything to buy S-alloy? If we manage to build the underground bunker, but have no supplies to live on, we will starve to death down there, which is even more frustrating. Chen Dong was constantly watching the content in the chat channel. He felt no sympathy for these survivors. On the contrary, he was more determined to stabilize prices and take the opportunity to earn more resources. In this disaster, he only wanted to ensure that his team of 3 could survive. If he lowered the prices out of momentary pity, the worst-case scenario would be that other opportunistic survivors would buy them and resell at a higher price. Rather than letting others profit, it's better to be the first to seize the opportunity. Selling S-alloy this time, whether the price rises or falls later, has nothing to do with him. He had already reserved enough S-alloy for emergencies. Chen Dong spoke in the chat channel. Number 10086. Everyone, S-alloy is now available for purchase. This is a must-have resource, aren't you planning to buy? Number 353452. I can't afford it, can't I just go collect it myself? Number 10086. Brother, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but collecting S-alloy isn't as simple as it sounds. I've been out several times these past few days and have only managed to gather a dozen pieces. The dangers involved are not worth mentioning. So I advise you it's better to exchange for S-alloy sooner rather than later to survive the upcoming meteor shower disaster. Number 546342. 10086. Can't you lower the price a bit? Number 10086. No way. As the saying goes, rarity adds value. With the current low output of S-alloy, I can't sell it cheaply. It would be unfair to everyone. Number 677454. 10086. We're all human. Aren't you afraid of facing divine retribution for being so ruthless? Number 10086. I've heard that countless times, and it's really quite dull. I only know that if I don't gather resources, I will starve to death. Besides, don't mention divine retribution. If you all don't build underground bunkers for this meteor shower, doesn't that count as retribution too? The other survivors had no way to counter him. Clearly, Chen Dong was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. He was a competent survivor, showing no unnecessary sympathy. Unless there were enough chips to sway him. Thus, many survivors had to back down. After all, in a true crisis, what do resources really matter? The meteor shower can truly be deadly. Unlike the zombies, which can be avoided, the meteor shower was explicitly mentioned in the system announcement that only by hiding in underground bunkers can one escape unscathed. The S-alloy that Chen Dong listed began to sell one by one. Although the price was high, it wasn't completely unacceptable. After all, building an underground bunker only required 20 pieces of S-alloy. Many people still had some reserves. There were also some survivors who bit the bullet and bought 20 pieces of S-alloy from Chen Dong, leaving them empty-handed. Chen Dong didn't care how many pieces these survivors bought. After all the profits were his. He could only sigh that making a fortune in a windfall was indeed profitable. And then he organized the infinite resources he had obtained in recent days. Infinite hand sanitizer, infinite cotton swabs, infinite gauze, infinite alcohol, infinite anti-inflammatory medicine. Now they didn't have to worry about resources for the time being. They could even guarantee meat for every meal, replenishing enough protein daily. Sometimes they even enjoyed a bit of Romanicani wine, relaxing in the villa with air conditioning while watching TV. Such a life, compared to other survivors, was truly a top-tier enjoyment. However, at this moment, many people were already at their limit with Chen Dong. At this time, the villa area was a mixed bag. Originally, Chen Dong's previous cleansing had deterred many covetous individuals. But this time, due to the S-alloy, the survivors in the villa area erupted. They had also been tricked by Chen Dong selling their S-alloy at low prices. As soon as the system announcement came out, they were dumbfounded. The meteor shower is about to come. We must build underground bunkers. S-alloy is actually a material for constructing underground bunkers. And then the price of S-alloy skyrocketed. But time waits for no one. They could only brace themselves and rush to buy back S-alloy at high prices before the meteor shower arrived. Naturally, they blamed this on Chen Dong. In a villa in the villa area, dozens of survivors sat tightly packed together. They were from several teams. Normally, they kept to themselves and had little interaction. But because of Chen Dong's presence, they were forced to come together. A group of people in the hall were extremely indignant, all denouncing Chen Dong's wrongdoings. A burly man said unhappily, 10086 has relied on his abundant resources to monopolize several times. The resources we painstakingly gathered were easily plundered by him through despicable means. He has taken all the benefits for himself. A cultured young man with glasses beside the burly man also frowned. That's right, this S-alloy monopoly incident has caused a huge uproar. The rest of us living in the villa area must also be in a mess over this matter. And what about 10,086? He must be enjoying watching our misfortune. We must overthrow this capitalist lackey. The words of the bespectacled youth resonated with many present, and they expressed their agreement. That's right, we must unite and eliminate 10086 together. Previously, we were wary of 10,080 SIXS pistol and that automatic defense system, but times have changed. We now have pistols and grenades as well. Those few pistols and the crossbow bolts and firearms of the defense system are simply not to be feared. Defeat 10086 and build a harmonious order. At this moment, the young man adjusted his glasses and narrowed his eyes, saying, 10086 must be eliminated, but if we attack directly, casualties are inevitable. We need to come up with a plan to achieve our goal without bloodshed. The survivors who initially proposed a direct assault suddenly quieted down. They hadn't thought that much before. After all, with so many people, a mouthful of spit from each could drown 10,086. Why would they fear him? However, after the young man's reminder, they remembered 10,080 SIXS previous achievements. He was indeed a tough opponent. In a desperate last stand, it would be very easy for him to take down some of the surrounding survivors. No one wanted to take that risk. So everyone agreed with the bespectacled youth's suggestion and no longer thought about a direct attack. At that moment, the leader of a team spoke up. A masked man with his left arm severed and a sharp sword bound tightly to the stump. Fox, then tell us, how do we seize the estate behind barrier wall 10086 without shedding a drop of blood? Fox was the code name of this bespectacled young man, the leader of another team stationed within the same villa district. Hearing the one-armed leader's question, Fox smiled slyly. Iron Arm leader, no need to fret. I already have a plan, one that will catch 10,086 utterly unprepared. Iron Arm arched an eyebrow, slightly irritated by Fox's deliberate air of mystery. If you've already devised a solution, spare us the theatrics. Speak plainly. Let the plan be laid bare now, so all may begin preparations without delay. Fox smiled, faintly calm and unhurried. It's quite simple. We'll select several individuals to feign injury and approach 10086 for aid. We'll promise generous compensation in exchange for medical assistance to our wounded. Once granted proximity, and once the barrier wall is opened, the foe casualties will strike without warning. 10086 will be caught completely off guard with no time to reseal the wall. Meanwhile, our main force will lie in ambush nearby. With the first sign of action, we'll surge forward en masse. Once 10086 loses his strongest defensive shield, he'll pose no further threat. Upon hearing the proposal, many nodded in approval, yet others voiced skepticism. Fox, isn't this plan rather dubious? What if 10,086 opens the barrier wall, but refuses to treat the wounded? Wouldn't that render the entire scheme futile? Fox shook his head, exuding quiet confidence. From what I know of 10,086, a man driven solely by profit, he will open the gate provided our terms are sufficiently lucrative. Another survivor interjected. Even assuming 10086 opens the gate to assist the wounded, can such a sudden assault truly succeed? Fox said nothing. Instead, he abruptly drew a dagger from his backpack and lunged toward the speaker. The man had no time to react before the blade hovered inches from his throat. It stopped just short of piercing his windpipe. Withdrawing the dagger, Fox declared confidently, what if I were the one playing the wounded? Do you believe I'm qualified enough to launch a decisive strike against 10,086? The questioner wiped sweat from his brow, thoroughly convinced. Fox leader's speed is unmatched. 10,086 won't even register the attack. He might well slay 10,086 outright. Iron Arm and the burly man beside him burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, Fox's speed is legendary. Even if 10086 somehow evades that fatal blow, he'll have absolutely no chance to close the barrier wall. 10 seconds. That's all Fox needs to buy us. We'll breach the gate before he can blink. Then with coordinated firepower, 10,086 won't escape, even with wings. Amid the praise, Fox remained grounded. You all know, we arrived at the Villa District later than any other team. Long before our arrival, I'd heard countless tales of 10,086, his exploits, his defiance. I've long yearned to test my mettle against this solitary, aloof wanderer, who dared refuse the police bureau's offer and single-handedly battled mutated spiders. This time thank you all for granting me that opportunity. Iron Arm replied, Fox, if we succeed in eliminating 10086, your contribution will be paramount. His spoil shall be yours to choose first. Jingang, do you object? The burly man shook his head. Our team has no objections. Should Fox's plan succeed, I'll submit without reservation. And let Fox select his share of 10,080 SIXS supplies first. Fox waved his hand, lightly smiling. We've gathered here not for division, but shared purpose. Let's not dwell on such formalities. I ask only for 10,080 SIXS automated defense armament system. The barrier wall and generator. You two teams may divide them between you. Iron Arm and Jin Gang were thoroughly satisfied with this reply. Their earlier offer to let Fox choose first had been mere courtesy. Had Fox demanded excessively, had he shown greed, they would have turned on him the moment 10,086 fell. Fortunately, Fox understood restraint. Though he claimed the defense system first, he asked for nothing more, leaving both leaders content. Iron Arm said, then I'll take the generator. Jingang, how do you feel about that? Jin Gang nodded. The barrier wall is precisely what I want. I feared you'd contest my claim to the wall, but since you prefer the generator, this division suits us perfectly. Thus the three teams had already begun dividing Chen Dong's rare assets among themselves, as if they were already theirs. Haha, so it's settled. Whatever common supplies remain will split evenly 3 ways. Iron Arm beamed with delight. He'd arrived among the earliest at the Villa District, witnessed Chen Dong's brutal clash with Jiang Kai's team, and later observed Chen Dong's iron-fisted rule firsthand. He fervently wished for Chen Dong's demise, for sleeping near such a harbinger of calamity unsettled even the deepest slumber. After finalizing the plan, Fox added, Leaders, lest anything go awry, let us lace the relief supplies we deliver to 10,086 with poison. Poison the food. Poison the water. If we can lure 10,086 into consuming them directly, we'll achieve true, bloodless victory. No risk, no resistance. Jin Gang frowned. But wouldn't that waste the supplies, eh? Iron Arm strongly endorsed Fox's suggestion. Jin Gang, no sacrifice, no gain. Yes, much will be lost, but eradicating 10,086 guarantees returns manyfold, perhaps tenfold. Jin Gang clenched his teeth. Fine, then let it be done. Spray every supply item with poison. Fox nodded, then addressed the assembled members of all 3 teams. Comrades, soon we'll bathe in hot water and cool ourselves beneath air conditioning. So steel your resolve. Today we annihilate 10,086. A chorus of cheers erupted. Shouts of vengeance against 10086 filled the air, as if their blissful future were already assured. Chen Dong rose unusually early that day. Yet he was irked, not because he'd awakened naturally. He usually lingered in bed until 8, stretching lazily before rising. But today, barely past 7, he was jolted awake by several survivors from the Villa District. 7 or 8 people, some bandaged, pounding loudly on his gate and shouting for help. Chen Dong bristled with anger. Damn it! What's with the racket at dawn? Looking for trouble? Chen Dong felt deeply irritated. He activated the surveillance system's loudspeaker and spoke coolly. What are you doing? Did I not explicitly forbid you from approaching my shelter? Or have you simply forgotten, after all this time? The fox disguised among the wounded lifted his head upon hearing Chen Dong's voice and shouted loudly, 10086. We're not here to provoke or cause trouble. We seek your aid. Please help us. Chen Dong snorted coldly and replied indifferently, Then you've come to the wrong person. This is no refuge. I offer no assistance. The fox remained unruffled. 10086, we beg you grant us medical supplies, and in return we'll offer daily necessities as compensation. And our terms will surely satisfy you. Chen Dong paused in thought. He had drawn an infinite supply of alcohol and anti-inflammatory medicine, but not infinite food. Sustenance, after all, was never excessive. He had no inexhaustible stock of provisions. Nourishment, therefore, was always welcome. Over the loudspeaker he declared, Very well, wait a moment. I'll come down to open the gate. A flicker of triumph stirred within the fox. As expected, mention of reward had instantly swayed 10,086. Men die for wealth, birds perish for grain. This time, however, you shall fall into my trap. Chen Dong descended the staircase to the 2nd floor. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu were already awake preparing breakfast. They too had heard his announcement over the loudspeaker. They disapproved of his hasty decision to open the gate. Xianxi said, Chen Dong, have you forgotten Jiang Kai's team? They arrived under false pretenses to scout our strength and launched a night raid. Had we not been well stocked and thoroughly prepared, we would already be lying dead at their hands. Beware, you must not repeat that mistake. Tian Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Dong. We've long maintained order across the entire Villa District through sheer unyielding force, deterring any who dared defy us. This sudden visit cannot be innocent. Chen Dong smiled faintly. Of course I know that. I won't open the gate outright. Only once they hand over the supplies directly into my possession will I proceed further. Tian Xiaoyu frowned, still uneasy. What if it's a trap? What if they're baiting us with goods, playing right into our greed? Chen Dong nodded. Naturally. So, stay inside the courtyard. I'll go out alone. If anything goes awry, I can don my battle suit instantly and activate the automated defense system. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu nodded in assent. So long as Chen Dong remained vigilant, outsiders stood virtually no chance. Be careful. We'll monitor you closely from indoors and provide immediate fire support at the first sign of danger. After a brief consultation, Chen Dong stepped into the courtyard. From behind the gate he asked, "What supplies do you intend to offer in exchange? Let me be clear, if your offering fails to impress me, I will not lift a finger to aid you." The fox immediately opened a trade interface and sent Chen Dong 10 jin of meat, 20 jin of rice, and several barrels of purified water. 10,086. This is our goodwill. What do you think? We only asked for your medical aid. Chen Dong accepted the delivery. The sheer abundance of these supplies far exceeded his expectations. He hadn't imagined they'd be so extravagantly generous, nor had he failed to sense the warning bells ringing in his mind. After all, such quantities were no trivial matter. Most survivor teams conserved resources meticulously, allocating rations strictly by the day. None indulged in the luxury of eating their fill at every meal. So what seemed plentiful to Chen Dong was within their ranks nothing short of astronomical. To part with such riches solely for medical aid struck him as profoundly implausible. Clearly these visitors bore ill intent. A wry, icy smile curled Chen Dong's lips. Perfect. This opportunity would let him eliminate them all at once, sparing him future anxiety. Slowly he retracted the barrier wall and allowed them entry. The fox strode in first, glancing up at the courtyard's automated defenses. Merely outdated crossbows and flintlock muskets, little more than decorative props. Still cautious, the fox tested the waters. 10086, doesn't your automated defense system seem rather obsolete? Chen Dong gave a disdainful snort. Didn't you come seeking treatment? Critiquing my home is hardly appropriate. If you prefer, I'll gladly send you outside to heal on your own. How about you just hand it over to me? The fox burst into laughter, then tore off the bandage binding his right arm, revealing a military-grade combat knife. In one swift motion, he lunged forward, driving the blade toward Chen Dong's chest. Chen Dong's eyes narrowed slightly, truly reckless beyond reason. Yet he showed no panic. Instead, he caught the fox's wrist effortlessly. The fox's grin froze mid-expression. His knife hovered mere inches from Chen Dong, yet advanced not a fraction further. Bang! Outside the barrier wall, TB's group heard the gunshot and saw the gate remain wide open. They knew the fox's plan had succeeded. Now was the perfect moment to storm the compound. TB charged forward first, followed closely by Jin Gang. The rest of the survivors surged behind them, roaring battle cries as they sprinted from their concealed positions behind flower beds straight into the compound. The gate, slightly ajar, was now wrenched fully open by TB and Jin Gang at the front. TB raised his armored arm, its surface studded with blades, while gripping a pistol in his other hand. With a thunderous bellow, he cried, "Kill!" His followers roared in unison. "Kill! Kill! Kill this nonsense!" They poured into the barrier enclosure, their first time ever crossing its threshold. So this was how 10,086 lived, comfortably, even luxuriously. And there inside the villa stood two stunning women. Yet beauty held no allure for them now. Their gaze locked instead on the courtyard floor, where the fox and his comrades lay motionless, eyes wide open in death. Only one figure remained standing, a towering steel-clad warrior straight out of a sci-fi film, now raising a gloved hand in invitation. "Come on then." Undoubtedly, this was 10,086. Though they couldn't fathom how he possessed such advanced battle armor, resembling cinematic mecha, it mattered little now. TB and his crew felt no fear, not least because they wielded firearms. How the fox died held no interest for them. Most likely he'd botched the assassination and been beaten to death by 10,086 in full battle gear. All the better, fewer mouths to feed when dividing the spoils. TB fired a shot at Chen Dong, then signaled the others to surge forward en masse, attempting to subdue him through sheer numbers. The bullet struck Chen Dong's combat suit with a sharp ringing clang, leaving only a faint scratch, inflicting no real harm. Chen Dong instantly discerned TB's intent: capture alive. Against someone clad in such advanced armor, this was indeed the most viable tactic, just as it had been with Tian Xiaoyu before. But Chen Dong would grant them no such opportunity. In one fluid motion, he drew his UMP-9 submachine gun. Damn it all. TB and Jingang, sprinting at the front, cursed aloud and tried desperately to halt their advance. Yet they were shoved forward by teammates surging through the barrier wall behind them. By then, Chen Dong had already disengaged the safety and opened fire into the tightly packed crowd. True, the UMP-9 was not an overwhelmingly powerful weapon, but when 2 or 3 dozen people suddenly flooded into the courtyard, congestion became inevitable. No aiming was needed. A single burst unleashed waves of agonized screams. Those very survivors who just yesterday had swaggered with confidence, eager to hunt Chen Dong down, now lay lifeless beneath his gunfire. Others still outside the barrier wall and unable to breach it in time watched in horror as their comrades collapsed one after another, utterly defenseless. They turned and fled. By then, Chen Dong had already cleared the courtyard of intruders. Spotting several stragglers escaping, he shouted, "Don't run away." He burst out of the barrier wall in pursuit, eliminating every participant in the assault. Then came the cleanup. He looted all supplies from the 3 defeated factions, then dragged the corpses onto the street outside the villa complex, leaving them for the zombies to devour. Using purified water previously traded to him by Fox, he scrubbed the bloodstains from the courtyard floor and dumped the poisoned food onto the pile of Fox's group's bodies. He hadn't known the substance was toxic, only that caution demanded testing. His instrument confirmed it highly contaminated wastewater. Naturally, Chen Dong discarded it without hesitation. Though regrettable, there was no alternative. In the following days, while scavenging for supplies, Chen Dong discovered several packets of fresh seeds. As he opened the supply crate, Chen Dong, Xianqi, and Tian Xiaoyu leaned in together, gazing at the assortment tomato, pea, rape, blossom, and mung bean seeds, so abundant and varied that they felt momentarily overwhelmed. Once they had been ordinary urban youths living structured lives bound by school routines. Neither Xianqi nor Tian Xiaoyu, born into affluence, had ever gardened, nor had Chen Dong, who'd grown up impoverished, raised solely by his grandfather. Chen Dong, how exactly do we plant vegetables? Xianqi asked curiously. Tian Xiaoyu blinked thoughtfully and ventured, we just bury them in soil and water them right. Chen Dong stared at the seed packets, deeply conflicted. Yes, planting and watering are essential, but each vegetable has its own nature. Some thrive on abundant moisture, while others survive perfectly well on minimal irrigation. This is going to be complicated. Tian Xiaoyu sighed, her expression tinged with resignation. Goodness, how long has it been since we've tasted fresh fruit or vegetables? All we've had are canned goods. Now finally we have seeds, yet no idea how to nurture them. I wish I'd learned horticulture from uncle back then. Chen Dong burst into laughter, charmed by Tian Xiaoyu's pouty, dejected expression. Xiaoyu, if we don't know now, we'll learn together. We've got plenty of seeds, more than enough to experiment and master cultivation. What do you mean experiment? Planting's simple. I'll figure it out in no time. Chen Dong merely shrugged, saying nothing, though his amused smirk spoke volumes. Tian Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and pulled Xianqi into alliance. Anqi, let's grow vegetables together, and once harvested we won't share a single bite with Chen Dong. Let him stare helplessly at fresh produce. Xianqi grinned and eagerly nodded in agreement. Chen Dong watched the two girls effortlessly sideline him and clicked his tongue thoughtfully. Had he perhaps lost his authority as team leader in their eyes? Refusing to yield, he scoffed lightly. Fine. Let's make it a contest. Whoever harvests fresh vegetables first wins. The loser must fulfill any single request from the winner. Are you two brave enough to accept? Of course we dare. Ha ha ha. Just get ready to wash our clothes for a full week. Chen Dong laughed. Then let's wait and see. I'm an award-winning cultivator. You two just prepare to lose. He said it without a trace of embarrassment. Admittedly, his award-winning status applied only in theory. None of his prior attempts had even sprouted. To create space for cultivation, he gathered rich, fertile soil from the wild. He filled foam boxes with the soil and seeds, placing them across the courtyard and rooftop terrace. Lacking experience, they sowed the seeds too densely during their first attempt, resulting in stunted, overcrowded growth. Initially, Chen Dong assumed intense sunlight was inhibiting germination, so he watered diligently, eagerly awaiting sprouts. Only upon discovering the seeds had rotted in stagnant water did he extract them and resow. Yet he didn't truly learn from the failure. Bewildered by the lack of change, he simply concluded he drowned them with excessive watering. Under the blazing sun, Chen Dong wore a straw hat and gently buried the seeds, murmuring, hurry and sprout, hurry and grow. To accelerate germination, he mixed fertilizer directly into the soil before planting. Though a quiet unease nagged at him, this brute force method felt fundamentally wrong. Still, he couldn't quite articulate why. After all, he knew nothing of proper cultivation, so he abandoned restraint entirely, opting instead for instinctive improvisation. Perhaps, just perhaps, it would work. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu proceeded similarly, though unlike Chen Dong's scattershot approach, they planted just one seed per foam box. Logically, such ample space should have guaranteed healthy germination. Yet they repeated Chen Dong's critical error, overwatering. Standing side by side before the foam boxes, they exchanged puzzled glances, still baffled as to why after several days not a single seed had broken ground. Why on earth was this happening? Xianqi looked at Tian Xiaoyu, who was frowning silently beside her, and said, Xiaoyu, did we make a mistake? Why hasn't it sprouted after so many days? According to common sense, a fresh seed should sprout within a few days. This seed can't be dead, right? Tian Xiaoyu pursed her lips, her expression filled with doubt about life. It shouldn't be right. Chen Dong wouldn't give us dead seeds, after all they came from the supply box. Xianqi pondered and said, that shouldn't be possible. We've watered it so many times, morning, noon, and night, and the yard has plenty of sunlight. How could we have killed it? Tian Xiaoyu clapped her hands together with seriousness and said, I know. It must be because we didn't use enough fertilizer. Xianqi, surprised, pointed at the foam box filled with fertilizer, somewhat unconvinced. Isn't that enough? We've already put half a bag of fertilizer in. This seems like too much. Tian Xiaoyu shook her head, looking certain. Anqi, it's just that we're thinking too conventionally. Think about it, if it didn't require a lot of chemical fertilizer to compost, how long would a big bag of fertilizer last? So we definitely need to add more fertilizer to ensure the seeds absorb enough nutrients. Xianqi was persuaded by Tian Xiaoyu's serious analysis and nodded instinctively. All right, let's pour the fertilizer into the foam box together. Tian Xiaoyu said with a smile, okay. The two girls excitedly covered the seeds with most of the fertilizer, filled with anticipation for the seeds to sprout and grow. At this moment, Chen Dong had walked from the rooftop terrace to the yard. He pretended to be nonchalant, but actually wanted to see how Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu were planting, gathering some intelligence. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu had just finished sprinkling fertilizer on the seeds when they saw Chen Dong approaching and stood in front of the foam box. Xianqi refused, saying, Chen Dong, you can't. We're in a competition, and this would be cheating. Chen Dong scratched his head. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Don't suffocate the seeds. I already saw from upstairs that covering the seeds with so much fertilizer won't work. Tian Xiaoyu snorted dismissively. You don't understand, they need sufficient nutrition to sprout. Chen Dong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Xiaoyu, your image as a school beauty and top student is crumbling a bit. Tian Xiaoyu heard Chen Dong's muttering and could clearly see the faintly bulging veins on her smooth forehead. Grinding her teeth but still smiling brightly, she said slowly, anyway, I'm a liberal arts student. I don't understand agriculture planting, so I can't say my image is collapsing. But you Chen Dong previously claimed to be an exemplary planter. If you don't grow any vegetables or fruits, that would be quite embarrassing. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, looking disdainful. It seems I need to show some real skills, otherwise you all are taking my words lightly. Wait and see how I handle the two of you. In the face of provocation, neither side showed weakness. But only they knew what they were truly thinking. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu were full of confidence, waiting for the vegetable seeds they planted to sprout and bear fruit, ready to flaunt their fresh produce in front of Chen Dong. However, if Chen Dong was willing to bet and lose, they could consider giving him an apple. Yet that night Chen Dong lay in bed thinking, damn, it hasn't sprouted after 2 days. Could it really not survive? I boasted earlier that if I lost I would help the two girls wash their clothes. That would be so embarrassing. 2 more days passed, and Chen Dong, like his morning routine, went to the rooftop terrace to water the seeds. He had somewhat given up. No matter what he did, the seeds wouldn't sprout. He simply watered them twice a day and spread a bit of fertilizer, then ignored them. Carrying a small watering can, Chen Dong approached the foam box. The green sprout inside made him feel a bit dazed. It actually sprouted. The neglected vegetable seeds surprisingly germinated. Chen Dong then ran to the other foam boxes to check on the seeds of other vegetable varieties. All of them had green sprouts breaking through the soil, bursting with vitality. Chen Dong gently touched these hard-won little lives in the apocalyptic world, grinning foolishly. This touch of vitality and green made him feel joyful. Unlike the yellowing dark green of the old trees and dried grass in the apocalypse, this new life glimmered under the sunlight, with its tender leaves reflecting a fresh sheen. In the following days, the green sprouts grew rapidly, developing thin branches. The seeds in these supply boxes seemed a bit different. Since sprouting, they had been growing at an astonishing speed. Within just a few days, the first round of fresh vegetables had been harvested. Meanwhile, Xianqi and the other seeds still showed no signs of growth. This planting competition ended with Chen Dong's victory. That night, while eating the fresh vegetables planted by Chen Dong, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu felt a bit shy, but still asked Chen Dong to state his conditions. However, Chen Dong did not hurry, planning to save it for later use. He would open up a planting area, and later he would need to move these foam boxes to the underground fortress. Everything he did was meaningful. The meteor shower was approaching, and the canned vegetables and fruits they had were not enough. Even with sufficient staple foods and meats, the human body needs various vitamins, minerals, and fibers. Once the meteor shower lasts for a long time, if the canned vegetables and fruits are exhausted, and there is no way to go out and gather supplies, not being able to replenish various elements will harm the body in the long run. Therefore, planting fresh vegetables and fruits was extremely necessary for them. Having resolved the issue with the vegetables, the next concern was the defense of the villa. Recently, the sudden raid had instilled a strong sense of crisis in Chen Dong. He planned to take this opportunity to upgrade the automatic defense system before the meteor shower arrived. Fortunately, he had already acquired a laser defense device and an automated Gatling gun. For others, these 2 items might not seem useful at first, but in Chen Dong's hands they were a perfect enhancement. First, these items needed to be adapted to the automatic defense system. However, it appeared that many survivors, even the police station, had yet to obtain such equipment. Chen Dong was unique in this regard. Upgrading the automatic defense system required a cooling period of 1 day, and he had not upgraded it before. After all, constantly going out to gather supplies meant he had to guard against incoming survivors during this downtime. As a result, there had indeed been an invasion by survivors. Although the automatic defense system had not entered a downtime, it made Chen Dong realize that his current system was somewhat outdated. Nowadays, survivors wielded firearms that sprouted like mushrooms after rain, with handguns being the most common weapon. In the face of such a situation, it was almost surreal that Chen Dong's automatic defense system was still equipped with crossbows and flintlocks. Moreover, Chen Dong discovered that even with the invasion of outside survivors wearing combat armor and wielding a UMP-9 submachine gun, along with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu supporting him with handguns, the automatic defense system's ineffective defensive measures seemed unnecessary. It was imperative to upgrade. This matter could not be delayed any longer. The group of survivors led by Fox and Iron Arm had just been wiped out by Chen Dong, and while the shock still lingered, it was the perfect time for an upgrade. Chen Dong opened the intelligent assistant of the shelter. The system's assistant appeared from his personal window, asking in a mechanical female voice, "Dear Master, how may I assist you?" Chen Dong opened the status bar of the barrier wall and clicked to add materials for the upgrade. Barrier wall upgrade. Do you need to inject materials for the upgrade? Chen Dong continued to click and then added S-alloy. The system prompted, "Dear Master, the S-alloy material is special. Upgrading the barrier wall will require a large amount of S-alloy and the upgrade may fail. Do you wish to continue?" Without hesitation, Chen Dong clicked yes. Materials required for the barrier wall upgrade: S-alloy, 24,950. Upgrade failed. Chen Dong was stunned. He stared at the red box that popped up from the system, which displayed that the barrier wall upgrade had failed, and he had lost 50 pieces of S-alloy from his backpack. Hiss! Chen Dong gasped. He couldn't believe that his attempt to upgrade the barrier wall had actually failed. Chen Dong asked the shelter's intelligent assistant, "What is the success rate for upgrading the barrier wall?" The intelligent assistant quickly responded, "Dear master, I am sorry, but I cannot disclose the success rate of upgrades. If you fail, please try again." Chen Dong gritted his teeth and cursed the system for being a scammer. "You've really outdone yourself. With the scarcity of S-alloy, you still managed to throw in a failure, and you won't even tell me the success rate. Is this trick learned from some penguin company?" The intelligent assistant remained silent. After all, it wasn't fully intelligent and could only respond to preset queries. Chen Dong clicked to upgrade again, unwilling to accept defeat. "I refuse to believe that it can fail a second time. Let's go." Barrier wall upgrade failed. Chen Dong looked at his backpack where the S-alloy had decreased by another 100 pieces. The feeling was akin to throwing money into the water. Nothing had happened, yet everything had changed. Chen Dong pursed his lips. Now the S-alloy he possessed could only support 2 upgrades. If he could not succeed in upgrading again, it would truly be a waste. However, the barrier wall had to be upgraded. The current barrier wall was merely a solid wall, made of a mixture of cement and steel. While it was hard, Chen Dong was uncertain if it could withstand the meteor shower. He gritted his teeth again. What kind of gambler loses every time? Barrier wall upgrade successful. S-alloy wall upgrade completed. It worked. Chen Dong couldn't help but nod vigorously, cursing under his breath, then exhaling a deep breath. "I will never gamble again." With the upgrade of the S-alloy wall completed, the original barrier wall was entirely covered in S-alloy inside and out. Under the sunlight, it did not stand out, but instead absorbed the light, maintaining its original frosted silver texture. Fortunately, everything was worth it. Chen Dong could only comfort himself in his heart. He then asked the intelligent assistant, "Will there be a failure rate for future upgrades of S-alloy equipment?" The intelligent assistant replied in its gentle mechanical female voice, "Dear master, upgrading S-alloy equipment will not fail. The reason for the failure in the barrier wall upgrade is due to the enormous resource consumption, which leads to the possibility of failure. Of course, you can also opt for a guaranteed upgrade." Chen Dong was puzzled. He had never heard of a guaranteed upgrade before. What is a guaranteed upgrade? Then the intelligent assistant listed the guaranteed materials for upgrading the barrier wall. Chen Dong exclaimed in delight. The guaranteed upgrade for the barrier wall required only 120 pieces of S-alloy. He had spent 150 pieces of S-alloy to succeed in the upgrade. He couldn't even recognize the way home anymore. Knowing that he had been tricked by the system, Chen Dong felt helpless. "All right, I understand. You can leave now." The intelligent assistant replied, "Okay, master." Chen Dong adjusted his frustrated state and then continued upgrading the automatic defense system. Compared to the barrier wall, this upgrade was much easier. Chen Dong opened the panel of the automatic defense system and clicked the upgrade button. "Do you wish to upgrade the automatic defense system?" "Yes, please insert equipment for the automatic defense system upgrade." An upgrade window popped up with an addition panel displaying numerous pieces of equipment, all of which could be used for this upgrade. Chen Dong glanced over the various equipment that would have opportunities for further upgrades to the automatic defense system, his heart igniting with excitement. If all these diverse pieces of equipment were fitted and upgraded onto the automatic defense system, it would truly be as solid as a fortress. Chen Dong found the laser defense device and the automated Gatling gun, clicking to add these 2 items he already possessed. Upgrade. Automatic defense system upgrade successful. Cooling period countdown 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. No unforeseen complications arose, unlike the S-alloy wall upgrade. And Chen Dong successfully upgraded the automated defense armament system with ease, entering the previously anticipated cooldown phase. All that remained was to await the completion of the upgrade and observe its enhanced capabilities. Meanwhile, Chen Dong retrieved his combat suit and attempted to reinforce it using S-alloy. He discovered, however, that the suit's upgrade remained incomplete. S-alloy was merely one required component. Additional alloys were also necessary. Chen Dong unwrapped the matte silver combat suit, now encased in S-alloy, and for the first time truly realized how long this suit had accompanied him. If he later reinforced it with multiple advanced alloys, might it truly enable flight through the skies or descent into the ocean depths? Chen Dong speculated boldly, his imagination stirred. Once the upgrade concluded, the three began systematically relocating supplies and furniture from the surface villa into the underground bunker. Yet Tian Xiaoyu's movements remained strangely stiff. Her expression too appeared oddly strained, as if she were suppressing something with great effort. Chen Dong observed her closely for a long moment, then suddenly exclaimed in shock. "Damn it, Xiaoyu! Why are you bleeding?" The words hung in the air. Silence fell instantly. "What are you talking about?" Tian Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, and without another word, she bolted out the door. An awkward hush settled over the room. Chen Dong rubbed his nose, only then realizing, belatedly, her condition. After all, every woman has those few days each month. The next day, the automated defense armament system completed its upgrade. Chen Dong surveyed the newly installed laser rifles and humming blue-flamed Gatling guns, replacing the former crossbows and flintlock cannons, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. He even half-hoped some reckless survivor would appear uninvited, serving as an unwitting quality tester, to verify the system's devastating upgraded power. Next, Chen Dong opened his daily mail to see what infinite supplies had arrived. Sanitary pads. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. For several days straight, the deliveries had consisted solely of cosmetics, foundation, concealer, essence serums, designed for women. Now came sanitary pads, yet ironically perfect timing. Tian Xiaoyu could use them immediately, and soon Xianxi would need them too. Selling surplus stock would also benefit countless other women. Meanwhile, portions of the Saloy had been traded for mechanical grappling hooks, parachutes, and specialized hemostatic agents. The meteor shower disaster alert had dramatically accelerated the escalation of survivor supply tiers. Not long ago, people risked their lives for mere cold weapons or scraps of bread and milk. Now high-tier supply crates emerged in rapid succession. A nearby survivor team recently secured a platinum-grade supply crate and unearthed an armored vehicle. For them, it represented a quantum leap in combat capability. They launched sudden assaults on rival survivors and gleefully discovered the armored vehicle cut through resistance like a blade through mist. Bullets struck its hull without leaving so much as a scratch. It barreled into enemy strongholds, ramming indiscriminately before crew members leisurely disembarked to finish off survivors and seize supplies. The team grew arrogant, renaming themselves the Dongxing, and other groups wary of the armored vehicle's overwhelming might chose to avoid confrontation altogether. Yet Dongxing, flush with momentum, refused to let such an opportunity for expansion slip away. They issued formal notices to nearby survivor teams demanding unconditional integration into their ranks. Those who refused faced ruthless suppression. Weaker, under-resourced teams either submitted reluctantly or fled under cover of night. Some teams, confident in their own strength, tore up Dongxing's notice outright, dismissing it with contempt. Soon after, however, Dongxing drove their armored vehicle straight into the camp and crushed the defiance in bloodshed. Dongxing's reputation soared. Chen Dong, too, received their invitation. Reading the unexpected letter, he burst into laughter. It was less a letter than a decree. Dongxing boasted of their abundant supplies, their invincible armored vehicle, and the exceptional prowess of their members. They demanded Chen Dong's immediate allegiance, and bluntly stated they preferred to avoid armed conflict with him. As Chen Dong shredded the letter, he mused quietly. Have I truly displayed too little force? Why do these fools keep rushing forward to provoke me? In return, Chen Dong sent a courteous reply. With a single bold stroke, he wrote 2 characters, idiot. Then he handed the note to the messenger waiting outside the wall, instructing him to deliver it back. Situ, Dongxing's leader, exploded upon reading Chen Dong's response, sweeping everything off his desk in a furious arc. 10086. I'll shove it where the sun doesn't shine. Situ roared, seething, unable to swallow the insult. He'd long believed his armored vehicle placed Dongxing on equal footing with 10086. Even, perhaps, subordinating 1086 entirely. Yet his overture had been flatly rejected. Did Chen Dong truly think Dongxing was comparable to those pathetic remnants, the Fox Team Iron Arm Squad? They possessed firearms and an armored vehicle. For 1086 to respond with such arrogance was utterly intolerable. After calming himself slightly, Situ conceived a new plan. He would seize 1086's supplies. Immediately, he summoned his female secretary. Issue my order, prepare the men. After lunch, we breach 1086's wall and drag him out for public humiliation. The secretary bowed respectfully and withdrew. She relayed the command to every member. After lunch, Situ emerged from his room, descended the staircase, and gazed down upon his assembled lieutenants, his chest swelling with triumph. Brothers, just now 1086 rejected Dongxing's invitation and called us idiots. Can you bear it? Dongxing's men roared in unison, no. Situ pressed further. Then should we simply swallow this insult? Their faces flushed, of voices cracked with fury, no. A smile flickered across Situ's face, then hardened into grim resolve. With a sharp crack, he slammed his palm onto the stair railing. Then shall we reclaim our honor? The men erupted once more. Yes. Yes. Situ nodded, deeply satisfied with his subordinate's fervor. He lowered his voice to a gravelly, commanding whisper. So, how shall we reclaim our honor? Dongxing's men raised their firearms high above their heads. Kill 1086. Kill 1086. Situ threw back his head and laughed. Excellent. Full of spirit. Brothers, we depart now. Whoever severs 1086's head will receive 20 jin of rice and bottled water. My word is absolute. Where great reward gathers, brave men follow. Dongxing's henchmen brimmed with zeal, elbowing each other in eager anticipation. The armored vehicle could not hold them all, so some dismounted as foot soldiers to clear the way, and the whole force surged toward the villa where Chen Dong lived. At that moment, Chen Dong was on the rooftop terrace with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu watering and tending the fruits and vegetables. They did not notice Dongxing's column closing in on them. Suddenly, Tian Xiaoyu heard the roar of the armored vehicle's engine. She rose, rubbed her aching waist from bending so long to water the plants, and looked toward Dongxing's direction. When she focused, she saw a group of men approaching, fully armed. It was unmistakable that they were coming for them. She hurriedly warned, Chen Dong, that Dongxing looks like he means to attack us. From the armored vehicle, Situ saw Chen Dong stand and produced a pistol. From that distance, he could make the shot. Bang! Bang! Watch out! Tian Xiaoyu shoved Chen Dong aside. Then, clutching her abdomen, she slumped to the ground. Tian Xiaoyu had been hit. Sidus marksmanship was not poor. From that range, he scored a direct hit. Chen Dong watched helplessly, eyes burning, as Tian Xiaoyu took the bullet meant for him. He hurriedly scooped Tian Xiaoyu up, called to Xianqi, and hunched his body as they fled the rooftop terrace. Sprinting back to the underground bunker, Chen Dong watched the blood that would not stop and felt his mind thrown into turmoil. Xianqi said, lay Xiaoyu on the bed, I will use my skill. Chen Dong carefully placed Tian Xiaoyu on the bed and said solemnly, Anqi, am counting on you. Xianqi nodded and activated her healing skill. A white radiance flickered from her right hand and covered the gunshot wound. With a soft command, the light flared, growing far more intense. The bullet inside Tian Xiaoyu's body slowly slipped free. She gave a muffled groan. The healing skill did not negate pain, so the extraction was being carried out without anesthesia. Xiaoyanqi wiped the sweat from Tian Xiaoyu's brow with her left hand. Though her heart ached, she still encouraged her. Xiaoyu, hold on. It will be out soon. I believe in you. Pain blurred Tian Xiaoyu's consciousness. She clung to sheer willpower. The bullet eased from flesh, and the injury began to close. In the end, the skin remained as smooth as before, not even a scar to show for it. Xiaoyanqi let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from her brow. It's out. At those words, Tian Xiaoyu's eyes darkened, and she slipped into unconsciousness. Chen Dong was momentarily stunned. Xiaoyanqi quickly reassured him. It's not serious, just exhaustion. She needs rest and recuperation. She'll wake soon. When she wakes, we'll replenish her energy, and she'll be fine. Chen Dong nodded. Thank you, Anqi. Xiaoyanqi smiled. I'm the team's medic. This is what I do. Chen Dong said. They'll stay here with Xiaoyu. Go outside and see what Dongxing and his bastards intend to be cautious. At the mention of Dongxing, his face immediately went cold. Xiaoyanqi frowned. I was about to go settle the score. Those scoundrels almost killed Xiaoyu. I must make them pay. Don't be rash, Xiaoyanqi warned. Chen Dong laughed it off. Anqi, when have I ever been impulsive? Rest assured, I will make every one of them regret it. Cross Chen Dong, and you'll regret it for the rest of your lives. Saying that, Chen Dong rose and walked out of the underground bunker. Step by step, he left the yard. His battle suit was fully equipped. He gripped the Baojitong Dao, its cold edge flashing, casting a blinding light. By then, Situ and his men had driven the armored vehicle onto the large patch of ground before Chen Dong's villa, strutting and showing off. The henchmen whistled as they watched Chen Dong slowly step out past the Saoloi wall, their faces scornful. One man. Was this a lone hero picture show? And he was wearing full body armor like some superhero. Could such trash really withstand the impact of an armored vehicle? Dongxing's men laughed aloud. From within the suit, Chen Dong gave a soft snort. Do you know, I've never been as angry as I am today? And you are the very ones who have made me so. Tell me, how shall I deal with you? A Dongxing henchman who had not been in the vehicle stepped forward, slanting his eyes at Chen Dong and taunting. Damn, I'm terrified. I want my mother. Others laughed. Ha ha, 10086. You clearly haven't grasped the situation. You talk about dealing with us. Later we'll leave you as a corpse. You should be grateful. Chen Dong slowly raised the Baojitong Dao and muttered to himself, dismember them. Not a bad idea. Before the words had faded, he launched like a shell, hurtling toward that henchman. The explosive force in his legs propelled him beyond the threshold of ordinary sight. Without a sound, with a single thud, a head struck the ground. Chen Dong held the Baojitong Dao, its blade still pristine and unspattered, kicked the henchman's head onto the armored vehicle, and remarked calmly, so that was all bluster, was it? You illiterate fool. I hope you learn to read in your next life. Situ stared at the bloodied head against the armored vehicle's window and trembled. The battle-hardened Dongxing boss would not be cowed by a single severed head. He shook with fury. He had truly underestimated 10,086. To be slain before his eyes, what an affront. From inside the armored vehicle, Situ bellowed, all of you go. The henchmen snapped out of their shock at the order, raised their pistols and fired. Gunfire erupted. Chen Dong could almost hear a faint melody woven through his battle suit as it harmonized with the staccato of bullets from Dongxing's men. Though the rounds could not pierce the Saoloi suit, they still rattled and clattered against Chen Dong's armor, as if to prove they had struck true. Chen Dong strolled toward the henchman beside the armored vehicle, lifting the Baojitong Dao above his head. With an arcing slash, one man's arm was severed, blood hissing onto the ground as he howled in agony. How noisy, Chen Dong said, coolly driving the Tang Dao straight down. The arm-wailing henchman was silenced in an instant. For Chen Dong had driven the blade through his throat. Chen Dong moved on to the next target, only to be struck and hurled aside by the armored vehicle. Situ sat behind the wheel and planted his foot on the accelerator, charging forward. Die, you bastard. Before Chen Dong could rise, he was slammed into the Saoloi wall. The violent impact spattered blood at the corner of his mouth. The armored vehicle reversed, preparing for another ramming charge. Chen Dong, of course, would not stand idly by and await his fate. Seizing the space left by the vehicle's retreat, he swiftly sidestepped and dashed straight toward the group of Dongxing henchmen. The henchmen fired wildly, yet failed to slow Chen Dong by even a second. By the time their magazines ran dry, discarding their pistols and fleeing was already too late. Chen Dong caught up with one henchman and delivered a crushing blow to the back of his skull. The man's eyes rolled upward, his legs buckled, and he collapsed instantly. Chen Dong seized the henchman's ankle and dragged him slowly toward himself. The man still tried to crawl away. Even as consciousness slipped, he strained forward on trembling arms. Crack! A shriek tore from the henchman's throat as his left leg snapped backward at an unnatural angle. From beneath Chen Dong's combat suit rose a low metallic chuckle, cold and resonant. Does it hurt? Good, it should. Chen Dong stomped down again. This time the henchman's skull shattered. Next, he lifted his gaze to the remaining Dongxing henchmen, now trembling, violently paralyzed by terror. Which one shall I choose first? One henchman could bear it no longer. Damn it, I'm out. Who the hell is the triad thug here? Him or me? He turned and fled. BRRT, BRRT, BRRT. In an instant he crumpled into a pool of blood. Chen Dong raised his UMP-9 submachine gun and spoke calmly, running away. Not allowed. Absolutely not. Haha. Every Dongxing member flinched in unison. This wasn't a gangster. He was a blood-maddened demon. Situ hesitated, throat-bobbing as he sat rigid in the armored vehicle's driver's seat. Damn fool. How utterly insane. His female secretary adjusted her glasses beside him, voice tight, with worry. Boss, should we withdraw? Situ slapped her hard across the face. Her cheek bloomed instantly with a vivid red imprint. Withdraw? The word doesn't exist in the Dongxing dictionary. Either he dies, or we do. That's all. One more useless word from you, and I'll cut you down where you stand. The secretary bit her lips silent. Situ's gaze hardened. He reoriented the armored vehicle and charged forward once more toward Chen Dong. Situ gripped the steering wheel, eyes blazing crimson, flooring the accelerator. This amphibious armored vehicle, weighing several tons, surged forward at over 100 kilometers per hour. Even clad in his combat suit, Chen Dong faced mortal peril from such impact force. He relied solely on his agility, dodging ceaselessly around the vehicle, exploiting blind spots created during its turns. The Dongxing henchman glanced sideways, then bolted without hesitation. Chen Dong seized the brief opening granted by the vehicle's sluggish turning radius and opened fire with his UMP-9. Flesh and blood henchmen stood no chance. They fell en masse. Too slow to flee, too weak to fight. Only death awaited them. Situ's eyes had long since bled red. To kill Chen Dong, he abandoned all restraint. Even friend and foe blurred into one target. Just as Chen Dong closed in on fleeing henchmen, Situ barreled the armored vehicle straight into them. Chen Dong evaded the collision with effortless grace, while Situ crushed his own men, brains splattering across the asphalt. Yet Situ didn't flinch. All he wanted was Chen Dong's death, by any means necessary. After sending his own man to the netherworld beneath iron treads, he murmured aloud, Bing Zai. You rest easy. Brother will avenge you by killing Chen Dong. In our next life, we'll still be brothers. Only when Situ finally looked around did he realize the open lot before the villa was now carpeted with his fallen men. Many lay flattened beyond recognition, pulverized under his own vehicle's relentless passage. And there stood Chen Dong, unscathed, unwavering, directly before him. Boss, we're going in. Several henchmen inside the armored vehicle urgently requested permission to engage. Few men occupied the vehicle, no more than 5 or 6. Besides Situ and his secretary, the rest were Dongxing's elite corps. Situ gave a terse nod and handed them several hand grenades. Along, I trust you. Go. Along bowed his head solemnly, then led his men down from the vehicle. They wore bulletproof vests and helmets, gear Chen Dong had yet to acquire. Such equipment revealed Dongxing's hidden reserves. Still, their pistol fire proved futile, entirely ineffective against Chen Dong. When their ammunition ran out, they drew cold steel, long razor-edged cleavers. Chen Dong holstered his UMP-9 and unsheathed his impact tang sword. He relished the visceral thrill of blade meeting flesh. Compared to distant gunfire, close quarters combat ignited his blood like wildfire. Along and his men surged forward, cleavers raised high, slashing horizontally with ferocious momentum. Facing assaults from multiple angles, Chen Dong remained utterly composed. He lunged, not with finesse, but raw direct thrust. Thwip! The impact tang sword pierced Along's abdomen. Chen Dong twisted the blade sharply, then withdrew it in one fluid motion. Along dropped like a stone. Chen Dong slashed throats and pierced hearts in swift succession. Dongxing's last elite henchmen fell one by one. One henchman gasped in his final breath, relying on that armor. What kind of skill is that? Chen Dong, who had spoken not a single word throughout the entire battle, offered only a faint dismissive smile. Skill. Wearing this suit is my skill. If I chose not to use it against you, would you call me foolish? The henchman's eyes bulged wide. He tried to speak again, but Chen Dong, weary of his noise, stomped down hard on his windpipe, silencing him forever. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle spun about and fled. Chen Dong sneered, retrieved his Jetta, slid into the driver's seat, and gave chase. Running. Do you truly believe you can escape? With Dongxing shattered, flight was no longer cowardice, it was survival. Situ slammed the accelerator, desperate to shake off his pursuer. But Chen Dong drove a sedan, a vehicle whose top speed far exceeded that of the armored behemoth. Shaking him off was pure fantasy. Yet Chen Dong made no haste. He simply matched the armored vehicle's pace, tailing it closely. He wanted to see exactly where Situ thought he could run. Situ now drowned in bitter regret. Why provoke anyone, let alone Chen Dong? So many warnings lay scattered behind him, yet he'd learned nothing. Wretched fool. Situ pounded the steering wheel as he drove. He believed the armored vehicle his ultimate shield, only to discover it had become little more than a cumbersome escape tool. Its sheer mass now weighed upon him, more burden than advantage. He didn't know who the woman he'd shot was, but he suspected she meant everything to Chen Dong. Otherwise, why would Chen Dong have erupted into slaughter the moment he breached the Saloy perimeter wall? Situ knew, beyond doubt, that reconciliation was impossible. There was only forward or oblivion. The armored vehicle veered onto a highway, plunging deep into the zombie-infested zone. Situ gambled, hoping Chen Dong, wary of the undead, would break off pursuit. But when Chen Dong followed without hesitation, Situ's heart turned icy cold. Worse still, the fuel gauge blinked ominously. The tank was nearly empty. Situ's mind churned with agitation. God damn it. 80-90 liters per 100 kilometers, oh what a gas hog. He did not possess that much diesel, he simply could not bear the consumption of the amphibious armored vehicle. That was why he had always chosen to dominate and pillage the environs of the Villa district. Venturing farther afield was impossible. He lacked the diesel to sustain the armored vehicle's journeys. The armored vehicle ground to a halt, its fuel tank emptied of the last drop. Chen Dong slowly brought the car to rest, stepped down, and walked toward the vehicle's door. A rasping sound as metal met metal. Chen Dong produced a saw and unhurried began filing it. He had time. Bang! Suddenly gunshots cracked from within the armored vehicle. Chen Dong did not stop his movements, murmuring to himself, could it be suicide? The armored vehicle's door then swung open on its own. The female secretary crawled out, her face caked in blood, as she dragged the lifeless C2, wearing a servile smile. I've killed C2. Will you spare me? Will you give me a chance to live? He'll be your dog, your toy. Please. Chen Dong smiled faintly. Fine. He'll spare you. He took the armored vehicle away. Left behind were the stunned female secretary and the zombies drawn closer by the scent of blood. After the turmoil stirred by Hu Li Tai Bai and Dongxing, the villa district returned to its former unsettled quiet. Only Chen Dong Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu remained living there. Even after Chen Dong had wiped out Hu Li and Tai Bai, various other small and ragged teams still existed. But Dongxing, leaning on the armored vehicle's power to bully and bribe, forced the teams who refused integration to flee the villa district. Otherwise, they faced certain death. When Dongxing attacked Chen Dong, he was utterly annihilated. Naturally, the villa district emptied out to a great degree. After Dongxing's fall, the most valuable spoils were the armored vehicle and a few sets of bulletproof vests and helmets. Back at the villa, Chen Dong handed Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu each a vest and a helmet. He himself already had a combat suit and felt little interest in the extras. From the beginning, he had intended these for Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Although Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu had leveled up and their bodies had grown stronger, they remained flesh and blood, unlike Chen Dong with his full coverage combat suit. Chen Dong was eager to procure protective gear for the two of them, yet such equipment was scarce and had long been difficult to gather. This time, Tian Xiaoyu's accidental injury served as a stark reminder of how crucial protective gear could be. Fortunately, they had taken enough bulletproof vests and helmets from Dongxing to grant Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu a measure of protection. When they donned the vests and helmets, the fitted gear did not appear cumbersome on them. Rather, it lent them a rugged primal elegance. Xianqi stepped before Chen Dong, turned once, inclined slightly, and tilted her head, her eyes bright with expectancy, as she asked, "Do I look good?" Tian Xiaoyu, equally well attired in vest and helmet, silently moved behind Xianqi, hands clasped behind her with nervous fingers, her gaze fixed on Chen Dong. Chen Dong's eyes flickered as he took in the two beautiful women. Meeting their ardent stares, he smiled with a carefree ease. They look great. How could they not? If you took this to a live stream, you'd have a throng of devoted viewers cheering and sending virtual gifts. Xianqi first smiled with delight, then curled her lip in disdain. I want live stream. I'm only showing you. Tian Xiaoyu added with a smile. I'm not interested in live streaming. Compared to strangers, I'd rather show you Chen Dong. Chen Dong could only offer an embarrassed, helpless laugh. You too. Why limit yourselves to showing only me your gear? Aren't you supposed to wear them when you go out to scavenge? You two fools. Chen Dong propped his chin on his hand and abruptly changed the subject. By the way, the system has set up a live stream channel recently. It's surprisingly lively. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, who had been about to counter, offered their opinions upon hearing Chen Dong mention the recent live streams. Recently, they had been following the platform the system opened for survivors to broadcast. Xianqi shook her head. I don't know what purpose the system's live stream platform serves. Some channel for survivors to vent in this apocalyptic world. She continued, most of the broadcasts are idly rambling people, and even a great deal of vulgar content. I really can't see the point in watching them. Tian Xiaoyu laughed and said, Anchi, of course live streams during the apocalypse aren't as entertaining as those we used to watch back. Then you could find all manner of novelties. I think the system is hoping to draw survivors into closer communication. After all, watching a stream and reading the comment scroll makes the distance feel thinner. Listening to their conversation, Chen Dong opened the live stream channel. The channel had no categorized sections and no restrictions. To Chen Dong, it felt like the darknet platforms he had heard about in his past life. The channel's name was Plain and Blunt Apocalypse Live. With no order to enforce, the broadcasts ran rampant lewd Russian roulette spectacles, gruesome on-site dissections of zombies, and at times gentle, ordinary domestic chats. Chen Dong scrolled past the feeds that should have been age-restricted and was instead drawn to two young women. Though their looks were unremarkable, an uncontainable sunny vitality shone from them. At that moment, they were introducing their team's shelter on the stream. Hearing the women's voices from the broadcast, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu fell silent and leaned in, listening closely. They edged nearer to Chen Dong. Xianqi pretended to be vexed and said, So you were watching pretty women behind our backs. Are we not good-looking enough? Chen Dong smiled wryly and showed them the broadcast, his face full of helplessness. What are you thinking? These two girls don't hold a candle to you and Xiaoyu. I'm simply curious about their content. Tian Xiaoyu chuckled. Chen Dong, when did you become so glib? It doesn't show. The two of them pressed him with questions until he was spun dizzy. I'm telling the truth. Come on, stop the teases and come watch the stream with me. Chen Dong pulled Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu to sit beside him as they began watching the live stream together. In the live broadcast room, the two girls were enthusiastically introducing their shelter to the audience. One of the girls, wearing glasses and exuding an artistic vibe, spoke to the camera. Hello survivors, my name is Huan Huan, and this next to me is my sister Qian Qian. In tonight's live stream, we will introduce our team's newly established shelter. Currently, we are sitting on the sofa in the underground fortress. Everyone look at the size of our underground fortress. Huan then panned the live stream camera around the entire underground fortress, allowing the viewers to see it clearly. I must say this underground fortress is incredibly vast. Chen Dong even felt it was larger than the fortress they had built beneath their villa. It's unclear where they found such a large construction base. However, the decoration of this underground fortress is rather simple, showcasing a raw industrial style. The Saoloy walls were exposed, and there were no tiles laid on the floor. As Huan walked while streaming, the viewers could even see the dust rising. This underground fortress housed a considerable number of residents. Unlike Chen Dong and his companions who could comfortably reside in one room, at most Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu shared a room. The scene under Huan's live camera resembled a collective dormitory from Chen Dong's school days. 4 to 5 bunk beds filled a room that was not too large, accommodating 8 to 10 survivors. Huan entered a room and encouraged several burly men who were eating to greet the viewers. Despite their reluctance, they waved at the live stream audience while chewing their food. They then continued to devour their meals. The viewers observed closely. These burly men had quite a feast with meat, eggs, and rice. Is the food in this underground fortress really that good? Many survivors commented in the live stream, eager to find out the requirements for joining their shelter. User 563563, Huan dear, I want to join your shelter. Are there any requirements? User 856445, while the previous comment is so cringy I'm disgusted. User 235557, Huan I am quite interested in your underground fortress. As a solo survivor, can I join you? User 754035, I am also a solo survivor, and I can't build an underground fortress myself. Can I come and leech off you? I'm not just looking for free food, I can work. The barrage was lively and many expressed strong interest in joining their underground fortress. This was precisely Huan's intention. After glancing at the comments, Huan smiled and said, I just saw many people asking if we still need residents in our underground fortress and what the conditions are. Here, let me explain. We still have plenty of space in our underground fortress with 4 or 5 rooms available, so we can accommodate dozens more people at least. Additionally, our team does not require any admission criteria. As long as you have the ability to work, you are very welcome. Here, as long as everyone works hard together, we can all eat together. Chen Dong listened with a slight frown. This model sounded so familiar. However, he didn't dwell on it and kept his thoughts to himself. After Huan finished her explanation, a flood of comments appeared. Many survivors signed up, eager to join their shelter. Many were also sending gifts such as a bottle of water or a piece of bread, trying to stand out among the numerous competitors. Qian, who was closely following the live stream dynamic, smiled and read out the names of several survivors who sent gifts. Thank you very much to I want to join your shelter for sending a bucket of purified water. The boss is generous, and may the boss stay healthy. Alright, we've seen your message. Please message us privately later. There were also some rather embarrassing usernames in the live stream. Qian paused briefly, but continued reading as usual. And thank you to this person for the 10 grilled sausages from Huan Qian. I want them all. I want them all. The gifts for the Doomsday live stream are somewhat different from those in the previous world. They are directly pulled from Backpack's tangible resources. That night, Huan and Qian's live stream topped the charts. A large number of survivors unable to build underground fortresses to cope with the meteor shower were desperately trying to join their shelters, seeking a glimmer of hope. According to the system data, the population in Chen Dong's district reached over 100,000. The villa area was located in the suburbs, making it seem quite desolate. However, in reality, the sheriff and several other large teams had established bases in densely populated areas where it was bustling. In such circumstances, there were indeed many lone wolf survivors. They lacked the ability to build underground fortresses to face the meteor showers. As the countdown to death approached, they had to find ways to survive. That night during the live stream, Huan and Qian openly stated that joining their underground fortress required no conditions. If there had to be a condition, it was simply having the ability to work and not being disabled. Compared to other teams, such criteria had no barriers. For teams like the sheriffs and other large teams with underground fortresses, anyone wanting to join them had to pay expensive resources as a door fee. Once inside, resources were distributed based on labor. A point system was also established. Each time survivors went out to collect resources, the more they collected, the more points they earned. After reaching a certain number, their internal rank would be elevated, allowing them to enjoy better living conditions and resources. In comparison, Huan and her team's shelter was simply paradise. Naturally, it wasn't long before they were filled with survivors. In terms of numbers, they quickly became comparable to the major teams at the sheriff's office. However, Chen Dong had greater faith in the model of the large teams at the sheriff's office. In the initial stages of team formation, an average distribution model could be used as a transition, but it was not a wise choice. It was evident that the sheriff's team had also suffered losses in the past. Thus, they switched to a point system, rewarding more for more labor. As long as one joined, there would be food. But if Zhang Xin worked more, while Li Si worked less, in the end, they'd both receive the same benefit. Continuing down such a path was quite dangerous. As the meteor shower approached, if the survivors caused chaos due to uneven resource distribution, unless they were a team like the sheriffs with strong military power to suppress it, it would only plunge the entire team into chaos, even leading to disintegration. Clearly, Huan and her small team did not possess such emergency capabilities. They were not worried about scarcity, but about inequality. Huan Huan and her team's rapid rise would eventually lead to trouble. When Chen Dong looked at Huan Huan and the others' live stream again, chaos had already erupted in the broadcast room. Huan Huan and Qian Qian had no time to pay attention to the live stream, and the barrage was filled with a large group of confused onlookers. What's happening? Number 546347. What's going on? I just arrived. Can anyone who knows the situation fill me in? Number 875484. I'm not sure either, I just got here. Number 648345. I saw a bit earlier. Huan Huan got into an argument with an older guy in the shelter. It seemed like they were arguing about not having enough food or something like that. Anyway, they started fighting. Number 673257. This doesn't seem like a simple quarrel. Look, it's turned into a total mess. They're all fighting in groups. It's like they're preparing for a gang fight. Number 754734. Look, Huan Huan is coming over. It seems like she has it under control. The fighting has stopped. Huan Huan walked in front of the camera looking quite embarrassed as she kept apologizing. I sincerely apologize, everyone. I didn't expect you all to see such a chaotic scene during the live stream. The issue has been resolved, so there's no need to worry. Seeing Huan Huan and Qian Qian sit back in front of the camera, the audience in the live stream began to inquire. Number 854845. Huan, what exactly happened just now? Why did everyone suddenly start shouting? Number 675953. Was the argument about unfair distribution of supplies. Number 845873. Damn, it looked like they were about to fight to the death. That guy who started it must be new. I've never seen him before, and he's clashing with the big brother who greeted us last time. Huan Huan looked at the comments, her expression slightly bitter. Actually, it's not a big issue. We suddenly had so many survivors coming into our shelter, and the supplies we had are indeed a bit insufficient to keep up with the consumption. Some people didn't get enough to eat, and their emotions were a bit volatile, which is quite normal. But don't worry, everyone. We will resolve this issue quickly. Chen Dong heard this and scoffed. Hey, if it were that easy to resolve, that would be great. The live stream continued to have many comments. Number 743756. As long as everything is fine, that's good. Number 623575. However, I feel that your team's model is a bit off. Oh, after all, there are historical cases to learn from. Number 234657. Ahem, I'm from the police department, so I actually have a say in this. We used to have this model too, but when we started to grow, too many people took advantage of the situation, coasting along without contributing. Later, the chief directly kicked those people out of the base and let them fend for themselves, establishing a point system and distributing resources based on labor. Honestly, Huan Huan, you should change the system while your team is still small. Number 456342. Yeah, equal distribution is too unreliable. You should change your system while the new survivors haven't settled in yet, or just let those who don't want to stay leave, and it won't be a big loss. Number 526334. Exactly, to avoid it becoming a deep-rooted issue later on. Huan Huan read the comments, seriously sighed, and then regained her composure. I've seen everyone's suggestions and I've thought about them seriously. Indeed, we've been moving too fast. We will reform the distribution model of our team and broadcast it live for everyone to see. You all must pay close attention then. At this moment, an audience member reminded her. Number 453673. That big guy who was about to fight earlier, I feel like he's unstable. You all need to be careful. Number 735474. I think this kind of unstable element should be eliminated early, like a ticking time bomb. Number 865856. Yes. I think so too. However, Huan Huan smiled dismissively at this suggestion. You don't need to be too nervous. He's not actually a bad person. It's understandable that he's causing a scene since he just arrived and didn't get enough to eat. After all, we promised to ensure everyone has enough to eat. Huan Huan continued. The other team members just went to calm him down. Isn't he behaving now? Suddenly gunshots rang out in the underground fortress. A group of newly joined survivors broke away from the team, raised their handguns, and opened fire on others. Many people were caught off guard and were killed before they even had time to react. The original old members of Huan Huan's team fell. At the forefront was none other than the unreliable newcomer mentioned in the comments, the burly man. At this moment, he was walking towards Huan Huan and Qian Qian with a gun. Huan Huan wanted to take out her handgun from her backpack, but was directly held at gunpoint by the burly man. If I were you, I wouldn't move. Huan Huan and Qian Qian had no choice but to comply, their hands bound behind their backs, faces filled with despair. This entire scene was being live-streamed. All the audience watched in horror. Even though Huan Huan had become a captive, she still remained calm and asked, Deshawn, why are you doing this? Has our team treated you unfairly these past few days? This burly man named Deshawn chuckled. What do you think? Haven't we treated you unfairly? Huan Huan was puzzled. Have we? Deshawn, hearing her question, grabbed Huan Huan by the throat and said fiercely, how could we not? In the 2 days since I arrived, I worked the hardest. I moved a third of the lumber from that warehouse today, and yet I can't even get enough food to eat. Isn't that unfair? Huan Huan was at a loss for words. I didn't know. Deshawn cursed. What do you know? The brothers behind me came here with high hopes only to end up doing the hardest, most exhausting work while getting the least food, and you're still streaming it this time. Damn. Huan Huan bit her lip, feeling guilty as she said, I'm sorry, I will change the distribution model. Change. It's too late. This time I'll be the boss. Deshawn laughed heartily, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Huan Huan wanted to step back, but was firmly gripped by Deshawn's hold on her neck. She panicked. Deshawn, what are you going to do? Deshawn looked at the camera of the live stream. Some comments were criticizing him, but he ignored them. What am I going to do? Of course, it's a live broadcast. It's just in time to earn some supplies. He then hurriedly adjusted the angle of the live stream camera. Huan Huan cried, pleading, don't touch my sister. Deshawn ignored her, scoffing. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? The popularity of the live stream surged. The host, drenched in sweat, put in even more effort as he watched the gift skyrocket. Many people had already left the stream, such as Chen Dong. With two stunning beauties by his side, he was not in a desperate state to look at others. Instead, the desperate and wretched cries around him made him feel somewhat uneasy. Chen Dong turned off the live stream, lit a cigarette, and sighed. Ah, humanity. He was preparing to upgrade to a mid-level underground bunker. This decision came after much contemplation. While having dinner after Xianqi served Chen Dong a bowl of rice, she casually brought it up. Chen Dong, chewing on his rice, replied without thinking, of course we should move the vegetables to the underground bunker when the meteor shower arrives. Xianqi frowned and sighed. But our underground bunker doesn't have enough space to store all these fruits and vegetables. Moreover, the most important issue is how to ensure they can photosynthesize. Chen Dong said the photosynthesis issue is not difficult to solve, we have plenty of spare sunlight lamps. However, he admitted that he hadn't paid much attention to the space. Now that the fruits and vegetables had grown, they indeed occupied quite a lot of room. He had just acquired unlimited resources yesterday, which included sunlight lamps, so he didn't have to worry about the photosynthesis issue. If one sunlight lamp wasn't enough, they could use several. But space was a significant problem. Currently, the fruits and vegetables they had planted filled up both the yard and the rooftop terrace. It was practically impossible to move them all into the underground bunker. After all, the underground bunker was only the size of a villa. Excluding the living area, there was hardly any space left. Tian Xiaoyu asked, Chen Dong, can the underground bunker be upgraded? Chen Dong nodded, resting his chin on his hand, and pondered. It can be upgraded, but upgrading to a mid-level underground bunker requires a large amount of concrete, which we don't have enough of. If we slowly buy supplies on the trading platform, I'm afraid we won't even be able to upgrade by the time the meteor shower arrives. Tian Xiaoyu twirled her hair in thought, then suddenly had a bright idea. Chen Dong, why don't we find a team to trade with? From what I know, many large teams stockpile significant resources for trading, as some hoard steel, while others hoard timber. If we patiently search in the chat channel, we might just find a team with a large stock of concrete. Chen Dong blinked, and after some thought nodded. That's feasible, it's an opportunity. Otherwise, it would be a pity if the fruits and vegetables we have grown were wasted due to a single meteor shower. Tian Xiaoyu wholeheartedly agreed. Of course, we've worked so hard to grow these fruits and vegetables for so many days, it would be too unfortunate if they just disappeared. I just happen to know a team that seems to be trading concrete. Do you want to learn more about them? Of course. Chen Dong smiled and nodded, saying, sure. Xiaoyu, how did you know which team is concrete? I didn't even know. Tian Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and looked a little shy. I actually found out about this team by chance. They were selling lipsticks on the chat platform before, and that's how I learned they have a large supply of concrete for sale at the same time. Xianqi nearby suddenly realized. Oh, Xiaoyu was the small gold bar you bought last time from them. Tian Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Yes, it's from their team. Anchi, it's pretty good to use, right? Xianqi nodded vigorously. It's really super effective. I used to buy this lipstick often in the old world, and it's super moisturizing. It glides on effortlessly. The two women quickly began to discuss lipsticks at the dining table excitedly. Chen Dong smiled wryly. Hey, we're discussing upgrading the mid-level underground bunker here. How did you end up on lipsticks? But Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu ignored him and remained immersed in their conversation. Chen Dong couldn't interject and shook his head helplessly. He silently finished his meal and cleared the dishes. Chen Dong had always wanted to upgrade the mid-level underground bunker. He was just struggling due to a lack of sufficient upgrade materials. Unexpectedly, he learned from Tian Xiaoyu that there was a team hoarding a large amount of concrete. This naturally solidified his determination to upgrade the mid-level underground bunker. Chen Dong opened the chat channel, searching for the team that Tian Xiaoyu had mentioned. ID 347343. What the hell? Upgrading to a mid-level underground bunker requires 5,000 units of concrete. Where am I supposed to find that? The trading platform only displays scattered goods which are completely useless. ID 573353. What the heck? Are you really upgrading to a mid-level bunker? ID 374343. I'm the leader of the drug lord team. Do you think we have the capability to upgrade to a mid-level underground bunker? The drug lords are a newly established large team. The police department stands as a unique large team, followed by the second-tier teams. The drug lords occupy a place among them, making them quite formidable. ID 845634. Wow, boss, you're amazing. ID 678965. I finally met a real person. ID 845534. Our team has just built a primary underground bunker. It's clear we can't compare to large teams. ID 745343. Leader of the drug lord snake. We have a large amount of concrete here. Are you interested? I'm Lu Nung, the leader of the Saturn Ring team. The Saturn Ring is also a second-tier large team. Rumor has it that this team possesses 2 giant bulldozers. Their most famous achievement was flattening an enemy force overnight. This solidified their position as a second-tier team. Seeing the words from the leader of the Saturn Ring, Chen Dong was overjoyed. He estimated that the large team Tian Xiaoyu mentioned was this Saturn Ring. The leader of the drug lord snake also responded happily after seeing the message. Lu Nung, I've heard of you. If you have a large supply of concrete, we can talk. let's chat privately. Lu Neng replied as well. Of course I can ensure the concrete supply is sufficient. The Saturn ring won't ruin its own reputation. A business must be based on integrity. Snake, I've private messaged you. Let's talk privately. The two leaders of the large teams left the chat channel and began a private conversation. Chen Dong also quietly closed the chat channel, clicked on Lu Neng's profile, and entered the private chat window. Hello, Mr. Lu Neng, I'm interested in purchasing a large quantity of concrete. Can we discuss it? However, after sending the message, it fell into silence with no response. No reply. Chen Dong frowned slightly. What's going on? Just a moment ago, Lu Neng was quite enthusiastic when facing the leader of the drug lords. I have to admit, Chen Dong felt a little uncomfortable inside. However, he indeed needed to purchase a large quantity of concrete to upgrade the mid-level underground bunker, so he didn't dwell on it too much. Just wait a little longer. While Chen Dong was idly browsing the trading platform for concrete, Lu Neng finally replied. The renowned 10,086 wants concrete. I have plenty here. How much do you want? Just earlier, Chen Dong had already gathered 500 units of concrete. He still needed 4,500 more to upgrade his intermediate underground fortress. I want to exchange for 4,500 units of concrete. The price is negotiable. Lu Neng quickly sent a message back. For 1,500 units, that's no problem. 10086, you are looking to build an intermediate underground fortress, right? Haha, it seems the last time the S-alloy earned you quite a bit, huh? Chen Dong was confused and did not understand why Lu Neng was suddenly bringing up past events. He simply wanted to complete the transaction quickly and did not pursue the topic. Let's get to the point. Name your price. I'm in a hurry. Lu Neng then quoted a price that made Chen Dong's expression darken. I won't ask for much. Flat rate 150 S-alloys. After Chen Dong had monopolized it once, the price of S-alloy had fluctuated and had become a precious metal at sky-high prices. Although Chen Dong had hoarded quite a bit of S-alloy back then, he had also used most of it. Now with Lu Neng asking for 150 S-alloys, it was simply wishful thinking. If he were to use S-alloy as a bargaining chip, Chen Dong's psychological expectation was that 50 would be the absolute maximum. Anything above that was utterly outrageous. This Lu Neng was clearly trying to rip him off. Knowing Chen Dong wanted to upgrade his intermediate underground fortress and that he could not quickly gather enough concrete from the trading platform, he was asking for a sky-high price. Chen Dong slightly squinted and sent a message. Alright then, let's make a deal. Lu Neng was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised. Are you sure? Chen Dong could not help but send a voice message. At 3 o'clock tonight, you'll be lying in bed. By then, don't say 150 S-alloys, even 250, and people will be rushing to trade with you. After listening to the voice message, Lu Neng mocked him directly. I thought 10086 had some power, but it turns out you can't even scrape together 150 S-alloys. They say there are no false heroes under the spotlight. I see you are just a foolish buffoon. Chen Dong chuckled. He had been played by this Lu Neng. The other party never intended to sell to him. He sent an international gesture emoji and then closed the private chat window. Lu Neng received the emoji, but was not angry. Sitting on a leather sofa, he rubbed his shiny bald head and sneered. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief and was quite pleased. A middle-aged man beside him could not help but say, Boss, why don't we sell concrete to 10,086? Did we not just sell to the drug lord's team for 50 S-alloys? Why are we at odds with 10,086? Lu Neng slapped his thigh, looking sideways at the man beside him with dissatisfaction, saying, Guanquan, you have a thick skull, what can I say? And who is 10,086? That was the one who monopolized S-alloys. We were severely ripped off in the past. Selling concrete to him, I refused to do it. Guanquan, the middle-aged man who was the steward of the Saturn Ring team, said earnestly, Boss, we are in business. It's not right to avoid doing business because of past grievances. Lu Neng laughed heartily. Guanquan, you are truly something. He said, the teams wanting to upgrade their intermediate underground fortresses are only increasing. Are you worried we won't find buyers? Our concrete is in high demand. What are you afraid of? I won't sell the 10,086. There are plenty of people waiting in line. Guanquan slapped his forehead. It seems you are right, boss. You really are a clever little trickster. Lu Neng, hearing the flattery, slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. However, he said, get lost. Let me tell you, we have a grievance with 10,086. You must inform the brothers below and not give him a good face. After hearing this, Guanquan respectfully nodded. All right, I will follow your lead, boss, and notify the brothers later. Chen Dong had no idea that due to the S-alloy incident, he had created a grievance with the Saturn Ring team, which led to his failure in buying concrete. Even if he knew if given another choice, he would still want to hit the other party hard. For now, he could only look for the next seller who had concrete. The most frustrating thing in the world is not facing a pile of resources that one cannot afford or exchange, but rather having the money yet being unable to purchase enough resources. This was Chen Dong's predicament. He did not know what other teams besides the Saturn Ring could provide large quantities of concrete. Even after gathering 500 units of concrete on the trading platform, he still needed 4,000 more to upgrade his intermediate underground fortress. It was still a huge number. Chen Dong and the others sat on the sofa in the villa's living room looking helpless. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not come up with an effective solution. He could only gather concrete on the trading platform while investigating whether other teams would offer large quantities of concrete. Xia Anqi lazily leaned on the sofa, tilting her head and sighing, raising her hands high above her head. Why can't I find any team besides the Saturn Ring that has a large quantity of concrete? It's so hard. Tian Xiaoyu smiled and rubbed Xianqi's hair saying, "Hey Anqi, don't be discouraged, we still have time. The meteor shower won't come for another week, perhaps by then there will be a turnaround. Worst case we can abandon these fruits and vegetables and start over. It's nothing serious." Chen Dong quietly fixed his gaze on the two girls. After spending time together, the two girls had become very close friends. They were already dressed quite lightly and often played around with each other, inevitably revealing some areas. For Chen Dong, it was quite a feast for the eyes. Chen Dong increasingly felt that his self-control was slipping. So much so that several times after Tian Xiaoyu fell asleep at night, he quietly used the spare key to open Xianqi's room and engage in some indescribable activities. But recently his relationship with Tian Xiaoyu had become somewhat delicate and awkward. The bathroom in the bedroom is broken. The three of them wanted to take a shower, but could only use the shared washroom outside. As usual, Chen Dong walked over with a change of clothes. However, there was still someone inside. Chen Dong draped a bath towel over his shoulder and was about to turn back. At that moment, he noticed some clothes placed outside the washroom. Without thinking much, Chen Dong stepped forward and casually picked them up, intending to take them to the washing machine on the balcony. They should be the dirty clothes from today's change. However, feeling the smoothness of the fabric, he sensed something was off. It didn't have the sticky sensation of sweaty, dirty clothes, instead it felt like clean ones. Instinctively, Chen Dong brought the clothes to his nose and sniffed. A hint of lavender scent from the laundry detergent wafted from the clothes. They were definitely clean. At that moment, the door opened. Tian Xiaoyu stepped out wrapped only in a bath towel. The towel was not thick, even a bit thin, barely covering half of her thighs. Tian Xiaoyu stared blankly at Chen Dong, watching him hold the clothes she was about to wear and sniffing them. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became awkward. Chen Dong didn't know what to say. In this situation, he resembled those peeping toms in low-budget films who sneak a look while the female lead is bathing. Damn, there's no way to wash this clean. Chen Dong lamented internally. He could only awkwardly hand over the clothes. Ahem, Xiaoyu, your clothes. Tian Xiaoyu's face was flushed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She grabbed the clothes directly and stepped back, retreating into the washroom to close the door. But at that moment she stumbled. Tian Xiaoyu cried out as she fell heavily to the ground. Chen Dong had already turned to leave, but immediately turned back upon hearing her cry. Seeing Tian Xiaoyu fall, he hurried in to help her up. "Xiaoyu, are you okay? Falling in the bathroom can be life-threatening." Fortunately, Tian Xiaoyu had undergone many upgrades, and her physical fitness was far superior now. For her, this wasn't dangerous. Tian Xiaoyu shook her head. "I'm fine." But she noticed that Chen Dong didn't speak immediately. Tian Xiaoyu awkwardly lowered her head. Her bath towel had slipped off due to the sudden movements. Earlier, she had forgotten to take the clothes into the washroom. After realizing it, she didn't think much and simply tied the towel into a knot before stepping outside. But unexpectedly, so many incidents occurred. Chen Dong finally understood why Tian Xiaoyu was the school beauty. Descriptions like fair-skinned as snow and ice-like jade bones couldn't even begin to express a fraction of her beauty. Tian Xiaoyu's mind was also blank. After a few seconds, she quickly pulled up the bath towel to cover herself. Chen Dong rubbed his nose, wiped his face, and then finally spoke. "Xiaoyu, let me help you out to sit, the ground is cold." Tian Xiaoyu looked somewhat resentful and quietly said, "You go out first, I need to get dressed." "Ahaha, okay." Hearing this, Chen Dong immediately got up and quickly slipped out. Both of them tacitly agreed not to mention this incident afterward, treating it as a secret between them. So now, watching Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu fooling around, Chen Dong found it hard not to let his imagination wander. He could only stand up and say, "I'm going to the rooftop to water the vegetables." Then he hurriedly left. Watering the fruits and vegetables finally calmed his mood. He recalled the concrete matter, and all romantic thoughts vanished. While watering, he talked to himself, as if he were conversing with the fruits and vegetables. "If I can't upgrade to a mid-level underground fortress, I'll have to leave the vegetables here." Chen Dong shook his head, walked to the pavilion on the rooftop terrace, sat on a stone bench, and checked today's infinite supplies. Infinite diesel. Not bad. He had previously captured an armored vehicle from Dongxing, but due to the lack of diesel it had remained idle. Now this problem was finally resolved. This could be considered a significant combat power. Next, Chen Dong browsed the chat channel to see if there were any sellers of concrete. User 763468. Recently, it seems many people are buying concrete. User 672345. It's mostly large teams buying it up. Upgrading to a mid-level underground fortress requires 5,000 units of concrete. Can they not go crazy with the purchases? User 845645. That's great. Our team almost exhausted all our savings to build this underground fortress, let alone upgrade to a mid-level one. Oh, it's too far for us. User 845232. Our team has quite a bit of concrete, but we don't know who to sell it to. The police and drug lord teams don't need it at all. It's tough, having it is useless. Our team hasn't even built the underground fortress yet. User 763466. Damn, is it that pitiful? User 325534. Bro, keep looking for buyers, there will still be someone who wants it. User 325534. If it really doesn't work out, just take the supplies to rely on a big team, surviving comes first. In the chat channel, many expressed sympathy for teams that had a lot of concrete, but no alloy to build underground fortresses. Many also took pleasure in their misfortune. User 674645. If you can't sell the concrete, just keep it to build your coffin, but sturdy, haha. User 623465. Joining a big team has its thresholds. Their team can't even gather enough alloy to build an underground fortress. Do you think a big team would want such waste? User 10086. Looking to buy a large quantity of concrete. Private message me. Chen Dong sent a message. Having finally encountered someone he naturally wanted to try since he had a large amount of concrete, but couldn't find a market. He then closed the chat channel and waited for the other party to privately message him. However, after a long while there was no response. Chen Dong couldn't help but doubt his judgment. Were they really not that short on supplies? Otherwise, why had they not acted after so long since the announcement? Shouldn't they have been eager to message him? Ding. Chen Dong smiled knowing he had made the right bet.